Apex! What up? Welcome to Birmingham. We're excited to be here. We're excited to have you for what's going to be the greatest Apex tournament in the history of the game. My name is We the People. You can call me Peeps. We have 5 straight days of some of the sweatiest gameplay you have ever seen. Now that we got 40 teams, 120 of the greatest. Apex! What up? Welcome to Birmingham. We're excited to be here. We're excited to have you for what's going to be the greatest Apex tournament in the history of the game. My name is We the People. You can call me Peeps. We're here for 5 days of some of the sweatiest gameplay you have ever seen in your life. 40 teams, 120 of the greatest players from all over the world, all fighting for their share of $2 million. One of the greatest poets of the 21st century once said, one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you've ever wanted, one moment. Will you capture it or just let it slip? So crowd, make some noise because we are live from Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK, and this is the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, We the People. I am excited, and I hope you are as well, whether you're live in Birmingham here at Resorts World, or if you are watching at home, for what is going to be a collision course of stories. This has been a year that has set the course for this moment, these 5 days to decide who will raise the ultimate trophy, the championship. Will TSM finally do it, get 2 as a fan favorite over the year, and claim that they are not to be the ones to be mistaken as the champs? Or will Dark Zero go back-to-back 2 years in a row and take championships again? Or a new region? We'll find out. APAC North, APAC South, and South America, as well as EMEA, all trying to raise the trophy and tell their own stories. And these 5 days will give us the answer. I'm so excited to be here. And of course, my name is Rain Day. I am joined by Spider Tiff and Glitter Explosion, 2 of the best in the business and good friends. Tiff, how does it feel being in this environment, getting ready for championships?
Well, it's crazy, right? I'm absolutely elated to be here. You talked about TSM, Dark Zero. Will someone else come out of the woodworks and just unearth them, take them off their throne that they have put them on? But, I mean, it's not about the cash. It's more about the honor and hoisting that trophy down there on the stage at the end of the week. And I'm just ready to kick things off.
Lauren, trophies, they are not given. They have to be taken, and so many teams here are ready for that moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a phenomenal week of competition, and not an easy one by any means. Like we heard Peep saying, the best of the best in the entire world are here today. And for the first time ever, this is a 5-day-long competition, the longest Apex Legends tournament we have ever done. It's going to be putting our players to the ultimate test.
And I think one of the great things that Peeps mentioned is that history will be made. This is the greatest, the biggest event in Apex Legends ALGS history. And of course, we are going to see exactly for those at home and those watching in the stands, how that will unfold over these 5 days. So let's walk you through that very quickly. We will start off in a group stage format. As you're familiar with, we'll give each team in a round-robin style a chance to go head-to-head against each other in groups throughout our first couple of days. Then we will hit our bracket stage. We will start to eliminate teams, all leading up to our championship Sunday. The 10 teams who actually progress to the highest point of our winners will be able to find themselves having a seat on Sunday and watching the action. Our Elimination 1 bracket will also send 10 teams home and 10 teams to the Elimination Round 2, where the bottom 10 teams from winners will compete for one more chance to make it to Sunday. The 10 teams in Elimination Round 2 who do not make it will be sent home again, and we will finally have our 20 ready to compete in our patented match point finals, where you must cross 50 points and then win or we go again. There is so much on the line, so much at stake. And for me, when you look at this prizing, Tiff, it doesn't get bigger than this. We've upped it from 1 to 2, $600,000 for our winner of this event.
Well, that's it for me. I'm going to go train to be a pro now and head down that stage because that 600K sounds really nice and can go a long way. Even with second, 320K, I mean, that's crazy.
It's an unbelievable moment, and I think all the teams and players are ready for it. As we said, the entire year of the ALGS has led to this. So getting into that winners finals, that is going to mean a big deal for you. But talking about who could get there, Lauren, look at the teams that we've got participating here. The 40 that have made it through the gauntlet to get to championships.
I mean, like you guys have mentioned already, obviously TSM, DZ fighting here for that title again, or will it be neither? There are so many heavy hitters in this lobby of 40 teams. We've got Exet, we have KCP, we have Ascent, we have Aurora. I mean, there's too many teams to name because the competition's that fierce.
APAC North has been playing phenomenally. We've seen them top 5, top 10 multiple times. North America has really had the year this year. EMEA, 3 events and not yet able to get a win. Will that change here in Birmingham as we visit England for the 3rd time? However, a couple of teams, as we get into any championship, will obviously have changes. And so let's keep you up to date on what those changes are. Area 310, they will replace fan favorite and familiar name Crazy Raccoon, as well as Fire Beavers moving to Aurora, Tiff.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the Fire Beavers do here today, but it's so hard for me to call them Aurora.
Right.
I always know them as the Beavers. When they announced the signing to Aurora and we had the journey of the Beaver, so cute. But that roster is actually going to be Oirain and Impulse, who was able to make it in last night. Uchako will be stepping into sub on that roster, so curious to see how the dynamics work. And hey, maybe Taskmaster will show up later this week. We can only hope.
We can only hope. All these stories, we will keep you up to date with them at the desk and, of course, with our casters as well. I mean, when you look at the way that today's schedule is going to go, you've got tons of action, 18 games in this original group stage. As we mentioned, we've added an extra day. So in days 3 and day 4, we will spend more time on the eliminations, but to get there, we've got to have everybody play each other. A and B will kick it off on stage behind us, and then we will go C and D, and then A will have another chance at it. D will stay there, and they will play against each other. But, of course, to kick things off, we have 2 groups that have plenty of stories around them. Some winners of LAN this previous year, some hopefuls, and trying to dash the hopes of others. So let's take a quick look at Group A.
And it's DNO, certainly a fan favorite.
They should be able to take this Bambino, though!
It's a 1v1 for the ages, and Fnatic win it! Fnatic win it!
I'm trying to reset the L-Star, the Meatball Slinger!
Oh, he armor swaps as well! Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Nice job!
Oh my god, Reed! Oh my god! They've been as good as anyone but the host! The host!
And Skittle Cakes whips out the R99 and cooks Street Fire alive!
A lot of storylines there for not only Group A, but as I lead it over to Tiff to talk about what has caught your eye, who stands out as having a chance here, or maybe who you are looking at heading into today's first matches?
This one is not actually going to be a no-brainer, right? This is, lo and behold, I'm so excited to see this team perform. It's going to be none other than Oxygen Esports, coming off a 3rd place finish at Split 2 playoffs. I reached out to their coach, Psycho. He was calling for a critical change in their lineup to allow for more adaptability on World's Edge. They were having a little bit of issue racking up those points quickly when it came to match point finals, so we'll likely see them breaking out maybe Bloodhound on World's Edge and working on their macro. The issue was, though, they said when people kind of threw their macro out the window in match point finals, they have to adapt to that when teams start prioritizing on kills and being more aggressive, but we'll see what happens. If there's anything, though, that I learned in the year 3 of ALGS, it was don't chow the BR Demons.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's a good little, you know, I guess threat for those who want to mess with Psycho and the green suit. We'll see if he has it this time around. Fan favorite for me and, of course, many watching at home. But they're going up not just against the teams in Group A, but Group B as well has some standouts, and they are not going to go quietly into the night. So let's see what's going on with Group B.
knock, and now look who's going to push forward with Post-Kill, who is doing so much damage!
In trouble, playing on top of the trident, gets deleted!
He's in the tower, and you can see at the moment that E6 are having a hold, and at land, and it's split 2 playoffs! They do it in game 2, Riddle order!
Nice! What do you want? Above you. That is nice!
No way!
Oh my God. No way! No
He's
way!
in the drone!
Nice!
It won't go down now. Surely there's not another redemption story for
Oh,
them.
he's queuing him in the air! He's teeing him up!
For the rampart, getting melted by Jack.
I said they wouldn't go quietly into the night, but the last image was him saying, be quiet. So I don't know if that was planned or not, but I will say that Group B, they've got a lot of action from 100 Thieves to APAC North, Riddle Order to Dreamfire and APAC South. But Glitter, who do you have your eyes on?
It's another tough group to pick from, obviously, and those videos are hype. But for me, I want to talk about Element 6, okay? Right off the bat, we have to talk about the addition of Tyler, formerly on Vex, and I was talking to Slayers a little bit here, and he was saying that Tyler is bringing exactly what they needed to the team in that dedicated fragging role. Slayers no longer has to worry about that. He can kind of sit back, support, and then you combine that with the wildly experienced IGL in Swinny, and it's just going to bode well, in my opinion, very, very well for them. Combine that, and consider their ability to flex not only Legends, but their drop spots. Just, it's a team that is adapting well to this meta, and Slayers was saying that they are not planning on playing scared, not hesitating at all in this event, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
I know, obviously from Vex, Tyler FPS trying to find a new home, and also a little bit of the underdog story. Can he make that moment, make that move, and prove it not only to himself, but to Amia as well? When it comes to proving, though, we don't have anything to prove just yet. The players have to do that. But us talent, we like to talk. So we are going to go ahead and give you our predictions for how we think today might go, at least at the start. We'll show you a little bit. I think mine may not be so surprising, but I know that a lot of you have gone for variety. There's some TSMs in there. Tiff, you went Oxygen. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does.
You highlighted them. Glitter, you went X-Set, though. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
What needs explaining? I mean,
fair.
it is X-Set. They might not have been where I think initially people thought they were going to be in Split 2 playoffs, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Top out of the region after Split 2, and I think that especially in a champs lobby, they're going to be bringing the heat undoubtedly.
I have to say this, Fun FPS gave me a jersey earlier on in rehearsals,
Okay.
and
Wow.
one of the things he said is, do not talk about me. So I won't mention anything about X-Set, at least at the beginning of the show. But Graceful also agrees with you.
Oh,
Zephyr,
okay.
you and Tiff are in alignment as well. Bullet, who you'll see a little bit later, he's got Fnatic. Tiff, they've been an excellent team, and I think from APAC North, they're the one team I feel can actually get over the hump and claim a trophy here.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of scrims prep just to kind of hear communications, and Fnatic was one of the teams that didn't actually stream their POV very often.
Interesting.
So when they would eliminate a team, and I was like, oh, look, we got that Fnatic POV, and that's the best way to get it. It's like, you know, they're just working their way from the lobbies, but the Bangalore Bloodhound combination they've been using on Stormpoint has been so fun, so aggressive to watch. They're so mechanically talented, and I am just ready to see them unleash that here on the stage.
I mean, let's not even forget to talk about, as we open with the fanfare and with the pomp and circumstance, there is a whole meta that has been adjusting, flowing, changing from weapons, the automatic prowler, to Seer. The year of Seer hasn't come to an end. Oh my God, I know many people at home are saying, please, please, I hope so. And many people are still waiting with bated breath to see if that's actually true. We are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do, a great way to make sure you keep up with every POV is, of course, multi-view. That is here for the ALGS Championships. You can watch your way. I like to say ALGS your way, but you can call it whatever you want. You can choose any POV you'd like to follow, whether it's a certain rotation, a certain team comp, or team comm that you'd like to hear, or maybe it's a final zone from your favorite player. You can go ahead into the command center and turn on multi-view for the ALGS to make sure you watch the championships your way. Also, as you're watching, I just want to let you know you're going to be gaining. That's right. It's not just enjoyment. You're actually going to be receiving, after 60 minutes, some of these Twitch drops. That is right. Wednesday, we've got the Crimson Striker Peacekeeper skin, the Crimson Hawk Valkyrie skin on Thursday, and the championship stuff starts to roll out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm telling you, that gun charm is going to let the whole world know that you were here. And man, what a place to be. I can only say that when the community comes together in Apex, it's one of the best experiences you will ever be a part of. So whether you're watching, whether you're in the stands, whether you're a creator, a streamer, a fan, helping to do a watch party with us, we appreciate you, and we can't wait to get it started. And speaking of started, it is about to go down as we have a chance now to send it over to our casters. It's Genome, it's Vicky, Katie. Kick us off. Let's start the championship.
Thank you so much, Randy. I'm so happy to welcome all you guys here in Birmingham. We're finally here, Genome, Apex Legends Global Series Champions. Day number 1 starts now.
It's the champs. This is the big one. Double the prize pool. All of the best teams that, been getting those points throughout the other playoffs, throughout the year, right? It's so hard to get here. Harder than any other Apex Legends tournament in the entire world. This is the capstone of our competitive year.
Yeah, and that's exiting out of so many changes from the game too. We got meta changes, we got huge patch notes going into the new season. So let me start to see it for real as we get excited and we get started here as we take a look at the stage.
It's been some big changes, right? I mean, as we were talking about just off screen a little bit before, Seer almost completely gone. I mean, that Q, the focus of attention was so oppressive in the Split 2 playoffs, but with a big change to that, we're really not going to see him so much anymore.
Exactly, and while we get started, we talk about the Legends, and we're going to talk about the matches that we got for you guys. We are starting off with the group stage A and B. First 3 maps, we are moving on to World's Edge before we transition into our final 3 games going on to Stormpoint.
Starting off on Old Faithful here on World's Edge. Of course, these 2 competitive maps have taken us through the entirety of Year 3 here for the ALGS, so we will be finishing off on them as well. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's Stormpoint isn't even that new anymore, right? Like, the pros have 100% got that down pat. The play style for it, I think, is pretty well known, but not quite as well known as World's Edge.
And what's so important about having the transition from World's Edge into Stormpoint, we get to see the strength of so many different teams going into each of these maps. Some teams, I think about Oxygen actually when we talk about this, going into Stormpoint, they excel better on maps like that. Going onto World's Edge, we've been seeing, just based off of scrims, so much more fuse. You have to think about what that fuse does with the armor changes that we have, with the less catalyst actually being used since less beacons spawn, and you guys can take a look at the drop spots that we're currently seeing with our teams.
All right, so having a look around here at the setup for how these teams will be dropping in, you can see there are a couple of contests up the top there in Climatizer. We do have Riddle Order versus the newly minted org in Apex Legends, of course, Disguised Toast. So then down at the bottom, we've got these teams here at the moment. Certified LG sitting down at launch side. They had put themselves over towards Dome as well, so it'll be interesting to see if they do try and take any of that off Area 310. Oxygen for the longest time have said, Mirage is ours. We are not giving that over to the staging team, and it feels like today Realize probably are going to respect that.
Interesting to see so many of our other teams here. You saw Dreamfire up to the north too, Monument with MDY White, also with 100 Thieves over on the east side of Fragment.
I guess something else we should touch on is there has been base changes to the game recently, right? They've lowered the loot quality overall, and that has made some of our drop spots actually a lot more powerful in comparison to some others that we had before. So we saw Dreamfire over there at Countdown. So POIs that have that guaranteed loot, right? You hit the button, you get those armors that come out in the middle of Countdown. Places like that, Harvester with the honeypot loot, they are actually more powerful now than they have been before, because other places will regularly run out with a couple of white armors, and it's just that drop across the board that means as we progress through the game, the teams are picking up better and better loot, and it's not like they just have it straight from the start.
Yeah, and I like how you highlight that. It's not just with the loot that has been changed, we kind of touched up on it before, but it's the ring console spawn rates as well for some of these different POIs. That caused a lot of change up too throughout the times of the scrims where some teams wanted to contest other teams, and now this is what we've been settled with so far. But it also goes hand in hand with the Legend Select while our teams do get ready here to jump into our very first game on World's Edge. I'm interested to see how that early 50-50 may be going down over right there by Climatizer. But Gino, it looks like our legends are ready. We are set up in the dropship. Let's get started with game number 1 as we get together for the ALGS Championship.
Crowd is pumped here in Birmingham. Getting ready for our very first game. As you say, we do have a couple of contests on the card that we're looking out for. Notably up at Climatizer. That's the one we're really expecting to get. Beyond that, we'll have to wait and see.
I would contest for that too. Look at that. They got the ring console, they got the survey beacon, and a crafter on top of that. And you guys can also see currently for today, the crafting system has the purple 3x scope. We got the purple standard sock, the purple bag for the week, as well as the purple helmet. So Riddle Order are going to be going in for this 50-50 happening in the north.
Okay, so Area 310, that was one of our LCQ teams. Didn't drop in Dome, but we're going to go straight to that contest here up the top with Disguise versus Riddle Order.
With that Rampage, so scary sometimes here, especially early game as Lou taken to the high ground. Horizon so dominant as she always has been thus far. Love to see how this team is going to be able to excel, especially after their performance in the LCQ, getting second. But they have the high ground, they have the positional advantage. Tappy is on the Bloodhound.
Yeah, interesting. So you can see Order being able to get a little bit more loot going down the bottom here. You know, not necessarily having to engage. But yeah, have Disguise picked up enough? I mean, you can see 9 bullets left here in the chamber, or sorry, in reserve here on this Rampage. So sure, they have the advantage when it comes to the positioning here, but will that be enough? Not when you've got a Horizon Q coming for you.
Nice aggressive approach here from Riddle. Disguise, they try to isolate Lou as he's the first to get taken out. Disguise have to look to their back, though. One member still from Riddle on the high ground. Nice split position here from Riddle Order. Disguise, the first team eliminated from this lobby.
That was really well played there. So yeah, we saw DSG trying to take the high ground there, and you know, as they do that, it's good, but only if Riddle are challenging them immediately. You know, they restock down the bottom, and then it just felt like they did get caught a little bit off guard by the gravity lift there. They had to be looking out for it. They know that's how the other team is going to engage on them. So, you know, I feel like the fact that they, you know, just couldn't quite get where the other team was coming from. Maybe it was just like an audio issue trying to work out, oh, they left, they right.
It's also tricky because we had that gravity lift, and you could see that they were all in cohesion. Shoulder to shoulder, they were able to take that gravity lift, but then swap spots where Disguised currently was, taking the high ground from them when they saw the opportunity that they had already split up and given up that positional advantage. Great start there for Riddle Order as we take a look at more of our teams. 100 Thieves already rotating away from Fragment East, but they're not the only ones, Gino. We got MDY White right up ahead from them, as well as Sentinels in that next choke point. You currently can see where the circle is going to be pulling here. So many teams with a quick rotation.
A lot of teams pulling down. I'm sure we'll get the info on where that next circle is going soon. But as you can see, a lot of teams seem to be clustering in around Lava Siphon. I think it was TSM that actually just popped the survey beacon not too long ago. And either way, teams are definitely piling in through those chokes, coming down through Geyser and you know, Budget Siphon essentially.
100 Thieves with this clear rotation, though. I do like being able to go through that choke point of Geyser. There also is a replicator there if they want to prioritize that, but taking a look at Listic Defense as they are making the rotation away from Cypher.
We're getting some interesting legend picks coming out here, Vicky. I mean, we've got the Watson Wraith Catalyst here for LCDF. We saw Gibraltar before. We've got, there's Caustic and Loba comps in the lobby alongside Wraith. People, I don't know, maybe they've been hiding some stuff in Screams. There's some interesting picks coming out here.
So what I really like, so we see, obviously, we've been seeing a lot more of the Bloodhound, and when I say obviously, it's just what we've been able to be exposed to between the LCQ and the Scrims in general, but between Caustic being able to also get the scan on the ring beacon, it's important to see if you're not going to run Catalyst, if you have that Caustic, you could bunker down just as easily.
Yeah, I had some interesting discussion between the teams. Some of them have been playing a lot of TDMs to sort of get themselves, you know, get themselves flowing, get that team chemistry on point when they're taking the fights. And, you know, there was a little bit of discussion because they were saying we don't want scan characters in it because it makes it too sort of easy, and then other teams are like, no, we're actually going to play the Bloodhound, those scan characters during the competition, so we need to do this to make it, realistic.
Viable, and consistent there too. And one of those teams actually that comes to mind that I know were saying that to other teams that were trying to get that practice in using TDMs was Oxygen.
Yep.
They wanted to be able to get that practice in because they're running the Bloodhound in cohesion with that Bangalore. So many different diversity comps, which is what I love to see, Genome. With these changes that we've had going into the season, we take a look at Dreamfire, we see the shakeup between not using Seer anymore, going towards the Bloodhound for that information. Horizon is that consistent variable alongside the Catalyst that we still see some teams opting to use if they are already using either the Watson or the Caustic.
Yeah, so I think the team comp that we saw Dreamfire on just before then, the Cat, Bang, and Horizon, that is what we're going to probably call the meta comp in this tournament, right? That's almost like the default at this point. It's just got a little bit of everything, a little bit of defense, a little bit of offense with the Gravity Lift and the Black Hole from the Horizon, and make sure you've got that Ring Console character in there in case you get that. So, yeah, look, the Bangalore, you've seen talk about it being there because the smoke helps against aim assist. It's also
Digi, you have to think about the Digi too and how much it's a problem sometimes as
of
well.
course, yep. And then you've got the counter to that, which of course is Zenile here on the Bloodhound. If you don't manage to grab those Digis, you've always got that guaranteed scan that will go through those smokes.
Taking a look at what we have here, we see Sentinels holding a slight high ground over Dreamfire, who, by the way, went for a very quick rotation, rotating away from their POI of Countdown with amazing loot to work with. We noted that they have an L-Star in their possession here. Sentinels playing this much more passively with that slight high ground. They are running the Hemlock in the hands of RKN as well as the Havoc. Zenile having that gold Evo shield as well, so that way if they want to try to engage but not try to overextend here, they could just resort to coming right back to this building.
Yeah, that's another thing to point out. The Hemlock, it's obviously it's come out of the care package. It's changed since the last ALGS LAN we had, and a lot more people have been picking it up. Which, as a Hemlock enjoyer, I like to see, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like people have also been working it out a little bit more. They're going for the single tap at long range, which it's so deadly accurate if you are able to change the gun mode up there. Because honestly, if you're 3-tapping and they're like 150 okay.
All right, let's not waste any time. TSM is already in trouble to be your second team to go out. That was incredibly quick. That was Dreamfire that we just saw in the building outside of the bridge where Sentinels was looking at them with the quick rotation to immediately take over this building. It's the fight for this position because this is where the circle is going to be pulling towards that south side of Lava Siphon, where Dreamfire, playing into their composition, wants to be able to settle down in. Start a fight, saw that fight from happening. They're running a Catalyst themselves, but with the bunker down comp that we're also seeing from Dreamfire, they're not going to be able to contest and fight for that spot. They know that there's other teams in the area, so they're just going to be able to rotate and play more on the edge of where the circle is going to be pulling.
Wow, that's certainly not the start we expected for TSM.
Especially with our press.
Exactly, I was about to say, you saw those predictions from the caster. TSM probably the most picked team to come out on top of these groups. And yet they have fallen so early here. Look, it's, it's group stages, it's game one, it's not all over yet, but damn, Dreamfire showing that they are no one to be trifled with.
Dreamfire is scary, especially with what they were rocking already. Talked about them earlier, and now we get to tune into Optic Gaming. Another team that when you take a look at the results of scrims overall, just going into this tournament, has been able to excel, top 4, top 5, very consistently out here. Knocked on the other side, as you could note, there is that team that's neighboring that building right alongside them. Optic always exiting out of this BOI with such amazing loot, and with the changes that we had over to this side of the map on World's Edge, not this season, but previous, it's been able to allow them to work with a lot more loot.
What's interesting here is this circle is going a little bit over Stacks, a little bit over Siphon, and it feels like teams have sort of hedged their bets on where this is going to pull. This exit looking like they're having to take a fight here up at Grandma's house.
All right, Sykes just looking after popping the Beast of the Hunt. But with that Catalyst wall over to their left, yes, that could help them out where it's blocking the vision of other teams that may want to engage in a fight, but that also forces them to give that space over to start a fight here too. They used up the Catalyst Veil, and now they're going to be able to back away. Pinging from the other side as E6 also get engaged in another fight from afar. On the outskirts of where we just saw Optic Gaming, Slayers get the first pick onto Yanya. Getting down here is going to be able to rotate right around Luminosity. Got the creeping barrage also activated too as they try to slide down into the safety of that vault tunnel, but we have two different fights happening on this map.
Yeah, Tracer's just following through the smokes here. They don't exactly know where the other team is, just hoping for a hit to register and give them a little bit of info for that. Now they're going forward. They push in with the catalyst wall here. They can dodge behind that to try and get some meds off if they can.
Psychop also in the feed. That's the other fight I was mentioning. Exit in trouble as E6 also lose out on Tyler. Dancing around the Dark Veil. I like the attempt, but you're building up that space in between yourself and the team that has that slight high ground. It's go next. Bambino, who's been rocking that fuse since forever out here. But they have double blue, one white. Having to be careful playing through that choke point, funneling that team from underneath. Again, they did start off with a good start, having that first knock. Fnatic engaged in this fight too. Nice shots coming out from the car from Umi-chan as they get that first knock onto Oirain.
Wow, fights just popping off all over the map right now. You can see getting the finish there on Oirain. Fnatic up here in Geyser. The ring has actually pulled up here, so this is quite an important fight, Vicky, now. Sentinel's pulling up through the choke from Big Mord to Geyser will be here soon. Start a fight, starting to wonder if their hill, the house on the hill there is where they should be sitting for the moment, but Fnatic, with that fight win and taking this spot out, could be incredibly important. That said, they don't have the catalyst to bunker down in here as good as some other teams could. They've got the Mad Maggie that helps them get in there, but it doesn't help them stay in there necessarily.
Ooh, the follow-up. You love to see it. The 1-2 Scooby-Doo with the 30-30 and the follow-up too. Umi-chan as well, giving some help. You talked about the Hemlock earlier. That's also another heavy weapon that some of these players prefer. That 30-30 makes you cry, especially when the follow-up comes through right afterwards. They can engage on that knock nonetheless because there is still that team behind them. Needs some extra loot here for them to work with before they try to see what's happening in the building right behind them for now. You also noted, and you can see it on the mini-map, where the circle is going to be pulling. It's the type of circle that has a very high to low ground disparity. You could actually see one tappy in that building where that circle is going to be pulling towards, more so than anything. Start a fight. Nice prediction on where that circle was going to be pulling them. And you can currently see the Motherlode being called in. Go next, having the high ground right here, playing on the outskirts of where this circle is going to be pulling. I believe they're chasing after area 3110. And right underneath that bridge is also Aurora, where they have to worry about, as they contain the space of that bridge, they're going to be sandwiched between 3 squads.
Yeah, Aurora, of course, with a couple of subs in the bag for them.
Oh, with the respawn there too, with the circle closing in on their back.
I mean, this is one of the other changes. The cat wall doesn't come up as fast as it used to, but you still get those bullets through it, man. They're chasing the zone, though, and Element 6 may have left this a little bit too late now. Case when you're the only one who manages to get back in.
Must be nice to have that gravity lift to get you out of trouble in a situation like that, so you don't have to play off that low ground, but he's been spotted, and all right, flying loot box is coming out from the sky too. Deathbox falling to his feet as he drops right down. He's gonna be able to have that shield swap ready to him. Thank you very much. It was Christmas coming early, but having to get out of the Nox gas right on the outskirts, but you can see the tick damage coming in, and they've already spotted him. Aurora playing off that low ground too by the bridge. E6 get taken out, and it's area 310 who are right below Aurora on this bridge to clean up that last member of the squad.
Yeah, desperate shots from K-Swinny there. Knew he was done for pretty much. Thought maybe, hey, he can take someone with him. Not to be realized now, so many people have tried to push up here and take some of these buildings. This is Riddle Order on the other side of that. Can Oberly get through there? He clutches up. Does he have time? I don't think there's actually anyone else near. The closest team is Starter Fight at Grandma's house, and they ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, they don't have to go anywhere. They've called out where this circle is going to be pulling, plus they have the high ground. You can get this res, you can get this reset, realize, kick out their blessings after getting that last member, and they're bunkering down inside this building with the catalyst that they're rocking.
So we haven't had much of a look at Big Mord so far. These are the next teams essentially that have to rotate. 100 Thieves, MD White currently sitting around here. As you can see, MD White They are in that caravan right now. So 100 Thieves, they wait for the zone to close, holding on to that Gibraltar ultimate here so that as soon as the other team pops out, they can get out. Now you can see they're not worried about it. They can take the balloon. They won't take shots in return. The other team having to blow the Gibby bubble here. And it's a nice, safe exit. Love the thought process there from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's the option coverage there too, just so that way it can be their insurance policy. Only thing is here, while they make this rotation and they land from the evac tower, they're not running a Legend that would be able to get that scan up in the air. No Valkyrie to see which teams are right below them, but they found themselves a nice safe spot. They have the Bangalore so that they could take some time to breathe here, get some cover, assess the situation with the teams that are currently around them here. Dreamfire, by the way, is still inside that building. They have not moved from there since they took out TSM earlier. In the feed, Optic Gaming get eliminated, so does Ascend. 12 squads left, and this is the importance of the Catalyst here. They are able to reinforce the door from the inside here, keep 100 Thieves out, while they try to assess what they're going to be able to do to rotate around this building, because they got to get into that next circle, inch forward, but not have their backs towards Dreamfire once they exit out of this building.
Yeah, Catwall's kind of weird right in these doors, but you can actually see through them. You might get some info on who's on the inside there, how they're playing, but you do have to either waste some grenades or sit there and just melee the door down to actually get inside. So just sort of scoping out the surroundings first before they make that decision. MD White, they've moved up from Big Maud here. As you can see, they found a nice little spot on the high ground here. They're just above Fnatic.
But this is such a hard spot to rotate from nonetheless. You can see Aurora's in that next circle here. MDYY are playing from the high ground. Startup by Esports get eliminated, which is so important because that was a spot that they were holding on to for a while, but it's actually not even going to be pulling there. It's actually going to be pulling slightly south.
It's not, but it's a fantastic spot to rotate from.
Because you're on the high ground.
So realize after that big clutch up by Oberly have actually moved in there and done what Exit could not and removed Startup 5 from that position.
Amazing comeback there from the opportunity of being able to restabilize for Realize and taking the best spot with these wingman shots. The wing bro coming in clutch for Reeds. The re-knock comes in, Bane goes out. Aiden gonna be able to get the shield swap in as well. Reeds is playing out of his mind through the edge of the dome. Tries to get the finish, has to back away. The bank smoke is just being detrimental in this fight. He needs to back away. It's a disadvantage, but the ring is hurting so much for Aiden and added some extra pressure here for Oxygen.
Just trying to play with the ring to get around there, but it's MD White who clutch up. I mean, Wingman highlight clips in a dome fight? What is this, season 6?
Oh man, and he was moving around the corner there too. MD White coming on top from that fight as the Citer Fons seeing where they're situated on the high ground, slight high ground here. They see the fight from right in front of them. They had set up a portal earlier, but in the line of sight of another team, they're getting beamed by what looks like to be the 30-30, and with an evac tower calling from Dreamfire, they drop down. They see an opportunity to maybe clean up some extra KP to their name. Having to be careful. You talk about those digi threats. He's got one in his hand here, playing right through the Bangalore smoke from 3MZ.
Dreamfire playing around this fence here. Oh, they've got to get rid of that black hole before it spells the end of them, but I think Realize have pushed them into too disadvantageous a position.
Dreamfire out. We got 4 squads left. Aurora still alive somehow. The Citer Fons Fnatic as well. I believe Aurora may be a rat here in this situation. With Realize being eliminated, Fnatic looking fantastic on the other side of this wall. The Citer Fons are playing off the low ground. They're trying to inch forward and they're playing this as a duo. Aurora get called out. That last member, Uchaku the Rat, gone. Now we have Fnatic as a full 3-man team and the high ground. Take game number 1 here.
That's a big result to start off the day. The Fnatic fans are out here in force. The flags, the light-up signs, the jerseys in the crowd there. Love to see it. Man, the new Fnatic jerseys are fire.
They are nice.
They look so cool. And, I mean, they deserve it because they just pulled off an 11-kill win in the first game of the day.
And this is a team that I had my eye on because we saw what they were able to do last champs, where they were able to get 4th place. This team is so strong with the individual members that they have to rock. Getting 1st place, 11 KP on top of that here too. You love to see it, but it's also the rotation that they took to get to that exact spot. We saw teams like Dreamfire hold down that building for as long as they could after they took that first fight that they won against TSM, being the 2nd team to go out from the lobby. We got to see what they were able to do to counter-rotate around 100 Thieves, and then we had Fnatic come in right behind them, finding the opportunity to retake that high ground when we saw Riddle Order try to go in from the other side. So while a lot of these teams were so situated and fighting in that high ground, they were able to take advantage of that position. And we get to take a look at the fans in the crowd, giving their energy over to Fnatic. And what better way to kick off the day here for our groups?
Oh, they're going to be happy. Oh, even little plushies there. That's awesome. I mean, yeah, as you were talking about, that building was such an important part of that map, right? And TSM, they knew that.
Yeah.
They were there early. But look, why don't we have a look at the final circle here and see how this one played out. There were a couple of teams there in there to start with. You can see Fnatic actually down the bottom at the moment, which is interesting because they're not playing the Horizon, Vicky, right? So they're down here. They don't necessarily have that gravity lift to just get back up and out.
So when we saw the pressure from the other side of this low ground, at first it looked like 30-30 shots around them. It was that Hamlock with the burst on to destroy the attempt of rotating off that low ground. But somebody else did the job for them with the gravity lift. While that fight was happening, oh my gosh, look at the outcome from that drill there too. While the fight was going on right here on the high ground, this was Realize getting taken out and Fnatic being able to move in right behind the fight. Look at the amount of death boxes at their feet with Leciter Fonts stuck on the low ground in that case. They had also rotated on the low ground originally right before the circle had pulled from this side with that raid portal. So unfortunately, they were in a very bad position and Fnatic had taken advantage of the beautifully gifted gravity lift by the other team.
Yeah, you can see there, Mad Bang using the riot drill to just push them out of cover. I mean, she's one of my favorite picks to play, honestly, and I'm so excited to see her getting some time on the stage here at LAN. Yeah, the thing that really interests me, Vicky, will be seeing if Fnatic decide to take this playstyle all the way into the finals as well, should they make it there. And let's be real, they're probably going to be there. They are one of the best teams in the world, and they've consistently made it there in the past. But this almost seems like exactly the kind of comp you want to play when there's 40 teams around here and you just want to push through them because you are better. You can ego chow them, you can just get on top of them and bully them, right? That is the kind of composition that this is built for. But will it go the distance?
And will it be consistent too? When you talk about this type of team, I see consistency, especially, I talked about their 2022 results back last year. Just in the last split that we saw, they got 10th. So leaving out of split 2 playoffs and going into this tournament, they really had in their mind what they needed to do to stay consistent. Yes, this may be group stage, but they want to be able to take the energy that they are being able to pull from today and then bring it to the rest of the week. Great first game right there. They also land on the north side of World's Edge, close to Epi and Survey. They usually split that loot. So they had to traverse through a good amount of ground when we saw a lot of the fighting happening by that choke point, not by Geyser, but going into that no-name spot north of Lava Siphon by that hillside.
And this is another, bringing up that drop spot there, this is another thing that we've talked about a little bit, where it's like Fnatic, they're such a good team. Why are they dropping Epi's Survey, right? It's not the best POI on the map. And we wonder why they don't chow for something a little bit better. Is it a cultural thing? Are they a bit too afraid to step on other people's toes?
Or is it a beacon thing too, especially with the change up on the beacon rate? So you can see them super happy, waving to the crowd. All right, guys, that was game number 1 already in the books. Fnatic taking that first game. When we come back from this break, we're going to bring to you game number 2 on World's Edge. Fan team and the high ground taking number 1 here.
Are you?
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1 in the books. After a nice performance from Fnatic, they had a good amount of KP to their name on top of the dub. Great rotations after having to transcend from the north side of World's Edge into the outer corner of Lava Siphon to the south side of where that POI is, over by the side here. Looking fantastic, looking confident. You saw their faces after taking game number 1, waving to the crowd where they have so many fans out here showing their support.
Yeah, a bit of a game of musical chairs as well, right? We saw Grandma's house getting taken from one team to another, just passing the baton along, and the same thing happening to the house that was south of that divide. You know, just a couple of really important spots that teams would just throw themselves at one after the other.
Oh my goodness, look at this, and we called it perfectly, Genome. 11 kills to Fnatic's name on top of the 12 points that they'll be able to walk away from taking first place, setting them up with 23 points. But you know who's on my mind right now? Look at that 4th place, Real Life with 10 KP. Yes, they got 4th place. They got the placement points, but they settled down with 15 points in total, thanks to the amount of double-digit KP that they're able to get there.
Yeah, this is something we saw at Split 2 playoffs, and it looks like this could be a recurring theme. The APAC North team's doing very well in groups and just knowing how to bully others and push through with that mechanical prowess that they're known well for. Oxygen there also managing to pick up 6 kills, so a nice little point tally for them to just keep things ticking along. And then you see other teams like Sentinels here. Of course, they want to be doing well in this group stage, Vicky, because they have Overlook here. Right? And we know from some of the discussion we've had before, Sentinels, they were going to be contesting that with Moist. It sounds like it might still be up in the air. They were losing the contest in scrims, but will they continue to push that issue here? Oh, I think we're gonna have to wait and see.
And you think about contesting, you think about what we first saw at the very beginning of that first game. What's going on with Disguise? The flip-flop between the Gravity Lift from Riddle as well. That was the first team that we had to say goodbye to, was Disguise before we said goodbye to TSM. A lot of calling out from a lot of these teams mid-rotation. I mean, you take a look at TSM landing in Lava Siphon, trying to secure that building, Dreamfire ruining their dreams, and also securing so much KP themselves before finding themselves in that top 5. Nice to being able to see the overall standing of where these teams are able to get those points already off the rip. Again, that was just game number 1. Moving on to game number 2, where we continue on World's Edge. Taking a nice glance. E6 having some fans in the crowd out here too, just trying to get locked in. Wonder though, with Optic Gaming, we saw what was going down over on the other side by Big Mod. We saw the circle pulling on the other side of the bridge. It was a tough rotation nonetheless. Look at Riddle.
Oh man,
I love these
always
guys.
The showman.
I love these guys.
Always the showman. Yeah, as you said, Vicky, it was just game 1, right? And you know, if you guys were listening to the desk beforehand, you would have heard them go through that format. But just to recap, you know, they play series against all 3 other groups, and it's the point total throughout that decides where you go after the group stage, whether you're heading into winners or heading into losers next. Yeah. And over our last couple of events in Split 1 playoffs, the cutoff for groups was 100 points exactly. In Split 2 playoffs, it was actually 92 points. So we're looking, you know, let's say on average, high 90s to try and get through this. So that means you need roughly, let's say, 33 points a game just to throw a number out there and make it a little bit easier, Vicky. You want to, that's what you're aiming for. 33 points, that will get you through into that winner's bracket, most likely.
So that 23 points are ready to start off the day. But Fnatic is already doing amazing, especially we have those 5 more games to go. Love you, Hannah. Oh, shout out to the fans in the crowd, giving their support over here, saying hello.
I wonder what that means. Like, was it their anniversary and he's just left Hannah at home because he's like, well, Apex is more important. I've come here, but I still love you. Like, you know, the story. I need the story behind the signing.
I need to know, Hannah, do you love him back? You can tell. You can be honest with us, Har. You know, that's the real story.
Maybe he just revealed it here for the first time on stream. You never know.
And while this is day number 1, we have so much more action to go. I'm expecting this crowd to get filled to the brim. So many more people coming out to show their support for our teams. Fnatic, as you can see on your screens, the winners of game number 1 while we're just waiting to get started with game number 2. Talking about the legends that we had, though. Genome, you mentioned it perfectly. You saw the Cossack, we saw Wraith, we saw Mad Maggie, we saw Fuse. It's the nice, different compositions that these different teams are running, and that's what I love. Yes, last split we got to see more so the Horizon, the Seer. We saw Bangalore coming out there too. It's the fact that now with the changes and the meta swapping off and seeing much more diversity in these compositions, I love it. It's like you're picking something out of the hat that really determines the strength of some of these teams, but you gotta give them the stone cold face. Another day at work here for Fnatic. I don't know, I'm not very intimidated. I don't know about you, Gino.
Really?
I'm not.
I'm scared, man. I'm running for the hills.
I feel like they're fighting a laugh right now.
Did you not watch the last game? You should be scared of these guys.
Man, that gravity lift for the team that took that fight on the very top.
And you know what I was wondering as well? Like, just after they take that, or just before, like, 100 Thieves went out, right? And you've got to remember, last playoffs, when it was TSM that got taken out on match point, remember, it was Scuri who threw the grav lift up to help them get over the top there, right? So, I don't know. It's
That's
just,
so true.
It's just the recurring theme. 100 Thieves are like, you know, look, our game's over, but hey, we can help them grief someone else.
But you know, that's also a good point to talk about when it comes to when a team wants to start engaging on a fight. If you're not running a Horizon and there's a gravity lift in front of you and you're limited on time because you want to get on top of the high ground and the team's not expecting you to take that gravity lift, there's no noise when a team takes the gravity lift. It's just the noise of the gravity lift itself. It's not like your footsteps or anything. So what the only thing you really do here is, I guess, their feet planted on the ground when they come from the gravity lift, unless, you know, sometimes you hear the slide of the Horizon. If there's another Horizon that doesn't work for gravity lift, wants to save that maybe instead when it's not on cooldown. So little things like that that teams could take advantage of and we could see reoccurring as the days go by.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are going to make a beeline straight for that, right? Like, you know, stuck there or down there on the low ground. If you can imagine that position without the gravity lift, right, they would have had to take down the, who was the other team, the LCDF, was it? Anyway, the two members who were down the bottom, and then realize up the top, probably get a fantastic chance to just reset, go through all those death boxes, and then start spraying those teams down from the top. So it would have been completely different without that gravity lift. Like, that cliff is not that scalable.
Yeah, and on the other side, Leciter Fons were running the Wraith, and they had already used the portal, so there wasn't really much that they could go, and they already lost out on a member in the middle of that rotation. While we do wait for game number 2, why don't we take a look at some highlights from that first game already? Talking about it so much, Gino, makes me want to look back already at the action that we had. Let me be patient here while we wait, but starting from the very beginning with our first fight, it's the 50-50 that we highlighted before. Riddle Order had gotten that first stock. They got traded first, but it was the split position that they were sitting in before then. We got to take a look at this fight between Dreamfire and TSM, but nonetheless, it was about like 6 fights happening all at once, and these different parts, south side of Lava Siphon by Geyser, and the choke point north side by a Monument as well. So a lot of these fights were happening all at the same time between Circle 1 to Circle 2.
Yeah, Zone 2 was pretty chill. It was kind of all popped off around Zone 3. I am interested to see if we do see a change up in tactics going back to that 50-50, going back to the contest there at Climatizer. Because I'm just thinking back to like other contests we've seen in the past, Vicky, and it's been interesting. Even some of the best teams in the world, right? Dark Zero, they had to wait until the game was over, until a series was over, until they sort of had a chat with their coach to change tactics up, and you know, try something new against Aurora. I'd love to see a team who can adapt game by game, just talking it through, and you know, getting one back on the other teams that they're contesting with. Because it did feel like going for the high ground that early was not the play this time. And not when Horizon's in the meta.
That's a really good point too, because sometimes you see high ground and you think, well, we'll go back to Star Wars, I have the high ground now, I got the advantage, but that's actually not the case with some of these early rotations, especially depending if you have a bunker down legend, if you've already gotten the read on the console, for the ring console, to see where that ring would be pulling. I love these shots too. Looking back at Fnatic with that hemlock, beaming right through with the 3-round burst, just right through that catalyst wall, and then 100 Thieves. This is a team that's playing outside the wall, and in this moment, Fnatic was fighting, and then we saw what happened right before this, where the Horizon gravity lift from, I believe it was realized previously, that allowed them to get to that high ground before taking that last squad, which was Leciter Fons playing as a duo after losing out, I believe it was on the Wraith.
Well, it's funny that you've even got like, I wonder if teams even consider that. Probably not, right? Like, is anyone gonna take this gravity lift up after me? Do I need to worry about that? Like, I mean, we need to get up there. Do we have to worry about the team that's gonna come behind us and then kill us straight after? Oof, it's honestly a hard thing to take into consideration.
It's tricky, but that's something that they're going to definitely be thinking about. Look at CEO Yukio. Okay, I love it. Yukio, one of my favorite players as well. Fnatic, again, with their stone cold face, just ready to go here. Taking a look at their first placement for our first game. Not just taking the double with 11 KP to their name. Gino, you mentioned it, the baseline for the match points that you want to be sitting at, rather the points in general for these type of group stages, so you could be comfortable here too when you get started into that bracket stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, even 3.5k damage for 11 kills, that's actually pretty efficient. Like, you know, they're not pumping out huge amounts there. They are taking the fights with people and ending them immediately.
I really want to highlight how important it was for Realize to restabilize, take the high ground from start of fight, and then rotate around to then use that gravity lift that then Fnatic was able to take advantage of. Lou's girlfriend in the crowd right there too, giving some support as well. Love the little image too. Welcome back to land, Lou. It's been a long time.
I think he was there was a great post on Reddit that had some really fun stats on it, and I think it was saying Lou and a couple of others, they haven't played LAN since Poland.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. So happy to say hi to these amazing players once again, but they didn't have an amazing first game, so things gotta turn around here. Let's get started, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Game number 2 is underway now, and looks like we may be seeing that 50-50 go down again. And with one of my favorite Bloodhound skins, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Disguise that have already made the rotation inside this building. I like this because they were limited on ammunition and loot when we first saw them in that game number 1.
This time, see them fortifying the doors here up on the top. Okay, looks like they're going for something similar. They'll loot just a couple, but they will be challenged much more quickly this time by Riddle Order. But yeah, if you take those first couple of hits, you kind of got to back away, pop those couple of cells that you do have. I mean, even picking up 2 cells off the floor in these very quick fights at the start can change everything. I mean, look at this. He's got a bat and 6.
One tappy. Getting blessed by the loot gods out here. I mean, it's the P2020, but it's at least the best you could do. It's the best you could do when you literally loot like 1 crate and then immediately go try to take the high ground. Oh, he bumped his head on the top of the roof. Having to be careful with that gravity lift. They weren't going to go, but Yukio with the Sentinel shot, knocking Lou first, right through the cracks of the window, it looks.
Yeah, look, he's got it charged up here. The charge does run out. He's got to get it, but he's got the wingman, not a bad weapon to be having if you're going into these initial fights. Good shots coming out. The hip fire there from the G7 is enough from Mia K, and DSG go down again.
2 times was not the charm here, but in this case for Riddle Order, it is coming out. Yukio with those Senti shots all charged up and ready to go after rotating through Climatizer, still having that ring console and Survey Beacon, so a lot to work with. Doesn't have the crafter like it did for game number 1, but I'm sure they're happy with that loot that they got to work with. Also taking a look at where the circle's gonna be pulling, Gino.
Got another fairly central circle, this one even more so. You'd have to say almost certainly going to be going towards Harvester. You do occasionally get some circles to pull where 100 Thieves there north of the choke, but I'd say very rarely. So yeah, I think Harvester is probably the call here. Ascend, the team who is currently landing at Harvester when we've got groups A and B together.
With the circle pulling towards Harvester though, teams like TSM with their quick rotation out of Lava Siphon. We're looking at area through 10 for right now. They see a team out in the distance taking the evac tower. While we wait and we take a look at so many of these teams, let's jump into a listen-in from TSM presented by WD Black.
You can just start
So I need 2x.
Listen,
yes,
I
need 1x2.
I have nothing on my thing, on my 3030.
I'm 6 cells with 2 Phoenix.
4-3. Okay. I'm 12 too. We're low vaulting over here.
I have 50 heavy on a car as well.
I could drop you a stack, Jordan.
Heavy ammo here.
Can you pick up their S?
Yep.
Wide armor in the
right
death choke. Just start poking, just keep poking to the side room.
Can you? I don't know if I'm gonna get a lot. There's a team below us now. They're waiting for us.
Yep. Get that door.
I'm breaking that door up. It's a Lobo team. We need to be careful.
There's 2 Lobos team. There's 2 Lobo teams. There's another one in that choke.
I only have a 2x on my scout.
Same. I have a 2x on my 30-30.
I have a 2x4 on my 30-30.
You know what side they're on inside mid?
No.
Can you
Just
queue
running
them
away
and I
from
just
my
start
queues.
shooting them?
I'm queuing now. I only have 1 queue. They might walk up.
Let's got
They just
EMP.
smoked us.
Yeah.
Coming back. We might get pushed.
All right, nice listen in there just to see the setup that TSM want to go for right before they decide if they want to engage or not. But for right now, they're comfortable just staying bunkered down with the Catalyst comp that they're running right now. But it's the information. You heard what I was saying. We see the double Loba team that's on the other side, a team that is playing for that final circle position. So that's why they deny themselves a loop for a quick rotation while Exit engage on a fight.
Oh, looks like Exit are pushing in towards Aurora here. Fun taking a little bit of damage at the start, but Psych completely catches 9 Impulse off guard.
Hit him with the Psych real quick before dipping away inside of this building. And he's got the gold extended heavy mag on that Hemi. Having to be careful. Other 2 teammates have now taken height on the other side. Eats the grenade right at his feet. Safety inside this building though, while Nocturnal's taking an off angle from the low ground. Not gonna allow for that res to even come out, but Oi Rain is trying to take a look at the positioning of where he's trying to finish off that knocked player here. They are gonna be able to get that finish on to 9 Impulse, while Oi Ring does pick up the banner real quick, and with the smoke grenade too, he tries to run away, but Uchaku falling behind, unfortunately, cost his life. So now we have that one solo player from Aurora trying to get away, and unfortunately it's not gonna happen. Exit coming out on top from that team fight over here by Skyhook.
Skyhook belongs to them. We've said it for the longest time. I mean, they were even talking about how Aurora sometimes will just make weird pushes at them. Well, in their words, weird pushes. I think Aurora just wants some KP, right? But Exet not going to let it happen, and once, and probably time and time again, I think we'll probably see that outcome.
It's also the prioritization of the survey beacon that is currently located in Skyhook, right? Yeah. So, you know, with the Bloodhound. And the Crafter. So, like, with the Bloodhound being there, too, yes, you can only scan it once, but it's about the information of where everyone's already rotated. And with that information, if they haven't gotten it already, look who's right there by the choke point right next to Exit. It's MDY White.
Exactly. MDY White, of course, if they did hit that survey beacon, they would have, MD White would have seen the ping.
Look right there.
If not, you know, they would have heard the gunshots probably coming out of Skyhook as well. So if there's a good place as any to try and gatekeep that team who's coming in from Skyhook, it is in that tunnel. MD White, they have a poke, don't see anything, so they will fall back now. And the ring pulls ever further in towards Harvester.
I love the chants of the crowd, giving their energy to MDY White. Quick rotate while Sentinels engage in a fight of their own. It looks like LG in some trouble. Chivas are getting the res already. Nice arc star to at least block out that door for right now. Black Hole on top of it, tries to pull him into the spikes, as well as the nade, but Sentinel's playing outside of that space nicely, but it's wasting a lot of time for this engagement that they could have been able to take.
Well, if they've been playing Control, you know, they've probably taken this fight 1,000 times, so they should know, you know, the routes, the avenues you can take to push in here. But LG, we did see them getting the res off there, and it's a full reset to push in and try and see if they can get off the back of this here. Just playing a little bit carefully through the smokes. LG haven't got a point to their name there. Looking to change that now.
See, the squad is completely diverted into that low ground building. They're going to be holding the high ground here. I like this position for LG Chivas, but hear the bullets from right behind them as they make this rotation away from Lava Siphon. Sentinels still playing off that slight low ground. Love how you pointed out the Control. At least they don't have to worry about the 10 Pathfinder zip lines that could appear from nowhere. Being dramatic as the Catalyst Dark Veil does come out from that low ground to help them rotate. Again, that is Sentinels just trying to go around LG Chivas, but there's a lot of pressure coming in here, but this fight's taking a little too long. You can see them just trying to gatekeep them on the edge of where this circle is going to be pulling. It's still a very good spot for them to hold because no other team is rotating from Lava Siphon, and this circle does have Lava Siphon in that general area, but what rotation do you want to go from here too? Do you want to approach Harvester from that south side? Then you're going to be able to meet up Optic Gaming from the north side of Harvester while they engage in this fight, calling in the Creeping Barrage.
Trying to get on the back of Go Next here. obviously they've scared them into the building with the creeping barrage, but now they need to take the next step. Black hole goes off, does manage to knock those doors out of the way. One of the great uses of that ultimate.
Drop's got that gold R9 in his hand. Nice beamage coming through. With the Digi, it's going to be so important too with so many of these Bangalore smokes that Drop is going to be able to take advantage of. Look who's watching from afar in the other building. It's Riddle Order, who may look for the opportunity to come in and third party. Knuckle Cluster going out from Skittle is going to be able to get that knock onto Bambino. Skittle Cake himself has cleanup go next, but this is the opportunity for the third party now to go in from Riddle Order.
Yeah, you saw immediately thinking about starting to fortify the doors, putting the cat cues down, those piercing spikes to get these other teams away from them. They didn't manage, they didn't take any knocks in that fight, so it was a solid effort from Optic here, but they were quite low. I think if Riddle Order had to push through there, they might have been able to finish that off, but great util usage there from Optic to dissuade them from that option.
And that's why we've been seeing a lot more Fuse too, in general. Aside from the armor changes that we've seen and trying to deal with the Catalyst, it's a lot of space being bought from that Knuckle Cluster. Drop was incredibly low, and Riddle Order, unfortunately, now have to call it quits from trying to engage in the fight, and now we're taking a very long rotation. I mean, not very long, but they are rotating from the back end, trying to go from the back side of where this circle is going to be pulling. So approaching from the north side from where that circle is going to be going towards Harvester.
Yeah, so much respect given there by Riddle to take that very long rotation through the zone and back out. It's actually probably going to work out for them, I'd say, because... Oh, this is a spicy zone, by the way. This is going... I mean, you may have expected it by how much of the sort of the north side above the mountain that was in the circles 3 and 4. But wow, this one's going right into the choke, actually. So Riddle, by going north, have unknowingly put themselves in a fantastic position here. But Optic as well, this little spot here, assuming they don't get sieged indefinitely by Knuckle Clusters from other teams, are probably going to be in a good spot too.
40% of the circle is the mountain by that north side of where this circle is going to be pulling.
Yeah, and another 20 is the lava river underneath it, right? So.
But this is one of those circles where we talked about at game number 1. You go for those early rotates, and it could cost you. You have the natural land formation to prevent yourself from being in the line of sight from some other teams. Use the high to low ground as well. Transition, exit, gets that knock. They craft themselves a nice little Nemi on top of that while Nocturnal gets that first knock. Feast of the Hunt activated to look right through those bank smokes, aside from using that Digi threat. Gets the beamage himself as he's going to try to go for the reset on the shield battery, and Nocturnal's going to try to help cover him.
Okay, he's got the gold armor to pop a double syringe effectively there. And you can see Exit really want to take this spot off of Optic. They take the first step towards that by putting Noct on the ground.
And Nemesis is actually a problem out here. That's why it's in the Crafter.
Yep.
And that's why you see it in Nocturnal's hands, prioritizing being able to have that Crafter.
Okay, so we've got 30 seconds left for this zone to close. Optic have had to go push all the way down now, and Exit have wrested this spot from them. This is a fantastic move from Exit. I'd honestly love to know what some of these IGLs think about this zone. I doubt that many of them would have predicted it from zone 2, honestly, because it is a spicy one.
Oh, Miller's going to be able to get away, Q away here, and it's LG getting engaged on this fight, wanted to take control. Over this canyon side here of Harvester, gets that next knock here, but Waguadas and Yanya go down. Right behind him though, it's a split push attempt. LG Chivas get taken out by Optic Gaming. They were angry after game number 1. They had it, and now they're gonna be able to move on with a good amount of KP to their name. Skittle Cake is going crazy right now with 5 KP.
Backs against the wall, they didn't have an option. They had to go down there after Exit pushed them out. Now they're just hoping that maybe a Moby Res is in one of these boxes and they can get knocked back into the fight. But even after that, they'd still have to go through Sentinels in Area 3-1 ahead of them. Exit, they pushed up north into the choke and are now trying to hold MD White out from that northern side. That choke is just going to be such an important piece of how this game plays out. While the majority of the teams, we've got 16 teams left in them, are still within Harvester, but they're all just going to get thrown like they're on a tidal wave, just pushing towards that north choke, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually manages to stay up on that surfboard.
And that's such a good point, too, to call out because of the fact that we have so many teams alive still right now in comparison to this pace that we had from game number for one. But the stick on the Arcstar, he tries to get away. He puts down the smoke, but it was a double Arcstar also at his feet. This is the engagement from Exet. Amazing opening from Sykes. Gets the second knock. Only one member left for MDY White. As we say goodbye, 15 squads left. Exet in a good spot on the slight high ground here where the circle's gonna be pulling.
No aim required. They just shove the R9 nozzle into the face and let the trigger do the work there. Riddle Order, though, are coming up now. They've seen this. You can see Beast of the Hunt has been popped. 25 seconds left on the timer, but they do have to wait out some of the ordnance coming their way.
They did push slightly just to engage on that fight, talking about Exet here and taking a good amount of pressure while Riddle Order wants to pinch their backs against the side of that circle.
Oh my god, Exet!
He's literally, both of them, Exet are going crazy with the damage output. Riddle Order, they try to take a fight that they just could not finish. Exet, take out another team.
They barely had any time to reset there, and they just come back like a split second after the Arcstars and the Bang ults pop there to just push down on them. It's yet another one. Oxygen come out. Exet, honestly, I'm still very impressed by how they played that. Teams just swarming towards them one after the other, and unfortunately it does finally end with Oxygen.
Meanwhile, you see Dreamfire also going crazy in the feed. Verholz takes out K-Swinny TSM in this fight. Leciter Fonts get eliminated here. As I said now, playing with the Watson fences from inside these bunker doors. They lost out with Kashira before. They try to engage on a fight here. Having to be careful and playing on the side. It's only Postkill alive while Verholz and Reps drop down alongside Imperial Hal. Playing on the other side of this building. Look who's coming in from the other side. On move back on Scurry. 100 Thieves now getting involved as E6 also say goodbye. 7 squads left.
Oh, this is one of the most chaotic rings you will ever see. So many teams coming out of the Harvester just having an impossible, almost impossible ordeal to make their way out of it. Honestly, if they could even get Hal back up here, it would be a miracle. 100 Thieves right on top of them.
Nothing to see, trying to dance away. Look at the amount of limited ammunition he had with the Havoc. It's because they rotated so early, didn't really have a lot of loot to work with, and they were pinched in that fight. Nowhere was safe, and 100 Thieves clear out this bottom area. Great push here from 100 Thieves. They had rotated from the high ground originally to jump on the heads of TSM, who were already engaged on that Ascend fight.
Yeah, it'll be a good spot for them. We're having a look back up here where Oxygen have managed to get their third back into the fight after this. Finally, the death box with the Moby. We found it, Vicky, it's there. Now, they've got a good spot, but do they have time? The ring will just close. Hopefully, Bane can make it back in here. I don't know how much damage he's gonna take. It's the DI, you'd love that. The DI to try and get out of the zone here and get back in. Dreamfire probably have the best spot out of anyone so far, but Oxygen, after taking that northern side of Exet, and now that they've respawned, probably in the second best spot.
That res is crazy. Hopefully he finds some sort of weapon in the crate right below where Reed's is standing right now. Oh, he drops his cold R9.
Nice.
That's the homie gun right there.
Yep.
You love to see it, and it makes the most sense there too. It's Vayne at the end of the day, so you could look through your own smokes, but they're in some trouble playing off this high ground. The cold knockdown as he goes for the res here too. You love it as they're trying to engage, but Luca's on the outskirts as Dreamfire.
That's what we were talking about. The Dreamfire have been holding this spot outside, and as you can see, where they've got that gravity lift, it allows them to play that rock, which has just got a beautiful view of the entire battlefield as all these other teams are throwing themselves at each other. Oxygen actually can't make the transition, so now it's going to be Ascend, start a fight, and 100 Thieves to walk into Dreamfire's crosshairs.
And I love the position that Dreamfire took to not even fully engage on the fight, because look at their position right now. They have Pride Rock. They're looking to squads that have to funnel their way outside of the building. They're not going to give away that position. Of course not. That's why they yeeted the Arcstar originally before you had another player trying to take a different position. 100 Thieves still in this spot right now. You have 4 squads left. Started by Ascend, we're able to restabilize. How long did you see a Kraber shot in the feed? Gonna be able to take out Onmook here. Start a fight. Are out from this fight. 100 Thieves, only Backstone left. Can he go for shield up in that black market? Does it look? Oh, he goes at the very end. 3 squads left as Ascend come out.
And Dreamfire, they don't wait. Ascend as they're going to take that off. 100 Thieves, Dreamfire are going to make their move now. While the iron is hot, they will strike. Backing off a little bit though. Oh, interesting decision. Oh, if that thermite hits, We've got a crypto EMP coming out as well. Now, all of a sudden, a Dreamfire on the back foot. No! Look to overextend. So does Kashira! And Dreamfire win game 2!
The crowd goes crazy. Dreamfire pops off, taking game number 2. The fans giving them the energy that they need. Amazing position and call-outs from that team. You could see the patience paying off for them before engaging on the high ground of that building of Harvester, overlooking Ascent, who somehow manages to survive after the chaos that was going down in that building. Thankfully, they had a Watson to bunker down. I love this team. Look at Rory. Take a little breather.
Oh, I need to know who's in that photo now. Who are they doing it for? Who is this win for? I mean, partly it's for the fans out here. You cannot deny, Vicky, Apex South fans show up. Like,
oh, yeah.
Like, we're talking about the people who are in the arena. Oh, my Lord. Dude, the Dreamfire, the MD White fans just go off. And I mean, putting on a show for them there. That was an awesome way to play that. I really liked how they were, you know, just team by team, gauging their options and being like, okay, no, I know we have the best spot. We could just stay here and take this fight and still probably have the advantage, but now is the time to go in and just clinch it.
I'm reading the post chat and Nocturnal writes in all caps, anyone else feel like pushing us? They were trying to wipe teams.
Right?
Like a bunch of dominoes falling in a straight line.
I was still so impressed.
It was crazy.
By like how they took, who was it? The team before Oxygen that they managed to take out. But like,
I think it was Riddle.
Damn. Yeah, okay, so here we're getting a look at Dreamfire. Okay, they see the Loba ult go down. They're like, hey, don't loot in front of us, that's rude. All right, we're gonna come take it off you then. So yeah, look, at this point you can see 4 squads left. You know, they're just having a look. They know they're all clustered under this Gibraltar bubble, all just sort of stacked in underneath there. They don't want to give a high ground too much, so they are just keeping their distance for the moment, but you know, they're gonna have to deal with grenades with Kaku's coming out. There we go, a nice little finish. And yeah, so Thermite doesn't quite hit, and at this point they know the other team's locked in under there, so they're just trying to find angles.
It was also funny because we saw the grief onto what looked like 100 Thieves where they had gotten hit with a Craver. Could have been like a hip fire shot there too. The EMP taking a chunk out of Dreamfire, but playing off that nice AC unit over to the side. They try to approach from a different angle to try to sandwich Dreamfire, but Dreamfire was ready. Not only with their own split position that they took the previous fight in, but joining us with the pop-off, with the dub on game number 2, and being able to hold hands while looking to the back of that building and to the front in case they did try to split push them.
I mean, yeah, look, shout out to 3MZ there. This guy has qualified for LAN so many times. But you know, him and Peter didn't manage to get over until split 2. And it was just Roy who had to fly the flag for the longest time. But now finally they're here. IGL and Fragger in hand here. And Dreamfire is showing what they're made of.
Man, I just really like the difference of pacing that we already have between game 1 into game 2. Slowing down significantly. Partially because of the circle as well, because of so many teams sharing the real estate of Harvester, but also at the very end how volatile that second to last circle was with all the teams at the funnel on the outside of that one wing of Harvester. TSM tried to engage on a send that had 2 players knocked, still was able to get the reset, by the way, and still was able to get second place. That was also impressive considering that they were also trying to contest it by start a fight. They were also contested by Under Thieves on the other side. So right now, with all the chaos that went down there, Dreamfire knew a lot better than to try to engage in a fight like that or even take the high ground too early that would have costed them.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just see those circles, right, where you just like, okay, there's like 12 teams in Harvester. One of them's going to come out. The other 11 are just done for, and like to actually navigate your way out of that, I don't care if you're Zero, I don't care if you're Hal, like the chances of that happening for you are not high.
Man, it's crazy. While we wait on the total score after that second game, I'm going to throw it to Peeps. Show us what you got, Peeps. I heard you got some friends with you.
What up, boys? All right, so we are live from the B stream here at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK. I got Wig, I got Greek. Boys, how you guys feeling?
I feel great, baby. Excited to be here.
Love that. Wig, how we feeling?
Good. Yeah, I'm good. Real good. Not tired, energetic, all good.
My man, my man. All right, fellas, we got a little bit of an interview here. All right, so we're gonna start hot, spicy, and straight to the soul. All right. Proudest moment in your life.
If for gaming?
Could be gaming, could be anything in general.
Okay, listen, we stay humble around here, but I think beating Prime TSM for an ALGS summer tournament was probably mine for sure. You know, we stay humble though, but we did beat Prime TSM. 18 kills on Pathfinder, was the Apex Predator for that tournament. It's all good though.
I mean, some people might say levels. Some might say levels. Greek, what you got?
Proudest moment in my life is probably being the first person in my family to graduate college and having my family there to give me a hug.
That's big, man. I love that. Dude, I got goosebumps, brother. I got goosebumps. All right, fellas, let's take it to ALGS. Give me a top team that you guys got winning the whole thing, or give me top 3. All right? Wig, start us off.
Top 3, I'm gonna have to say, I'm gonna say TSM DZ, for sure. I gotta put those guys in there. They look levels above the rest, but at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of really good teams that can win. I can't really put a third right now. I think there's like 40 teams that literally all of these teams could win. And I'm gonna say though, my dark horse here is gonna be Go Next from EMEA. Big time. Shout out that boy Slab, he's really good.
Love that, love that. I mean, 120 of the greatest players in the entire world all here, man. Greek, what you got?
I'm going to go TSM DZ Optic with my dark horse being Riddle.
That's hot. That's hot. I love that. All right, fellas, final question here, and this one spicy. All right, if you could game with anyone in the world, I probably know your answer already. If you could game with anyone in the world, who we gaming with? Greek, start us off.
Ice Spice.
I knew it. I knew it. Bro, if I was a bet man, I'd put my bank account on it. All right, Wig, what we got?
Oh man, I have no idea. I have no clue. I would game with my mom. Because she's probably hilarious to game with if she knew the game, for sure. So my mom.
I love that, and I think we got to set that up for a stream, dude.
Oh my God, Mama Wig learns Apex?
Oh my God, bro. Content.
The language on that stream would not be okay.
Dude, she's amazing, man, honestly. Absolute sweetheart. So here we are, Greek, Wig. Crowd, let me hear it. Oh man, no, they brought some noise. They brought some energy. Oh, no, they were pretty good.
I'm laughing because I get to hear what they were saying right afterwards. You could do better. I mean, you know what? I gotta respect the Ice Spice pick from Greek Genome, you know?
Yeah, but shout out to Mama Wig.
Mama, absolutely. That definitely has to be content put out there from in the future from Nice Wig, and being able to see their dark horse picks, the teams that they're expecting to take this champs, it's going to be interesting because I feel like this is the champs where the stories will actually be determined. This is where dreams are made, and we get to take a look at game number 2, the match results after Dreamfire took the dub with 10 KP to their name. I'm loving the double digits on the scoreboard from our winning teams right now, securing themselves a total of 22 points.
Big game there from Dreamfire. Ascendo managed to get the second. I mean, the thing I realized is they were popping up there in that last fight pick is they're playing Valkyrie Crypto, by the way.
Yeah.
So yet another interesting legend composition getting thrown in there. Yeah, exactly. And then you keep going down. Oxygen, again, 6 kills, just chipping away at it. That's, you know, you can't necessarily get the zone pull every time. You can't necessarily just have things go your way, but Oxygen are being super consistent about putting points on the board.
I'm not surprised too. Oxygen's a very aggressive team that likes to secure that KP, and usually I feel like they shine the most on Stormpoint. We're gonna have to see how that transitions since we still have that one more game on World's Edge before we make the swap for our final 3 games here in this group. Taking a look at the second page. Except, I mean, I know what Nuck was saying in the chat. Anybody else want to contest us? They got 10 KP to their name, but not securing the placement points that they may have wanted when they had rotated to take that slight high ground in a very interesting circle that was very limited on space that they could have worked with already.
I mean, I think it was a fantastic call by Nocturnal, honestly, to be up there, to be taking those fights. I think it was the right call. I mean, sometimes you just cannot deal with the fact that there are 20 other teams in the lobby, and if they all decide to throw themselves at you at once, sometimes there's just nothing you can do, but that does help Exec get into the top 10. And, you know, look, placement points be damned, they're still there with 14.
Absolutely. Looking at that entire first page too, and the gap that you could already see being built up for our first two teams that have already taken a dub, Fnatic, Dreamfire. That's what the double-digit KP does for a team to secure those points here in these group stages. After that, we already have a tie between Oxygen and Realize, two teams that we've been seeing very interesting, not just team fighting, but with their rotations as well, specifically Realize on that regard. Then all the way on the bottom, you see Aurora, Optic Gaming, actually, another team that has no issue securing the KP that they did. We saw Skittlecakes go crazy securing the KP that they needed, but again, the rotation was so difficult coming in from that south side of Harvester when the circle was pulling more so to the north side. Then on the other side, unfortunately, Disguise was 0 points with that 50-50 contest that has not been working out in their favor against Riddle Order.
I mean, look, I hope they get a pop-off at some point, Vicky, just so that we get to hear the crowd, like, with a big Duke chant. That's all I want, personally.
Ooh.
That's all I want out of this land.
We need it. We need the energy for our old Neo squad, our disguise squad coming in here. Fnatic pointing out the team, smiling, ready, because we got some energy from the crowd to give them their energy. But before we get started into game number 3, it's the nice pan out for our teams, getting situated and with their game face on. I love how some of them, you know, get goofy, some of them just stone cold serious, just another day at work. But this is what I love the most about LAN. Take a look at Dreamfire too. We saw the pop-off. They're taking pictures with a picture in their own hand, so it was a picture within a picture.
TSM, not an ideal start to the series for them. They found themselves in good spots, but haven't been able to keep other teams' grubby hands off them at times, unfortunately.
With Raven right behind him, looking mafioso a little bit. Love it.
Was it a gray suit this time?
Yeah, it's a gray suit.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like the black suit definitely had more of the Godfather vibes.
I thought he was going to roll out with a wig just because he said he was beating the ball allegations, and I was like, you know what? I mean, I'm ready for the Raven cosplay. Maybe he wants to cosplay as Bloodhound with a Raven himself. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Bring little Arthur along. I thought maybe it was going to be the Tails, actually. You know, like we're a champs. You know, like he's getting more and more formal as the year goes on, as the tournaments get bigger. Maybe come out in the tux.
You said Tails. I thought he was gonna roll out with some gold rings, you know, coming in here. Gotta go fast. Well, they gotta go fast here, at least in this final game on World's Edge. Let's not waste any more time, guys. We are getting set up here, getting started. Once again, our last game on World's Edge before we transition onto Stormpoint for our final 3 games between our Group A plus B teams.
We're dropping in, and because of the path of the dropship here, Vicky, we're going to be going immediately to that DSG versus Riddle Order contest. These guys are the first to hit the ground here. And once again, Riddle do see themselves on the lower. 2-0 right now to the APAC North team.
This makes me happy. This is what I was expecting. I mean, when you split Climatizer, you have a whole other building on the other side of the gondolas, including the little buildings in the middle that you could work with, and you could find some great loot in those buildings. Sometimes the purple spawns on that second one over to the right that actually loot just moved away from. You get that pretty consistently, and now they're rocking with actual evil shields to take this fight. Some weapons instead of one alternator or a P2020 in their hand. So it's already a great start for Disguise to try to engage on this fight, taking it a lot slower, but you have to worry about who's in the area. Fnatic is right there by Server Camp and Epi, like we have noted in game number 1.
Yeah, they're very split though, right? There's literally one of Fnatic's players in Epicenter, one in Survey Camp, and one in the northern tunnels right now. So it'd be actually quite tough for them to group up in time to pull a third together. And it looks like they might actually have to worry about DSG, who are pulling off towards the northwest of Climatizer already. So, okay, looks like we'll be walking out of World's Edge with a 2-0 score to finish off with on that contest. The teams going very far away from each other now. We probably won't see them contest early on.
And this is a good call from Riddle Order. I don't know if they got some Evo Shield checks real quick, but the fact that they walked away with 3 whites, unfortunately, those little napkins aren't going to be able to walk away if they're drenched and start ripping apart. So even better look for Disguise to come out with double blue, a purple on top of that, rotating from the north side. Thing is, they don't have information on where the circle's going to be pulling. This time around, Climatizer had no survey beacon, no circle recon beacon there too. 100 Thieves, though, do have information on that. They know where the ring is going to be pulling, as they are going to be able to rotate away from Monument.
Yeah, look, I don't know who TSM's paying off at the moment, but they've had 3 of the closest circles you could possibly get to Lava Siphon in the first 3 games or World Edge here. Look, as we said, not converting so far, but this one is actually the most Lava Siphon you can get out of those 3 rings. So please tell me that they've got the priority to take this. We know they've got the game plan in mind, but Riddle Order. RKN.
No, they single out RKN. It looked like Sentinels had already rotated out. I don't know if they took the opportunity to take that jump tower, but 30-30 coming out of left field. Oh, Slab gets that first knock and the finish on top of it.
There you go, gets the shout out from Wig and immediately uses that energy to come out and put some people on the ground. I mean, I have to agree with Wig. Slab is looking phenomenal at the moment, and I'm hoping that this is kind of like a pop-off tournament for him, where he really gets his name out there and recognized as a fantastic Apex competitor.
I like that call. It's like the script writes itself here. One team that I always have on my radar is LG Chivas. Usually a very consistent team here, very fight heavy, as well as the fact that they rotate away from launch site, which most of the time usually has a beacon of some sort, whether it be a survey or rather a circle one. Usually more so it is a survey beacon, and that is what they had there in launch site as well as the crafter.
Yeah, there's something of both.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it was blocked out by the launch site title. So yeah, they actually had both. So they have both sets of information to know where so many of these teams have already rotated in Lava Siphon. Looking at where the circle could be pulling and where LG Chivas is situated inside of that building on that slight high ground across the zip line from Lava Siphon will allow them to put in some extra pressure with their weapon loadout. We saw the 30-30 at one point in their hand, so they could pressure out some more of the teams from the long field.
So it's still a donut at this point for DSG, but they're now coming up close to Fnatic and Aurora. So taking position up on the crane, still got that 2-4 he had immediately off drop here on the scout for Lou. That allows him to try and take these high ground positions and get some poke done from further away. I mean, Aurora, they've actually turned around now after seeing a few of those shots come out, but we've got another fight happening down here at Lava Siphon.
The Citerfons in some trouble already, losing out on the Watson here. Aimbot still having the white Evil Shield too, but so many other teams are within this area of Lava Siphon. We saw Go Next, we saw Realize there too. Go Next engaging on the outskirts here. Bambino is going to be able to get that finish, gets another knock on top of it, tries to delete right through the fence line here. Goes around on the other side, but they got this. Bambino's on the fuse too, so that's so much space being bought, so much more extra damage. Maybe looks to see if he can get an Evil swap here. Yes, he does. Free purple here, and they're also going to be able to get the res, but where did that last straggler go? They also got the finisher on Aimbot, who had gotten knocked when he had that white Evo.
Yeah, got the Thermite tick starting off on him. You can see Slab there with upgrading the armor. That always helps out. Now they're going to start popping some extra swaps just to have them ready should the fight start to get a bit hot and heavy once again.
The Exterminator is looking. One single player managed to get away, and it's Psychop. One cheer coming in from the crowd, giving Le Citerfons the energy that they need right now, because in this moment they had the information on where the circle was going to be pulling, but now having to play this as a solo. Tuning away and taking a look at the winners of game number 2. Dreamfire have found their place inside of this cart right on the outskirts of where LG Chivas has been holding that building on that platform building. Ascend is also neighboring right next to LG Chivas, north of launch site with the rotation from the south side of the circle. So we currently have 3 teams that are going to be rotating from the south side of where the circle is going to be pulling. It's E6, Ascend, and LG.
So Fnatic, they've been so close to teams the entire rotate in. Once again, they find themselves in the danger zone. This time it's Xset who's on the other side of them, but it does look like they've backed off there. I think it was just the Bangalore ult to try and disengage there and make sure Fnatic don't want to push towards them, so Xset will make their way happily towards the circle once again.
Let's jump into a listening presented by WD Black to see what their next move is going to be.
Need a Scully PVC. Balloon northeast.
Yo, ride it. They may come. I'm gonna watch.
Watson fence tunnel.
Going up. Going to west.
I'm gonna peek in a second.
Hold on. Wait, let them in. Peek now! Peek now! Gray armor! Gray armor!
Unfortunately, getting out of the comms real quick here while they engage on this fight right now. Nocturnal playing from the high ground, gets the beam into the flat line. I love the follow-up with the nade. I know those Cubs are going crazy as they dive down from the high ground. They wipe out Fnatic. Fun! Putting in so much damage alongside Sykes there. The call-outs, I love to be able to hear the team from the very beginning. They knew that they were going to come up to them.
That was so cool. Like, I mean, it was such a great call from Nocturnal. It's just one of those little things, I think, that separates, you know, top IGLs from other ones. They see the evac tower coming out and they know that there's a good chance here that that other team is going to come towards them. So rather than just, you know, trying to shoot the balloon or take a more aggressive option, they lay there in wait and spring the trap at the perfect time. A clean wipe on Fnatic.
And it's the call out too of placing the grenade at the best spot once they had landed. Because you know there's a slight little delay of startup once their feet touch the ground from that position. So being able to put that nade down, clearing up some of that extra space while also holding on to the high ground was chef's kiss here for Exet. And now they're going to be able to call out where that next reads will be rotating, as well as being able to see who's in the area with that team composition of having that Bloodhound. Meanwhile, take it to the skies. So Oxygen is going to be rotating on the side of Harvester. So many teams are on the north side of Lava Siphon. So this is going to get tricky quick here for Oxygen, playing off this low ground with teams that already have the platform advantage.
Oxygen right on the edge of the circle now. They pop that Dark Veil. They've got 1 minute to try and deal with some other teams who might be around them. Actually, it might just be to stop them taking too much fire from, say, DSG, Element 6, who are holding positions to the south. Eventually, they might be able to find their way and rotate over towards Sentinels, who are sitting up. I'm pretty sure in Grandma's house there. And again, the ring actually shifts a bit more towards that way. I mean, TSM, they're holding the pocket in front of the Vault Tunnel. That's where sort of, I'd say most of these rings do end up shifting, but it's gone a little bit more north. We'll have to see if it comes back or not.
Also a position where I do like how it's split for TSM, where they're holding both angles, but it's an early position where if you play underneath the bridge too early, you're susceptible to getting pinched by the teams that have the height over the bridge, like Aurora, like Optic Gaming, that are going to make that rotation away from Big Mod, or the teams that are going to be funneled outside of Lava Siphon. So holding these two different angles also allows them to keep an eye on teams like LG, Chivas, Dreamfire, Aurora, that do have the height right now on this bridge, finding themselves in a very similar situation, actually. Pinch between Optic Gaming, that have height right over them. Team on the other side of the bridge, holding that building in Lava Siphon. I believe that may be 100 Thieves. Gold R301 from dropped. 30-30 in the hands of Noct.
All right, Optic. Winning this fight will actually be a huge boon. After this action slows down, hopefully we can get some footage of where this zone is heading, and you'll see why that bridge right now is actually going to be a very important spot to play for the North American team.
Koifus is going crazy, by the way. Koi coming through for Sentinels as well after a rough start already. The gravity lift up, but a black hole to meet them on the other side, trying to avoid the arc star too. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie alongside not just the gravity lift, but with the zipline on top of that, that actually stalled Exit enough for them to call out that fight. And instead of trying to take the high ground, they saw now there's another team right above them. Lovely smokes from Nocturnal to block out that view, so that way now they can hog the side of the rock. But playing up this low ground could be a little risky as well. They know that there's that team above them that just called in the creepy barrage that just broke Nocturnal, so a nice timing as well on that Phoenix kit.
We did see a little hint of the alternator disruptor round there, which we haven't actually seen all that much so far. Alternator, obviously, not exactly the gun you want to run most of the time unless disruptors are in the rotation, because that makes it hit like a truck.
Literally makes you cry. When I hear the disruptor rounds ring out, that's when I just start screaming actually as loud as possible. LG Chivas engaging in this fight here. Try to reinforce the doors, but the black hole coming in breaks down those doors. Yanya, Guadis forced to pop the shield battery. One tappy from the inside though gets knocked off the side door. Lovely positioning from Nizo that we're seeing right here after he tried to restabilize, but the 3-2-1 on the other side. We also say goodbye to Oxygen and the feed, and LG Chivas send Riddle order to meet them right back in the lobby.
Well played by LG there, but Dreamfire, they're in and they started off with a thermite grenade ticking. Frag grenade also coming in, cat cues, everything just getting shoved in here all at once. They know they immediately need to try and make their way out, but they can't. Yunya's already gone down to 3MZ.
Oh, and that was after the grab he lit there too. He tried to get around after putting up the catwall to try to navigate right through, but Dreamfire having the advantage. Look to your left though. You have to worry about Optic Gaming that was holding the high ground right above Aurora originally. Now probably want to get engaged on this fight.
They're actually pulling in, but their third is lagging behind them quite a while. You can see Noct actually all the way back there in the distance. If Dreamfire get onto this quickly, they could make this fight really turn in their favor, but they're just going to play around the catwall for now.
Oh, I like this call. Because you currently saw that Dreamfire used up the catwall right now, so if they want to try to overextend on this side, now they could be very vulnerable to not just Optic Gaming, but the team that's also on the bridge. So they have now stopped themselves from blocking out line of sight of whatever team's going to be on either side if they decide to take that rotational approach. Have to see what the next move is going to be as the Dreamfire chants ring out through the crowd. Optic Gaming pulling back, still holding this position. They have to move eventually though, because the circle is pulling exactly where TSM have been sitting this whole time.
Yep, TSM. That's the pocket I was talking about, right? That's where these southeastern lava siphon circles tend to push, right? So as you can see, people here getting into it on the high ground, but TSM holding that down. There's even a little building down there now. It wasn't there in the past, and that just makes that position even more fortifiable for TSM, who finally are looking to take advantage of one of the zones that have pulled their way.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's Reps that's holding the different off angle by that building, because he's also going to be able to add in some extra pressure if other teams want to try to fight them from that spot. But no team is rotating from that south side as Optic Gaming, again, looking left to right to see which of these teams are want to rotate from the back end if Dreamfire does want to commit to this.
Yeah, so for this next circle, you know, this is a great spot to play from. The teams all really want to get into this train car here on the high ground, but you can see how much space there was around TSM. They had that pretty much that entire circle to themselves. You know, partly that's because there's not a lot of cover around there apart from what they're in right now, but also I'm sure it's because of the pressure they're putting out too.
We know whose crypto drone that was, and that was probably Ascend that's playing off the low ground of that bridge. They've already set up the Watson fences. Dreamfire just trying to go right through that catwall. About to get a catwall themselves. They're already at 91%. Gets already that last player here as trying to make the rotation with the circle closing in. It is a bloodbath on the other side of this bridge.
Oh, but the Gibby bubble, they have to use it before the end of the circle, which means it's so much harder for MD White here to stabilize. Dreamfire go down. After that, it is really hard for these teams trying to coexist here on the Northern Pine.
Dude, Koipo is going crazy this game. He's been having an amazing moment after having, again, a rough start at the very beginning. MDY White now trying to play off this low ground. They get the knock on Nocturnal, but it's not going to be enough. MDY White get taken out as Exet now are looking to reset, bringing Nocturnal back up.
They do get the res off, but he still has to try and get back there. We see armor swap going down just to try and make sure he's not getting sniped out immediately again. And you can see the 30-30 shots coming out here. The warning shots from TSM telling everyone else to stay away.
I want to talk about the legends of Sentinels right now. We saw RKN go out in the very beginning. Koipo is a 17-year-old fragging legend right now that just got picked up by Sentinels, used to play for DNO back when they were trying to compete through that challenger circuit here, and now are able to put on a performance for this third game, hugging the other side of this bridge right now and coming back to restabilize. Full purples out here too after getting that res is so important for this position.
And I think, yeah, we were talking about Slab before. I think Koipo is another one who is going to be in that same position, could very well be a breakout star here at Champs.
Oh, where are you going? Hands up in the air. But you may care just a bit here. Dropped, going down, finding a little crevice. Skittle Cake hiding in between the smoke here too. Sees raining enemies from behind him. Decides to maybe hold on to that black hole. Where'd that one enemy come from the high ground? Now he's behind them. Exet engaging in this fight. Wingman shots ringing through. Fun's ear here too, but he gets beam. Nocturnal comes in with the flatline. Sentinels get eliminated. Great performance nonetheless with 5 squads left. And Xset are still trying to replicate that amazing performance the last game. But look to your right, Crossfire. As unfortunately, not even a knockdown shield was enough to play from.
Look, still a swag of kills from Xset, but it feels like they're always playing the game on maximum difficulty. They have to push through so many teams with every decision and route that they take into that final circle. TSM have now got themselves into the top 3. It feels like this was the only outcome of the game, but it's not necessarily over here. Vicky, you can see here, we've got Realize on the other side, and they've taken high ground here. Both teams using those gravity lifts to try and just get the little angle and peek over these rocks. As you can see, not super easy to play on. You have to find that one little spot that you can stand on.
After getting here already at this point, you want to be able to hold this position if you're Vorhol. You don't have that Valkyrie like you used to use to shimmy shade your way right back up to that height. But amazing call from TSM. Look at the damage that Hal himself has been able to put on. Meanwhile, look at 9imp. Look at this screen.
Hands off the keyboard, by the way.
He said, nothing to see here.
He's scratching the moustache.
Well, he looks like he's too comfortable over there. Someone needs to wake him up. He's going to be comfy, not going to be moving from here. Nice little bow check shot. While TSM fight against Realize, and we have that one member of Aurora inside that crevice.
Konampu just looking to make use of those smokes and the Digi combo there, hoping that someone's going to peek out, not realize that he's looking in on the other side of that smoke and get the damage done, the amount that they can get to start pushing in. Knuckle cluster there from Reps, just continually ticking away. Wow. This must be so irritating now that he's found this angle. He's 87% on the mother load as well. If Reps and TSM can wait for this, that could be the decider. That could set them up to win this, but will they get the time?
It's a present for Fusey here, as he's going to be able to take the height. That one rep from Aurora has been called out. Realize picking that up. They have 10 KP in total. There's that mother load being called in. Look at all the space. Tries to jump right through the evac tower. Realize still able to restabilize, but notably here, Grumpe with the bow check on the other hand. The car on the other side. TSM looks so healthy. Full-man squad. Reps on that shield. Blazer on the knockdown. And TSM take game number 3, our final game on World's Edge.
Fascinating reaction there from our Split 1 playoff champions as well, Vicky. You can see it's not a big pop-off. It's almost why didn't we do this the other 2 games? Yeah. You know, look, it's a really solid result there. 25 points now. They move themselves up into 5th spot after our World's Edge portion of this series. And certainly, you know, they had identified that spot right from the get-go, and they played it out so well, Vicky. I mean, you just saw they had leagues around them of space that entire game, right up until there was only 3 or 4 squads left.
The micro of 2 of that game from the very beginning is important. You saw the split position. Why were they split? Well, you had one member of TSM on the south side, closer to the geyser side, and that building that you mentioned that has just been added in here for World's Edge to play around from, but it's also being able to negate a push from a team that could have rotated from that south side of zone. We saw the likes of Ascend in that location moving through from the south side of World's Edge. We saw LG Chivas also trying to rotate through there, having to go around through Lava Siphon, only spelled doom for so many of the teams that we saw with the overhead who had to rotate through the bridge side. Optic Gaming in a lot of trouble. We saw what happened to Dreamfire when they got gate kept by Optic and Ascend on top of that. Sentinels with a comeback story for that final game. But nonetheless, still all the teams, including Xset, they had trouble rotating from that bridge area to where TSM held because there's a lot of open space between that bridge and those rocks by Geyser.
Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of those teams who are playing a little bit more edge, a little bit more aggressive here, get their dues, right? I feel like there's none of those teams really going hungry, Vicky. Those guys are picking up their kills. Xset, you know, it doesn't matter what they run into. By the time they have met their demise, they've already got a list of names written up on that tombstone.
I think it's also important to see how much damage TSM were also able to maintain for their Evo shields while being incredibly patient. Poking from afar so that way they could be set up for that final fight was also important. You don't want to fully engage, because if you overextend, not only do you give up that spot, but you're also giving free Evo charts to other teams, and you're showing them where you're positioned and where that circle could be pulling.
And not only, they're not a Loba team, right? So you got to remember, they're sitting in that spot by themselves. There's no death boxes coming around them generally, so you have to actually be quite patient and quite diligent in how you manage your ammunition and your resources at that point to make sure that you do have enough ammo to last you until that final fight where it all kicks off.
Yeah, it's beautiful to also see how this composition is working together, especially with that Fusey. Beautiful first 3 games that we had on World's Edge. I'm going to be tossing out over to the desk. Rain Day, tell me your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Genome and Vicky Kitty. Welcome to our analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Big shout out to PlayStation Tournaments. Worked with them a lot over these last years, and so excited for them to help us spread the word on what is going on, what's been good in the first of 3 out of our first series. Of course, I am joined now by a new crew who's going to help explain and give you their analysis on the topics. Of course, that is Dia looking sharp as well, joined by Zephyr and Bullet down at the end. Everybody looking sharp here, gentlemen. I really, I'm impressed.
I feel sharp.
You look good.
You look good, you analyze good. I think that's the metaphor. So I'm trying my best.
Everyone's going to get a great chance to give you their thoughts, and obviously throughout these games we'll have moments with these analysts and varying experts in Apex. But Bullet, I want to start with you. What did you see heading into this final circle? How TSM was able to take that fight against Realize? Walk us through your thoughts as we take a look at that footage.
Honestly, it was just beautiful composure from TSM, holding their spot in zone. They had an opportunity to go fight Optic, but instead they stayed, they held their spot, they held their edge, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of get into a situation with the grab lift there in the end. You kind of brought it up yourself, Bull, the composure to pull the trigger at the right time.
That's it.
And this is in contrast to something that we saw during Game 2 as well, where you and I were talking, Bullet, about Riddle giving up their spot to go and fight Xset pretty early on. And now that we have TSM retaining their position that is arguably a game-winning one, we get to see how that can play out in the long run. And this is, make no mistake, a risk to sit here because, as Gino was talking about on the desk, you're not collecting loot, you're not getting any additional supplies via this low ground spot, and it could all blow up in your face.
Yeah.
Bullet, who would you rather be in this situation? Obviously TSM wins, but it looks like Realize have a little advantage with the high ground for a moment. What about you in your eyes as a pro?
I mean, Ugly had an opportunity to do damage. Unfortunately, TSM isolated him and just jumped on his head straight away. So he had no breathing room at all.
That was the determining factor. Zephyr, they pushed as a team. That ultimately solved the problem. Also, just to note, playing Fuse, that's an interesting thing. Not every team is doing that.
I like it. It's a new adaptation, and I also like the fact that we're seeing TSM continue to grow here. They had a Lava Siphon pull in Game 1, and they continue to adapt and now deliver on that win, proposing sending them to the top, 17 points off of that placement.
TSM already in a good position, starting off after 3. Realize as well, they have been in our top 3 throughout the day. Aurora, Optic Gaming, Xset, another big overall kill game that's resulted in some points, and now with the fifth place to match it as well. Rounding out the top 10 in this last game, 100 Thieves and Dreamfire. Now moving on to our bottom 10. Obviously this is match 3, but when you look at comparatively, there are some other teams that we kind of mentioned here that we were looking at. Notably, Oxygen Esports, not a good start for maybe hopefully switching into the last 3 games as we switch maps. But Dia, they've got the talent to be able to change things up as well as Riddle Order.
They do, and I mean, I spoke to Oxygen before the competition began, and a big part of this does have to do with them changing their composition in scrims. Up until very recently, they were running Seer, and just now in this past week have actually begun to prioritize picks like Bloodhound that a lot of other teams are favoring. So they're changing the style, the pace of their game to an extent, and that's likely what's contributing to a tough early start.
Zephyr, I'm going to bounce it to you. What do you think is the story overall after these first 3? We've got World's Edge. We've obviously seen the tournament begin and these teams start off. What has been the tale of the first half? So
absolutely. You talk about the big hitters that represent when we come into groups A versus B, the Oxygens, the TSMs, and everything in between. But what really has shown up is APAC North and APAC South leading the pack here. Of course, Realize with a fantastic result in this third game that now presents them in first place overall, but we would be ashamed not to bring up Dreamfire, who has consistently performed throughout these last three.
They've been phenomenal in Bullet as well. I mean, obviously APAC, they have been chomping at the bit in terms of getting themselves in those finals, almost with a chance to win. Could this be it?
Yeah, I mean, look, APAC's recognized as one of the more aggressive regions in the game. You know, they just don't care. They just run at whoever they see in front of them. So, yeah, if you're in front of an APAC team, mate, they'll run at you.
Are you a little biased there?
Oh, maybe slightly.
We love to see it, though. I appreciate all the candidness. Also, I think XSET, TSM, you know, we didn't talk about them, but coming into Game 3, they had TSM specifically 8 points. Now they are in the 25 range. This is a team that always is in the prediction realm because of how consistent they are, and even if they're not starting well, having those big games that ultimately give them a chance to win.
Yeah, their macro is fantastic, and it's something that they pride themselves on quite a bit. What I'm curious about is as we prepare to transition maps, how the recent changes to loot are going to affect them more on Stormpoint than anything else. Raven was speaking about this earlier, but where Lava Siphon is very much a jack of all trades, whether you get good loot or not, at least you're in the center of the map, Wall is not like that, and it could turn into a Stormpoint that's a lot more swingy for TSM than the first 3 games.
Well, fellas, thank you so much for your thoughts here after 3. We're going to come back and have some more later on. But of course, earlier on in the week, we all get here and have a chance to talk to our pros and shoot a few pieces that we showed throughout the tournament. And a few days ago, we had a little bit of fun with fun, and I guess got a little messy.
Hey everyone, I'm Hotsick, coach of the XSET Apex team. I think we have one of the funniest teams in the entire league. But today in particular, we're going to be testing just how funny fun is. He will be delivering one-liners to Nocturnal and Sykes, and the caveat here is Nocturnal and Sykes have mouths full of water, and whichever one laughs and spits water at the other one is the one that loses. Let's get into it.
All right, Doc, Sykes, let's get some water in their mouths and start telling these jokes. And we're done. We're done. Oh my God.
Didn't even start yet.
Y'all picked the wrong team for this.
No, definitely the right team.
Y'all should have got TSM.
TSM would have been sitting here just.
Dude, look at this guy. All right, lock, bro, lock. I'm literally soaking wet.
Dude. Ready? Ready? Mm-hmm. Hotsick once told me to embrace my mistakes in the game.
He didn't get to the punchline.
I didn't even say the punchline.
I'm sorry, I just heard that in your voice in my head.
What did Fuse say when he jumped out of the supply closet? Supplies. What is the only thing that will shock Watson? Sykes making a smart play. Bro.
Why'd you do
I don't even need to tell jokes, bro. Hotsick is so old. He still remembers when emojis were called hieroglyphics.
What the heck, man?
I told you. The mountains on World's Edge aren't just funny, they are hilarious. Dude, he's about to. Ooh. We're gonna need another water bottle. We're gonna need another.
We're gonna run out of water.
After I retire, I might become a garbage man. Teaming with you guys has given me enough experience with trash.
You gotta get knocked once, man.
Dude, I don't think we can get it.
I don't think I've ever seen him laugh, actually.
I mean, after many years, I think I'm gonna change my gamer tag finally. Maybe glove FPS? It's pretty catchy.
You didn't even get to the punchline, man.
No, you're right.
Why'd y'all make me do this?
That's all about.
I don't think you need a referee to tell who the clear winner is here. Nocturnal taking it by a landslide, complete shutout. But one thing is for sure, is fun is really funny, at least to Sykes. Maybe not so much to Nocturnal. That's it from all of us at XSET.
Wow, I was not expecting any of that, but let's be real, I am so glad that I wasn't there, because I actually don't know if I would have spit my water out there.
I mean, Nocturnal held it together the entire time. Sykes could not survive that challenge to save his life.
I mean, look, they are always throwing memes on the timeline. Some recent notices. I saw some angry Gengar memes this morning when they're like, please do not mention us on the desk. But now we're up here in the caster booth, and it is fair game because XSET has been looking absolutely amazing.
And to be fair, I did mention them. I did mention them at the top of the show as my pick to win the entire series. They're close right now, but we are seeing some pop-off performances from other teams that we didn't even really get a chance to talk about. I mean, we saw Dreamfire popping off, realized very consistent. Riddle Order was doing well. Like, and that's just the first map. Things are going to change once we head into Stormpoint.
I love that you mentioned things changing, so I would love to look at that map schedule as we are on the back half of our second moment, right? We're getting Stormpoint for the first time here at the Year 3 ALGS Champs, and as a look, we have Fnatic, your Map 1 winners, Dreamfire, your Map 2, and then TSM. They're, hey, showing up there on that Match 3 winners, but it's all on the line here in Stormpoint. We're the first time seeing it, and we had some contests on World's Edge, and some of the teams that were contesting on World's Edge will be duking it out in the beginning. Aurora and DSG going at it for Cenote Cave, and you know, I'm kind of excited, but Aurora, even with a sub, has been looking impressive.
Which is crazy when you think about it, because we're just starting the entire event. They've got a lot that they have to adapt to here, and the fact that they're able to get themselves in a decent spot after the first 3 matches is going to bode well for them. But we also saw Fnatic, they took home that first game. Shout out to Bullet, calling them out. You spoke about them at the top of the show as well, potentially seeing a contest from them.
And this is where I saw a lot of Fnatic strength. It was on Stormpoint. When I got a hold of their POV throughout scrims, it's been so crazy. But let's get a good look. Groups A and B, their drop spots. Riddle Order contesting on World's Edge. Well, hey, they're running it back and contesting here. It looks like DSG has walked away from the Aurora contest and is going to go for Riddle. But they are so strong. And LCDF going to Lightning Rod to take on Element 6.
Staying away from Fnatic. We saw them over at Northpad for a little bit there, but now this will be interesting, right? Because Riddle Order came out on top 2 of those 3 times. DSG didn't want it the 3rd time, but now they're going to have to decide, do they try to claim this POI and hold down Stormpoint?
Well, that's the important point, right? Riddle Order coming off of Split 2 playoffs, their focus was securing a powerful drop spot POI, and they are doing just that. Mostly Climatizer there for World's Edge, and if they can contain Launchpad and make them leave, this should be really exciting. And Yukio, at one point when he grabbed that Sentinel, charged it up off rip, that thing is so powerful, and getting that opening knock, I mean, look, a nice 3v3 off rip, it's all chance, but they're making it look beautiful.
That aggression was paying off in spades for Riddle Order. If anything, this is the time that they need to continue doing that, not only because of this map, but because of the stage of the competition that we're at. This is where you can be a little bit more aggressive, and if it doesn't necessarily go your way, they still have that cushion to continue through the group stage and continue getting points. I think that they really need to push that here.
Well, speaking of pushing, I know we're about to start our Legend Select here shortly, and I can't wait to see if we will witness any changes. I know we had Fuse kind of dabbling in on World's Edge, but what will be that wild card for Stormpoint? I'm expecting a lot of Bloodhounds to come through, once again paired with the Bangalore. And whether you want to throw in a Horizon or be like Fnatic and break out the Mad Maggie, that was pretty crazy, but it's going to be match number 4, the first one on Stormpoint, and as our teams lock into that dropship, I couldn't be more ready to see who is going to come out on top.
All of our teams flying in now, getting to those drops, and when you guys are able to see exactly where everything is panning out, this zone is going to favor a few of those squads that we were talking about, specifically the fact that Fnatic was able to get their POI all to themselves, but there is going to be a potential contest out of Placide de France now? They left their POI?
Look, we said LCDF was going to be taking on Fnatic at North Pad, and then we said Lightning Rod, but it looks like they went straight for North Pad, forcing Fnatic to take the IMC Armory, kind of stuffed in between TSM at the wall. That is going to be a rough start for them.
Should be interesting to see how this plays out. We still have 100 Thieves and Go Next also going for that contest, seeing how they're going to pan out down there at the bottom. We've got a little bit of damage that was already dealt down onto Go Next as they back off and get some of those heals down, trying to hold off 100 Thieves. And we talked about this before we even came into this match. We were wondering if this specific contest was even viable for these two teams, thinking that they might not even bother going for it. It looks like they want to see what they can do at least in the first match.
Yeah, we've seen this being contested over throughout scrims, right? You get the crafting in the center of it, but let's go check in with Riddle, Order, and Disguise. Now, mind you, Disguised went down 2-0 and then walked away on the third map of World's Edge. So with 4 points coming into this, this is a critical contest for them. And with a knock on to Mia K. Doom coming in with the vault, and Riddle Order has fallen. Disguise win their first contest of the day.
This is why we were wondering if they're going to continue doing it on Stormpoint. It's a different map, different gameplay, and DSG knew that they just needed a little bit of time to warm up, potentially take Riddle Order out. Now we can see if that pushes Riddle Order off of their POI, and if they kind of decide to separate based off those maps. Back on board now with 100 Thieves and Go Next. We lose Scurry. 100 Thieves now down to 2, backing off a little bit here. This is massive for Go Next.
But Bambino on the Revenant, we were talking about what was that wild card Revenant coming in with that recent rework has been crazy. Once they pop that ult, get the shadows around them, it's a little wild. And, you know, show off that side. That's kind of beautiful.
Looks
but
good.
I mean, I like it. 7 points, 17th place, and now 100T electing to kind of get out of dodge there. Scurry's not going to be recoverable. But on the Gibraltar, let me just tell you, you can craft a banner.
100 Thieves are pretty spread out right now as well, so they're going to have to do a little bit of work here to get themselves back with their third, if they can. At least keep themselves alive, checking in with TSM, winning that third match of the day. TSM getting themselves up here to start going for these early rotates. A couple squads seeing them, getting some shots in the air, but TSM are masters of this.
Well, let's chat about this, right? You see TSM, you know, the wall, they're already moving into North Pad, kind of down here, playing the bottom of the Red Room-esque area, and a lot of our teams are making sure that they can get a foothold in North Pad. Now, throughout scrims, so many of those zones did tend to pull to the northern side of Stormpoint. A lot of teams were like, hey, you know, going into LAN, will we actually still get northern zones with so many of them pulling ahead of time? And it looks to be the case. So Fnatic, Ascend, LCDF, Startified Esports, and now Area 310 are trying to make their way into that.
I mean, this is an area of North Pad that all these teams should be very familiar with, so you know they're going to try to get here early as possible to at least hunker down, hold a decent position before anybody else can make their rotates in. A lot of these squads were close enough to get in there early and do exactly that. Start a fight now, having to fend off some of these teams that are pushing their way in. Not the best shields for Startified, so they're going to play this a little bit more conservatively, but at least set up with those fences and give themselves a little bit of safety.
The Dark Veil, incoming Missile Swarm, and Obley on your screen, utilizing the piercing spikes to kind of stave off that area, but with one already down, we just need to stave off the rest.
Now, Realize is a squad that I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on, not only because they had such a strong performance coming out of World's Edge, but this is the map where they typically get the majority of their points on as well. So if they can continue that for them, it'll be huge. Realize going out. Did I just curse that?
You might have. That was the cast
was
aggressive I've ever heard one. And now Area 310, they have the positioning that Realize was holding. Now, granted, Startified Esports is still kind of overlooking this vicinity, but with the majority of our teams, with 18 squads remaining, already making it through the choke points through checkpoint, the Down Beast teams have rotated in. This is going to be, oh no, not my team, not my team to pick.
Aiden, the last one alive right now, trying to hide, at least get some time to heal, knows that about to get pushed, and there's only so much they can do against Dreamfire, who've also been looking very strong. It's over for Oxygen.
It's a Rampage, it's a Roy, and Oxygen has been eliminated. And that's actually really clean, but I'm not really sure why we have the Trident out into the middle of the water. They could have been utilizing it to rotate up. Maybe someone got knocked out, they were trying to reset, and then Dreamfire is able to just step right into that positioning. But you still have to move forward, but now they get the Trident. They can utilize that as an extra cover. But we were talking about zones on Stormpoint and how great Fnatic is, right? I've witnessed them win a very similar zone to where Yuka is positioned. Yes, it's pulling just a little bit further to the northeastern area, but they were the ones that won this in scrims.
Now checking in with Optic Gaming. A squad that's obviously positioned very well to get in here early, only having to come through from down Beast. So they should be quite comfortable here. Comfortably looted up as well, 17 squads left, so they can kind of hold this spot for themselves. And this is going to be, I think, a slower portion of our first Stormpoint game of the game here when we get into the mid-game.
Well, you have to think, right? We're pulling all the way to the north. All of our teams on the southern side of the map, that rotation that goes straight uphill. At one point, 100 Thieves did drop all the way down to Shipfall, where there was crafting available. Whether or not they were able to get back to a 3-man stack, that's likely what was happening. But they had split completely running in opposite directions. And now Optic, utilizing the Trident to block the door. It's looking very subtle for them. And they just need to kind of go out and peek. You got Luskin, Sleep in the distance, but you want to keep apprised of where everyone is, especially, right? No seer. No seers.
And you know, we keep talking about how so many of these teams have moved their way into the zone early. Let's listen in with Optic Gaming and see what's going through their comms right now.
I can give you some here. I'd give you 31. I have 120 for unknown.
Fuck, if we... I guess you knew, but that would have been some loot we could have played for potentially. Should I pop Ultixel, you think?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm at 26 on Bangle.
Could get it back. A lot of shit going on. Like
come with me, Nuck. Come with me.
1 second, I'm getting you done. Coming.
I want us to double swing this and see if we can insta kill a kid. I need 34 for perp, so I want to get it right here. Ready?
Yep.
Alright, swing. Awesome.
Well, I guess we gotta wait to see, will he double swing it? Will he get that purple Evo shield? But everything seems very cool and concise with them, just playing for positioning, looking for some extra loot, while other teams are still focused on their rotate and kind of fighting alongside Edge as we kind of overlook the area south of Cascade Falls, a little bit to the west, jumping on board with Disguise, looking at Go Next down the line.
And I'm glad we jumped on with some of these teams too, because I was gonna bring up the fact that we still haven't really talked about any of the squads that are outside on the edge. Lots of these teams having to rotate from the southeastern portion of the map to get up into this zone, not even close to where they need to be, potential for them to run into each other. We've got 100 Thieves, DSG, Go Next, all in the same area, potentially looking at each other, and someone's gonna have to make a move.
Yeah, you mentioned 100 Thieves. That's only one member of 100 Thieves down there kind of trying to rotate out. I'm not sure if they went for the res at the wall, which would give them a nice rotation, but when you have teams like LG Chivas and Exet still kind of lying in wait, when you don't have your full numbers, you know they're immediately calming. Look at our last member of 100 Thieves trying to get back to their team. That could be an ultimate flank. They would not expect that.
Impressive to be able to sneak past Go Next in the process as well. Got out of there at the exact perfect time. And like you're saying, there could be a potential pinch going on up at the wall. We'll have to see what happens to LG in that sense, while Dreamfire looks to get a little bit of poke damage down here, while everyone is waiting to see how this zone is going to play out. As it continues to shift, anyone that's on that eastern side is going to have to consider how they want to make their slow move in.
Well, you talk about slow moves. We got a ring console just ahead of Roy, and he looks like he wants to see if maybe, potentially, he can get to that and get that information. But you see Fnatic holding that finger down there, and Roy from Dreamfire here. But you also have the team that landed here and pushed Fnatic out of Northpad. They're holding the high ground, and TSM, they've got the red room, which is a really nice area to play from, because you think of all the teams that have to jump down to push onto this, that they're going to get immediately third-partied, and it's not going to be good for anyone.
All right, it looks like 100 Thieves just wanted to regroup. LG not really trying to force that fight if they don't absolutely have to. And 100 Thieves, we were wondering if they were going to get back up to a 3. They did, and they managed to make sure that the squad was back together. So now they're going to take a safer rotate, go away from everybody else, and try to get through that small choke down there, as we see Go Next and DSG continuously trying to decide who was making the first move here.
We usually talk about the Dance of Dragons, but it's the Dance of Disguised here, as they are now electing to hit that Valkyrie, take to the skies, and look forward to get over Go Next, get through the choke point. There's a set of 3 buildings throughout this choke, but the question is, will they take that route, or will they go for a different? And it looks like it might have been a really peculiar decision, but they are going to go straight over Go Next, and you have to immediately get out of that hovering position and turn around, but not before Area 310 is running into a little scuffle.
Down to 2 right now. We see them trying to just keep themselves alive here, able to potentially go for that res if they're able to manage the damage as it was coming in. They've got lots of cover to deal with right now, so they shouldn't have to worry about it too much. But you know that any of these teams that's down low is going to try to push it the second they smell blood in the water, because there's so many teams, eventually they have to start clearing them out.
Yeah, start a fight. Luskin on the Valk, repositioning, able to lose out on the shields, needs to reload, hit the bat, 5 seconds is needed, and he's able to mitigate the damage. This is why Bang is so important, you know? When you have 2 charges fully up, Sleep can go ahead and throw it down, charge it up, cover him while he's healing, and that's a knock on to Lemon, and Luskin is able to finish off area 310.
And this is why what we were hearing from Optic is so important, because they were trying to figure out when the right time to take those fights, where they were saying we missed out on some potential loot there. Had if we'd gone for it, it might have been better. Now it's too late to try and make those choices. These fights are going to break out. 100 Thieves finally making their push through that choke. Going to have to find some space for themselves. But as the zone gets smaller and smaller, all of these edge squads are going to find themselves in scuffles just to get closer in, and they need to be ready to take the fight to them.
Hey, and with the Gibby bubble on the Trident, not a bad rotation for them. And when you play Gibby, right, you have to play with a shotgun. And I saw a hammer point Mozambique in the hands of Scurry. So Mozambique here, and I want to see it get broken out. But we're running a little bit of low on the energy ammo for them, but not a bad result considering their entire loot path in the beginning of the game was completely chalked for them. But Yanya throwing the black hole as they push onto the bunker.
Trying to see if they can see into the bunker right now. Getting a couple of those nades inside. At least that thermite doing a little bit of tick damage, but LG knowing that this is a rough push for them. They are now finding themselves in some crossfire, having drawn a lot of attention in their direction. Instantly backing off, trying to get those heals, but that gives Optic the perfect opportunity to push out, possibly take them down. Skittle take goes down to Niesel. E6 in the kill feed also going down. Optic down to 2, regretting that push.
And Disguise making a big push onto Xset, meaningful on that other end of the fight. And Skittlecake still down, knock and drop, trying to keep it alive. Good crack there, but when you're running low on light ammo, they were talking about needing the resources, needing the utility, and here comes another engagement. It's going to be Jaguarez coming in, and Optic Gaming has been eliminated. There's about 6 teams here that are going to be fighting to get further into North Pad, and just right now, Dupe, Xenox, Lou. Why is Lou overextended into Fun? It's because he probably wrapped around the other side of the rock, and Xset, they are going to destroy Picanat before Fnatic gets a little finishing touch.
Okay, so if that knock never happened on Skittle, then Optic might have won that push. LG comes out on top. Xset, I was watching them fight in the map feed too. They were going up against Allen 6 for a little while there, and now down to 2. Sykes out. Knock and Fun trying to see what they can do to salvage this here. 13 squads left, and this is where everything starts to get really chaotic. Xset had moved into a decent position, but now they have to push further into the zone, and like you said, Fnatic is not wanting to let that happen. MD White go out, Sentinel's still looking pretty comfortable from where they got themselves positioned with inside the zone. I mean, this is going to be rough for a lot of these squads.
Well, come on, guys. Sentinels at one point was a zone team, heavy in zone on Crypto. They have made so many changes. The IGL of RKN on Catalyst with the Bang Blood Poiful. I've heard so many good things about him, but RKN going down. Poiful clutch it up, and unfortunately, it's going to be Go Next taking out Sentinels, getting that space, clearing that, but they must keep fighting forward because Aurora is wanting a piece of the third-party action.
Aurora, someone we talked about at the top of the show as well. Even the top of this match, I mean, they've been doing well for themselves, just getting it into a solid position points-wise, at least being consistent and trying to get some points on the board. Go Next, now holding this bunker, and they've got some serious loot after being able to push it in and take that fight. It should afford them an opportunity to at least take the fight to Aurora, but they're going to have to make the choice soon because the zone's going to start shrinking, and that's the only team in their path.
100 Thieves, though, Gibby Bubble, and some Bang ultimates galore. Amu gonna fall, Scurry needs to prioritize healing, but the Mozambique was able to take out Yanya, and he turns his attention forward. Unfortunately, Scurry will go down and ascend, barricaded beyond, trying to throw out the Dark Veil. This is what is so cool about them. Their macro is impressive. They can call a zone infinitely. And you think back to Split 1 playoffs, this was your team that got second, right? They were so dominating there, and they are looking to find that form after kind of a mere fall from grace in Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, and that was something we talked about a lot, you know, coming into this event. What will they be able to do? Can they bounce back? after those split 2 playoffs. Right now, they're looking very solid as we're trying to see how they handle the next situation. Go Next having moved in to find themselves in a safer spot. Everyone's starting to collapse into the zone, now not having to worry about that edge play. But a lot of these areas have been taken, and a lot of those squads that have just been hanging out in the north, like you mentioned earlier, Fnatic playing it really well, Dreamfire not having to move much, are able to wait all these teams out.
I mean, Dreamfire has such strong positioning. They got the zone call. Fnatic has to move, but not very far. But TSM has found themselves underneath still in the red room between Dreamfire and Fnatic, and CDF still has to make their way in. But the question is, well, Yanya, so nice of you to make your way back in after getting taken out by Scurry's Mozambique and drop straight in to a Thermite. He's going to be able to shield swap, get looted back up, but with the Bloodhound coming in, they know what is happening. They can see the drop spot, but the fact that this was able to even happen is wild.
That Trident in the smoke was so clutch for him to be able to come back and at least have the little bit of time to get that loot. LG now back up to a full 3 with that. All of those loot boxes around, that was massive. In the middle of how many teams are currently around them, that was a risky play and it paid off.
Well, we're about to close on the last circle here before everything gets crazy for Endgame, and LG Chivas making a play for Ascend. Go Next is in the mix as well, but notice this is still not in, but we need to clear out this area to have your back safe. And Aurora playing on that southwestern side of where that zone is, they're just biding their time before entering into the mix because there's no reason to full send that yet.
LG trying to wait and see what the right call is here. Like you said, it's going to be a tough decision as far as clearing everyone in front of them out to try and have a safe push into that next circle. Meanwhile, everyone that had moved in a lot earlier,
Ooh,
we got an
oob! Start a fight! Esports dropping immediately down onto LCDF, trying to notch through the piercing spikes. It doesn't matter. They were prepping for maybe a Horizon grab lift approach, but not necessarily an oob. Aimbot going down, and Luskin taking heavy damage, but Jinx has fallen. Sleep is likely going to have to clutch this.
That was a rough call for Starter Fight to make. I mean, they had to go in at some point. They knew there was a team below them. Lasite de France was there, and they'd been holding that position for a while. They're now down to 1, though. They go out.
Sleep was able to clutch it up.
That was massive, especially after how that started for them taking out Lasite de France. They got the points, but that was, it had to go either way.
Yeah, but let's just talk about Fnatic, right? They were able to just get into that most northern point of the zone. Dreamfire, they're all trying to stay out of it, control as much space as possible. Meanwhile, TSM in the red room has remained underneath throughout all of this, and Aurora, Go Next, and LG Chivas with Ascend, they're gonna collapse on each other. So now it's like the Spider-Man meme of everyone just pointing at each other. No, you go. We just have to wait in 29 seconds before that starts to move. I am on pins and needles, the calm before the storm, and it's only our first map on Stormpoint.
Meanwhile, TSM waiting below everyone.
Yeah, just chill.
Just hanging out.
No howling yet, though, right? We're good.
It's a great position for TSM. Dreamfire, though, another one of those teams that has been quite comfy here. They have angles on a lot of these teams. Will be able to do some annoying poke damage when all of those pushes in, those drops down that you're talking about, start to happen. Only really having to worry about Fnatic to their side.
This is great. We've got the black hole. We still have an evac tower if they decide to do something crazy endgame, maybe throw it down, a little bit of a distraction, and Ascend making their move. They're going to fight and try to avoid the collapse of Go Next and LG Chivas. So they're actually full sending towards Fnatic. Now a brawl is going to be happening, but Go Next decides to double down and face them as well. We're like, we're following you, and Ascend is not going to make it out. Go Next and Dreamfire are able to pick and prod, and LG Chivas to the sky, and it's not going to go well for Neazul when the wings get clipped.
I was about to say this could potentially work out for them, but then they went high and they were spotted out very quickly. Aurora had been holding their left side the entire time, but now Aurora Go Next have to battle it out. Aurora down to just 2 and barely a second, really. Impulse, the last man standing for the team, not about to last much longer. And Dreamfire, we talked about it, perfectly positioned the whole time. Go up in the sky to deal that damage, Div.
Yo, but 3MC just hit the nastiest arc star of their entire life, taking 2 members of Fnatic down. That's gonna keep them occupied. And with TSM in the middle as Aurora goes out, this is where everything comes down. Roy back up and Adam. Fnatic is out. We have TSM, we have Go Next, and we have Dreamfire.
This was played beautifully by both Dreamfire and TSM. GoNext had to battle tooth and nail to get here. Dreamfire in the fight, down to 2. This is gonna be a rough fight for them. Roy trying to hold on. They're not gonna be able to do it. TSM just have to wait this one out, Tim.
Yeah, but they threw up the wall to hide themselves and let those two fight. Now thumbing over on the grab slip, Hal is going crazy. Hal is showing why he has shown up to that with back-to-back wins. The champs group stages are already starting out a little crazy, Glitter.
Listen, I don't want to talk about all the casters that chose TSM for this series, okay?
We're not going to talk about it. We saw those talent predictions earlier, and there was a lot of TSM in the mix. Raven back there looking super official, but GoNext, that was a dark horse pick for so many people that I've been witnessing going throughout the journey to Year 3 champs, and to see them showing up, showing out, and taking a lot of heavy hitters out, I'm pretty impressed, because coming into this, they were sitting, you know, just outside the top 10 maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a comeback performance for GoNext, to say the least. But then you think about the other two that were in the top 3 with them. Dreamfire were at the top of our leaderboard coming in, just had a really solid finish. And then, like you said, the back-to-back wins for TSM. I mean, this is some serious consistency out of the teams already.
It's pretty impressive. You know, I had a chance to sit down and talk to Verholst yesterday on Media Day, and you know, he is just locked in. He has come in with such a clear mindset, and I can really appreciate all the effort that he's made since joining TSM. You think back to when he was on ESA and just how much that story has risen. I just think that watching him anchor is so fun.
And you have to consider the fact that with 2 back-to-back wins in the first series of games, this is going to give them so much cushion to kind of do whatever they want here in the group stage. We got some decent stats here for our match 4 stats for TSM. I mean, they had to just be patient that time. We watched them stay down low for so long that they were able to really only have to force the fight right at the end when they needed to.
And I wouldn't say it's luck. It's kind of a VR game, right? It's a little RNG. The fact that Dreamfire, 3MZ in particular, was able to single them out with 1 Arc Star, that really helped TSM get that left side cleared out. But let's run back that final circle. The POV, when TSM was able to utilize the Dark Veil to stay hidden, and they popped the grab lift at the perfect moment, and then arise.
You know, I almost feel like people forgot that TSM was even down here, because everyone was so worried about all those teams that were pushing in from the high ground, dropping down when they saw LG coming through, when they saw GoNext there. Aurora was holding off to the side. There were so many teams down there on the southern edge of the zone that people weren't really paying attention to the Fnatics, to the Dreamfire, to the TSMs, and it worked out perfectly for them.
It really did. And yes, playing low down here, it may not be the prettiest, right? You might not get a ton of eliminations throughout that early to mid game. And yes, you have a priority rotation from the wall, but this was textbook. The grab lift, the black hole, just everything about this. So impressive. The patience is a virtue, and you know, sometimes it pays off, and TSM go back to back. Your match 3, your map 4, and now we only have 2 more games left in our first 6-game series of group stages. How is this day flying by?
To be fair, we've had some very fast, especially our first 3 matches. They were aggressive. We were talking about that when we were watching back in the green room, and now we see that continuing. 14 kills.
Yeah, you said aggressive. You said aggressive. There it is right there, a 23-point game for GoNext. Are they really a dark horse? I guess you could still call them that. It is only group stages, but this is what I wanted to see out of them.
But even that, I mean, still 6 kills out of Dreamfire. Like we said, they've been playing very well today. Start a fight, we got to watch a lot of them 7 kills. They might not have had those placement points, but that is massive.
Yeah, that is very, very impressive. You have to think, GoNext, they started off against that 100T contest down at Antenna, had to fight their way. They delayed rotation, the chokehold there at Cascades against Disguised, and then finally making their way to North Path. Plus, think of all the choke points just to get up to that zone. It is so tough to do, and they were able to fight tooth and nail to get to that 100T, round out your top 10, and overall, given what they had with that contest, that's actually not too bad.
That was a fun first Storm Point match for our squads. I think that after we saw some of those contests as well, we'll have to see how they end up going for the next 2 matches left on Storm Point, because it was not Riddle that won against DSG.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? So now we have to look at that Riddle DSG contest back at Launchpad. Before that, let's look at our series results thus far. Dreamfire reigns supreme at the top with 47 points, but TSM, after back-to-back match wins, second place 41. But realize, you were talking about them earlier, Glitter, saying Storm Point was their specialty and they could get more points from here. But so far, they have slipped just a smidge, 10-point differential between first and third. Fnatic and Xset rounding out the top 5, but let's see, where are our other picks? I know we had some Oxygen picks on the talent prediction, currently down there in 13th, but obviously not bad. You think back to Split 2 playoffs when they started pulling barometer zones, things looked really impressive. It just has to shift into gear for them.
All right, well, we also got to see what happens with those contests down there, Riddle, Order, and DSG, finding themselves at the bottom of that top 20, and that could play into the decision to continue with those contests as well, trying to see if they want to get some safer points in the last few matches of this first series of the day, if they're just going to stick it out and see what happens.
I guess we'll all have to wait to see what's going to happen, because we're going to come to a quick break, but when we come back, match number 5, will Riddle take down DSG at Launchpad? I guess we'll wait to see. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Birmingham, UK, live from the year 3 of the ALGS Championships. We are in our first matchup, Groups A and B, duking it out, and we are just underway, about to enter match number 5. I see those Dreamfire fans lined up. You know, it's really cool. I got to talk to another member of Dreamfire as well early on Media Day yesterday, and they were so hyped. It was 3MZ in particular, which I know a lot of people talk about that meaning sandwich, but he actually said it. I was like, I almost didn't believe you, but you know, it's fine. I do love sandwiches. I do, but a Watson!
Oh wait, these are great.
Those are the best cosplays I have ever seen in my entire life. The Wraith is impenetrable. Like, it's so good.
We always get such fantastic fans in the stands. We have seen epic Dreamfire signs. We've seen epic Fnatic signs. Got a little MDY White Love there. I mean, this is only the first day, too. We've already got the cosplays coming out. I am here for that.
That's a happy fence.
Yes.
I need it. Oh my gosh. I was watching when all the signs were going up outside as they were building together the Resorts World and kind of getting it decked out for Apex, and I was like, where's my girl Watson? Well, that's because she's in the crowd. No, she's out there as well, hugging the cute Nessie. And if you haven't seen, guys, there are gold Nessies in the merch store. If you saw me walking around with 5 gold Nessies earlier, please don't judge me.
No,
I will be giving away one eventually by the end of the week. Just come find me maybe, or actually don't because I don't want to get swarmed for my 1 gold Nessie.
If you saw Tiff, no, you didn't.
You didn't. You didn't
No.
see me. Vicky had a blanket though, bro. She was walking around with a blanket earlier, and
That's
I was like,
because
I love it.
there's really cool merch available. I need to go and do my own shopping trip, I'm not gonna lie.
They're gonna sell out, but it's match number 5, and I'm so excited to see this as we get underway. Legend Select, will we get another Revenant? It is to be held. I am looking. I saw Lou dabbling with Revenant, but it looks like he's gonna lock in Horizon. Uchako going Blood, so much work on the Blood, but fun FPS, the chameleon of Xset on Fuse for Stormpoint. Now, typically we see a lot of Fuse brought out on World's Edge, but you know, not so bad on Stormpoint, I guess, either.
I was wondering if we were going to see at least 1 or 2 just to see how our teams feel about using it on here. We'll have to see how it ends up working out in their favor as we've got the drop ship ready to go. We are getting into match number 5 of our first series of the day. Let's see how this one plays out. Our teams dropping in totally different zone this time around.
I mean, look at it. We look at the flight path. It's cutting straight through pretty much mid-map as our teams are making way. We're getting a second run through of that disguised versus Riddle contest, and I am ready. When you get the high ground, right, you're pretty much guaranteed sniper material, and you could essentially stay up there, poke and prod, but Riddle is electing to double down from the backside of Launchpad, and there kind of is a little bit of supply bins over there, but once again, LCDF and Fnatic, they're essentially forcing Fnatic out of the main area of Northpad.
We'll have to see how that plays out for LCDF and Fnatic. I'm interested to see how the contest goes, if it happens at all between Riddle Order and DSG now, because this could be a really solid position for them to fight over to start off, then do that rotation through to get to the next zone. Obviously, LG phenomenally positioned as well coming out of Fish Farms. This is going to be another potential fight also as well for Go Next and 100 Thieves. They're all in such a solid area. They're going to want to fight to nail it down early, not have to worry about people pushing into their position.
It looks like we're going to have a stalemate between Disguised and Riddle Order as Disguised takes a bunch of the loot from Launchpad, hits the rotation out, but not before we run it back for Go Next and 100 Thieves. And on move, going to fall, and Vaxlon with the EVA 8 trying to get something sneaky through the window there, and he's going to get flanked from behind. This is quite a tough position to be in. Gibby Bubble is forced down, but time will tell. Bambino able to stay alive even with 1 HP of health, and now this allows them to push together. On move down, Vaxlon can't scurry on the Gibby, clutch it up. We're breaking out the Bloodhound Axe, one of the very first heirlooms in Apex to ever drop, but I mean, it still hurts.
Listen, as soon as the advantage was in favor of Go Next, they knew they had to push because now they have a priority position when it comes to this zone. They're going to be able to hold this as well as not have to worry about too many teams around them for a decent amount of time. It'll also allow them a very easy rotate to where the next zone will likely shift. So this is a huge play for Go Next, especially taking 100 Thieves so early.
That's a power move right there for Go Next, and I love every minute of it. Now Riddle Order are making their rotation, but Disguise, they're just playing a little bit of ring around the rosy as they look for that IMC armory, but Disguise has already once again taken it. Riddle has to keep on moving, 2 whites and a blue shield, and now DSG, they're going to be able to level up those armors and get all of the loot because they rotated so incredibly quickly out of Launchpad. But as we move further to the south, I was talking about it before, are we moving on over to Stormpoint, how everything had been in the north and it would be crazy if we got it. Well, we're going south. The deep south. Sentinels are probably so happy as they see that Shipfall has fallen into that next zone.
That's going to be huge for Sentinels, and making a very early wide wrap to Dreamfires. We're looking at the map and see why White getting some farming in here, just getting their damage up, getting themselves set up for the next wave, because they are comfortably at least inside that first circle, so they can kind of take their time a little bit here. But all of those Southern squads making sure they get in there early, and they're going to be very comfortable.
Well, as you say that, you know, you think about Oxygen, right? They land Barometer. They've kind of landed there historically throughout their majority of their push through their Pro League experience. That's going to give them such a short rotation to make their way into Shipfall. And where they particularly play, it's like the left side of the ship on the high ground, but if they can get underneath or where they'll kind of set up shop, because you see Dreamfire has already rotated around with that ring console information, and this is not a bad position. Their macro has been very impressive. Think about the north pad call that they had to make on that last match. And just having a solid macro and being able to control the space around you is the key to success, especially when you're early rotating.
We can see right now we've got OXG right near Sentinels, trying to suss out the situation and see how they want to handle their positioning here. The area that everyone is in right now for the zone is only going to have so many spots for them to hold, so this could be a bloodbath a little bit earlier on than what we saw last time.
Well, what better way to enter a bloodbath with a couple knuckle clusters and a mother load waiting to be dropped onto the team inside. You can do so much poke damage, and there's nothing worse to getting stuck into a knuckle cluster. But Nocturnal is going to get poked, prodded, forced to heal up, but they are holding down, suppressing the fire, and even utilizing the piercing spikes and reinforcing the doors. But now the grab lift, this is the way. Take to the skies, but they're just holding this team hostage inside.
They have so many different angles right now on the squad inside. This is a really, really strong play out of XZ, able to at least be obnoxious, take out Sykes, gets that first kill on the board, which is going to be easy cleanup from there for the rest of XZ, and MDYY do go down.
That was quite impressive, the way they were able to destroy that from the outside in, but not actually pushing until the very last moment. MDY White, I had a chance to talk to Feiju yesterday as well, and they were talking about the journey from the kind of just coming into it, right? In Split 2 playoffs, they're like, hey, we're kind of a relatively unknown team. Like, what are you talking about? Your entire squad is out there hyping you up. Your fan section goes crazy. People want to see you succeed, so I hope they bounce back quite strong coming into the last match of the game. But as we move further in to the Shipfall Gale Station order, it looks like a lot of our teams have kind of split, right? We've got Riddle order holding down the Gale Station side and just a few kind of peppered in throughout the Shipfall, but it's the teams that are looking to hit that rotate. Element 6, they land at Lightning Rod, the furthest POI typically away from this, right? And it doesn't matter because TSM, full on FPS going down immediately.
I think they got caught out there. I don't think XZ realized that there was going to be a squad rotating in. TSM's going to definitely try to capitalize on this, knowing that Sykes is just out in the open, taking out a massive squad in XZ, who's now down to just one more player, and this was just far too easy for TSM.
Nock just dipped, and you kind of have to at this point, especially if you're caught off guard throughout a rotation. You have to get out with your life. At 18 squads, you have to focus on playing your life, getting those placement points. It's all about salvaging, and look who has started to make it in. Element 6, when we were talking to Slayers, what he was saying was most importantly about their rotation, they have so little time to loot in Lightning Rod, and they're like, by the time we make it to this, that circle's already closing, we've been here for 20 seconds, we've got to go to Thunderwatch and immediately start crafting, and then we'll eventually make it out. So South zones for them are their worst, not necessarily nightmare, but I mean, they're making the best out of it.
I mean, not to mention, they do have to go through quite a few teams to continue finishing that rotation, all the way down towards the bottom. We'll see DSG down there, and then everyone that's on that eastern edge, while we're keeping our eyes on Optic, who just get themselves out of that zone as well. They have an easy rotation path in front of them, but not once they hit the edge of that zone. To get through some of those teams on the side, we watched OXG go in there before, we watched Sentinels go in there. They've been holding down that western edge of the circle. It's going to be potentially a rough push for Optic.
I love this. They're not taking the Trident all the way in. They're gonna hit the evac tower and fly on in. This gives them a little bit of time to scout. You can see the shots coming in, peppering, so they know, hey, that's not safe. I've got a team up here. But then you have to say, where do we go? Throw drop down first, smoke and dodge, baby, because you got to get into cover. And if the underside of Shipfall is still free, not going to be a bad thing. But the issue is, it's not going to end there. And LG Chivas is holding the nut building that is in a perfect spot for the time being. Now, should that end game circle decide to shift kind of more towards where Go Next is positioned, that's not going to be really beneficial for LG, because they're going to have to stave off anyone that is rotating from the northern side of that while worrying about moving forward.
And this is what I was saying before. This is why this is an end zone that does not have a lot of area for people to claim early. So the ones that got in there, obviously LG perfectly suited for that just based off of their drop alone in fish farms. Exactly. But this is, it's going to be a fight to even get in to the next circle once it does shrink down to there, and should be interesting to see, especially how all of those teams on that western edge now play that.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, I really do love Gale Station, Fish Farms, Shipfall Zones. They can be so unique as TSM has made their way. Maybe doing a little bit of final crafting, get some bats for the next step of their journey, because this is still in an Area 310 will be that next team just in front of them that they will have to fight through. But Aurora, typically landing over there in Cenote Cave, have made their way into the next circle. Just on foot, though. They didn't do anything a little dramatic, but it's working out really well for them, finding some space, and Dreamfire still holding such a solid positioning, because you think on that right side of Shipfall, that was the good call, right? Because the teams are going to have to rotate towards them that are on the left side.
Almost all of our squads have at least gotten themselves into that very first ring. I'm worried about Knock as the rat on Exet being super far behind everyone and having to find a position to be able to hold and play while Optic Gaming starts making a move, holding that bottom floor and seeing if they can at least coexist here for a little while.
1 bat, 12 cells. He had a Moby, so I'm just checking it out. We've got the gold alternator. Look, let me just tell you, I was like ready for disruptor rounds to come back for the longest time, and the moment they came back, I was like, oh, I needed this. And you were talking about Knock. Look at him go. Just look at him go. Would you just look at that?
Honestly, this is a massive move for Knock if he's able to get that completely open area and try to hold it for a little bit when it comes to Exet, because these fights are about to start popping off here. Everyone is clustered up on top of each other and will have to make a move soon. We can see some of these teams starting to try and at least deal some poke damage, feel each other out, how the situation could potentially go. And all of those edge squads are about to have to fight.
Well, meanwhile, we can just anchor down, just hide out, vibe. LCDF doing that, just waiting. It's so crazy, the calm before the storm, before they have to say, where are we rotating? And when that pull happens, man, that next zone is going to be absolutely perfect. We were talking about Knock and kind of his traversing of the lands throughout Storm Point as a solo, able to kind of focus on healing, does have the 30-30 for poke damage, but you know how like he was able to just lock it in the fun FPS, not necessarily being super funny piece? Well, he's gonna lock it in now, and so does Area 310.
Already down 1 player, 2 left standing right now as they try to keep themselves alive. All of that will draw some potential attention their way, as I believe they're sandwiched between 2 different teams. We've got LCDF on one side and I think TSM on the other, so it could be a little bit of a rough push as I see that TSM right on top trying to feel out the situation.
That was crazy. Reps and Verholz did get caught in that Crypto's EMP, but Hal was able to not get that. So they're starting to move into position, setting the trap so where they can just throw that initial damage down and immediately third-party this engagement.
All right, well, they decide to get that damage in and not force anything that they don't have to, opting to rotate away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ascend in a very rough spot, instantly going out. I don't even know how that push began, but Optic able to get a little bit of a recovery here and claim that space and loot.
So think about what was happening there with Optic. They were underneath a Shipfall, right? They flew in via the evac tower. They hit the Dark Veil, pushed to the front buildings of Shipfall, and just kept going. And that's what LCDF is currently doing. They've already knocked 1 on this team. They're letting the hip fire on the L-Star go, and Area 310 has been eliminated. We have 16 squads in this Shipfall Gale Station area that are making their way in, but they need to take out all of the teams on the northern edge. But you remember, right? TSM hit the rotation early, and they're just going to focus on gatekeeping.
All right, well, let's jump in with TSM, see what they have to say while they do this fight.
I think we need come back. We're taking the fucking evac.
Yep. I couldn't get off your Horizon queue.
Can we land high? Can we land high? I think we land high for free.
Yep. It's gonna boot me up.
Look forward, I have no idea.
Horizon, crack!
Horizon 30 flush.
Nade that.
Nading us.
I got a bat, I'm one shot.
Pop in cell. They might queue up, Get ready to queue up,
Revert. I'm popping a med kit,
I waste on the Horizon ult. Waiting for the queue, get ready for the queue. Fuck man, we should have done that Horizon.
Right side,
north.
They're gonna shot the back.
You gotta smoke that, Jordan.
This is either south as well as in a terrible
I don't have any
spot.
smokes right now. No smokes right now.
Get ready for
Keep
the
us down to
queue.
the south.
Get ready for the queue, please.
Yep.
They have blood on Horizon, blood on Bang.
Is there a team on that ping, Evan?
Nope, they all died over there. No, there's like one dude.
Look at it, they just jumped down. They just all jumped down right here.
Don't worry about that. Worry about them underneath us, please.
I know.
I have 2 arcs. You need? Arc dust. I'm good. Burn it.
They're getting shot. They're getting shot.
Well, at least Hal said please, and the offering came through. I have 2 arc stars. Would you like them, Hal? TSM, though, they've got Fnatic and they've got Realize surrounding them. But the fact is, Fnatic was able to regain and stabilize with TSM flying immediately on top of them. But talking about stabilizing, we have Aurora and Sentinel still in that ship fault area. And Impulse, we're going to have to save this off. Look at Impulse go, but unfortunately, Koifel from behind eliminates Aurora.
That was actually a prime opportunity for Sentinels there because Aurora had been fighting Optic before that, so that Sentinels knew that there was potential for Aurora to be weak, able to push in and really capitalize on. Now they've got tons of loot at their disposal and that entire area locked down. They're going to have to get out of there quickly, but at least giving them an opportunity to get a decent reset and prepare for that next move. Now they know there's a couple squads in front of them. Still also off to the side will be that Fnatic TSM standoff, and one of them's going to have to make a decision. If Sentinel sees that they are over there, could potentially also be a very annoying third-party situation.
Yeah, well, as we look at the map, you have Sentinels, Go Next, Fnatic, TSM that have to move through this, and Go Next has the advantage to hold off on the push, but the moment they start holding, Dreamfire is going to make their way in and look to clean up all of that. Meanwhile, Startified Esports just took to the skies and is challenging LG for the nut.
Sentinel's able to hold this fight. Meanwhile, we talked about TSM Fnatic, both of them taking to the skies to rotate away from whatever is going on down here on the ground. Sentinels holding off a little bit here. Koifel getting some kills in the kill feed. And this could be huge for Sentinel. Meanwhile, all of this is happening on the map as well. You see how many fights are about to break out.
We got 2 Dark Veils, 2 grab flips, essentially mirroring each other, trying to take to that high ground. You know Hal came down from the heavens, but it didn't work out this time, and TSM is eliminated at the hands of PETA. Dreamfire, third partying at the most perfect time, looking to clean this up as they set their sights onto Sentinels, and they're done and dusted. Fnatic is down. Can we get some hype for Roy?
Dreamfire have been absolutely dominating this group so far. Realize, though, another squad, we said they did well on Stormpoint. I might have cursed them in match number 1 of this map, but they brought it back here for the second one, keeping themselves on the other side of this mountain, so that's going to be a little bit of cover for them. Meanwhile, LG still holding, they've not been able to stay there this entire time while everybody else has had to duke it out. LG's been waiting for the perfect time to make a move while DSG is right behind them.
We have the strategic chess match of the 2 teams that called this zone perfectly. DSG has got the 2 Mobies for cover, LG's got the building, but my thing is, where's Nock? Is Nock still alive?
Oh, he's ratting. And he is alive. That's huge placement points for X as well, especially considering that was a rough start to this match. That's a huge win for Nock.
There he is.
He's hanging out.
There's Nocturnal, the legend himself, just locked in. That stone cold face, ready to make some moves happen. The Dark Veil is not phasing him, but he gets the front row seat, just like all of you out there, to see what's about to happen as that zone starts to close.
I'm wondering if when Realize comes around that corner, if they'll be able to spot him out tucked away in that little divot, but there's so many smokes, so many Dark Veils down, I don't think anyone's even really paying attention. Does get spotted out, the pings go down, and Nocturnal will not be able to survive this, but still does a fantastic job of getting X at those points.
Hey, sometimes you're just gonna make it a top 5 and call it a dub, because that's tough, but that's what's possible when you don't have Seer in the meta. Sia.
The nut has finally been breached. Realize trying to make a move, see what they can do, at least taking out LG. Having to battle this out down to just 2 players while LG try to hold out strong. Everyone, of course, looking this direction, trying to find the right time to make a move. Realize now down to 1, and this could be bad.
Down to 1, that's gonna be Karampu, and he is making the healing as quick as possible. Is Obli able to stable? When sometimes Songjun is able to go down, you can use the knockdown shield to like kind of get behind it and hold off for as long as possible, but Dreamfire still out in the open, letting all the chaos erupt inside the building and disguised as well. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. Whoever comes out alive from the LG Chivas Realize fight, it's not gonna be Realize, it's gonna be Lou with an Arc Star going through with a big win.
Like you said, DSG down there with those Mobies, little bit of that ridgeline from the rock. They've got that cover, but they've also have a position that was so far past where the other teams are that nobody really wants to push them, so they can just be annoying from that back end. Right now, it's going to be on Dreamfire and LG to decide who wants to take this fight, which is going to open up yet another opportunity for DSG to be that third party.
Now we wait 12 seconds before that zone starts to collapse onto our teams. And Dreamfire, they do have an evac tower, and sometimes when you have those endgames and an evac tower to take to the high ground, you also have the grav lift to kind of make a move as well. But now, we just kind of have to stave off.
Standoff. Who goes first?
You know, LG Chivas, they're gonna have to move a little bit. Dreamfire can kind of follow them in and disguised. They're trying to stay out of this and utilizing the Dark Veil. Look how much damage just went down as Jaguares falls. Yanya about to join him, and Dreamfire at the hands of it. We knew they were leading the charge on top of the series results, but they said, we want more.
This is why we were saying it was going to be down to Dreamfire and LG to kind of make that first move. DSG able to hold off, stay behind this Dark Veil. Kneasel at 1, trying to survive right now for LG. Dreamfire in a phenomenal position. Everybody dressed in red, waiting for the Veil to drop, taking out LG, and now just DSG is left.
There's something nice about seeing that new kill leader pop up as he finds a knock onto Lou, setting their sights onto the rest of Disguised in a 3v2 situation. 3MC looking to go big. Yeah, he's gonna fall, but Roy and Pita's trying to make this happen. Dupes down, Dupes fold. Dreamfire are your winners of match number 5.
I don't know what has gotten into Dreamfire today, but they are unstoppable. I want the heart. I need a heart from Roy right now, okay?
We need
what
the heart.
What is going on?
We need it. Celebrations are in order. All the Dreamfire fans in the crowd, we see you standing up and getting hype.
Perfectly played by Dreamfire, especially when we talked about how early they made their rotation in to get a spot, and they played every single incremental push so well. I mean, obviously the last two standing, like we mentioned, were the ones that either had called where the zone was going to go, had that priority position, making the rotation in. Little swag coming out.
He's got the moves. He's got the moves. Let's go. Look, that's just gotta feel good. Showing out at Champs is the best feeling. Yes, it is group stages, but you carry this momentum forward to the brackets later on the week, and then you make it to finals, and we get the stats. 15 eliminations, 13 assists, 12 placement points. That's a 27-point game, Glitter. Not bad.
Not too shabby. I would not be mad about that one. Talk about giving themselves a little bit of cushion, considering coming into this match, they were already at the top of our leaderboard.
I mean, let's talk about that, right? They land in the mill. Our zone pulled pretty much all the way to the furthest right building on the right side of Shipfall. So not necessarily one of the worst rotations that could have happened, right? But they got there so quickly. Yeah. You look at Optic, right? Downed Beast. And even Oxygen, Dreamfire rotated before Oxygen, who was in Barometer, and that gave them such a preferential position. We talked about the right side of Shipfall being that accurate call, and sometimes calls pay off.
That was just such a solid performance out of Dreamfire. They did absolutely everything right, especially when it comes down to their patience here in these final circle moments. So that we will go back, take a look at this, because we knew it was going to be essentially a standoff between LG and Dreamfire, with DSG just waiting in the wings to see what they could do about it. Dreamfire took it to both of these teams, though.
All right, as we see Dreamfire, the ever so patient yet very aggressive team, the comp, right? Horizon, Bang, Cat. That was what I thought would be the leading charge coming into it before Bloodhound even dabbled throughout our teams. And as they keep moving forward, they grab the last elimination onto LG Chivas and set their sights forward. But still, despite, you know, all the contesting that DSG has been going through, this is a beautiful finish for them.
I mean, no one jumped the gun too early. They all had such phenomenal patience to try to make that right call. It was just those Dark Veils ended up kind of working for and against DSG in those final moments. And then, of course, those 15 kills coming out of Dreamfire. When you've got that big of a sponge at the top of the leaderboard, there's only so many more points that can go around. Impressive, though, all the way down their Sentinels, 8 kills.
I mean, that's pretty good considering, you know, they start in that area, and then LG Chivas hitting that rotation so incredibly quick. That does run the gauntlet of not having a lot of eliminations when you play such a quick zone rotate like that, only getting one, but they were able to get a good chunk of placement points. And TSM, you know, despite that rotation towards the end on the top of the rock, landing on Fnatic and putting themselves in such a congested area, that was just tough in general. And mind you, they're coming from the wall all the way south, similarly to like Element 6 coming in from Lightning Rod. Those teams that have the longest rotations when teams had already been set up in zone since, I don't even think Sentinels had looted before LG Chivas took that building.
No, honestly, LG knew that they had to get in there early. They called it really well. We've also talked about how good of a job we had Go Next to with that contest against 100 Thieves. They were able to give themselves a little bit more time to kind of get through and rotate and get some points on the board. And putting 100 Thieves down there at 0 is just, that's a strong team to take those points away from.
It's tough, but the group stages, they are a brawl, and if you are going to contest on day one, that's when you have to do it, right? But the Dreamfire, 74 points, and we just have one more game left. Glitter, when we were doing our talent predictions, I don't think anyone picked Dreamfire, and they are out here to prove why we should be thinking about them first and foremost.
Honestly, Dreamfire has smashed it now, almost 30 points above TSM. And talk about cushion, they are comfortable right now. They don't have to worry about much for like the rest of group stage.
That's absolutely crazy. I can't believe it. It's just day one and all of the action is already unfolding, and now I'm just like, what's happening? I just see the most beautiful Dreamfire signs. Do you remember they were at Split 2 playoffs with the light up signs? When I talked to Dreamfire yesterday, I was like, hey, yo, where can I get one of those signs? I would really like an LED sign, but—
Are they custom?
I'm pretty sure they are, because they're very impressive. But hey, you know what else is also impressive? A lot of the things that there are to do around here. I'm gonna throw over to Peeps, because he was making his way through Birmingham, checking everything out.
What up, everybody? I'm Peeps. I am here at Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK, all right, where ALGS Championship is going on right now. We're here at the forum where we have a bunch of activities, a bunch of great snacks, and I'm gonna show you some of my favorites, all right? So with these tokens right here, you win these for free by filling out the passport, all right? And anytime you fill out the passport by doing some of these activities, you get a chance to win one of these Nessies or one of these other prizes. And I'm gonna show you guys how we win right now. Some might say levels. That's how we do it. So this is where you can get your passport, and you fill it out by doing the activities in the forum. It's right at the front, all right? And by filling out your passport, you get the tokens to win possible prizes. But let me show you my favorite part of the entire forum. You have 3 giant Nessies here that you guys can come take a picture and make everybody at home who didn't make it a little bit jealous. Come get your pictures.
He's talking about making people jealous. Well, I'm already jealous because I'm horrible at the crane game, and now I need to go out there, test my skills, which I lack, because I want more Nessies. I told you, I only got 3 gold ones, and I don't have enough glitter. We need more.
I refuse to believe that that was Peeps' first time on the crane game. Absolutely refuse. That was like 12 takes in. There's no way.
That's crazy, because when I was throwing it over to Peeps, I wasn't expecting him to be touring the stadium. For some reason, I thought he was touring the city, but that is true. Those are the things that you can do here. The beautiful big Nessies and the Nessie on the screen there. Look, I'm telling you guys, if you don't have a Nessie, you kind of have to go get one.
There's multiple color options too, and if you just can't decide, just get all 3 of them before they're gone, because they will not last for a very long time. And the Gold Nessie Special, that's an exclusive one, so they're not easy to come by.
That's true, and look at those riddle smiley faces, the RidWin, hashtag RidWin. I need to go get one of the smileys. I did see earlier, it was like a Yukio Japanese CEO sticker as well, and I was like, you know what, man, I need to step my sticker game up. So I'm gonna be walking around and I'll be like, if you have a sticker, I will happily accept it, because that is what I need at this point. Oh, show the Nessie, see, I'm telling you, everyone is out there getting their Nessies, getting their popcorn, getting geared up for map number 6.
I know, to close out the first series of the entire tournament, A and B going head to head here to try and find out who's going to be making their way through to that bracket stage after 2 days of groups.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. But you mentioned it, the first series of ALGS Year 3 champs, and we're in the final match. Will Dreamfire run it back and take that final win? Or who knows, will someone else step up and show why they came here to make a stake and say, hey, we deserve everything, because that trophy at the end of the week must be taken. It will not be given. And as we go through Legends Select, we see all of our legends going.
And arguably that title becomes more and more valuable. We talk about a lot, only 2 teams have been able to do that so far. You know, every single one of the squads here today wants to break that record.
I do love records being broken, and I do love seeing new teams emerge victorious, and that's exactly what we're looking to see here as our teams have strapped into the dropship. We are making our way. We've got Hot Zone at Command Center, so that'll be a little interesting. You start looking at where the ring consoles, the survey beacon, we had a lot of beacon balancing coming in before champs, and Lightning Rod with a ring console for Element 6. Ascend though, that's where things are going to get fun over there in Checkpoint. The question is, where's the zone gonna pull Glitter? We've had a north, we've had a south, maybe we'll get a Lightning Rod.
Can imagine how happy E6 would be about that.
They're sitting on double beacon at Lightning Rod. If they got a zone up there as well, crazy.
All right, our team's going, and we'll also keep our eyes on any of those contests. See for the last match of the day if any of the teams want to continue battling it out, or if we're going to play a little bit safer here to close the day out. And you were wondering where the zone was going to be. It's central, okay? You get a little bit of north, a little bit south, a little bit the center, but it looks like as far as the contests go next, pull off. Riddle Order actually in a very rough spot, though, with DSG still having this battle happen. DSG down to 2, Riddle Order down to 1, and this is going to be a rough start if Riddle Order go out.
I'm pretty sure I just heard a dupe in the crowd, and let me tell you, that is something I have missed, so we gotta get it. Can I get a dupe?
Oh, there we go, there we go. You'll love to hear it. All right, so DSG come out on top in this one. That's gonna be Riddle Order, first squad down, but 100 Thieves have actually backed off of their contest with Go Next and Antenna too. So they do not want to repeat what happened in match number 5, hopefully get some points on the board just to close out the series.
That is going to be nice, right? You go over to Bean, you get the IMC Armory, you've got a beacon available in that vicinity as well, but for Fnatic, who had typically been landing more towards that IMC Armory, have taken the backside of North Pad, and they're sitting on triple white and LCDF. We're able to find 2 blue shields, and after the redistribution of the loot pool, finding those blue shields has been a little more challenging. So to throw a, oh, but the Trident, are they gonna rotate out of this? Because honestly, that's probably pretty smart, because once you get that zone information, you might start thinking, TSM are looking pretty good at the wall.
TSM are definitely going to be comfortable right now. Could be a similar situation that we saw with LG, where since they're there so early and hunkered down so early, that it ends up being a more passive game for them, which is fine. But already you've got Ascend making the move up there, Optic making a nice early rotate. All those teams that were up at the top, we were wondering what was going to happen with E6. That's not that far from Lightning Rod, so this is actually not bad for them.
It's not going to be a bad rotation at all. The teams from High Point making their way in. Start a fight. Esports has entered the wall, and Dreamfire hopping into the Trident to hit that rotation as well. So all the teams that are finding themselves in the south side, there's not really anyone left. LG Chivas taking their time. You got the evac tower coming out from Optic, but this is the building that when any zones typically run the gauntlet of going into the wall, that TSM will elect to play from. So they're kind of in it for the long haul, thinking that it's going to pull potentially back into the wall, not necessarily outside where Dreamfire is positioned.
Since they're here so early, they're going to be comfortable for quite a while. If they can maybe catch some squads out to either steal a little bit of loot or at least steal that poke damage and finish off those Evo shields, they'll be in a much more comfortable position here. Everyone getting in nice and early, also agreeing with that northern shift like you were just talking about, because so many of those teams are on the top edge of this zone. Everyone that is on that southern side gonna have to make that rotate in. The LGs, the DSGs, gonna be a long road ahead of them.
K-Swinney pulling out the Fusey. I'm telling you, between K-Swinney and Slayers, they are both chameleons in their own right, being able to play whether K-Swinney's on Horizon, whether he dabbles on Crypto, whether Slayers is playing Lifeline. Who knows if he'll pull it out this time. But they can just play so many different compositions. It just goes to show you, like you said earlier, they're not playing scared, they're playing confident.
The ability to flex like that in so many different ways is also massive in the meta right now, because they have to kind of change things up based off of how every single map, every series, all the different teams they're playing against, those are all factors in what they're going to be bringing into their next match. And you can see OXG here down to 2. Not sure who they ran across, but don't even have that banner, so this could be a tough spot for OXG.
I mean, when you're already kind of out towards Command Center and you've rotated from Barometer, losing out on one Aiden, you know, you've got to get him back into the mix of things, but you've already found yourself so deep into that next zone, surrounded by Titans like Sentinels, Xset, Ascend, and Dreamfire alone playing kind of from the bunny slopes. That's a little tough, right? We did see some craziness happen on World's Edge earlier, trying to get Vayne back in the mix on that Harvester ending, that Moby play. Yeah, I mean, it could happen.
Have to see what they're able to pull off here, because they are surrounded by quite a few teams. Might just be safer for them to try and coexist within the chaos as that duo, as Aurora trying to do a little bit of damage, I believe, on 100 Thieves across the way, just poking to be annoying here, not really trying to get anything too crazy. MDY White, though, on the opposite end of the spectrum, taking out the duo of OXG.
That is tough. I told you, they rotated right into the center of so many teams, down a man, and now MDY White utilizing the smoke, getting the loot, grabbing shield swaps, doing everything that they need to do to solidify a positioning for that end game. And honestly, we're just on Aurora, and it's still weird because I still want to call them Fire Beavers. Impulse was up there on the rock, kind of keeping an eye out on 100 Thieves, making sure that his teammates were clear to go ahead and hit that crafting rotation, stock up on bats, level up the Evo shield, because that's typical playstyle of what we've witnessed to them. So even with the sub, they're still sticking to the main game style that we like to see. And sometimes that's just how you got to do it. But we have to start thinking about where that rotation is going to look. And with 100 Thieves playing from Bean as opposed to Antenna, still the timing's a little bit similar, but they're going to make their way through Checkpoint as opposed to coming up through Jurassic.
And now that they've got Aurora off their backs as well, they should be free to kind of continue through, see if there's anything left over that they can pick up along the way loot-wise. Ascend, holding the top end, and they were one of those squads that got in real early, grabbed a spot on that northern edge of the zone and tried to just bunker down here, seeing what information they can garner. Need some better shields on Kashera there, though.
Yeah, that's typical. I mean, if you're going to have someone playing a Crypto, you got to throw the EMP damage to level up the Evo. But what I'm concerned about right now is disguised their rotation, right? Straight through Stormcatcher, there's a ring console. They'll get that next information. And sometimes that's great, right? But if you're rotating in late, even if you have where that ring is pulling as information, how are you going to get there? Everyone's already rotated in and made that call. That's what's going to be tough. So they'll have to fight their way into that. Whereas the last zone, they had already rotated so early on and were able to play. So it'll be a little interesting.
Fnatic, another team that we've been keeping our eyes on a lot here currently. Having a pretty decent day, honestly. They're top 5 for the series so far. And they were able to pull out that win right to kick things off, so they might be finding themselves having to heal up right now, but they left where they were and opted to go into the zone to make a rotation. So they must not have been finding the area in that next circle that they were looking for.
Yeah, and that's tough, right? You're coming in from North Pad, you have IMC Armory. If you're going to rotate in through the wall directly, you have that zip line up to the building that LCDF is on the low ground. Ascend's already occupied that, but coming around from the back, that's where we saw Optic elect to play. So as we check in with Optic sitting on 2 blues and a white, unknowingly, Fnatic will be pressing in. That's going to be really tough, but look at the map though. LCDF is doing the exact same thing that Fnatic is. So Optic, while they had their backs clear, were about to have all craziness break out.
Not to mention you still have Element 6, who's been kind of waiting in the wings on that eastern side, not having fully pushed in from their rotation. Area 310 is over there trying to see what's going on, and we're starting to see some of those shots come out from the Optic Gaming squad. TSM trying to keep tabs on who's around them, potentially get some of that additional damage down, and they are just in a really solid spot to mess with all of those teams that were trying to go for that rotate.
I mean, look, we saw the talent predictions earlier, and a lot of them had TSM, and they're currently sitting in second place on the 6th game, but you still have so much further to go, and so does 100 Thieves. We knew Aurora was looking for them throughout the beginning of the game, and now the fight is here. A Dark Veil's been expended, the Gibby Bubble's already been utilized, so now Aurora has the building, and they can wait out all the utilities from 100 Thieves.
I'm surprised 100 Thieves took that long to make that rotation through checkpoints to the point where Aurora caught up with them, and now they're forced into another fight right on the edge of that circle. They're kind of stalemating a little bit here, but it's gonna be a rough one in a few seconds. And as I say that, all those squads that had made that rotation on north end of the zone have started to fight. Realize is down, LCDF down to 2, trying to fend people off. Fnatic does go down as well. We knew there was potential for them to have a struggle situation when they had to push in towards Optic. Optic's managed to somehow get out of it while TSM's just farming people.
And LCDF was able to push forward where Fnatic could not. Of 2 members of Realize at one point, I saw some out of bounds in the kill feed, and TSM playing from their favored positioning when zones pull towards the wall, have made their exit, utilized the Dark Veil, and are starting to pick up eliminations. But don't worry, they can still go back to the building and play from there because the zone hasn't moved. They've made a good call.
TSM, that was massive for them. We talked about how there's a potential for them to not have enough KP just if they were holding it down, but so many teams at the same time rotated right into their hands that it worked out incredibly well. Back on board with 100 Thieves, who are now down to 2, still back and forth in this fight with Aurora. They're gonna be forced to just close this one out. Someone has to come out on top, trying to see if they can maybe stabilize a little bit. Aurora actually in a very bad spot, having to back off just down to 1, seeing if we can salvage something with a little bit of a rat strat now.
You know, this is what happened earlier in the day on World's Edge. Uchaco had to make the decision to play for their life, similar to what we saw Knock happen to them on that prior Storm Point match. So a little tough for the sub to come in, you know, not typically playing, but they are all familiar with each other, and to be able to get up to speed, play your life, you have got this. But as we pull more towards the wall, think of where Disguised has looked to position themselves, because they're the ones that likely had the majority of the information. TSM is making a move as well, looking to stay in the same building, which they won't necessarily have to move out too far, but ascend that next zone where they're playing from. You can see a little bit of the crypto drone action. They are going to be in that next zone, and they'll have a big door to work with.
Ascend have found themselves quite comfortably positioned. TSM will be well equipped to at least handle this. They also have so many loot boxes down there to get themselves set up to make the move when they have to. Optic will be near them, and they do know Optic's there. They were trying to do a little bit of poke damage onto the roof before. As I say that, it looks like TSM potentially looking to go for an engagement here and start trying to clear the people in front of them out.
Area 310 on the wall, so many abilities coming down on them. Lemon trying to dodge the shots from the high ground, which is really challenging to make happen. And MDY White should be able to completely clean up Area 310. Meanwhile, TSM has still turned their sights onto Optic Gaming as dropped falls. Kashera taking down a member of DSG. So everything is starting to break out, because that circle, when we have to move, you gotta go. And Big E on your screen is looking so confident today, coming in, knowing exactly what he needs to do to be that anchor and push forward. Piercing spikes, force that team into an unfavorable position, and then just clean up.
TSM knew that they couldn't allow Optic to live there. As the ring was closing, they needed to make sure that they had safety at their backs to continue their move forward from there. So Optic do go down. TSM now having even more loot at their disposal and a lot of free space to feel safe in. MDY White, meanwhile, trying to find another engagement for themselves here. They were doing a good job holding that high ground and doing some annoying damage. Now they drop down and take the fight to them. MDY White going down to 1, trying to clutch up the fight here. FaZe able to take down Sentinels.
FaZe doing what FaZe needs to do, and I was nervous for a second because Koifel, once RKN picked them up to join onto the Sentinels, had that Hemlock singing. it was a little tough, but PETA does have the Prowler. And look, when that went into the care package and the select fire came back, things were going crazy, but a rat is going to be found out, and Feiju and MDY White will be eliminated. 10 squads remaining, but we have to get into the wall. And if you're Dreamfire, you got your work cut out a little bit for you. You're just outside the zone, but this is nothing atypical from what we've seen from their playstyle in that end game.
Dreamfire coming in at just the most perfect time, not only able to clean up the solo and Feiju on MDY White, but now 2 teams worth of loot boxes before they have to make the call that you're talking about. Who are they going to try to push you to get into the zone? Will they go through LG? We've got XSAT on one of the sides. Meanwhile, Startifight has been sitting pretty this entire time. They called that zone and they've been holding it for a while.
And here we go, another engagement. 100 Thieves making the play to push into where Ascend is holding, but unfortunately, we're gonna lose out on 2 members, and Vaxlon on the Bangalore, a double time kicking in, throwing him out. He's trying to be like, where can I play? Definitely not out here. It's gonna be rather tough, as you are going to be full sending into where TSM is keeping an eye out. They knew Ascend was in there. They wanted to say, hey, what's happening? Well, Reps is gonna go ahead and end that for them. 100 Thieves down and out, and Dreamfire still fighting their way into zone.
It looks like they went the direction of LG, so now that's the squad in their sights, but little do they know. Do you see on the map, there's an Aurora rat coming through, and we know that sometimes those solos can cause serious problems here as these fights get into the thick of it. The black hole does go down. Dreamfire absolutely decimating LG right now, trying to close this one out, sandwich down. Everybody's solo on Dreamfire tip, but they need to clutch this up.
Roy, 1 HP and a dream, but it is so close, but not going to be enough. Yanya able to clutch for LG, but they're trying to come in, they're trying to hit the res. But this is okay though, because all of this is happening while Aurora was trying to have their last member make a play to get into that next zone. Yuchako stepping up in such a big way, just saying, hey, you know, just don't look over here. The last time we said this happened, Nocturnal got found out, but if no one looks, it's totally fine, right?
I'm getting nervous the longer this goes on.
That's okay, just let him loot. They're throwing out ammo. We're not gonna disturb you.
Look at his face.
He's even smiling. He's like, dude, you know the heart rate is just elevating. You're like, just don't look my way, don't look my way. Look, we'll be friendly here. Maybe I'll even help you out on the next fight. I'll throw some damage on the team you're fighting, but just don't look over here.
Somehow still alive. LG mostly focused on resetting and getting themselves into a better position as the rest of these teams have continued nailing down spots, pushing farther into the zone. Startifight still looking very comfortable, having held the top of this building in general, the majority of this match. They did a very good job predicting where this was going to pull and nailing down that spot early. And now you've got so many teams that are gonna have to push in to try and take it. Element 6 is there, XSET's there. You've got TSM looking to make a move, eventually pushing in, and Ascend will have to drop down.
That's gonna be rather tough, but Element 6 coming in from Lightning Rod, we're able to get into such a solid positioning here inside the wall, but with Startifight on the roof, they've got the Watson fences, they've got the Jenny down. It's gonna eat any knuckle cluster from K-Swinny that's trying to put pressure onto them. And you start to think about it, also gonna eat bang smokes when they're trying to Bangalore and kind of cover that out. It's not gonna happen, so keeping a Jenny for Startifight is mission critical, but Ascend, they're on the move. Element 6, they can be patient, but look who's running into some trouble. It's going to be Lufka.
Aurora finally eliminated. Yuchako doing his best to try and keep the squad alive, get some more points on the board. Did just that. We do see a solo in Go Next as well, who's gonna try to be hiding while TSM continue pushing their way through any single squad that's been in front of them. Now on Ascend, wanting to clear this out as well, because then they'll have that entire area of the zone to themselves. They do just that. TSM looks phenomenal right now.
Hey, look, we're in their land, we're in the wall, but LG Chivas, they're gonna make a play and try to take out TSM. Still fresh off that Ascend fight. Niazul finds Rep, Biggie's down, and TSM eliminated Niazul. They took so minimal damage getting in those quick shield swaps, so now they can focus their attention forward. We have Startifight, Go Next, Element 6, and XSET. Those are your top 5 alongside LG Chivas. We're in that final match, and as that zone starts to collapse in just 35 seconds, you have to find a viable place. And with Startifight having ultimate high ground, having the Watson fences, this could look like a really good game for them.
Honestly, perfect timing out of LG to make that little bit of a wraparound and take out TSM immediately after they had fought Ascend. This is the rat that I was talking about. Gonek's been doing a great job, okay? Bambino's been killing it, at least keeping them alive, completely unnoticed. No one even suspecting this corner, but will have to potentially make his way past LG unless they wrap around and don't see him at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's like dead center of the zone, and with you, Revenant's passive, just the recent rework, you can move so fast while crouched and silent. And the climbing, if he wanted to maybe sneak up on the high ground or maybe try to play like some mid-area of a climb, like, look, anything can happen here as long as he just stays. And making it to the top 5 as a solo is quite impressive anyways. And Jinx, with the little bit of Senti, that's gonna keep LG a little occupied. They made that elimination onto Bambino, so Go Next will fall. But from the high ground, this is where I want it to end. I want them to take the win, but they still have to move. But with that, you know, all the way on the other side of the building, it's still playable.
Start a fight can really do whatever they want in this situation. X at E6, LG all on that low ground. While Start a Fight can watch and see which one of these fights is most likely to break out first. LG holding the backside of it. Element 6 directly below Start a Fight and Xset on the outside. Xset looks like they might be trying to potentially make a move onto LG, and this could be an opportunity.
Oh, Nocturnal is down, though. We did see the mother load come out, likely from Xset. But the issue here is Element 6, K-Swinny on the fuse, still has the fuse ultimate. Now, if he tries to utilize it on the high ground, it will be eaten by that Jenny unless it somehow gets destroyed first. But with the Dark Veils covering everything, we're throwing out an evac tower, and we got to see how are we going to get to the other side, because now you want to stay out of the line of sight for as long as possible. You drop into the enemy one, and now it's crazy. That's where Bloodhound comes into effect here, but there's no Bloodhound on Start a Fight.
Xset manages to rotate away, still with 2, leaving LG on that side. Start a Fight dropping down to make the push onto LG as the zone continues to shrink here down to 2. But they are able to do some decent damage, trying to escape and see if they can maybe survive long enough while everybody else below dukes it out. E6 go down, LG go down, Start a Fight, drop down to clear out the rest of this match. It's a battle of wills, down to 1 and Start a Fight clutch out match number 6.
Look, I'm telling you, we've been hyping up my girl Watson all day. And when the Watson clutches up in that end game, that's exactly what you want to see. Congratulations to Start a Fight Esports for winning the final map of our first series, and it was Jinx on the Watson making it happen. But even with Luskin on the Valk, trying to utilize those jetpacks, the passive right there to get to high ground, stay out of the engagements for as long as possible, that was an incredibly tough end game zone, but having the priority of the rooftop, utilizing the fences to kind of anchor it out, they did everything right. The question is, though, how many eliminations were they able to get from the teams rotating into the wall?
Even if they weren't able to get that many, that was a phenomenal performance. And once again, it was a really solid example of patience, making the right calls, taking the fights when they needed to take them. They did a phenomenal job. They had to make sure they were scouting everyone on both sides of their building. So that was a huge win for Start a Fight. But I'm also excited to see the numbers that we end up with for TSM. Because they mowed through some of those teams.
We'll have to find out. Start a Fight, sure, they can start a fight, and we know now that they can end one. Rain Day, I'd love to hear from you and the desk what you thought about that series.
I love it, Tiff. The question they've been asking and now answered, can they end the fight? They certainly did right there. South America, rise up. They have been looking for this chance at redemption, and certainly Start a Fight, putting them in a good position. Of course, my name is Rain Day. We're back on the desk to break down the action after 6. It has been a great start to this championship day, and I've got my boys back with me here. We've got Dia, of course, Zephyr, and then Bullet. Bullet, I want to start with you again. We just saw a great in-game. Start a Fight obviously win that one, but overall, walk us through kind of what happened to set that up for Start a Fight winning, and that's a big moment for South America as well to kind of say we are here in this tournament, especially in Game 6.
Yeah, no, that was really awesome. You know, Start a Fight played like super passive on the roof. They just waited for their moment. They shot, they put pressure on everyone underneath. You know, they took their time. They didn't make any risky plays. You know, they just sat there. And then look, the opportunity presented itself. They went down at the right time, you know, and then they just cleaned up.
One of the beautiful things too is that there was a lot to navigate as well. We'll bring that up in just a moment when we have it, but there was a lot to navigate as far as TSM being in there, LG being in there. Ben, you know, when you look at TSM and LG, two teams that were vying for potentially top spots there. LG a little bit behind, but they ended up kind of cannibalizing TSM's endgame there.
Yeah, especially for TSM, who this is supposed to be the circle that you win, right? You deliver on the place you start from. For them to falter in that moment, and on top of that, be choked out by Luminosity, who had an incredible rotation into it, at least gave us our entrance towards this final circle where we had all of the action.
Now, obviously, I talked a little bit about Bullet. We can have it bounce in just a second. But Dia, starting off, I mean, start a fight. This is a team that has the high ground. They look like they're in a pretty good position outside the chaos right now.
And importantly for me, and for start a fight, for South American fans around the world, watching their growth into just the first day of championships from Split 2 playoffs is massive, and it's demonstrated here. They've held the roof, as we talked about, for a while. A relatively passive position where they're able to just farm out the placement points. The difference is that in late game team fights during the playoffs, Starfight weren't able to execute. In critical moments, they would falter. And here, though it was a crazy endgame, ultimately, the ability to pull the rabbit out of the hat finally is the one thing that they've been working on. Team fight coordination was brought to fruition in this last fight, and it's wonderful to see.
We don't always see the Watsons with the Valkyries, with the Bangalores. South America, I talked a little bit as well to Kick and Vanglorioso as well. Atium, their coach, running a little Newcastle potentially, maybe even playing Seer again here, even though he's been leaving the meta. I mean, I think South America, what I love is that they bring a different perspective to how Apex is played, and we're seeing that play off here. Obviously, though, in terms of these match results, you can see some points obviously being adjusted. This is our Group 5, Match 5 results. We'll have those Match 6 results up in just a moment. But overall, let's start talking takeaways, fellas, as we get into a Game 6. What did that say to you, Zephyr, in terms of how you saw these teams perform?
And we're looking for a lot of the response, especially out of both Dreamfire and TSM kind of coming into this one here. But finally, a revitalization for so many of these other rosters, especially Luminosity. That was something that I liked seeing here, how they pressured from edge and showed that it isn't all just about zone play, especially off of things like those end circle changes, the ring and its pressure that it's come through with, and how you can still adapt and find your style when it comes down to it.
As we kept you waiting a little bit, here are the Match 6 results on your screen for how it finished with this last game. Start a fight, they take it. Exit, though, they've kind of notably just been getting a lot of kills today. No matter what their placements are, Bullet, they've been playing quite well.
Yeah, no, they've been playing exceptionally. You know, they have the mechanics to back, and they've just been playing as aggressive as they can, you know, and look, it's been working beautifully for them.
Eyes on this top 10. LG, Chivas, obviously you do not want to get in a fight with them at any point in time. E6, Tiff, and Lauren were able to highlight one of these teams as well. Go next, TSM, Ascend, playing quite patiently, but still getting the job done. Aurora, Dreamfire, may have to talk about them in a second, and of course 100 Thieves. On our backside of the 20, MDY White, Sentinels, Optic Gaming, which is a team I have my eyes on as well, not just because hailing from North America, but I think they've been playing extremely well lately. Area 310, Disguise, LCDF, Fnatic, Realize, Oxygen Esports, and Riddle Warder. Of course, it's all about what happened at the end. Who was our series winner? I think if you've been paying attention in the crowd and at home, it's a bit of a landslide, and unfortunately, none of us in the talent had picked this team to win. I don't know what that says about us. I'm going to do some soul searching after this, but I believe it is going to be revealed right now that Dreamfire will be taking over our winner position after 6.
I tell you what, I may not have predicted it. It was difficult to predict. Seeing how Dreamfire have grown from Split 2 playoffs to now has been almost entirely a macro journey for them. Their rotations specifically are just miles better than they were during the playoffs.
Yeah, and especially the fact that you bring up that word, rotations. Yeah. A lot of what we saw from some of these early matches really forced Dreamfire to extend themselves in so many of our games here. And unlike being in a POI where you can just start off and do well, they had to constantly adapt, and to find themselves at 78 on the board is an incredible place to be.
What's the difference between the separation, Bullet? What have you noticed about Dreamfire's play today that caught your eye?
Well, coming from my region, I know Dreamfire have exceptionally good mechanics. You know, they're some of the best, you know, mouse and keyboard players, really, really talented. And now we're able to see them, you know, put their talent to use. They're going at it. They're playing edge. They're starting in good positions. They're getting loot, and then they're snowballing. They're wiping one team after another, building their loot. And yeah, I mean, it's working really well for them.
I want to quickly add to that as well. They're not contested, which is a really big thing. Like they're from an objective perspective, they're rotating better. They're also able to rotate faster because they're not dropping hot.
And that's one of the differences that happens, you know, when you have these groups. Sometimes it does work out in your benefit that people are not choosing to land exactly where you are, but sometimes, you know, it does end up being a little rough, and that's where you can see these big distinctions. If you're ever at home watching, what happened to KCP? I don't know why, but they get in a lot of contests early. What happened to Dreamfire after doing so well in Group A versus B? Well, maybe that's because they're having a little bit of harder times at the outset. But right now, no hard times for DF and Roy, who I believe is standing by with We the People for an interview. Peeps, talk to us.
Hey, Rain, thank you so much. So we have Roy from Dreamfire, one of the greatest players in the world, man. Absolutely insane series that you guys had. How does it feel?
好 ，Roy 呢，你今天呢，做得很好，而且你的 Dreamfire 呢，今天表现得非常好。你现在感觉如何呢？
我现在感觉非常的爽，爽爆了，前所未有的感觉。
I feel over the moon now. This is a feeling I never had before.
I love it, and you guys deserve it, man. You guys bring so much energy and so much like love to the game, and I absolutely adore that. So from Split 2 playoffs to now, what has been the major difference? Because you guys look like a whole new animal now.
好，所以呢，你刚才讲的呢，让我也非常兴奋。这个呢，你在这个游戏里面的激情呢，让我也感受得到。那请问一下，从一开始呢到现在的这个赛季啊，还有到现在的你的目前你现在的感受是什么呢？
赛季到现在的感受。
对，你的有什么不同之处呢？
我觉得我们这一次肯定能带给比上次更不同的，给你们带点更多的惊喜，更多的 passion。
Yeah. I think this time we bring something new to the game, and I think we have a lot of more passion this time.
I love that. I mean, I think passion is such a big thing in anything in life, right? But especially video games. So you guys have one of the biggest fan bases here in Birmingham, UK. How does that feel? All that love, all that energy, how is that?
好，你讲的没错，你这个激情呢，我们也感受得到了。你看到呢，你在这边呢有众多的粉丝，你的粉丝呢，你的队伍呢，也是我们在伯明翰英国最多的。你这有什么感受呢？
说实话，我其实没有想到会有这么庞大的，毕竟我的队友皮神、三明治也都是非常厉害，拥有非常多粉丝。我也非常惊讶，他们能来到现场支持我，非常感谢，爱你们。
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. I have so many fans here coming here to support me, and I'm really grateful for that.
No, absolutely. And I mean, you guys have had an absolute journey. What would it mean to you to win ALGS championship right here in Birmingham, UK?
哇，你们一路走来呢也是非常好。那对你来讲呢，你在这边我们英国的伯明翰赢了这个 ALGS 的 champion 冠军，对你来讲什么意义呢？
对我来讲，这是一个必经之路嘛。但是我们的目标一定是放在最后一个总冠军上面的，就是尽自己所能打到最好。
Yeah, this is something we need to go through, but of course, my final goal is to get a champion in the end, for sure.
I love that. Let me get some noise from the crowd. Oh, you gotta love it. They deserve it. Rain, take it away.
Thank you, peeps. Dreams in my heart, fire in my gut. Well, I think that is a saying I'm going to remember for a while as well. Plus the hearts. You know, you got to throw these up when you're talking Dreamfire, you're talking Roy, maybe bend to the side a little bit on it. I mean, it's just such a great energy from these players. And I want to go to our final thoughts here. After they have such a phenomenal performance after 6, they are the leading points leader here in day 1 so far. And Dia, what are your takeaways from seeing 6 games so far in our championships?
I touched on it a little bit earlier, but their macro game has really taken a big step up. So I'm excited to see what Dreamfire does next. There are still some sleeper teams from this lobby that didn't get their chances to shine. I'm thinking Oxygen, of course, a team that a lot of people were watching coming into today. And I'm keeping my eyes on Sentinels because with the pickup of Koifel, I'd expected a little bit more from them in our first couple games.
17 years old. Incredible. Matchless in Isle and Arcane. We'll see how that goes. Zephyr, your thoughts on 6?
I think coming into it and finally finding the pacing for some of these teams right off the bat much quicker than some of us maybe expected, especially in what is kind of posed to be this zone meta. We're still getting a lot of that aggressive tempo, so finding teams like Dreamfire, but also Realize and so many of these other APAC entities doing well is at least a nice surprise and something that we hopefully continue to see as we make our way through the rest of these days.
Bullet, it's been great having you. We'll have you more here and there on the desk in between our day. But tell me, what are your final thoughts after watching 6 games so far of our championship?
Yeah, look, seeing this current meta with Bangalore and Horizon and Cat, it's so nice to see like all these really exceptional mechanical players just have freedom to excel, you know, run around, take whatever fights they want. You know, there's just so much more freedom. And I think it's just so much more enjoyable to watch as well.
Well, it seems like the meta is changing. It seems like the players may have to adapt as well. Some of the mentions that maybe didn't have their best performance, but it's just 6 out of many more to come here in day 1 of our championships. And for those who want to know what is in store, let's go ahead and let you see the schedule for the rest of this afternoon and evening. At 2:30 p.m., we will kick off Group C and D, so a complete change. We'll see the rest of our 20 competitors have a chance to go at it. And then A and D will get a chance, a reprise, to try to either push themselves even further to the top or find themselves back in the mix of teams competing. Either way, we've got a lot in store here. We are going to go on a quick break, but do not go anywhere. There is plenty left here at the championships in Birmingham.
Legends Global Series Champions, day number 1 starts now. Taking the best spot, but these wingman shots, the wing bro coming in clutch. Now we have Fnatic as a full 3-man team and the high ground. Take game number 1 here. Skittlecake is going crazy right now with 5 KP.
And Dreamfire in game 2!
And TSM looks so healthy.
And Riddle Order has fallen to Skies win their first contest.
I'm popping a medkit,
And we get some Hyper Roy! Dupes down, Dupes fall. Dreamfire are your winners of match number 5.
One trying to clutch up the fight here, Feiju. It's a battle of wills, down to 1 and start a fight. Clutch out match number 6.
Holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is. Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. One of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend.
There's 2 on the rock and then 1 on the left on the box. Focus the guy on the left. You see you focus left.
2 focus left. Focus left, both of you.
He's going back. He's going back. He ran back.
64 on him. 64 on him. Hurry! He wants up on him.
Zero doing us. Doing us.
Now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done!
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Do you smell it? I smell a third party coming up right behind TSM. They got to start watching out, or else this fight is just taking way too long. They're getting the trade after those 2 cracks, though. They need to be able to finally fully send it in.
And Verhulst is going to call it. He beams one. Verhulst single-handedly knocks one. Can he get the double? Yes, he does. Verhulst going for the triple kill to kick off the ALGS playoffs in London.
Welcome to the GG7 out here. Verhulst with a hip fire shot. He's looking to take out Alliance, and Alliance is the first squad to go down. But in perfect timing, there's the third party that we were worried about. Reps gets taken out.
And from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds 2 and the 1 clips. He's going to make it 3! Zane, you are a maniac!
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3. Catches them off guard. He avoids TSM. He rotates wide. Get away.
It's Zane!
Zane is still alive.
Zane.
Still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane! Oh! What did you have for breakfast, Zane? I want some as well.
It's got to be a full English. Surely Jay Ling's into the top 4. And now Zane, the kill leader. Remember, he's been a solo for quite some time. And he's still going. Still hitting shots, but has to calm it down. And they are going to make the push. They are going to make their way up. They don't want to wait any longer. They waited for the death box to be out. And they get involved in the fight. And it should be simple from here. There's a lot of damage. Hackers will get the second knock.
Hackers gets the second one. 1 player left alive then on this high ground. Alliance looking to answer back. And Yuki looking to join the fight as well. Finish is going to come in as well, and let me tell you, that's BM, brother. He's not just looking for that armor swap. He wants to let them know that this is still Alliance's playground.
It'll still work so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hit fight from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here, but now Hackers goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. Oh, and it's clutch again! Yuki loves to win those kind of fights.
There you go. Mandy hits the grab with looking for an LOS onto North Epson. Crazy says, I can do it too, and goes up. But Tyler has fallen.
No way.
Taking some damage. The fear exhibit out.
He didn't even know. He wasn't even looking at him.
Gravity lift to get behind him on the flank. Gets the hit fire shot. And the next player. 2 as they drop. North Epson looking to make the comeback. Looking to make another step out here. And they come out being the winners of game number 6.
NTH win. Do a little dance. Show it off. APAC North for the win.
Send up to an NRG currently. They get the trade, and it's free for Space Station. Well, we know the squad is playing on the low ground.
Meanwhile, the guard is just waiting. The guard is just collecting. SSG still alive. The Skyward Dive is up, and the guard is on top. The guard is going to win this game. Are you kidding me? What can you do? It's a 1v1! It's a 1v1!
Oh, what is he gonna do? He needs to finish up. He wants to get the KP. He wants to get the shields up real quick. He gets the shields up, and the 1v1, he takes a little bit of damage. He's playing off the fence line. He's got that natural cover, and he's looking to engage.
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP and 3 more placement points. It's the CEO versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna fry, doesn't take any damage. Hal is perfect, but Yuki turns it around.
No way.
Finish the shots, no. Yuki playing the knockdown, and Hal's gonna melt him again.
Oh, he's playing He punches him away. He gets the extra space. He punches him again. Duke it out. You just need the fist.
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
He's won.
But he's 1 HP.
No!
He was out of ammo. Was he out of ammo? Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just see?
The alley-oop on the gravity lift in Dreamfire, moving in, cleaning up 2 of SCD.
Can it be NorCal from the low ground who somehow wins this game? Azazel, last alive. Roy in a 1v1, I think. It's a 1v1 for the Brad. NorCal's out.
Oh, SCD, Dreamfire right now. Roy trying to find a pop-up opportunity. He doesn't have a knockdown shield for extra cover.
Oh my goodness! FC Destroy plays the knockdown shield perfectly. and wins the 1v1 against Roy. You will
on the bank. Where are you, Jay?
He's fighting. He's on the right side. Nice. They're gonna climb here. You need to swing someone.
Come inside, Jay. Come inside, swing. No, spell
Nice,
side,
get
I got a heal, Come inside here, Jay. Run with me. Run with me, Jay. Go, Jay! Let's go! Jay! Let's go! I'm an out of swap.
Matei a bola, relaxa. Tem só mais um, guys, só mais um, tem só um cara vivo. Mata vocês dois, eu tô picando outro time, eu tô fogando outro time, cuidado da vida. Pegar aqui, tá aqui, Orso. Abaga. Tá aqui, Orso, mata. Boa. E atrás. Eu tô curando, não tenho bala, Relaxa.ラスト左やろ来るラストNice!
So Clan eliminated, we're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with a Kraber, it could do so much, but Peekaboo! Oh, Swinny! No scope with a Kraber, Amphi's gonna go in and try and finish off the damage as well, and E6 live for now.
Is Swinny gonna be swapped? Gets the shield swap, gets the KP, needs to stay alive. No, Melee does it! E6, they go down!
And it all falls onto the shoulders now of Waltzy. Have you got the nerve, son? Have you got the steel? Is the ice there to send your team through? Oh, here it is! Waltzy does it for ANT. Ascend will pick up the win, but that 1 kill. Exit gone, and maybe now the door is open for Alliance, the European powerhouse, to come in and clean up.
It's not so easy though, smokes are down.
And they get it, Alliance! From top of the wheel, get it done! Get on your chair! Monday popping up!
Yeah!
Hold up, 하나 할만해 와도 너 깨져 공자 나 키트 힐다 빠이고 발공 타자 야 온다 할만해 나 키트 나한테 없어 나 가는 중이야 발개필 올라왔어? 나 죽었어 발개 나왔어 여기 온도 황록 있어 쏘도 돼 필
They're going into this fight, but Exo on the same page, and also playing up the low ground. Singularity versus Exo!
Singularity is no HP, only shield. But guess what? It all comes down to Artin. He gets one.
No
way.
way.
The second. Artin in 1v2 plays the knockdown, accidentally heals. Artin, the IGL for this team, one of the longest lasting players he's played since Poland.
What's the decision here? He needs to stop him trying to pull out the shield bat real quick here too, but he has the natural cover of the knockdown shield.
This is like a game of, speaking of Dota, this is like a game of Dota. They're playing their resources so well. Artin's gonna heal back up. And there you go, back to full health. The macro right now for these 2 players, the intelligence is there.
So they see where it's going, but he didn't see him through the smoke. A huge PK shot, 1 and a 2, and you're done in the Exo Clan. Win game 4 on World's Edge.
Exo Clan on top.
But Luminosity see them in their sights. They're going to be able to just wait for them.
Did they just take the Horizon Lift to get closer and shoot them in the air and then drop on their face? Yes, they did. Luminosity.
21 kills.
21 kills, setting a world record, and they're going to push full Rex and do the same thing to them.
Turn around, LG with a huge game. Game number 5 to put them in first place. Over 20 kills for this team on top of the dub.
Look how slow this walk-in is, Vicky. We've never seen a finish like this ever. Shady, gonna finally push. He's gonna fly. He's gonna get deleted from the lobby. Waltzy and MT just hiding. So well played. Singularity on top. Nice PK shot for 99. Elysium, Chile, vamos!
I have the high ground now, Singularity says. Elysium punching him into the circle. Gets it again. Nice win! Singularity's advantage on the high ground does not come in clutch. It's Moist and their positioning. wrapping around, getting game number 3.
He's one.
Dead.
Nice kill.
Zero
The
team
right
on you
team.
guys.
They're fried on the right. They're all in one corner. One goes in the gap on me. Cracked him.
I'm swapping. He's one.
He died. Kill this guy. Smoking. The Bang's almost cracked. Good on him. Both on me.
Dead. One more. Is he low guild? No, I don't know. Nice. Hey, good win.
They're running down low.
I'm steer canceling now. I missed.
Thanks, one dead.
Nice. I'm here with you, Sweet. I'm swinging the ball.
100 on him, 2 of them. Nice one. Gonna get third.
I'm swapping.
Exit are in middle of Geo and NRG. They're the two teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through, and it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way that you can say Geo can do something to stop it? The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment, it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just need 1 kill and they'll be on match point, but they want to win this game. And Sweet takes him down.
NRG will win the game here on Storm Point, and it was nothing short of the NRG death ball.
He's on the box ceiling.
I cracked him.
Go. Zero now.
I'm zero-team above them.
Get above this.
Get above this instantly. I'm pushing the guy up top.
They're fighting another team.
Kill this.
Kill this kid. Shoot him on him. Hitting on them. What that shit out? Go, it's up. Batting.
TSM need 1 point. 1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verhulst get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need 2nd place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Oh, and How gets the kill? How gets the kill? Needs to be secured. More damage being done by Imperial How. The CEO puts his team on match point.
Match point achieved, but can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's Onyx. Here comes the black hole. Here comes the set.
Missile Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verhulst and Imperial How as a duo. Verhulst will fall down, but job done for TSM. Onyx, however, will be your champions here on World's Edge.
I have to bat. Watch out, Vernade. Watch out, Guild. 130 on Bloodhound. They're inside. They're inside. I'm smoking the doors.
Yeah.
Front kill. Can we get angles from the far side?
I'm trying.
I'm gonna get swung here. They're shooting up. I hit Help Guild.
I'm batting on the door.
Are they on roof?
Yeah, they're all on roof. I'm nading it.
30 on 1.
I'm med kitting.
80 on 1. Flat behind them, kill them all.
I will once I med kit. I'm 1 HP. I need a bat.
Pulling on me. 800 on this guy. Guild, you gotta do something.
Blood out front.
Blood. Bangalore's low.
Knock one. It's 1v1, Guild.
He's very low.
He's so 1, man.
You gotta just keep chasing. Why can't I talk? Nice. And then run forward and foul court. Run to the other way and foul court.
Wow.
戦いマジで OK バル70ゆっくりでいいよバンカ100めっちゃ曲がったマク俺巻いてるゆかちゃん俺とバレた立てろ
Kill feed. You have Ascend players going down. Now, the Valkyrie ultimate, the Skyward Dive, has been a flip of the coin sometimes for TSM. On match point, on the biggest stage of them all, will they find somewhere to play? The answer is yes.
They find a spot and now they're griefing. They want to take the prime position here. They know Northeast is where you've got to go here. Smokes are down, but they've got the Digi-threats.
Perfect to see through those smokes. Like you say, Reps picks up 1, Verhulst picks up another, and TSM are looking hungry for it right now. LG, you are gone. As well, they've still got got the Dark Veil down to reset, but Naked still holding the line, still holding strong, and it's looking like this will be yet another win for the region. All sorts of nade markers, but they survive through it all. Tiger now having to survive. 100 Thieves gone, Exet gone. Also, Jailings will fall to these final moments, and Suzuki will go down as well.
Get a shield swap and get back into it. Alliance have lost one. The Peck gets a shield swap. Down goes Naked. Here comes Dark Zero. They push in to get the final damage. It's gonna be a melee.
Hey, let me just tell you that Crypto Red really let them go, but Go Next, this is their game to win. If you can maintain the high ground, keep shooting down. That's another one. Raki down, Xset eliminated, and now Onyx is once again has finished the center and able to grab a knock onto Raki. Onyx Esports eliminated. Go Next dropping down from the high ground, and they are letting it rip. They should be able to take this. Bambino though, Go Next.
Look left, look left. Go to the balcony, go to the balcony. Get behind us, get boys, kill left. Yeah, one second, give me first. Hold him up. I'll Q left. Nice. Hold him, outside and left, team outside and left. Take a minute. Can we reset a second? I'm low. I'm gonna stop on the left, I'm fighting. Yeah, reset, going. Give it up. Fuck me, man.
He does have the ability to pop in. Ryzen ult goes in as well, and in fact,
and obviously it didn't really pay off in their favor, but we'll see. It might be this time.
It can work, and it's already done wonders for a lot. Sort of a vertical cover. TSM fighting for the high ground in this ring are going to be helped out even by, you guessed it.
I feel like anytime someone gets...
Dark Zero! They want to play. TSM wanted to play for a second, but they disrespected MDY White. It's going to be a quick clean up for MDY as they still own the high ground. They still have the power position. They never gave it up.
Everyone gets involved. Black Hole goes down.
Go Next trying to hold on. It's all up to Obley. Can he close out? Down to 2 squads. Cannon Poo alongside him. All they've got to do is pick up the final KP. Damage being done. Flatline is the answer.
It's a 3 versus 3, but how much damage did Realize take?
Can they get the Gibby bubble down? Have they already used it? Are they going to be able to reset? Kashira's going to go down, and Sengyun with that massive in his hands has made this one a little bit dicey. Lufka now moving in. He's got the car in his hands, has to hit the reload, but this is looking like a Lufka game, and no!
Series that saved them the game, and now with Complexity to fight up against LG, we're fighting for the winning squad. Whoever holds on to this spot should take it all, and LG Shiva Sports go down. A collaboration of them and Luminosity, and in the 3v3 now Luminosity have to clutch up, start a fight with the Gibby. Crack Yanya almost take him down, and Cheeks pops over on the rampart, getting melted back at play. LG
The 2, he has to reload. He armor swaps as well. Oh my god, are you kidding me? No way! MDY White, Minuet!
North, they're trying to go for not just their first, but their second win. Miazul claims one with the help of Yanya. Can they claim another? Is this Fnatic falling? More importantly, is this LG with their second win of the day in game number 3, Dia? It is!
The NC0 coming through. These final 2 squads fight for their life, but Dreamfire has the advantage. They have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5. Dreamfire.
Zainu's gonna go down.
It's gonna be a 1v1, Jen.
Oh my goodness. It is indeed a 1v1, Greek. Can Jen Burton clutch up here? He's done it so many times to get slowed by the Arcstar. He does have a scan if he needs to.
He has the knockdown shield, and Jen Burton punches him.
talking.
desperately trying to pick up some guns so he can do some damage off that respawn. Has managed to do so. Geo gonna have to leave. Playing underneath now. ESA gonna be forced out all that while. TSM sat up on top of this spike, waiting. Deep breaths for them to see if anyone pokes where they can clean up the pieces.
And you'd have to ask, looking at this, how did TSM throw this one away with such an incredible position? The answer would be if both teams in this donut would then focus TSM. That's a big hit. That can make things a little bit worrying. ESA have spotted TSM, and maybe TSM were going to have to drop before these two teams come out of the donut. That's when things get scary.
TSM having to share some resources as well. Do get back up to full health. What's the next play, though? Do they have the black hole available on Horizon? Maybe to really cause some carnage. Hal's going to go up to the skies with a gravitational lift, so is the rest of TSM. Grenades in the hand. TSM ascend to the high ground.
TSM take high ground again. They will take the high, and now we're going to see one team down low, but TSM doing a lot of damage, but they've lost reps.
Hal's still alive. Verhos takes to the skies as well to try and survive. All the carnage breaking out below him. It's all on Big E here for TSM fans to try and survive, but it's Gambare off to Sun!
Creating a record, creating a legacy out here. Dark Zero also have such great natural cover as it's Dark Zero versus Alliance for this game too.
Are you kidding me, Vicky? It comes down to a game of arenas on a unique new map called The Tree. Mandy, Yuki, Hockeys, couple of boxes to work with. Both teams have equal high ground. Love the elevation fight here, love the terrain, and the level designers at Respawn. Let's take a look here and see how they play this. Is the zone be closing? We have to see where the zone's closing. I'd love to see the map.
This is smart from Dark Zero to make the quick rotation. Yeah, they give the slight high ground, but that's fine. They get beamed by Yuki with a charge rifle in his hand. Deadly combination right now, and I like the off angles that we're seeing from Alliance. Mandy also holding on to the high ground.
That's right. Dark Zero decides to take low ground here. They play the wide right angle. The zone's pretty central, but look at the high ground as the advantage for Mandy. He's going to beam. The PK shot connects, but he gets melted. He's going to be out of the fight temporarily. This is the chance for Dark Zero to heal up or neutralize. Yuki gets beamed as well. Dark Zero's playing this low, but Hockey sees the first knock. Hockey's going to follow up with some good damage. Gets the second knock. Making a third. Hockey's the IGL Alliance, the champions.
Rolling Thunder coming in, yep, trying to get that information too. Puts down the Seer ult as the Rolling Thunder is going to put in a lot of damage, having to pop that shield back.
Pops the shield back perfectly timed right when the Rolling Thunder hits. Here comes Onic, going to drop on Nocturnal, takes the elimination quickly, and now going to push right through, immediately rotates, tries to take the 3v3 against Singularity. They want to slow play this because Singularity is sandwiched between Moist.
Moist versus Onic right now. Shady falling low, having to reset right now. I like the way they're playing this patiently, playing off the side of the rock. They're not trying to fully send it because you see the Watson fences set up here too. Moist is playing that composition with the Crypto, with the Watson and the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Singularity with the Bangalore smokes, the Valkyrie and the Seer.
And they got the res on Artin after he got knocked by a sniper from Moist. Artin popping a Phoenix kit back to full. It's a full-blown 3v3 for the final game for Circle.
Singularity now trying to find a way to move in, playing with their backs against the circle right now. This is so intense. They have the pillboxes. Who's going to try to fully send it in? It's Singularity versus Onic.
That's right. Artin going to get some good damage here. Elysium, no shields to his name. Shield broken for the opponents. Crypto Drone's going to get eliminated and wipe in the lobby. And the damage is done. Almost get the knock. Is Artin.
That EMP would have been absolutely huge too here. They may have wanted to hold it for the Seer ult, but Moist now with Watsy taking it off angle. The smoke grenades just covering everything.
Onic desperately going to Valk Q to the sky. MT and Waltzy team of two. The two fraggers for this squad. Sorry, MT the IGL and Waltzy the fragger. Elysium gets the knock on Pricey with the PK. He's so talented, but only down to 20 HP. Best is alive with the 2 hits. A 2v2v2.
Artine is down. Pricey is down. Raki is down.
All playing knockdown shields right now. All three teams cautious. Look how slow this walk-in is, Vicky. We've never seen a finish like this ever. Shady gonna finally push. He's gonna flap. He's gonna get deleted from the lobby. Waltzy and MT just hiding. So well played. Singularity on top. Nice PK shot for 99. Elysium, Chile, vamos!
I have the high ground now, Singularity says. Elysium pushing him into the circle. Gets it again. Moist win!
Six will be entering the lobby because TSM come out on top, but with so many teams overlooking, this still still might be the end of their game.
Yeah, zone's closing. They want to get the res, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Use whatever cover you can have and maybe just commit as a 2. Leave Reps on his own.
No smokes to play with as well. The Black Hole's going to go down to try and protect their backs. If they can get to this rock, then maybe TSM can take a second to stabilize. But Fun, he's in the kill feed. He finished off Rep, but now Sights is going to be in a position where he has to be res. Nocturnal pops the battery and exit under duress.
It's NRG and it's Geo within the zone, making life very difficult for all these teams, but Exit are also doing damage. Verholz finally gets taken down. Here comes Fun, though.
Fun is starting to play with his food a little bit here. So many kills being picked up. Sykes is still down here. The Guardian eliminated while all of this carnage is unfolding. DZ will go down as well. Dark Zero out. But look at NRG. That's set up for success here.
Exit are in middle of Geo and NRG. They're the 2 teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through, and it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way that you can say Geo can do something to stop it? The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment, it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just need 1 kill and they'll be on match point, but they want to win this game. And Sweet takes him down.
TSM need 1 point. 1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verholz get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need 2nd place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Oh, and How gets the kill! How gets the kill! Needs to be secured. More damage being done by Imperial How. The CEO puts his team on match point!
Match point achieved, but can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's Onic. Here comes the Black Hole. Here comes the Sen.
Missile Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verholz and Imperial How as a duo. Verholz will fall down, but job done for TSM. Onic, however, will be your champions here on World's Edge.
The smokes are abundant. Ascend, though, very well positioned, and Godspot Gilderson's still alive.
Gil putting down the black market, getting what he needs here,
Wow.
denying that from Fnatic as they get eliminated. E36 now trying to run away. Gil trying to clean up some KP at the same time. The lone warrior left from NRG.
This is a game of hide and seek right now. Gilderson's is channeling his inner 13-year-old playing Call of Duty or Halo 3, just hiding from the rest of the lobby. Unbelievable.
Let's tone it back here. With Ascend being a full man squad, GO only up to Juzna, the only one alive. Guild, the only one alive. 2 rats against a full squad that has the high ground.
Unbelievable. 2 teams of 1's gonna make it so difficult for Gildersons. Juzna, look at Juzna's positioning, Vicky. Juzna is inside the building, but has no exit without taking quite a bit of storm damage. So you got to think on low ground, Gildersons and Juzna. The crypto ult is going to scan out Guild. It is very, very grim right now. Ascend, the Portuguese squad who picks up the new Polish rookie in Lufka. With an opportunity to close this out, they likely will. They have complete control, Vicky. I don't see a world where they lose this game, but hey, crazier things have happened.
Sending out the bracelet through the windowsill
1v1.
into the line of sight of Guild. The 1v1 comes in. Gashira ready with the information, gets the EMP. They're going to fully send it out to Guild. No time as Ascend clean that up as an easy win for them there in that game 6.
The monster, the beast, the basketball player, the guard on high ground. Look at their positioning, Vicky. This is the most arcane thing I've ever seen.
This is our house out here. The guard are going to be able to hold on to this high ground, hold on to the rock. They've created the fence line, and they have the height to look at these 2 squads rotate in. The only problem here is Fallout. In less than 45 seconds, that circle is going to close in behind them. They're going to have to move forward.
Let's jump into a listen with the guard. This is going to be insane. Let's jump in with Arcan.
They don't know that. They might not. Just go AFK. Go AFK. Can I look down and shoot, you think, or no?
New gen behind us, new gen behind us.
Fighting under us maybe?
We can't drop. Val's in the open. They're gonna focus each other on the far side. Everyone's gonna die except for us. Everyone's gonna die except for us. This team's looking. We have to drop, we have to drop, we have to drop. Kill under me. I died. Kill, dead. Play on me. I'm bringing knock.
Yeah.
Wow! They're all gonna die, but instead the guard gets out. Nice shots from Keon. He gets eliminated. The guard's gonna be out.
Currently, E6 are finally finding their momentum here, too, as the guard get finished up. Exit now fully sending in as E6 doesn't have the health advantage. Exit playing up the rock, but they lose out on sight.
That's right, fun. Playing wide right, so incredibly talented. Can he clutch up?
Oh, he gets the beamish, though. The hip bar reconnected, but it's up to Nocturnal to clutch up for Exit. E6 has the man advantage, and they win game number 7.
This game could well be TSM's.
It very well could be an Ascend versus TSM finish, depending on how Ascend rotate, but Fnatic, they take to the sky. They could be big party poopers onto TSM here. They could very much drop, try and take this northeast side. TSM are going to have to hold their ground.
Alliance eliminated in the meantime. Fnatic land, but only 2 of them have their feet touch the floor. TSM under duress, House taking damage. The Black Hole's gonna go down. He's desperate to get down to his long-time duo in reps and just about manages to do so.
TSM holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is. Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. 1 of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend. Charge rifle shots hit. Who has the utility available though? Reps, you saw the Seer. He has the exhibit available as well. He can get that down to get the wall hacks out. That's going to give TSM an advantage, but the last thing you want to do here, Dan, is be the first to be knocked.
Have they been tracking the kill feed? Do they know they are going up against another team on match point? Whoever wins here wins this tournament. Post-kill, trying to take an angle, trying to get an area where he can put down suppressing fire to allow Kashira and the rest to get out.
Ascend have got to make the play here. Do they have the EMP available? Is that what they're going to use to try and push from? It does not get more intense than this. Match point leaves us with 2 teams as Kashira makes the play. Kashira for Europe gets the shots in, but no shield break as now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done!
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens!
Scan them soon.
We have a snipe on the roof. There was a Watson team underneath, and there's not a Watson on the roof. So who's zipping? What?
They dropped out a cannon spot.
It's a cannon spot, yeah.
They're right below us now.
Yeah, I'm shooting them. I have 3 angles here. I gotta go back. I gotta scan. We should keep bullying these guys on over here. It's free peaks.
I scanned at 18.
Evan, Valko.
Come in with you.
Valko, there's a Valko.
I've scanned at 10. You guys can peek off that.
They're gonna go low ground. This team is gonna go low ground, and they're gonna instant die. Get ready for the kills.
Okay. You want Zero Thief?
Wait, they went into the cannon. They went cannon. One guy missed it. He's inside the staircase.
Yep, over here.
Not downstairs.
Evan, come over here. Jordan, watch the side doors.
I got a Milligan over here.
Guys, they're all far right. They're all far right, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, team right below us, team cannon spot, and that's still the team right above us.
This way, come. Keep looking my left.
I don't see anybody.
Follow me.
Southeast. I'm on 2Q.
Crypto's scanning us.
Yeah, come back.
So fire east zone, you see this?
Yeah, I do.
That's not good for us. We need to start bullying, Evan. We need to start bullying, keep bullying the team underneath.
Who do you want me to scan for you?
Just on
I
roof.
can scan a guy right below you.
40 on tier.
He's cracked, he's cracked!
Leave it charge, I'm going back.
He's one, he's literally one.
He got down, he got down!
Yeah.
Is the team still on the roof?
Just watching inside. Yes, they're inside the roof. They're on the roof. They're on the roof.
I wasted my ult.
That roof team can easily drop here and kill one of us.
I know, that's why I'm standing here.
I finished one.
60 on
Watch out,
Bangalore.
height.
He scanned me. Height scanned me.
I'm
Dropped
peeking
in the
again.
door. He dropped in the door.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We are live here in Birmingham, UK in the Resorts World Arena, and today is day one of our 5-day-long epic competition. It is the culmination of a year of hard work for these teams, and things have started off pretty amazingly, if I do say so myself. Hopefully the day continues to be the same. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm joined on the desk by the brilliant Spider, Tiff, and Dia, and I cannot wait to start talking about what happened. Give me your thoughts on the competition so far, Tiff.
Well, you know how my thoughts are. We just got off the casting booth, wrapping up the first series that we witnessed, and now everyone seems to be kicking things into gear. When they learned on Split 1 playoffs, what they tried to apply on Split 2 playoffs really feels like championships now are a culmination, like you said, Glitter, of everything that they've been wanting to happen. And with Dreamfire kicking things off, man, Dia, that was so cool to see.
APAC North looks really strong. Just to start the day off, for the first couple of games, it is still early, but what really is getting me about the start for them is that this was something that was created out of rotations, not just winning fights that seemed a little bit lucky, but out of a great game plan. And we're seeing teams across the globe really step their game up, even with South America picking up a win in our first set.
That's why we're saying the day started off so well. But if you're just joining us and you're wondering what exactly is on the docket here for today, let's take a look back at the schedule so you know where we are so far in our competition. Now, we started off the day with groups A and B battling it out nice and early in the morning. We've made our way through that. Now we're heading into groups C and D. All right, and we'll be closing out the day with groups A and D starting at 7 p.m. BST. Lots to talk about today when we get into it, because we're gonna give a quick recap for anyone who might have missed it. The first 6 matches of the day, Tiff, it was insanity, and not even what a lot of us expected.
I mean, hey, you say not expected, but then TSM showed up and they showed out a little bit. Dreamfire, they got a couple wins, and you mentioned Start a Fight coming in clutch. I ran into Dutch on Start a Fight, and you know, it's such good talking to him right after that series win and like that match win. And he was just saying, you know, as soon as we took the roof of that positioning in the wall, we knew we had it. We had the Jenny down. We could see all of the things, and they knew where TSM was, and they knew they stayed in that building, so they were like, oh no, we're not moving.
Yeah, I mean, it really worked well for them, and to highlight a few teams that perhaps didn't get the win, I always love innovation, and we did see, while Starterfight pulled out of Watson, we saw Go Next pull out Revenant, which is really exciting. And we are getting a bit of meta variation here and there, which is nice, especially on our first day, where typically teams do want to play a little bit more conservative, play what everybody else is doing. Now they're experimenting a little bit more, and it's definitely coming across well in the results.
I mean, and to give credit to Go Next as well, we talked about them a lot when we were watching the games, Tiff. They were able to contest 100 Thieves and kind of fight them off that POI. It paid off well for them in some of those Storm Point matches.
Yeah, that's where things got really crazy, because I wasn't anticipating that kind of contest to carry forward from scrims. A lot of teams that were contesting at Antenna were starting to elect to land in that no-name area just over the mountain outside of Antenna, but this one, it got brutal, and being able to force such a top-tier team of 100 Thieves out, that just goes to show you that everyone that had Go Next as a dark horse, they were right. They knew something, and they came here to play.
But then at the end of the day, Dia, it was all about Dreamfire. I mean, the top of the leaderboard at the end of that first series, incredible performance out of them.
Yeah, when I talk about the rotations, to get a little bit more specific as to what was going so well for them, they, in our very first game, hit super early rotations, leaving before even 40 seconds had finished on the map. But the change up in that, based on where the zone was pulling, even minutely, ended up being really important for them on their World's Edge games, and I'd say Storm Point both. They had this really keen eye about how to prioritize a rotation that would give them high ground, whether it meant leaving early and approaching from their strong side of the map, or rotating further away onto the slow side of the zone in order to make that work. When we came over to Storm Point, it was a very similar story where we saw them interacting with the map in such a way that they would very quickly find themselves in a position where they could then retain high ground for the next couple of minutes and really stave off a lot of other teams.
Yeah, definitely looking strong to start off the day here for sure, but now we're moving into groups C and D, and obviously all of these squads want to be the ones to be going home with that trophy. So let's take a look at what Group C has to offer.
Jan is going crazy this game here.
They fly in, the dojo, they came out swinging.
You've just got to make sure you do what you can. Well, on the opportunity, they get the first knock on Destroyer, make it 2 on that slot. Only 1 left mounted these, and Gambare, Otosan.
And they put Alliance once again.
And here, Monsoon finishes off.
She goes to arrive, it's a trade on the roses.
Here comes Zero! Zero! The captain! The IGL to send it back down under!
All right, Tiff. Lots of really good choices here, but after looking at Group C, I have to ask you which team you're going to be keeping your eyes on.
What, as if Dark Zero ending that wasn't good enough? Alliance in this group phase? But no, it's actually going to be someone completely different that has been making waves. My team to watch is going to be the Dojo, the roster of It's Timmy, Designful, and Enemy. And here's why. This is your team that came first in the ALGS Last Chance Qualifier for North American region. And Timmy, very much like a Shroud, right? Just so talented, pulling the roster together. You've got Designful, formerly on Elevate, formerly on G2, but Enemy, who had played in Split 1 playoffs under Oxygen. This roster has came together under the helm of Timmy, who's being the IGL. Now, what I want to see for this squad is that they make it on Final Sunday. I know they can do it, but here's the deal. Timmy has to have confidence, and his teammates need to trust in the Timmy's calls. And I think that if they can have the trust in Timmy to make the right decisions, and hey, sometimes things go wrong and that's okay, but you trust Timmy, we see you at the top.
I've even talked to the Dojo, and I'm sure you've heard this from them as well, but they're very aware that the way that they got here was a bloodbath. They are a very kill-heavy team, and they have this awareness that in order to do that on the World's Championship stage, you need to believe that you can take on some of the best players across the globe. And that's a difficult mentality to maintain, so this first set is going to mean a lot for the mentality of this roster moving forward in the competition. This is arguably the most important set that they'll play, and it's the first one.
We'll have to see how they do. It's definitely going to be an exciting series, but we still have 10 other teams to round out this series. So let's take a quick look now at Group D.
Huge thermite, huge arc star. Absolutely gonna take down. Oh, the beam!
The FC destroyed on doing it.
Classic one,
Nice! Give it 1v1 on the Wopsy, no, it's moist!
Will the Mozambique big shots hit?
Compliment, right here on my pin, giving you knock.
I like the way that you can do this! FC destroy!
Stand against KCP in our team. Sheila and the Sheila bring it down. Oh my God!
Then Black Hand will take the win.
All right, Dia, now it falls onto you. Another tough choice to make, but out of Group D, which team jumps out at you?
I hesitate to say it's a difficult choice for me. Now, there's a lot of talent in Group D, but you know that I love highlighting South American teams, and we've got 2 of them. So when presented with this, you have to be looking at teams that we haven't seen before. Both Kick and Singularity didn't attend the Split 2 playoffs, and yet, notably, Singularity has made it back here, and they have to be my team to watch. There's no way about it. I think a lot of people across the world know Team Singularity the best out of South America for the waves that they've made before, making it all the way to finals in international competition, yet not making Split 2 playoffs after they lost Elysium. Well, Elysium is back, and back with a purpose, not just to play the role that he did before, but to redefine this team moving into the future. What a team that many have called the hope of South America now needs to prove that on the international stage once more.
I love that, Tiff. A little bit of a different regional representation here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need, let me tell you. But looking at this, you know, you got Blackhand as well. And I'm really excited to see how they perform. I've been keeping tabs on Easy Flash, and I have seen some of the craziest plays come out of there. So we'll see how it goes for them. J-Lings as well. I ran into their coach, Alex, in the hallway just before this, and he goes, we are ready. We came out of Split 2 playoffs, and we knew exactly what the changes were that we need to make. They dabbled in their legend composition. I sat down with Noises, who is actually one of the nicest people I've ever spoken to early on, and hopefully you get to see pieces of that later. But honestly, this is the first time we're seeing C&D, and I'm ready to see what they can bring to the table.
Now, contrasting our previous set, A versus B, C&D is an interesting matchup because they hold some of our highest variance teams. The Dojo is a great example, so we'll start with them, but being able to frag out and take out an entire lobby is one thing, and yet you've also got teams that sometimes just end up not showing up, end up dropping 0-point games or something of the like. And the fact is that we have an incredible amount of fragging talent in C&D. We have seen them hit such high highs, and yet we've also got teams that can falter really easily, that don't have reliable macro. This is going to be an interesting series to define what this tournament will look like for them.
All right, well, a new series of matches also means a new series of predictions for the talent. So let's take a look at what we all had to say, our thoughts on this next matchup, because we've got a little bit consistency across the board again. Y'all like to be picking those top contenders, Tiff.
Look, I don't know. Anytime someone asks me where I want to eat, I have no idea. And trying to pick out of all of these teams, it is the most scary thing. I just start like freaking out. So I'm hedging my bets on Dark Zero. Let's hope Jen Burton and co are just ready to fry out. But Alliance, I love to see that for you, Glitter, because we actually really didn't get to talk about them at all in the opening show. Mandy is actually returning as a sub in for effect. And if you guys remember what happened in Split 1 playoffs, might I add, we had a little bit of jumping on the table actually because Mandy went off.
Yeah, we sure did. Dia, talk to me a little bit about your pick.
For me, the Black Hand pick is really based on what succeeds on the first day, and it's teams that have confidence in themselves, that have a game plan, and that also have an incredible amount of firepower. As I said, firepower really prevalent in both C and D, but for a first day, first match set for both of these teams, or for all of these teams rather, Blackhand really stands out as a squad that has great macro, that supports a frag-heavy playstyle. They demonstrated that in Split 2 playoffs, and I'm expecting that practice that they got there to feed in really well to their first set on the world stage.
All right, well, it also looks like Genome agreeing with you on the Dojo pick.
It's a lot of Dark Zero.
More DZ and even more Alliance on this second page. Interesting. Both Onset and Gaskin going for one of those two top teams in both of our series so far.
Interesting.
That's
very like them.
I'm wondering if Alliance give us the Go Next treatment, because those are the two sort of mad scientist teams out of EMEA, and I'd really like to see them pull out things like Fuse, maybe things like Revenant. Alliance have so many team compositions to work with, and now that they've got Mandy, who has a lot of personality as well, I do wonder what that's going to turn into.
I mean, you speak of personality. I'm just hoping maybe they just get so far ahead that Mandy breaks out a path. We all know Hackis was comfortable on the Newcastle, on the Ash at one point, but hey, who knows what's going to happen.
I mean, if they end up with a point cushion, like we saw with Dreamfire, anything can happen in this series. But if those teams are your favorite, or if you have some different teams in mind that you'd like to be keeping your eyes on here in the competition, well, our award-winning multi-view is back for our championship, and it is the tool that you need. All you have to do is go to the command center down below on your page and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Make sure you guys check it out. And of course, you know we could never forget all of you at home in the stream watching us for this entire week. We have some epic Twitch drops for everybody that's hanging out in the stream, a different one every single day, and all you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim those drops. And trust me, you want to make sure you get those in your account because they are pretty cool, Dia.
They are. It's been a fantastic day for me because sitting backstage, I get to open Command Center, I get to watch the broadcast, I get to watch a team, and most importantly for me, I get to have the map open because that tells you a whole lot about the game. So if you haven't tried Command Center before, try it, pull up the map, and you are going to experience the Giga Apex Legends.
He's not lying. That's exactly what he looks like backstage. He just prints out a copy of the map and he's like marking rotations. He's like, where's the ring console? They've got a beacon. It's actually the coolest thing I've ever seen watching him nerd out.
All right, well, we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. It's time to get into our second series of matches of the day. It's time for us to send it on over to Onset and Gaskin. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Lauren, and all of a sudden you hear the games are starting, the crowd starts getting loud out here in Birmingham, and that's what we love to see down there. It's going to be our first look at two new groups here. We've got C and D going against each other now, down into big names in this lobby, including one, Dark Zero.
I'm glad you remembered C and D as well.
Thank
you were going through it in the motions, but we
I'm
are
a simple
here.
man.
And we've got some amazing teams. I mean, for the most part, we're going to see the reigning champs. We've got Dark Zero, and we'll have to see whether we are going to see your son winning. Dojo also going to be competing in these groups as well. There's some mammoth teams here in Group C and D.
There really are, and you know, talk about Dark Zero coming into this. Are they going to be the team who go back-to-back with ALGS championship wins? Well, this is going to give us a really good indication of what we can expect from Dark Zero. No contests on their POIs anymore. They have great POIs for both maps. Dark Zero is certainly one of the favorites coming in here. A hot start for them will back up that. Kind of thoughts coming in?
And I will say, in international scrims recently, Dark Zero have been dominating, especially on World's Edge. Zero now playing Fuse. They look like a different kind of beast, and they were just racking up the points in scrims. So we'll have to see whether that can carry on. Now, other teams that can certainly make a big stomp in this group, you've got Alliance. We know what they usually do in group stages. Of course, they have the change. Mandy's going to be with them, and we're not going to see effect, but potentially it could happen. We'll have to see. And then FaZe. I mean, FaZe Clan had a great tournament that didn't really get spoken about enough at the last event.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think one of the unsung heroes and maybe one of the sleeper teams for this event will be FaZe. We also got a little look there, of course, at KCP. Pioneers looking very, very strong at the last event that we had, the Split 2 playoffs, and looking to go one further this time for Europe. This is your map rotation, though. C and D going up against each other. We've got World's Edge for our first three maps here. Smile on my face. You're correct.
It is, especially after we had so much Storm Point back in the day, but it doesn't seem to happen for us anymore. But World's Edge is where so many of these teams are very comfortable indeed. As I've already mentioned, Dark Zero seem to be dominating at the moment. Another team I want to keep an eye on, J-Lings. In those scrims where we saw Dark Zero rack up hundreds of points, J-Lings were the team that were just second of them
they were still able to find over 50, but we'll have to see whether they can do so if Dark Zero are going to be gobbling them all up.
Well, keep your eyes on Lava Siphon. We're expecting to maybe see a contest going down there, and I'll first maybe look at Dojo as well to see how they come out, but it looks like we're almost ready to go in this lobby, Dan. And I've got to be honest, it's our first time casting here at the LGS Championships, and I'm a bit nervous, man. I'm like shaking a little bit. It's a huge occasion, and I'm sure the players are feeling the same.
It's always an honor to be commentating in any LGS event, but of course, when it's at the championships, it makes it that extra little bit special. That's how we feel. Imagine how the players feel. They're about to get locked and loaded. This is the lay of the land on World's Edge. As we mentioned, there could be that contest down at Lava Siphon, Dojo versus Kick. And remember, in the other group, we've got TSM dropping there as well. So we're going to see plenty of fights at Lava Siphon throughout this tournament. Elsewhere, most people have been able to find their own little bit of POI to work with. We might also see a little fight happening down towards Stacks. FC Destroy and GO will probably be dropping down there. But this is going to be an interesting set of groups. I think there are definitely teams that can get big points. So if you are one of those teams who's kind of in the mid-table, you need to be picking up regular points, consistent amounts, game after game. Even if it's just a 4 or 5 each game, you'll still find yourself in good stead.
And one team we haven't even mentioned yet, of course, Moist Esports, one of the most consistent teams in the world after their last 2 performances that we've seen them in the LAN environment. They're in this lobby as well. We know they like to get in some great spots early on. We're going to have to see how they perform as well. That is your lineup of who is going to be in these groups, who's going to be in this lobby. Pick your favorites and keep your eyes on them.
And of course, this means we're going to start to see how those comps are going down and what we're going to see being picked by these teams in terms of their legends. And we've seen a lot of interesting meta shifts since the last event. We've seen now no Seer. Seer was like, what, a 60% pick rate back then at Split 2 playoffs, and now he was a 0% pick rate in the early games previously.
Well, just a little update for you. That is what we saw a little bit earlier. That's not what we're about to see now. So we will hopefully get you a little bit of an indication of where the legend picks are going to be going. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until we get into the game to see what comps these teams are going to be running. But it's so interesting, isn't it, how we see this shift from event to event. Of course, we have the ring changes, we have weapon meta changes, and to be at the top of your game here in Apex Legends, coming around to the biggest tournament of the year, you need to be able to be on top of everything. We're going to have to find out who that's going to be, of course, when we get through the days. But for C&D, the first look is going to be exciting for sure.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams are kind of adapting to what other people are playing, but there is always going to be that effort of comfort picks where people want to just play what they're good at, what they're used to be playing on. But we'll have to see whether things change as the tournament develops and people start to realize, oh, well, Fuse is very good, and oh my god, do I see a Seer? Suddenly that 0% pick rate might be changing, and that might be something to do with comfort picks.
Well, here we go then. Enough talk about comfort picks. It's trying to get a little bit uncomfortable for some of these teams as we head into match 1 now. As C and D will face off against each other. World's Edge will be the battleground. Man, it feels good to be up here, Dan. Let's see some gun shooting. Let's see what happens on these contests.
It feels good to be back, and I want to see who's winning that fight down at Lava Siphon. I can already see on the map that both of them are heavily sending it towards Lava Siphon, but who gets to drop first? Who's able to pick up any sort of weapons? That will be the real question for me. Does either team actually decide to swerve off? That could also very much happen.
Very good flight path for Moist Esports, who we always talk about historically liking to rotate quickly. Well, they're going to be able to rotate pretty much quicker than anyone. But there is going to be a contest going down here. It's going to be L'Équipe de France who are going to be involved in this one. You can already see a little bit of a poke, a little bit of a prod going down. And actually, excuse me, this is going to be the, looks like maybe not the right team overlays. This is going to be Kick in the Dojo. So we're going to have to see how this one plays out. And early on, it's going to be the first not going for the Dojo, make it 2. And it looks like this might be a Dojo home ground.
Yeah, I mean, already you can see the easy knocks coming through, and now it's just a matter of finishing here for Designful, Enemy, and Timmy. They are an incredible fighting team. We saw that in the LCQ. This is how they got to this tournament, by qualifying in that last chance qualifier, and they really showed what they were made of, and then the practice they've been putting in. They've shown that they can roll with the big dogs, and I'm very excited as this tournament develops to gain that experience as a squad where they can start to believe in themselves a little bit.
I mean, we did a little bit of content with him. We won't give away what it was and, you know, all that kind of stuff, but I can tell you that he is feeling extremely confident coming into this. The build-up to the event has been very important for them. He said getting the confidence in scrims, playing against the best in the world has made them believe and realize that they are not just a very good fighting team, but they believe one of the best fighting teams in the world. So having that confidence coming into these lobbies, certainly huge for their momentum as they go through the days.
Well, they take out 2 members of Kick. They are trying to scout out, see if they can find a third, but it looks like Kick are just going to scarper away.
They don't have a ring console at Lava Siphon, but do have a survey beacon to work with, so they can at least get a rough idea, as that circle is going to be heading north, most likely northeast here. So this is going to be great for the teams dropping on that side. Complexity in a good spot. FaZe will be happy. Jay Lings will be delighted, as well as Moist over towards Overlook.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see who has that ring console on. If they get that little bit more information, if we're heading maybe a little bit more north, maybe a little bit more south from this, where the zone finds itself right now on the screens. But one team who are trying to rotate here, just in and around Fragment, is going to be Blackhand. And they're in a little bit of a pressurized situation, because if you're wondering who's putting some shots into their back, well, that's going to be Dark Zero.
So Dark Zero on their rotation will just try and challenge and damage where they can, but at the same time, Dark Zero will want to move relatively quickly, because they'll be concerned about the Harvester team arriving from the south. Because if you imagine you see a circle like this, you want to get over and past people, rather than being that team is getting held out and often gate-kept. Looking at the map overhead, it looks like we're going to be heading very far east. One of the biggest indicators for me is FaZe. They were able to get a ring console, and they moved over towards Overlook, or at least the buildings just slightly northwest of Overlook. And Dark Zero also going to start making their way over as well.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the ring console information. We are going to be going towards Overlook, and another great indication of that, we mentioned about Moist, had a great flight path. They also had a ring console. Where did they go? Nowhere. That's exactly where they landed is where they stayed, and Pioneers at the moment, oh, they're in a little bit of trouble as Dell has to get away, and it's NRG who are chasing them down.
Well, NRG are going to get the couple of kills. Whether they'll get the wipe doesn't really matter. I think what's important for NRG is they were at least able to survive that initial fight, and then they can continue pushing through over towards the eastern side of the map. And for NRG, I guess it's a chance for us to talk about them a little bit. We are always talking about, well, NRG this, NRG that, Sweet, one of the best IGLs that we've seen. Does he kind of compare with Imperial How? Well, lately NRG have not been up there. They have not necessarily reached those expectations, but it's one of those squads who you just know on any given day can suddenly turn up, can suddenly find victories. And I think we're going to learn a lot about this team today.
Yeah, one thing that NRG cannot be criticised about for sure coming into this event was the practice regime. They were playing multiple times a day. They were involved in every scrim, and they were putting in the work, which is, of course, what you need to be doing ahead of the biggest tournament of the year. Blackhand, they're in the respawn village just outside of Fragment at the moment, trying to kind of tiptoe their way towards the zone. And the one thing about Overlook zones that we always kind of highlight is once you're in, great. If you're not in early, it's pretty difficult to work your way up that hill and really contest. Elsewhere, and a long way away from where we find ourselves at the moment, you've got Gambare Otasan, who are having a little bit of a scrap.
Yeah, Ironblood Gaming on the other side of this one. Also, we did see Kick finally get eliminated, so they were the first team to get wiped. And this is a fight for kind of the southeast side of this map. If you win this one, you should get an easy rotation up towards Big Mord and then Geyser. Gambare Otasan, they don't really want to take this fight at the moment, but as I say that, they get the knock, and now suddenly they have a massive advantage.
Yeah, they'll be able to get this finish if they need to as well. Finish does come in, and there's going to be a second kill. Nice spray, just needs to get the finish. Try to make it flashy, falling down from the air. Oh, there is that initial finish, but Dogma will go down. So now it's a 2v1. It's just about taking your time, being patient in these situations. Zone is going to be closing behind them, though, so you just have to keep your eyes on those white men.
Yeah, Ironblood Gaming just frustrating a little bit now. In a 1 versus 2, plenty of armor and health to work with. This is still winnable, I will say, if you can hit your shots here, but now losing all of those shields suddenly becomes increasingly difficult. And yeah, you see, the hunt suddenly comes through from Geo. They know they have the advantage, and they make sure they press it. So they will now own the southeast side of the map, but I say that, Dojo might have heard this, and if Dojo did hear this in the distance, they can certainly gatekeep here from the Geyser side.
One team who's deep in zone at the moment is going to be the remnants of Pioneers. We saw them fighting NRG a little bit earlier on and not coming out of it looking too good. There is still one player alive. NRG going to have to make a very, very long rotation themselves all the way from staging, of course, to Overlook. And speaking of which, here is the lay of the land in Overlook at the moment. And we mentioned about Moist Esports, how they love to play a god spot position early. Well, you can see where they are set up at the moment, right on the left-hand side of your screens, playing those silos, and we know how dangerous it is to control that height in the endgame.
So the teams that are going to struggle is going to be the late arrivals. Now, Alliance, of course, dropping down at Thermal Station all the way down in the southwest. As soon as they saw the ring console information, they would have known we don't need to hurry here because we are not going to be beating anyone to this zone. So instead, they are calmly walking and marauding their way across the map, as are the likes of NRG. And of course, we saw Gambare Otasan down in the southeast.
There is your map overhead for everyone at home, just to give you an indication of exactly what we're talking about. Pioneer's probably looking for a res inside a Skyhook at the moment, and NRG probably aware that that might be the play. You can see them kind of tiptoeing their way, or should I say scuttling would be a more better adjective to use in this situation, see if they can pick up a few free KP of some white shielded, no weapon players falling through the skies.
So the likelihood is on that southern side, Dojo will hold out GO, but then they will get pressed by Onyx Esports, who are holding down the building but just below them, and it's going to be really difficult for them to try and break through, because when you do try and shift through those tunnels, it is so tough because it's so easy to hold those angles and ambush as you try and progress through the northern side of Geyser. But Gambaray Artisan are now going to at least be aware of Dojo, so they're not going to get ambushed. That's one of the positives here.
A couple of shots coming in will give that information away to the Dojo, that there's a team wrapping behind them, and it's Geo versus Dojo, which is fun to say, Dan.
More fun than you thought.
That was really fun, honestly. I had a good time saying that.
NRG are being devious here. Now they are well aware that Pioneers have rezzed, and now they are just waiting for some extra bit of KP, it would seem. As Sweet starts to press up with the rest.
This is a game of hide and seek. Apex Legends style right now. Zane is hiding, NRG are seeking.
It's a little bit more difficult without a seer nowadays. So you have to use your wits and you have to use your experience, as Zane does get caught out. He's the first one to be found. But it does look like the rest of the Pioneers were able to at least scuttle away.
Yeah, the other two remaining members have completely split away from each other, just trying to survive. NRG do get those KP, but here is Geo versus the Dojo, and I mentioned it's fun to say. Well, it's not fun to be stuck inside a Fuse ultimate. And Dojo trying to hold the line at the moment. Designful's kind of moving in, but player has managed to sneak through enemy lines here. Up on that rock, Timmy takes some shots in the back. He's going to have to be forced to pop a shield battery here, but it's a little bit of a messy fight here. Nobody seems to have the advantage.
Yeah, these are two teams who also had early fights with Contest, so they're both going to be warmed up. They're both going to be ready. Dogma gets the first one to enemy, and Gambaray Artisan have the lead now. And it's whether we can see any sort of reset here from Dojo, because this Phoenix and Medkit is going to be massive for Geo, because they're going to have such a health advantage going into this fight.
Timmy's going to try and stick the res here. Designful's playing the height, but look at that angle being taken by Jusna there. He's trying to do what he can to cause problems. Enemy still down, but Designful does get one. So the Dojo now back into this, and Gambaray Artisan eliminated. The Dojo turn a 2v3 into all of them back on their feet.
Well, they said they think they're one of the best fighting teams, where you've just got a little bit of a proof of the pudding there, as they now win it 2 versus 3 and they can reset. Now this was my worry though, because they dominate South, they can push through the vault, but when they do push through the vault, it's gonna be a very difficult situation with a lot of teams that are gonna be around that vault side and eyes on those vault little clicks. Now NRG are gonna be moving their way from the western side, giving up perhaps on the Pioneers hunt that they were playing. But Alliance were some late movers, and they've started to finally find some players to play with.
A little bit of the height outside epicenter they're trying to take away. They will be safe inside this next zone. Hack is going to have himself finding a wall going up in front of him, just completely cut off the attempt at the push. So Alliance now retreat. You see the defensive barrage has come down as well from the Bangalore to make sure that they can't close that gap in the way they would have wanted to. But Alliance are going to be safe for quite some time. And I mean, I tell you what, Mandy, what a player to bring in, by the way. He has not let Alliance fans down once, anytime he's stepped on this main stage to fill in.
A very strange position for Mandy to be in as well. I mean, there was the time where he thought he was probably done with competitive Apex Legends, and then kept getting the call, kept coming back, and keeps proving why he's such a vital piece to any puzzle. I'm sure Alliance are delighted to have such a familiar face, and also someone that can step up in an occasion like this. But Alliance seem to be comfortable. They were able to force Northeption off of that height, and they can hold it for now. But whether Northeption re-engage, I think that is going to be the big question here.
Let's head that way.
Moist Esports still safe inside of that zone. It has shifted ever so slightly southern from where Overlook was, so it might actually finish kind of in the cavernous area where there's kind of a little bit of rock cover. Onyx Esports in a great position, and Dojo, who we were talking about a little bit earlier on, being a team who are approaching from the south side. If they can force their way through the vault tunnel and exit safely, they might be in a pretty good position for this endgame. But Northeption at the moment, who are the team who are on the other side of Alliance, just trying to wrap things out at the moment. Wait to see if an opening presents itself before they move up.
Yeah, we've got 5 teams on the western side here who are all going to have to progress into the circle together, and probably will take a couple of pop shots against one another as well, but that's only going to put themselves in a little bit of a tough situation, where those who are inside, the likes of Dark Zero, Blackhand, Pulverex, should be able to pick up a lot of free KP because of it. But you're completely right to focus on this southern side, because actually if Dojo can survive here, they're going to be pretty good for quite an amount of time. I'm just a little bit worried because Onyx Esports are sharing the vault with them at the moment. Dojo went one way, they got forced back into this tiny little choke here. And if they do get spotted out by some of these teams in No Name, then they have to be careful.
I'm interested to see if they try and just hold down the inside of this build, inside of the vault, or if they do make a play. Well, we're finding out the answer to that right now. Timmy taking some damage on the cross, though. It is NRG who are kind of in the vicinity, looking to third-party this fight if it does take off. Dojo do can take control of the door, though, and 104 shots come in from enemy. Nice spray from him. Gonna have to use that Callus wall potentially just to stop this 3P being a problem. But for now, the Dojo holds strong.
Dojo have lost one. And it's whether they can actually survive this fight yet again. Designful's going to attempt to get back up on his feet, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to because here comes the push.
Push might come in here, enemy. Gonna have to hold the line. The catwall will slow down and stall this fight, which is one of the best things about the Legend. Being able to take control of the inside of buildings, reinforce those doors. Catwall allows you to get that rest back up. Alliance have been eliminated in the meantime. And Dojo are back up to their feet, and now enemy decides it's time to swing.
Yeah, time to try and swing, try and get some damage that maybe the team can push out on, because at the moment they are being, well, pent up in this building, but it's okay. They can survive here for another minute or so. They don't have to rush things, because you can see the circle is going to be moving ever so slightly north. The likes of Northeption, Dark Zero, Pioneers, Pulverex, they're all going to be in that next circle. So this building that was being so heavily fought for is not going to be good enough to stay in these next 45 seconds.
Elsewhere, you can see Dark Zero inside of this truck, which is always a risky place to have to play, which is why they're looking to have a little bit of aggression added to the recipe of what they find in this game. Jen Burton with some nice shots with that vault. Zero having to take his time to get those shields back up as well, but look at these shots coming in from Jen. Breaks the shields, almost breaks the hearts as well.
This northern side is going to be absolute hell, by the way. It's going to be okay for Dark Zero, who are still holding a very commanding position, as we would expect on World's Edge. Speaking of, Nathan's just taken down Designful, so that's going to be more teams taking fights, and Timmy might need to be helping with his team, and it looks like NRG were able to push in and shut down Dojo. It was a push that was a long time coming for NRG, but eventually they are able to conquer the Dojo team, who has been running a little bit of a muck of this lobby.
3 kills for Sweet as well. He's going to be the kill leader in this lobby alongside a couple of other players who have certainly put up some kills themselves, but NRG, they've still got some work to do here. You see, they're trying to smoke off. They're trying to kind of thread the needle with the rotation here, trying to make sure there's no lines of sight for them to get hit by as they make this cross. They're going to take the high ground, but they need to take a fight here.
Kill feed's about to go nuts, by the way. Northern side is mental, as now NRG keep pushing in, and they want to take this truck. They want to take advantage of this damage here.
Big kill coming in for NRG. They clear the way, and now they're looking to clear a little bit more space. Not just happy with one, but they will be safe. FaZe trying to work their way in as well. It's going to be Moist Esports who are eliminated in the meantime. Complexity, they've been taken out as well. FaZe taking a lot of zone damage here. Snipe down, I don't think he'll make it in. Yes, he will. But what can he do from this position?
He can slip, he can slide, he can try and survive, but eventually will get shut down immediately as everyone on that northeast side tried to force their way in. J-Lings go down as well, and FC Destroy have just been able to hold on to this northeastern side and these rocks, and now they give themselves cover. Northeption also eliminated, 10 squads remain.
Oh, Black Hole, big problem here. FC Destroy managed to take it down, but the problem rears its head once more. Amateur left on its own now. It's Onyx Esports who are moving in. They will get the cleanup on the fight and take that position we were talking about.
They've got 2 more teams to their north, though. This isn't going to be fun. FC Destroy get taken out. 8 squads now remain. One of those teams is still Dark Zero. They hold strong in the building we saw earlier, and they have a lot of room to play with on the western side, but they are going to have to move east as Crusader tries to get those extra shots, and will do so with a Havoc in the back pocket. A lot of presence being gained by Onyx Esports at the moment. They are trying to take as much space as possible on this eastern side.
Crusader, a new addition as well, showing why he is that new player that they picked up. Look at NRG though. They're making a play, and it's KCP. Still in the game, by the way. Still work their way to a top 8 position, but again, it's NRG who are haunting them.
Haunting them, but the White Armors have able to get Pioneers so far as now NRG will come through. Great shot from Zane, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Pioneers will go down. Blackhand have also fallen. 6 squads now remain. Dark Zero, NRG, Pulverex, Onyx, Tom Young Kung, and Enter Force 36.
Onyx in a really good position for zone. If they could take out the team just to their north, which is Tom Young Kung, they might be in a great position for that nade. Almost takes Crusader out of the game. You can see it doesn't look like he's got any shield batteries to play with here. He's going to have one dropped by a teammate, which is going to mean a slower healing operation for them to go through before they can get back involved. NRG making their move, and look at NRG. 2 red Evo shields, leveled up. Nathan on a purple as well. They are ready to fight.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to hide long enough, and they don't have to push in just yet, but that circle is going to be closing on their backsides. Pulverix are the team that are ahead of them. As soon as this wall goes down, you have to take the fight, and now it comes through.
Q comes through as well, trying to counteract it here, Sweet. He'll throw the black hole in as well. Oh, Gildersons is going to wrap, and it looks like NRG will win the fight against Pulverix, but look at the kill feed. Dark Zero managed to take down one of NRG as well. It was Jim Burton with a long-range frag grenade, and Dark Zero now still safe, still healthy, and still looking like they might take home a dub.
Dark Zero has slowly been going about their business on the western side, but they might now have to take advantage of this angle that they have on the tunnel. You can see they push in. Fuse is going to be the one to lead everything here. Zero trying to get that initial damage, trying to get that information. They have the grenades to work with, but I think the smokes and the cat wall should just be enough at the moment to give E36 enough coverage. But when this wall does go down, they could be vulnerable.
And of course, 36 know that they need to leave this tunnel. And they're using a lot of utility to try and do so. The longer this goes on, the more noise it is, the more likely that Dark Zero will come under pressure from multiple teams. And that's exactly what is happening. Now they're going to be forced to take this fight, and Dark Zero say, okay, we'll take the fight.
I'm so impressed with what Zonyu's done here, by the way. He was on no shields for so long, but he did push in, but Dark Zero, they get wiped. And enter first 46, they are able to stay alive, but now NRG, they try and pick up on the pieces here.
And they're going to be able to do so as well. You can see Sweet's just moving in. It's only one player alive at NRG. As a 2, Nathan has gone down in the previous fight that they were involved with, but they clean up the damage, and now they completely control the western side of this zone. Elsewhere, Onyx Esports, Tom Young Kung, they're having a fight themselves. Onyx only have a little bit of room to play with here, and I tell you what, if this fight goes down, NRG are in a position to third.
NRG do have a chance. Onyx will try and take the fight versus Tom Young Kung and get a lot of damage, but Onyx are not able to do so. They're still a 4-3 here, TYK, and now NRG are going to be a 2 versus 3.
2 versus 3 here. Tom Young Kung might be able to close this out. What a performance it would be for this trio if they can get a win in their first game here on the main stage, but it's a 2v2 now because Gildersons has just ripped someone apart.
He's ripped 2 of them apart, and now it's a 2 versus 1.
Gildersons might get them all. Gild! A one-man army walking through the lobby. 2v3, no problem for me.
Well, we said right at the start of this set, we're going to learn a lot from NRG. Are they going to be a team who can be real threats, real competitors here at the World Championships? There's your first look at them, and there's their first victory of the weekend, and doing it as a 2, nonetheless.
I think that was a monster game from NRG as well. Didn't quite catch how many kills they had, but how many times did we go to their POV and see them winning fights? NRG, were they going to be the team to fear at this event? It looks like they put the work in, and after game 1, they're looking dangerous.
I also realized how hard it is to say enter Force 36 very fast.
Very tough.
I think I said enter Force 36, and it's just one of those, but happy birthday. I love the signs, by the way. I love the signs from the crowd. It seems to get better and better every single event. We are raising the bar, and in the World Championships, I would expect nothing less.
100%. You see the NRG fans, understandably, very happy with what they just saw from their team, and I think the zone shift actually caught a lot of people out there. That's one thing that we should certainly talk about. Zone 2, a lot of people who got that initial beacon information probably thinking, hey, this is a guaranteed Overlook zone, but the shift away towards No Name and then almost back a little bit towards Overlook caught quite a few people out, and you can see it was NRG who actually worked their way through from the western side of the zone who managed to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I'm curious whether Dark Zero were just out of meds and out of shields. Zanyu, when he was pushing him, was literally on a slim bar of health, but continued to go forward because they knew they had to take the fight. But I think there was maybe a couple of opportunities he could have batted up, but I don't think he necessarily had any. And then as soon as NRG kind of sussed out what was going on down in that tunnel, they pushed straight in and ensured they got those kills.
Will say though, NRG, it didn't look like they were going to win that final circle, but win it they did in the 2v3. And here's our opportunity to have a look at how it went down. I think a lot of it, Dan, was made possible by clearing this side of the zone, coming in and making sure they finished off the last remaining members of Dark Zero in this tunnel to make sure that they had an opportunity at least to third party that fight.
Yeah, Dark Zero wanted to make that fight fast, but it was not quite fast enough. NRG got the last kills on both Dark Zero and Enter Force 36.
Very good.
And then from here, I know I got it right, thank goodness. From here, as a 2, you're thinking, all right, well, we're just trying to survive here. We're going for second place. Surely that's what most people would think about. But as soon as you hear all that commotion, as soon as you see that catwall go down, you start to think, okay, do we have a chance? And then look, there's a nice little present that's available for Gilderson as well.
Gilderson goes, hey, I know how to use this thing. Let me just wait for my teammate to pick up a battery. Onyx Esports do get eliminated, but they did manage to pretty much fully reset in this fight. It was a full 3. Sweet kind of baits them out, and I think that just created an opportunity for Guild to take an off angle as they stepped out from that catwall. You'll see it here, he just takes this off angle from Sweet. Sweet plays his life, he is the bait in this situation, and then you see the R9 from Guild, he gets the first one, swaps to that L-Star. A little bit of help coming in from Sweet towards the end, but I've got to be honest, if I'm Sweet in that position, I want to fill my teammate with confidence and say, hey, you take all 3 kills here, and wow!
Oh my goodness!
20 kills for NRG. 32 points in game number 1, you'll take that all day.
Unbelievable from NRG, and to do it as a 2 at the end, the bait and switch was just incredible. What an angle that was being held by Sweet there. I mean, it really just showed his experience and how important it is to play your life sometimes in Apex Legends, but not doing it whilst cowering away and batting. Instead, he was just using that head glitch, taking shots, doing damage to keep them distracted. But a 32-point game is insane. Tom Youngkung and Onyx, I think, will still be delighted with an 18 and a 13-point game, especially considering Onyx came all the way from Tree and were still able to get on that southern side. They were the ones that were holding down that vault for so long, so when they saw that circle shift, they must have been smiling.
Looking at the other end of the table, a little bit of a quiet start for Alliance. Complexity, the same could be said. Some good KP per phase, which gives them at least 4 points coming out of that one, but it was a pretty top-heavy looking lobby, and hey, when you're coming out of a game with a win and a total of 32 points, no surprise to see the teams at the bottom there, Dan, maybe struggling to find an opportunity to pick up points.
Well, NRG fans making sure that they are happy and letting us know how happy they are with the sides that they were able to bring as well. But you look at NRG's pathing in that game, starting at staging, getting ahead of KCP, winning that fight against KCP, which I think was massive, because then they were able to kind of build off that. They got the confidence, they got all the shield they needed, and then it was just running a train through everyone afterwards.
So it's NRG who take home at game number 1. What's going to happen in game number 2? We'll find out in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Championship. Match number 1, we had a 2v3 for NRG to take home that win. Gilderson stepping up huge for his team to give a little bit of life to the NRG fans here in Birmingham. Resorts World is where we find ourselves, Dan, and we also find ourselves heading in towards match number 2.
Match number 2, which of course will be on World's Edge as well, as will be match number 3 before we go over to Storm Point. And NRG, I think that's what you wanted to see as an NRG fan, but more importantly, that was why Gildersons was brought into this team, right? To be that absolute damage powerhouse that can win 1 versus 2s, that can be the guy to get that DPS outputted. While Sweet is doing just IGL and big brain things, it was the perfect combination for that final circle.
Very, very impressive from NRG. The question is, what is going to happen here as we head back into World's Edge? And I think the scary thing for a lot of the teams in that lobby was some of the teams who were involved in that endgame, like you mentioned, Onyx, NRG, tough rotates for them over towards Overlook. Certainly helped out by that ring 3 shift that we were talking about, where it pulled away from Overlook a little bit, and a lot of the traffic that would have had to leave would have kind of taken each other out and kind of cleared that side of the zone. But certainly something to look out for a lot of the teams making those calls, but we'll have to see, like I mentioned, what happens in zone number 2. But Guild, look at him on the end there, probably feeling very, very, you know, pumped up, feeling very, very good. He's like, don't worry, just send me in, boys. I'll win the 2v3s, no problem.
And I think when you see a circle like that as a team who is going to be rotating from a distance, you hope it's going to be a less predictable zone. We do have some in Apex Legends which are very much predictable, and you're going to see everyone banking on the same spot, and you know full well it's going that way. But this one was a little bit more questionable, but certainly a lot of teams are up on that northern side of Overlook, and then they were punished for that early move. The likes of FaZe, the likes of Moist, who were for sure thinking it was going to be over towards Overlook. And that's always going to be a little bit frustrating, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes in ALGS. And sometimes you have to just accept the position that you went for right at the start and play your way out of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. In those positions as well, you kind of have to flip the mentality of we're playing for the end game to let's be the last team to leave this fight with a lot of KP, red Evo shields, and almost guaranteed to win if we can clear this side of the zone. Dark Zero, we talked about them in that game as well. It was a tough situation they found themselves in, just being stalled out on that fight down on the low ground. They had to take care of End of Force 36, otherwise they would have been flanked by them as they had to move up that hill. So it wasn't that the decision was a wrong one, but maybe just the fight took 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds too long, and that allowed NRG to wrap behind and clear it up.
But what E36 did very well was utilize the abilities they had available to them. The ults went down, the smoke went down, everything they could throw down to stop the push from NRG. It just frustrated them. It delayed them enough that allowed NRG to push in and make sure it wasn't going to happen for Dark Zero. So that's always going to be annoying when you are trying to be the aggressors, but ALGS and Apex in general, it's all about frustrating your competitors. It's all about denying points of other teams that are going to be the ones that challenge you for those places in that winner's bracket.
We'll have to see if NRG can go back-to-back then after that performance. I'm sure as far as confidence is concerned, going into a game like that, coming back onto the main stage here with all the focus that you wanted to have and all of the strategy you put together and the match plan you put together coming into the ALGS champs, well, it's kind of been vindicated in game number 1 with the way they played. Of course, they'll be looking a lot further in the tournament. They'll want to be winning to pick up that trophy as we now see our lobby and we see some of the legend picks going down.
Yeah, plenty of fuses as expected. Are we going to see a Seer? Yes, Phonyhead still sticking on that Seer and may only be the only one we have. No, we've got another. No, we've got J-Lings also playing Crypto. So you've got a few differences here, a couple of people that are straying away from the current meta. There will be rings, there will be certain times that you will benefit from straying away from the meta, and certain legends are really going to help you in those scenarios.
Well, here we go then. Game number 1 is a distant memory, unless, of course, you're an NRG fan and you might be talking about that one for quite some time. The dropship is live. We're moving. Interestingly, the dropship changed direction a little bit from south to north this time, which is going to be good for the likes of Pulverex, Onyx for those early drops.
And it'll be Kick versus Dojo again at Lava Siphon. Remember that Dojo got the better of them in the early stages, even though Kick were able to escape. They did eventually get eliminated in 20th position. It's not going to be a fun tournament for Kick if they keep losing these contests, because TSM are the other team that will be contesting them in other groups, but Dojo have already got the upper hand.
They certainly do indeed. Designful feeling all kinds of confidence. There's a second one for him as well, and I tell you what, Designful, he might be taking all 3 down. It's 3 in a row for Designful. Kick eliminated once more. It's 2-0 to Dojo in the contest.
As easy as that, and because it's so quick, now they've got a comfortable amount of time to be looting Lava Siphon and start to make their way if they have a ring console, which they do. Okay, so down at Dojo, for Lava Siphon, they have ring console and a survey beacon to work with, and they can get the information that we're going to be heading northeast again. Now, it's not going to be the Overlook prediction that most people were thinking in the previous game. We're going to be heading a little bit further up towards the likes of Epicenter and Climatizer.
Yeah, looking at the likes of FaZe and Complexity here. Complexity are in the Epicenter at the moment, and they do have that ring console they can hit, so it wouldn't be too surprising to see Cole maybe thinking about trying to take that high ground over at Epicenter and play for that long game, because if they do that, there could be a big KP game for them with everyone else having to shift in. Moist Esports, you can see they're going to have a lot of access as well to that zone. FaZe, they've got a map room scan, but that's not going to be quite what they wanted, especially with this early game. Everyone's starting to stack up in Fragment. Could be one of those little misleading ones if they take that info.
Yeah, if FaZe take a while to loot up here, which they might, just giving that initial circle, then the survey beacon could very much work out for them, give them that player information, and they should be able to stack up. But I think it could be one of those that you say, it's slightly misleading, they might push away, and they could later be left frustrated that they didn't stay a little bit closer to Climatizer. We'll see how quick they are with their rotation. You mentioned complexity as well. I think that is going to be a good circle for them, especially having that ring console information. And I'm curious to see whether complexity can find that right formula here at this tournament. They have the players, they have the capability, they have the IGL.
They have the vibes.
They have the vibes, but can they finally find that formula to be a team who kind of competes at the very top level?
Well, Moist Esports are going to be moving away from Overlook here, and you can see quite rightly so. Jailing's looking for a little bit more of a comfortable game than they had in that game #1, and they are looking in and around that height of epicenter that we were kind of hinting at a little bit earlier. Maybe they're going to try and play for the height and the distance, and exactly what they're going to do, but the only problem is with the passive from Valkyrie, they're going to find that somebody's already calling that home.
Well, when Noises was back on IG, he knew everything about World's Edge, and they were one of the best World's Edge teams that we had in any region, but they haven't really been able to replicate that success ever since this Jailing's roster was formed. The addition of Nags, of course, an incredible Slayer, just being able to put so much output when it comes to his DPS, but they are going to be playing a more conservative type of formula here, just having the Watson available to get a little bit more defensive, and then the Crypto, I suppose when you need it, you can get offensive as well, just having that drone to send out, get the EMP on the go, so it's a little bit of both.
Offensive with the EMP, but not with your gun, because you're going to be stuck in your iPad. The Dark Zero, they're already making a quick rotate as well from Harvester. They're moving their way past Fragment, pretty much to where they died in that last game, just outside of the Overlook tunnel. Team Singularity, you can see they're set up here. They're going to be playing for the long game in this little snake building themselves, which is certainly where we have seen some of these zones finish before, but I think Moist are in a great spot. FaZe and Complexity, we talked about them as well. They're trying to play the height for as long as possible in this situation. And speaking of DZ, look at this. Flashbacks, I'm sure, going back through the tunnel this time.
Yeah, it's a very similar rotation for Dark Zero because the pathing of the circle was almost identical for the initial, so they were already moving that way. But now they're going to have to realize that when these kills start to flood in, when that round one does closes, they will realize they have to go a little bit more north. They were far quicker at going across to this eastern side this time. They didn't take that fight with Pioneers, which I think, even though it was good they got those initial kills, it slowed them down quite a lot in map #1.
We're looking at elsewhere. Dojo, they're currently crafting, I think, over at Climatizer. Oh, excuse me. Climatizer, they're nowhere near Climatizer. At Harvester at the moment. Alliance making their way towards staging, so they're kind of having to play edge again. A pretty tough zone for Alliance to access once more. Ironblood Gaming, the same could be said for them. Overx, interestingly, holding down the Vault Tunnel at the moment between Geyser and Overlook. But Complexity, one of the teams we were talking about holding down this height. This is where we have seen endgames before. And having that information early on in this game might really pay dividends for them towards the end.
So I am noticing on my map overhead, one team who's trying to go a little bit outside the box, Tom Young Kung. They've managed to get above the likes of FaZe, of Complexity, who were holding that high ground that you were talking of. And maybe if Tom Young Kung can surprise one of them, they can steal that position away from them. But suddenly we start to see a little bit of commotion happening as all the teams are sussing one another out. Who's where, what kind of comps have you got, what legends, what utility are you going to have to use against us? As Dark Zero are still trying to make their way ever so slightly north. I think what Dark Zero have done well here, they don't have ring information, but they're very aware of the movements around them. They're keeping an eye on the teams that have been able to go northeast, and Dark Zero kind of shadowing people at the moment.
Yeah, also taking the height as well on the very eastern side of this zone. This is such a difficult spot to play, and with everyone starting to stack up a little bit later on, Dark Zeros have some premium position with the geometry to fire down on anyone who's trying to rotate across that open area, or anyone who's maybe taking a fight themselves that they can see as an opportunity to third party, especially with Zainu taking this height as well. They're going to have some great lines of sight. Elsewhere, though, we've got NRG in a fight, and it's Alliance who are trying to push them back.
NRG versus Alliance, but Dojo is in the area, and Dojo will get involved if they hear or see any sort of knocks going down. So you've got to be careful if you're either teams, and you also would expect a potential push from the likes of Dojo. They could be coming on this rotation. And Alliance are just going to try to cook. If they can get damage...
Oh, this is going to cook.
I tell you what.
Oh. 90 bomb. Where's the second one, though? Does he get the damage? There's a couple of Hackis, but look at the movement from Hackis. Forget about your Hackis, but now he's getting challenged on the high ground. Nathan goes down. Hackis That is an unbelievable play.
But now the Dojo are starting to have a little peek at this one, getting involved as they add to the damage. You can see Timmy's just taken down Sweet, and now Energy have lost 2, so Alliance are going to still be healthy. Dojo, of course, are healthy because they're the last arrivals, but NRG are the biggest losers of this fight.
Looks like Alliance all up on the high ground now. Timmy does get the finish onto Sweet as well. And look at Designful. Look at him taking this angle. If he can hit the black hole here, he might be able to suck all of Alliance into it and cause so much damage. 38, the only damage that's coming in, though. It's not huge. Complexity eliminated in the meantime in our kill feed. Somewhat of a surprise as Designful has taken the height.
Yeah, it was J-Lings that took that fight elsewhere, but Designful gets one onto Yuki, and now Dojo, they have the complete advantage here against Alliance. Timmy took so much damage with them, was able to back off and get that bat in, and then it meant that Dojo just had the extra player on the map. But now we're going to see whether Alliance can hold on as a 2.
Well, they did get the reds. They actually got Yuki back to his feet, so I'm not sure if the Dojo have managed to push the issue quick enough to make this a straight 3v2. So that's why you see them just take their time here, make sure that they're in a position to get healthy before they re-engage with this fight. Still got a minute or so until that zone starts to close, so they're not going to be forced to make a play, and Alliance are indeed back to a full 3.
And if you're wondering, well, where are NRG? Are NRG getting involved? No, NRG are gone. They, as a 2, decided to escape and just try and play their lives. And maybe if they got that banner, potentially go for a res over towards Skyhook. And if they've done things as a 2 before in game 1, no reason why they can't. And you can see they do have Sweet's banner, so they can definitely get him back over towards Skyhook, just as the Pioneers did in the game before.
It's almost a complete reverse of what we saw a few moments ago, or should I say, exactly what we saw position-wise from Alliance. Mandy, once again, excuse me, Hackett on our screen. I was misled by the player cam. This time he doesn't have the frag grenades to maybe force the team off of height, but the Dojo still on the hunt here. You can see they love to fight. They're never afraid to shy away from an engagement.
I think the one thing for NRG, who are going up towards Skyhook to get that res, by the way, is because they went there to stop Pioneers previously, they know they still have the time to go from Skyhook as a 3 and get into this circle and not really worry about it, and they were still able to get a victory last time. Sure, they would have been a little bit more healthy, they would have had plenty more utility to go with, but it's something for them to at least have some confidence. As this landslide fight is kind of stalled, it's died out a little bit, but the circle coming in may speed things up.
Evac tower. Evac tower going to be used by Alliance, and they've decided, you know what, we don't want none. We're out of here. We're going to try and reroute and replan how we want to approach this zone, and they're going to take a Harvester rotation instead. Should be a pretty clear move for them. Dojo kind of win the battle of landslide, you would say. Coming in as that initial third party, they got some KP out of it, and now they'll be able to rotate and, more importantly, craft some medkits as well.
Well, Alliance also hit the survey beacon on their way through staging, just to get an idea of where people are. They are going to see that the kind of southwest side by Monument and Fragment is pretty open, so once they do rotate through Harvester, they should have a comfortable old journey up to Fragment at the very least. But it's going to be a little bit more difficult when they start to get further northeast towards Climatizer. Now, Onyx Esports, who came 3rd in the last game, they really showed us what they were made of, and they had an incredible journey all the way down from the southwest side as well. It looks like they've been able to find themselves in a somewhat comfortable position, but there is a lot of teams on this eastern side at the moment. You've got Gambari Otazan, you've got Enterforce 36, you've got Pulverix, they're all around Dark Zero as well. So when this circle does close, this eastern side's going to be terrible for everyone involved.
So many different elevation changes as well. Dark Zero, I think, are holding the highest of the high grounds, where if a fight does break out to their south, as you can see on our map overhead, they will be able to swoop in and clean that up extremely easily. The only problem is you've got to do it quick enough that you don't give that spot up. Maybe it's going to be one player staying to anchor, the other 2 swinging out to clean up the damage. So Dark Zero in a great spot as we, I say great spot, well, wow. Not as good as it was a few moments ago. Moist Esports though, dropping over at Overlook, they are slap bang inside of that zone.
And also Tom Young Kung, remember they dropped at Skyhook, and they were a team over towards Trials who were able to go all the way around and get the northern side and ensure that they could now hold what is one of the best positions in the map. They were able to get behind FaZe, get behind Complexity, and slowly creep their way in. A fantastic rotation, but here comes potentially a fight.
Pulverix versus Dark Zero. Zero's going to find that out very, very quickly. Oh, the knuckle cluster does go in. It connects with a little bit, but then Arcstar's going to do even more. Jet Burn now moving in, looking to finish it off, and Pulverix gets swept aside.
Zero with the Arcstar onto Shunmi. Incredible from Dark Zero. They were more than prepared for that fight. And another reason why you have that fuse on your team, so you can just pelt grenades into your enemies' faces. As now we're going to see Zane Dalanaski move on in. The KC Pioneers, are they going to be able to find a home? The Newcastle to make sure they can create their own home. Homes under the hammer. Maybe that could be the next Naski piece.
Aski looked really happy with that rotate, by the way. See that they landed, there's no one there. He was like, nice, good job, boys.
Good job, guys.
We're cool. Let's see what they can do from here. Bang inside a zone. 17 squads still remaining, by the way. So this is certainly going to be a game that's going to explode to life when that next zone does close. With everybody being forced in. Still a lot of room to play in and around the Climatizer kind of, excuse me, around the epicenter high grounds. As Dojo, who we saw a little bit earlier involved with the fight with NRG, well, look who's on our screen right now. Designful does get a knock as well onto Mandy. So it looks like Alliance, they're going to get back to a 3. That was a long time ago. I think that was just him maybe mistiming some meds.
Yeah, he went down to the ring, which is not good, and Alliance are going to now have to work as a 2, because Alliance will lose one to the ring, because they've had such a tough journey going through Fragment, and they're going to get held out as well. All these teams on this western side are going to get held out as, again, Yuki's gone down to the ring. Nathan's, though, just gone down elsewhere as NRG are trying to move through.
Trying to move down, and interestingly for Alliance, oh, they are getting cut down at the pass at the moment, as Iron Blood Gaming are looking over the top of them. Now it's going to be NRG just as a 1. Iron Blood looking to finish off the pieces at the moment. We'll have to go back just to make sure that they're safe as that zone does start to close, but it looks like Alliance will have to play this one out. As a solo player, the ring was a problem for them, and it's interesting to see why that decision was made, because they wrapped all the way around, remember. Made that Harvester rotate, but they just didn't have the meds to make it.
Yeah, Dojo will be more than happy because it was 2 free KP for the Dojo players, who are now going to be in a very tough scrap here with Iron Blood Gaming. Alliance maybe will take a look at it, or at least the last remaining player, as Designful is going to be the first to fall.
I was going to say, Enemy was just trying to see if he could find anywhere to play there that was going to be safe. The answer was no for a few seconds. NRG eliminated in the meantime. It won't be back-to-back for the team who dropped a huge amount of points in our game number 1. They might be able to get the res here, though, Dojo, with that cat wall going down elsewhere, just outside. You can see a couple of teams starting to get into a little bit of a scuffle.
Dojo doing so well to stay alive as a 3 at the moment, and actually just really covering each other's bases, making sure those bait and switch goes down well, but Designful tries to push in, does manage to stay alive, Enemy alongside him. And suddenly you're going into the lava here.
Might be a little bit of a surprise on the low ground for them as well. There's a team on that bridge. That's going to be Blackhand who are looking at them. Iron Blood Gaming looking to clean up this damage at the moment. But you can see, with the comps that these teams are playing at the moment, it's so difficult to get a clean fight. You're going to be constantly stalled by smokes, by bang ults, by catalyst queues. All of these things make it so difficult to get that clean finish on a player.
And I really wonder if these fights are just going to be in vain anyway, because you are going to have to push up as round 4 closes. Gambare Otazan get taken down. We're now 15 squads remaining. Every team has gained 1 placement point, so at least that's something to add to the tally here in map number 2. But all these teams on the western side are going to have to suddenly force themselves northeast, and there are going to be several teams to make life a living hell.
The evac tower got taken down though, and you can see Iron Blood Gaming, plan A. Well, it's going to have to be plan B, as they can't take to the sky, but they do have another one. Maybe this time it will be a little bit more durable on the way up.
Plan B was evac tower, plan C is also another evac tower. How many have they got of these damn things? As Moist Esports, they're getting pelted by grenades at the moment. Alliance get eliminated, as do the Dojo, and Iron Blood Gaming were the last team to survive on this western side, or were they? Because they're still getting involved in this fight, and even though there's so much damage, again, it's all in vain, as Blackhand will be the last survivor.
On it gone, Moist gone, Iron Blood Gaming gone, as well as Blackhand might be the next team to die as well. This is the complete war that's going down on the southern side of the zone, because everybody has to move, everybody has to head north, and there's only enough room for certain teams to make it out here. One of them might be FC Destroy. However, they're still under pressure here. They do get that res.
So tough for all those teams that were coming from the southwest. FC Destroy and J-Lings held them out. Dark Zero still alive, as are FaZe. Remember, right at the start, FaZe were dropping over towards Climatizer. They would have had a rough idea of where the circle was going, but they've slowly gone about their business, and they find themselves in the northwest side, as do Pioneers and Tom Young Kung, who made that giant rotation all the way from Trials over towards Climatizer, and they find themselves in a good spot. Now, FC Destroy, who have held this southern zone for quite some time, and have picked up 1 kill because of it, now we're going to have to try and assess how on earth do we get to this northern side and get past Singularity and Dark Zero here.
Well, Yuka, Heradator is going to be asking his teammates if they've got any heavy ammo right now, because he's only got 6 bullets left for that Hemlock. And that, even though it might chip away at some shields, isn't going to be really enough to do some damage if they do have to rotate and cross with Team Singularity holding them out. This is the zone, though. This is where we expect teams to be taking that final fight. And Pioneers still stuck under this building, but they're quite comfortable being there.
Yeah, Pioneers were delighted with that rotation. It's a An interesting game, isn't it, where you haven't taken a fight, but you can be absolutely ecstatic with the fact that you have been able to make what seems like the perfect move. And when you see that circle then coming towards you, it just seems like you are being rewarded even more and more for making that risky move. But having Serdal on the Newcastle here means that they can continue to make that fake cover and can be a real threat in this final circle.
Team Singularity and FC Destroy, they're having a scrap, and here is that scrap indeed. Elysium on his return to the ALGS. He's gone down in this fight, and now it's up to his teammates to try and hold it down. Enterforce 36 have been eliminated in the meantime. That was the solo player still alive, and that might open a rotate for Dark Zero as well, as FC Destroy do survive, but for how long with that zone closing?
Yeah, they survive, but they're trying to avoid the fight with Singularity, but may just walk into Dark Zero as J-Lings have been griefing every single squad on this southern side at the moment. Remember, they had a difficult journey to get into this circle as well, but they were able to force out complexity as Team Singularity now go down. FC Destroy also eliminated, and we're down to 5.
And that's Dark Zero have just cleared that side of the zone. They just kind of avoided the fights until the teams were forced to engage. They then pick up the pieces, they clean it out without taking any damage whatsoever, and now Dark Zero are safe on this side of the wall.
And you can see there on Dark Zero's POV where that circle's going to be moving, almost bang center of this current zone, slightly north, but pretty much central, where everyone is going to have to move. But the teams that have to move first, FaZe and J-Lings. Pioneers, Tom Young Kung, and Dark Zero can be a little bit more hesitant with their play here.
Snipe Down trying to climb up, Phonyhead trying to climb up as well, and it looks like it might be a long way up for them. Can they make it? That's the question, or are they just trying to say, undetected for now? Well, the security camera comes out from Noises with that drone, and he's going to give away their position. This should be an opportunity for J-Lings to pick up some KP.
Yeah, I think when J-Lings saw that this is a 2 from FaZe, they may try and just get this wipe, because then they will dominate the southwest side. It's going to be a far easier last circle for them if they can take out FaZe here. Otherwise, FaZe could shoot them in the back.
Well, Nags has also got a Prowler from that care package, so he should be able to make quick work of them. There's Phonyhead, he's going to go down, and look at that. Kill feed, Nags, Prowler. That's exactly what you want to see as Snipe Down's just trying to survive.
They really want to take down the last member of FaZe here, but they may just have to forget about it because they have a chance to move up on this circle, and Tom Young Kung now trying to press on the likes of Dark Zero, who are going to be pushing into those areas as well.
Was Dark Zero trying to survive here as Tom Young Kung take this high ground. FaZe have been eliminated. Speaking of Dark Zero, we have a listen-in available as they look to pick up their first win. Let's jump over to Dark Zero and hear the comms.
Batting on me.
Look like he's on shoot.
On the bat,
Yeah, watch out.
They come on. Swinging it with you.
He's jumping on them. I suck
They
him.
jumped.
Kill left.
Look, left maybe.
Fuse damage, pick underneath.
Playing on you. Here,
Okay,
here. Nice, good ball. Swing
I'm
this.
chilling a bit.
Come on.
I'm batting.
Okay, we're chilling. Chill, Landon.
Chill again, chill.
Okay, chill. Batting.
I'm healing. I
Shoot
go back.
us up. I don't
There's
have
other
any
teams
idea.
on the left side. We gotta make sure that team dies though.
I need lighter heavy now.
Here.
I need heavy too.
Here.
Jet take.
Yeah. We gotta slide forward. The team's on our left.
Get him down.
Slide on me now.
Yeah. Doing it. One at height.
Chris on me. 70.
150. 150. Get a swing.
My kids chill a bit. Chill. Bring back drone. EMP.
We're gonna swing off.
They're gonna swing. Chill.
Yep.
They're fighting each other. I'm taking them all. They're right there. Here. I'm picking Jen.
Above. Armor's off. Grabbing.
Take fight. Oh, fuck. No, bro. You win this. On me.
Shut up. Get the on. No, fuck. Nice try, Jen. Good fucking try.
Close, but not quite close enough. Dark Zero come in second because it's J-Lings who take home the win in game number 2.
I feel like I've got the opposite of a caster curse at the moment. I said, let's look at NRG game 1. Then I say, let's look at J-Lings. And suddenly, both teams have found victories. But quite rightly so that J-Lings do get a win on the board. They have looked fantastic in World's Edge scrims. And maybe looking like the team they once were back on IG. They know how to play this map, but I think they were just waiting to try and find that perfect composition. And even though it looks a little bit janky, having Crypto, having a Watson, they made it work. They got aggressive when they needed to. And they find themselves finding a W, but Dark Zero still putting big points on the board and showing great consistency.
Yeah, so close to winning that game as well, but it is going to be J-Lings who step up for Europe in game number 2. And one thing I liked about how J-Lings approached that end zone as well, they weren't afraid to engage. Sometimes we've talked about J-Lings sometimes being a little bit too passive when it comes to those end games. They're waiting for almost too perfect a moment instead of trying to create one themselves by outputting damage. You saw Nags going in there. The Prowler is certainly going to help in those situations. But I think just being a little bit more proactive certainly helped them close out that end game.
Well, it was something that happened off screen as well in the early stages where J-Lings were able to force complexity out of their position, win that engagement, and take that northern side alongside the likes of FaZe. And ever since then, they had one of the more commanding positions of the map, and it was how they played it afterwards. Slow when they needed to, but also, as you say, aggressive at the right times, which is usually the perfect blend for winning a game of Apex Legends. A chance to look back at this final circle from J-Lings' point of view, as of course we were on board with Dark Zero throughout that one. Catwall being down meant that they just had to hold out and wait to get any sort of info before they could really get involved.
Yeah, they had this side of the zone all to themselves, so you can see just making sure they didn't get poked and prodded. You see a few Horizon Qs being thrown down, Nags more than aware of that situation. The question is, did they have an EMP to use? Was it just a case of peaking the right moment? And it looks like that might have been the case. Surviving long enough to be the third party in these situations, Dan, that is the secret of winning games of Apex Legends.
Yeah, survive, use the Dark Veils to your advantage, and then as soon as they drop, you really have to know where other people are going to be. So if you have got any sort of info, you have to relay that to the rest of the team. And then as soon as Pioneers get eliminated, it was this damage right straight away, getting that first knock, which was massive for J-Lings. And as soon as they did have that advantage, you'd imagine they were confident, you'd imagine they were comfortable, and it was just a matter of playing the circle, using it to their advantage, and forcing Dark Zero into a sticky spot.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Nags there. The controller player at the end doing what is required of him, hitting the shots to give them that win. 25 points overall after the 13-kill win for J-Lings. Dark Zero just in behind them, though. 14 kills for them, end up with 23.
And as I mentioned in those international scrims, it was Dark Zero just dominating, taking so much points, but it was J-Lings who are kind of second behind them, still finding those consistent games. So it did have me curious, can they replicate that when it comes to tournament play? Because it's all well and good talking about scrims, a very different manner of style that you play when you come into tournaments here. You probably don't take as much risks as you do in scrims. You probably are going to be a little bit more conservative, holding yourself back at times, and J-Lings perhaps taking advantage of that sometimes here.
Yeah, one thing to point out as well, just Pioneers, you know, they came in third place there, they put 8 points, but the position they found themselves in didn't really give them many lines of sight to pick up KP towards that end game of teams who were rotating in, so you can understand why their score looks the way it does. Great placement, but just not the kills to go alongside it.
And as you look at the bottom half, again, it was a tough old start for Kick, and I'm very concerned about their tournament with the amount of contests they have at Lava Siphon throughout the day. Complexity also were taking out one of those teams that I said J-Lings were focusing on in the early stages. This is the lay of the land, though. NRG on 32, Dark Zero just behind them on 30, and J-Lings starting to close that gap on 26 as well. Now, Tom Young-Kung, they're a team without a victory that still find themselves very much in the runnings in these groups.
They certainly do. Those top 4 separating themselves from the rest of the pack at the moment, but that always gives you an indication if you're one of those teams who's had a little bit of a slow start, that one big game and all of a sudden you fly up those leaderboards towards the top. And there is the family members of Dark Zero, the biggest fans that you could possibly want. And you've got your family coming out to support you, and they're playing pretty well, Dan, putting smiles on faces.
Consistent, they've got into pretty much both of the final circles. The first one didn't quite go so well, the second one so close, but I think that they will probably feel like they could have won it if they had done maybe just some small adjustments, but it's one of those things that happened. It was the damage that was initially taken. Very difficult to recover from that. But that's what we expect from Dark Zero. They are one of, if not the most consistent Apex Legends team we have alongside TSM. They are the 2 frontrunners in the tournament without a shadow of a doubt. There may have been, you know, you kind of scratch your head a little bit if we saw TSM and Dark Zero both struggling today, but they have both looked good.
And also, you can see Zero Type in there. He's, shall we say, performing some psychological warfare in the pre-match lobby chat, which is always fun to see. Not going to reveal what it is, but he's always looking for a way to get an advantage, which is always something I love about Zero. But Dark Zero, like you mentioned, looking very, very good. One thing that stood out to me was that fight they took against Pulverex early on, where they just ran them over. And I think that fuse queue really did kind of completely scupper the plans of Pulverex as they moved forward, and then they were just getting shattered, slowed, whatever it is, damage being taken. Easy fight when Gem moves in like that.
If you get me a Nessie plushie, I'll tell you what they were saying in the pre-game. I can be bought, and I can see everything that's said from all of the players, and I could probably ruin a few careers.
Don't do that.
I could, no, I won't.
They will ruin yours even
That's
quicker.
true, they very much will. But they say nice things, really. I'm only joking, but a great game 2, and that gets me excited for game 3.
It does indeed. Another thing that gets me excited is some of the cool stuff that we've got here at the arena, which these wonderful people who are sat in the crowd can certainly check out. And we the people is going to tell us exactly what that is.
What up, everybody? So earlier, I showed you guys some of the funnest activities you can do here, some of my favorites, but I never showed you guys how to claim your prizes once you fill out your passport. So we are here at Resorts World Arena in the forum right in the beginning, and I filled out my passport, and now it's time to collect some loot. I want my loot, please.
Can I see your photos?
You can absolutely see my photos. So we got that, got that,
Nice.
that,
Yep.
and that.
Very nice.
That's it.
Good job.
Let's go.
We're within the first 30 people in the day, so you get a loot box.
All right. So if you're one of the first 30 people in the day to complete all your passport, you get a secret prize. Let's see what we got. We got an exclusive ALGS Nessie Golden with the little crown and some Apex tokens up in here to win some more prizes. Come get yours.
Absolutely love that. Dan, you're right to take this because the first 30 people.
First 30 people get it. Are you off?
Yeah,
you
I'm
really
off.
want one? Okay. Oh, he's not joking. He's actually left, so that's good. All right. Well, ALGS just with Dan Gaskin because Onset has gone and left me. How does he do his job again? Doesn't he usually say things like he locked and loaded? I don't know what he says nowadays. Oh, he's back. Thank goodness.
You look
Gracious.
so nervous.
I was really nervous. You're my comfort pillow. You're the one who just keeps me going. Excuse me? Comfort blanket? Excuse me? Comfort pillow? One of the two.
Getting weirder.
It's fine.
But look at that thing, it's beautiful, isn't it? And of course, if you're not one of the 30, you can fill out the passport. They are available here, so you can go pick one up, and they are looking extremely good on the FaZe desk right here, and certainly maybe something that can get the confidence going here for FaZe, because a little bit of a slow start for them so far.
Yeah, they were in one of those positions where they had to kind of stay in their area over towards Climatizer when the circle was pulling towards them, but as a lot of the people started to arrive and they lost their first player, it was just a matter of survival for FaZe. They were never really able to get going or get any kills on board that allowed them to get the shields up and making sure they could be competitive in the final circle. Instead, it was just a matter of avoiding fights, and that's never a fun way to play Apex Legends.
Yeah, and we've got to talk about a little bit about the war that happened over at Landslide early on as well, because it was almost a carbon copy a couple of times of the positions and the fights that were going down, and Alliance, I think, will want that game back, to say the least. They make a rotate, they don't take the time maybe to craft as much as they would have wanted to, because it looked like they rotate in towards Fragment through Harvester that they decided to take after saying, hey, we don't want any part of this. It looked clear for them, so I wonder if it was a timing thing, maybe it was the ring changes that caught them out a little bit, but it certainly really did hurt them, and to come out of a game where, you know, you're dying to the zone, it's kind of got to hurt for you moving forward.
And when we have two very similar circles as well, certainly with the patterns of play, J-Lings will be delighted that they were able to take advantage of a circle that was certainly closer to home. They drop over towards Monument, so they didn't have to move as far, but it still was a northern rotation for them as they went up, taking the position off of Complexity, and then from that point onwards, it was just a matter of bullying the other teams that were arriving late. Because if you are a team like Alliance, like NRG, like Onyx, who are coming from that southwest side, those were two of the hardest circles they could have asked for. Now you're hoping and praying to the Apex gods that this is going to be a more comfortable circle here in map number 3.
We'll have to see what that zone does, Paul. It looks like the lobby is just on the verge of getting ready to go as the players sit back down in their positions and they lock in for this game number 3. And I always feel like game number 3 is an interesting one because it's like game 1 and 2, the nerves are there. You're a little bit, intimidated by the main stage. Maybe it's your first time that you've been on that main stage. A lot of these teams should have the experience at this point to deal with that pressure and the situation, but now you've felt the lobby out a little bit. You know how teams are going to be playing, who's going to be making what rotation, who's going to be more willing to fight in certain situations than others. And this is where I feel you start to see the better quality of game where everyone kind of knows what their play is and what they can expect from other ones as well.
Yeah, I can't say enough how important that win was for J-Lings. I remember back at Split 2 playoffs, they only had 27% of their points were on World's Edge, 73% was on Storm Point. You can't have a golfing difference like that when it comes across the two maps. You need to be consistent across both. And a team that has always fared well on World's Edge, I was very surprised with their lackluster performances, but it seems like they have very much worked on things and they have impressed here coming to the World Championships. And now it's about whether you can go back-to-back, not even necessarily with victories, but with consistency here. You've got to stay with the front runners. This is an amazing chance for J-Lings to pick up points.
It certainly is indeed, and I think confidence is a big thing for J-Lings as well. I always talk about confidence. I know it's almost like a buzzword when we're up here in the commentary booth, but you would be surprised as a player how much your gameplay can be affected by a win in a team fight, a win in a game of Apex. As you move over to the next game, all of a sudden you feel confident, engaging, more willing to swing in a situation, knowing that you're going to hit your shots. Some highlights, of course, from our game number 2 for you right now, and I've got to say, this play from Hackis is one of my favorite I've seen in quite some time. The way that he navigated and moved beautifully over that cat queue to take the high ground and finish it off. Masterful from Hackis.
Frustrating though, I'm sure, for Alliance, because they had made such a good push onto NRG, but then the dojo came to ruin Alliance's day. Dark Zero had that fight on the eastern side, using Zero's fuse as best as they can to get an Arc Star into the face of Shunmi and take down Pulverex. The team I do want to talk about, Tom Young Kung, and their consistency at the moment. I was a bit worried they could be targeted with the drop spots that they currently have on both World's Edge and Stormpoint, but in the way they're playing and the points they're picking up, it is not a team you want to fight against. It is definitely not someone you want to try and rip their drop spot off if you are struggling with your own, because for teams like Kick, for example, they may want to find a new home as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, you have to keep an eye on what Kick's play is. Alliance eliminated at this point in the game after, like we mentioned, a little bit of a, should we say, a miscalculation on meds by the looks of things with that zone coming in. Dark Zero, this fight for the truck was a really important one as well, because this allowed them to be in a position to clear out this side of the zone. And you can see it right here. The Prowler from Jen Burton is always a terrifying thing, but when you are the only team with cover on this side of zone with everybody having a wrap in front of you just to survive, it's pretty much free pickings for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that just accepted their fate a little bit on the southwest side, so they took those fights, they tried to get their KP. In a zone like that, when there's little to play with, you have to be one of the early arrivals, and if you don't have an evac tower to try and go above people, you're probably going to be cannon fodder and taken out by the rest of the lobby. Now, as we got towards the end of the game, Dark Zero, the ones who took out the Homes Under the Hammer team. Unfortunately, Pioneers were not able to create a stable enough house, but Dark Zero were not able to capitalize and get a victory. Instead, it was J-Lings who held their ground in that final circle, and when you're trying to push over a wall with a ring to your back like that, it's always tough to get involved in an engagement.
You say Homes Under the Hammer, I call them basement dwellers. Oh wow, we all know one of those.
We definitely do.
Dan Gaskin.
That is me, that is I. But I think Pioneers, they might look at that one and say, did we miss an opportunity? We were in a great position, did we play too passive? Because I think when you have a composition like that and you have a Newcastle, you almost want to play passive. You want to be the team that's on the more defensive side because you have so many tools to do so. But I think they were punished a little bit and maybe caught off guard by a Dark Zero who wanted to get aggressive.
Yeah, Dark Zero never want to shirk away from the opportunity to fight. If they feel it's a fight that is going to be productive for them, either by taking space or clearing a position they believe is one to win a game from. Elsewhere though, I think we always have to talk about the bottom of the leaderboards as well, because a couple of teams certainly had some slow starts. Alliance been one of those teams. Yes, they've had some pretty rough zones that they've had to go through, but also a little bit surprised to see Moist Esports a little bit quiet at the start.
Yeah, very quiet indeed, and I think that when you look across the other groups, it's always going to be trying to find points where they are available, as we can look at a comparison between JMW and Jen Burton, two players who are trophy lifters.
I was going to say on the same team.
And it is incredible to see JMW finding success after filling in and being a part of that roster alongside Jen Burton. And it is going to be a chance for Dark Zero to show what they're made of as they try and do it again.
Yeah, interesting to see. No surprise to see the difference, shall we say, in kills, not just because of play style, but also because of legend selection as well. Jim Burton on the Catalyst is always going to be poking and prodding through that cat wall and able to do that entry damage in fights that gives Dark Zero so much success. He's also so good when damage has been dealt, immediately moving in and putting himself in position to clean things up. Comparison now between Nags and Zero. You've got Valkyrie versus Fuse.
2,700 for Zero. I mean, he's always just going to have the ability to pummel nades towards enemies, so damage is always going to be increasingly high when you are playing on the Fuse. Only the 3 kills, but plenty of assists. Now, we've seen what Nags can do with a SMG in his hand as well, whether it be Split 2 playoffs or whether it's already so far at the champs. He's a very confident player who is more than happy to get involved in any sort of fight.
Well, elsewhere we can see, understandably, it's only right that we go through the entire player comparison and give Noises and Zainu a little bit of a shout out, by the way. Zainu, by the way, what a wondrous rise this man has had. He probably thinks Apex Legends is the easiest game in the world. Turns up to his first LAN, wins it, turns up to LGS Championships, he's hoping he'll be able to win it as well.
I mean, we saw Gilderson's popping off earlier, and now we're seeing Zainu on our screens. Two players who were brought in to be that guy, to be the damage-dealing youngster who can kind of learn from slightly more experienced competitors. And sometimes you need that, like almost like robots at times. You point here, you go there, you kill that. And Zainu proved exactly that at Split 2 playoffs, what he was capable of. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has his hands on another trophy come the end of the ALGS Championships. But a lot of teams that they'll have to go through if they want to get there. But it is looking good for Dark Zero so far. But for J-Lings, at least a promising start for them. They've shown that they are going to be competitive, not just in this lobby, but I think at this tournament.
Complexity Gaming there, just at the bottom of your screen. Shout out to all of the boys on Complexity. I mentioned good times, good vibes. They genuinely always look to bring that, and you can see Dark Zero looking very relaxed about the situation they find themselves in at the moment. They've done a lot of their heavy lifting so far. As we see these two groups match up and the amount of points that they put on the board, especially even in that second game there, just one thing that's impressive about Dark Zero is for when they win a game or they're in the top 3, it's not like a win a game with 4 kills. They usually have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They've usually taken a really important fight before they've got into that end game position that puts them in a position not only to be involved in the end game, but also it kind of gives them a scope of land where they can third party, they can influence other flights, pick players off to clear the zone for them to move in.
I'm more confused about them trying to do the FaZe logo at the moment. I'd be trying to create a Dark Zero
That's not
logo.
a FaZe, that's a thumbs up.
That's yeah, but before.
In fact, that is a textbook thumbs up from Jim Burton. My goodness.
Yeah, as expected. I mean, everything this man does seems to be
He's got 2 of them! Wow!
And those thumbs are very important. You need to keep them in good stead to make sure that you're going to be hitting those shots. But Dark Zero, are they going to fulfill maybe the expectations on this roster? There's always the comparison of Dark Zero versus TSM. TSM, the legacy.
Speaking of comparisons, there's Zero.
They're comparing little fingers.
I don't know what they're comparing, Dan, but with that note and on that bombshell, we're going to jump to a quick break. When we get back, game number 3 is going to be live. Don't go too far. Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone. Welcome back to the beautiful main stage here at the Apex Legends Global Series Championship, the biggest event of the year, the one we've all been waiting for. And speaking of waiting for things, Dan, the wait is almost over. Game number 3 looks like it's almost ready to go here. And this is going to be the last time we can see World's Edge.
Yeah, and for all these teams who have been finding a lot of success on World's Edge throughout scrims, your last chance in Group C and D to try and pick up those points before we move over to Storm Point. It's another reason why I love this format, the fact that we will have 3 maps on World's Edge and then 3 into Storm Point, is you have to make it count when it's there and available, because things very quickly change up going into match number 4.
Interesting to see how this game does approach as well, because I was talking about it's a green stream, Wing and Green can't actually hear that. I can confirm that. Can actually 100% confirm that. Wing and Green can't actually hear.
It'll be nice when they do turn up to an event.
If you think you see someone like him, it's not like him.
Yeah, one day they'll turn up and it'll be great to see Wig and Greek, but unfortunately not today and not here at the championships. But it is a good green screen.
By the way, I'm going to make an investment before the next LAN. I'm bringing fresh pairs of socks for everyone, because the amount of times I see socks on that main stage, and let me tell you, they ain't looking too pretty.
You can tell the difference between those who wash their own socks and those who have mothers at home or fathers at home that wash theirs as well.
Someone was caught off guard. Oh, yes, care for the Nessie.
Oh,
love the Nessie.
Baby.
Oh, cutie. Big F-Champ fan as well, understandably so, but that's how you should treat your Nessie, everyone.
I was able to get one of those when I was in Japan, by the way.
I got it cheeky. I got it early.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Maybe I feel like I'm an influencer.
It's a very
now.
you thing
It is
to highlight.
I feel like I'm an influencer because now they're here and they're exclusive at Birmingham.
Maybe it's because people saw you were one.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. I'm an influencer
money
nowadays.
Well, good news, everybody. Enough of us talking. Game's loading in the background. It's almost time for us to get back on the World's Edge and almost time for us to see how World's Edge will finish up before we head over to Storm Point. And I gotta say, there's a couple of teams at the bottom of that table who maybe thinking we need a game here, Dan. We need some points on the board.
Oh, they need something. I think the saving grace is perhaps that game 1 and 2 was pretty much gobbled up by a few teams when it comes to those points. Not much to kind of split 5th onward. Maybe 4 or 5 points here or there from a couple of fights and a couple of engagements. You can hurtle yourself up those leaderboards. Hello, mate. If you are able to get a big game.
What, Geezer?
All right, buddy. How's it going?
Well, Alliance, a couple of quiet games for them, but I did mention they've been pretty rough zones for them to have to navigate. Dojo, a couple of good fights. Obviously winning that contest 2-0 at the moment, so something good for them to talk about and think about. And finally, we're heading towards match 3, everybody. It's time for us to see World's Edge for the last time between these two groups. See how it goes.
See if there's any drastic changes that we can notice in compositions, as well as the players fill in which legends they're going to be competing on. But I imagine this early in the tournament, you are not going to see too many changes. It might be later on as you get into the elimination bracket, perhaps their teams might start to change things as they get into panic mode and either want to go back to something more familiar or try and go drastic changes to change the meta and maybe find that one legend that could be the difference maker.
A little bit of Bloodhound, quite a lot of Fuse. A little bit of Newcastle, a little bit of Crypto, but nothing too crazy in this lobby to talk about. I think Pioneers with that Newcastle composition probably the standout. But the game is live and the dropship is flying straight over World's Edge. It's going to be similar flight path to what we saw in game number 1, with Moist Esports able to hit the ground almost immediately at Overlook, moving from west to east.
Yeah, now we're going to see a similar circle again. That's going to be the biggest question I have. And is it going to be a matter of 3 for 3 for Dojo against Kick, which keeps on happening? And it seems to be constantly going much better for Dojo, who have been able to find guns, whereas a couple of times Kick have been caught with their pants down a little bit and haven't even had a weapon.
Well, it looks like Dojo want to get aggressive. When you 2-0 up, you usually feel pretty confident. But now, not so confident. They lose the first, and that's going to be now a 2v3 situation. Kick get the advantage.
So can Kick make this count and finally get a little bit of revenge here going into game number 3 and maybe get something going? Because if they are able to win this engagement, this is going to be their first chance at actually getting some points on the board. And if you can find yourself into the top 5 after getting a win, hold
up a minute.
What's going on here? Dark Zero having a little peek towards Lava Siphon, but doesn't look like they hear enough commotion to get engaged just yet.
They'll be back.
Oh, gunshots.
Designful trying to hold this position. Oh, there's some nice shots coming in from Designful with that wingman to make things a bit interesting. Designful got them all last time, can't do it this time. It's all up to Timmy. Timmy puts him to sleep, but here come Dark Zero, you little what's-its.
You little rascals. The Dark Zero boys are gonna come from down under and make sure they pick up any sort of pieces here, and that's gonna be frustrating for Dojo because they've done so well to win that engagement in a 2 versus 3, but that's always the problem of being in a contest. Everyone knows you're contesting, everyone knows you're available for maybe getting that last little bit of damage, and both Dojo and Kick taken out of the game.
Say what you want about it, in my opinion, that's very smart from Dark Zero. Free KP for them, easy to pick up, and now they can pick up all the loot as well from one of the highest tiered loots you're gonna have in Lava Siphon. One of the best POIs with the best loot, you're gonna be able to leave feeling extremely strong. The only problem is they now have to change their rotate. We're gonna be heading right towards the northwest of the map. Always takes me a second there just to get the visual compass going in my brain.
Mental compass was great.
It's a struggle. But we are going to see a little bit of countdown and going maybe towards the back of Trials.
Well, it is going to be a chance for Tom Young Kung, a team that I said have been doing very well and making sure that they are rotating accordingly to the further circles. But now this is a circle right next to them over towards Trials. And they were in 4th position. They were able to hold down that consistency. And now they might be able to pick up some big points here if they are able to survive. But KCP were having a little peek at them and maybe could try and get involved in a fight here.
Mike got a little armor check as well. You can see that all blue for Pioneers. There's only 1 purple alongside the 2 whites. So that's why Sir Dell is going to get the castle wall down and think about hitting a few shots to just maybe double up on that armor check to see if there are a couple of whites that they will be able to play off, because that's the building that they want to maybe take off of them towards this end game. This is a difficult spot to hold for, I would say, the long game, just because you've got essentially no cover over your head. It's kind of just dipping and diving around the bins, as NRG have a little poke here at Lava Fisher as well.
Well, I guess we're seeing KCP trying to set up, use the castle wall to give them that extra little bit of cover, and they'll try and reside there, but you're completely right. You can be vulnerable to a lot of damage coming from several different areas, so they'll have to play that one careful. But all these teams are going to be moving up through Lava Fisher, through Countdown to try and get to this northwestern side. So finally, all those teams who have been on the west, having to have the treacherous journey across World's Edge to the east, they get rewarded for their patience.
Staging did have a ring console as well, so that's why you're seeing NRG in this position early on. And you can tell how quickly they rotated as well. Nathan having to hit the replicator to make sure that they can get a little bit of extra loot as well.
It was another reason why Dark Zero quickly pushed out of their drop spot and went towards Lava Siphon. They got the ring console at Lava, so not only did they get the extra KP, but they're also able to get ring console information so that they can make their rotation. So a very, well, it's a very deliberate decision from Dark Zero. They maybe wouldn't have gone for it if they had had a ring console to work with at their drop, but they are forced into it a little bit, and they thought, you know what, we could get very much rewarded here.
I mean, Dark Zero are going to come out of this with some serious loot if nobody's rotated through Harvester as well. They're at Harvester at the moment, and obviously you have that high-tier loot pool down the bottom that they will be picking up on their way through, so they could be in a really dangerous spot for the rest of the lobby with the amount of loot that they're going to be able to pick up on their way through. Elsewhere, though, in the northern side of things, we mentioned FaZe. Bit quiet so far. They're working their way through Skyhook. Complexity doing the same, and it'll be interesting to see if Enter Force 36, who are kind of sandwiched between the two that we look at now, will be able to survive long enough and not get run over by one of those teams.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of teams trying to get to that far northwest side by trials, but those who are arriving a little bit late might just have to take whatever they can in Skyhook or in Countdown, and you just hope then that there's a circle shift if you are one of the late arrivals. But we saw it happen in map number 1 and the difference it could make for those teams who had to go a little bit further on their journey, so it's still very much possible. We'll have to see after Zone 1 closes, those who might be able to get a little bit of ring console information on their way through.
FC destroying a really good spot as well. We do see this zone sometimes pull back towards them, although it's more likely, you would say, to pull to the houses on the back side of this zone, where NRG are looking to maybe take a little bit of a fight now. Alliance coexisting with them, and this is exactly the place I was talking about. Sweet recognizing he believes this is where the end zone is going to be. You control this house, you almost guarantee yourself top 5.
These Arc Stars could be important for NRG, but Nathan's gone down. And now NRG is at 2, but they've done this before. Sweet and Gildersons, they may be able to get the res as well. Alliance, I don't think will be able to push up on this one just yet.
I think they're interested though, Alliance. They see that not coming in. They know that they can clear the building. Question is, can they find the bodies? Can they get the kills? All of a sudden, shots coming in from elsewhere. And Alliance might have made a little bit of a mess of this, but no, they hold strong. Alliance will take NRG down. It was a brave play from Alliance. It was a brave play from NRG to try and take this spot. But if you win that fight, a lot of the time, you will be the team we're talking about in that endgame.
Well, it was a matter of who could actually see anything, I feel, in that building with the amount of smokes that had gone down. But I think it was just the griefing that happened from a distance, which was a real struggle for NRG. As they tried to make that push, you saw the charge rifle in the kill feed, and they were really damaged in that initial fight. But on this western side, everyone has started to make their way over now. There are a few late arrivals, Gambara Yotazan being one of the later, but there's still teams even further back than them. So as Geo arrive to this southeast side, they could hold Landslide and maybe pick up some teams that are arriving even later.
Dark Zero also taking their time, I think, to craft over at staging, so they're going to be about, if they didn't come in with red Evos and like everything gold, I'd be surprised.
Well, Dark Zero should have that. I mean, they were able to get a little bit of damage from what they picked up, and also they've just had so much time down through Harvester and staging that they're going to have all the goodies in the world that they could want. And there's the map overhead for you. You can see how many teams have made their way onto this western side. A few teams having to just relocate a little bit outside of Lava Fisher and going towards Countdown, but now they're going to see with any ring console information they'll have to move a little bit further west. There's another reason why Dark Zero were waiting down at staging, because now they have that ring console information they were able to gather. This has been a very well-played game from Dark Zero so far. Didn't have the ring console on drop, so they go and push the teams that are contesting. They take the ring console information, they see they've got quite a journey to go, they then loot Harvester, then they loot staging, and then they're rewarded with another ring console to now get even more info.
info is not going to be a problem for them. It's execution at this point with so many teams already inside of Lava Fissure. Alliance, one of those teams at the moment, holding down what we believe to be potentially where this end game is going to be taking place. Good damage we saw a moment ago from Mandy with that Hemlock. Not enough to get that knock and maybe make things a little bit frisky. Jim Burton and Dark Zero, though, they're making their approach now from that low ground. And in front of them is going to be Gambare or Tosano, who are holding down this building.
So Dark Zero just need to be careful that they are not having anyone behind them. I think that they waited and they probably, during their rotation, had a little check to the southern side, and they should know that they are going to be mostly safe. It's only Iron Blood Gaming who could potentially throw a spanner in the works if they ever make their rotation on that southern side. But Dark Zero, they've got time to work with here. It's not like they need to force themselves in straight away, but if the gap opens, Dark Zero will take it. The risk would be taking the zip line to try and get underneath teams. You're very vulnerable then, and I don't think they will go for that anytime soon, but it might be a last-minute decision. As I say that, I see on the minimap that Dark Zero have made that decision, and Dark Zero will now find themselves at the bottom of Lava Fissure.
And the Force 36 here, stuck inside of Trials at the moment, and his FaZe who are kind of holding them out. Both teams kind of in a little bit of a sticky situation because they're both going to have to leave at some point. And looking at the kill feed, you can see that F-Chan has just taken down Jen Burton. So it was a risky play that we saw, and now you can see on our map overhead exactly what we're talking about. Dark Zero down to 2, but they do get that res, so they will... Oh, another player has gone down in the meantime, and it's Jen Burton this time. Should be comfortable, though, once again, to get this res off.
So I thought it would be risky. The zip line is always going to be a tough one because it gives such an audio cue to all those teams that are above you. But they now managed to find themselves in one of these donuts, and they've... Even though they're being targeted at the moment, there's a lot of eyes on them. If they can just reset, if they can hold here, then at least they're going to be comfortable for quite some time and should be able to watch a lot of the lobby get wiped out before they arrive to this circle.
Yeah, if you think about inventory as well, we saw them crafting on their way over numerous times, and they should have a lot to work with. And look at that, Zainu, 14 cells. He's got 4 bats, or did have 4 bats as well, which means that they can kind of take a little bit more damage. They can take a more risky spot to play, where they're going to have multiple angles available. They might be getting chipped at by different teams, but they're going to be able to heal through it. So Dark Zero playing the long game here. As we take a look at that backpack that you can see on Zainu, 13 cells still, 3 bats, Arcstar, and lots of other things like the Ultic cell we're seeing popped as well. So Alliance we mentioned as well in that house that we were expecting to be the end game, where they're going to be safe for the next zone as well, as Pulverics have a little peek.
So the fights we're expecting in the next circle, FaZe and Tom Young Kung are going to be up towards Trials, Complexity and Enter Force 36 up towards Skyhook. That should be 2 fights that happen, and actually the winners of each fight may end up scrapping against each other, with Onyx getting involved as Pulverics. They're under a little bit of distress.
Pulverics taking damage, and you can also see in the kill feed as well, the Geo and Dark Zero are having a fight, and oh my goodness, excuse me. It's going to be Dark Zero eliminated here. We talked about how it was a risk to try and take that position early. Well, it hasn't worked out for them this time. FC Destroy looking for a third-party opportunity here. Can't quite get the angles.
That's going to be a frustrating one for Dark Zero, and they're probably asking, well, how was Geo not punished? But no one else wanted to get involved in that fight. As soon as you hear commotion happening in those areas, sometimes that's your best chance to try and find a new position or walk up ever so slightly to your next rock that you can hide behind. As Complexity are going to be making their move, and this is going to be a rough landing potentially, because there are a few teams at Countdown, J-Lings being one of them.
Oh, you got to hope that they haven't got something that can clear you out from this low ground as well, because Monsoon and Luda both got to pop bats, and you can just see the shots flying in, and Cody's trying to do what he can, but look at the frag grenades, they're all there. Knuckle Cluster are in as well, and J-Lings say it's time for us to fly, and Complexity, as they fly, Complexity will fall.
Easy as that, 15 squads now remaining, and J-Lings, that was a gift from the heavens. 3 extra KP, which puts J-Lings still securely in 3rd position. And of course, with Dark Zero falling, there is some real points to be gathered by those left in the lobby, and J-Lings maybe with an opportunity to top the group at the moment going into Storm Point. They'll be happy at Countdown for now. They don't have that ring console information, so they don't know they're going to have to move a little bit further west. And J-Lings might be able to get another gift here, as Enter Force 36 could be the next team to just feed them a few kills here.
Question is, do they have the grenades available to flush them out of this position? Having just used them all on Complexity, Enter Force 36 should be safe enough for now. Interestingly, kind of mirroring what we just saw from Complexity. And Complexity take the brunt of the utility, and it looks like Enter Force 36 are going to be able to survive because of it.
You almost slipped there. You almost did it, me.
I held on.
E36, I think, is the safe option, but
when it's there on the screen, you just want to read it as Enter Force 36.
We should just be better.
We should be better, and my tongue and mouth should work more than they do at times. But we will see that FaZe were able to win their engagement up towards Trials. E36 won theirs, and that's why they're now just underneath J-Lings. But Onyx Esports are still in the vicinity and could certainly prove to be a real hindrance to those squads who are arriving a little bit late. But all of them are still going to have to move further southwest. But we have 5 teams in the next circle already, but everyone else, it's not so easy for them.
Actually taking a little bit of damage here. You can see he's trying to do a bit of scouting, trying to see if he can find some angles and maybe plan out what that next play is going to be. J-Ling's still in countdown. They've got a long way to go. You can see they're on the far side of the zone. That's going to close really, really quickly behind them. Over at countdown. As Noises sends out the drone, if he can hit an EMP, that's going to be the signal to push and try and take advantage of the high ground of the damage that was done. JMW with the Arcstar as well. Can he get the damage? Can he clean things up? Are they able to get these KP?
This is a tough one for J-Lings. They need to force it soon, because otherwise they're just going to be caught in a position where they're rotating. But now with one going down, J-Lings can continue to push up on this. But Onyx Esports might get involved. You've got to be fast.
Nax does get that kill as well. So J-Lings do get the one and the finish. The question is, are they able to move quick enough to get into a good position? Well, having Valkyrie in your comp is something that maybe underutilized at the moment. She can still take to the sky, she can still get you into a spot, and with 15 squads remaining, now it's about threading the needle and finding somewhere to call home.
Well, this is just hoping for the best here. This is a Hail Mary play from J-Lings, and it looks like they've just about found a home, but it is a home that is already occupied, so they might have to take a fight. FaZe have lost one, but might be able to get Phonyhead back on his feet. They're trying to do similar to what we saw Dark Zero do earlier and survive down low and hope to go unnoticed.
Yeah, the one good thing here for them is they do have those smokes. Elsewhere, you can see Geo just been eliminated by Alliance, who control all of the space in and around that house we were talking about, the Hill House, the Golden House for them in this game, and for anybody who can control it. And having controlled that house and now having the high ground, they've got so many lines of sight as Hackett steps out and starts to shred away his shields.
J-Lings down, E36 down as well, and Alliance certainly hold the best position in the game right now. They just need to be bullies and keep people away from their home. Make sure they say no to anyone ringing that doorbell. Northeption are trying to push from the north. Singularity also taking a lot of damage, but Elysium doing well to go on his own.
He's back!
But unfortunately, another team arrives, and it's Tom Youngkung. They come on in to swoop up, pick up the pieces, and get their extra KP.
Pulverex trying to stay alive. One has gone down, and that is going to indicate that it's time to push for the team below them. F-Chan trying to survive. Can he get the bat off? No, he can't. And Saku now left on his own, but you get the feeling this will be the end of Pulverex's game. It is indeed. And just like that, we're down to 7 with FC Destroy coming out on top in this building.
I bet you a Nessie plushie that Alliance win this game. Take it or leave it.
Ah, go on then, I'll take the bet, I'll take the bet.
He's done a handshake and everything. I mean, Alliance are in a very commanding position in the moment, but sometimes when you hold this spot, you can feel a little bit too safe, and it can very much change when two teams arrive at the same time. As I mentioned, they just need to create as much space. Don't allow Moist to try and progress over towards this west side. Keep an eye on the northern side so Northeption don't come down and ruin you on the tracks. You just have to make sure you are outputting enough damage to keep people scared. But Alliance are the only team in this circle, whereas we need to now see 5 others, make it 6 others, all try and progress across to the western side together.
Ironblood Gaming playing on the outside of Moist Esports right now. They're the team who are inside of this building. The Prowler, though, that could be a difference maker. When you fly in and you do damage like that, surely you're going to push off the back of it, and that is exactly what they're going to do. They get that first knock, but it's exchanged. The damage, though, surely was done.
Tom Youngkung, Moist, and Ironblood Gaming all fighting each other, but they're all likely going to die as soon as they exit the building, because there's going to be so many eyes on them, and the ring's going to do so much damage. Alliance are still watching from above. FaZe are now making their way on this eastern side, as are FC Destroy, but Ironblood Gaming are just running and gunning right now.
Ziki, my goodness, that spray was a beautiful thing. Wasn't enough to keep them alive, though. Moist Esports eliminated, Ironblood eliminated as well. Tom Youngkung once again inside that top 5 or so. FaZe still alive as well down in this low ground. The only problem here for FaZe, no horizon in the comp to get back up high.
Can get back up high. Alliance still trying to hold this house building at the moment. FC Destroyer on the northern side, but Northeption have been able to work their way around all the way on the west, and they've got a little bit of ground to work with here as well. Alliance just have to be careful that the Northeption don't catch them off guard, because Alliance still hold one of the best positions in the game, but this circle is going to end dead center on those tracks.
And if you're not sure, hit the ring console that's next to you. That'll be the biggest Giga Chad play ever from Alliance. Pretty sure they know where this one's going to be ending, though, as Yuki goes up onto the height. FC Destroy on the low ground, though, Dan, still holding this building.
If FaZe were able to get up, FaZe could really influence this fight, but FC Destroy now can at least blockade themselves in. Again, it's a composition that will really work out in this endgame. Newcastle and Watson to annoy Alliance, and all the meanwhile, Northeption now probably find themselves in the best position of the game because they have the high ground over these tracks, and they also have a little bit of coverage with these rocks.
Yeah, Zone's going to close pretty slowly behind them as well, so they can just wait maybe for a fight to go down. And it's interesting to see that Alliance, I'll tell you what, my plushie is looking good. It's looking pretty good right now. Because if Alliance can't hold this high ground, while everyone moves up, and they take damage from multiple angles, which they are susceptible to, then this could be a bit more difficult. Snipe down on his own. FaZe survive, but Snipe down as a solo is going to have to do something magical here for FaZe.
FC Destroy did leave, they got away, so Alliance will still hold this side, and Snipe down is going to at least try and rat his way maybe into a top 3 and could be a hindrance. And Northeption and FC Destroy at the moment are fighting one another, and Alliance will take the southern side.
They will, and Snipe down just looked inside that building and was like, oh, no one's here. Well, Northeption make their move now. FC Destroy wiped. They should be able to get the shield swaps pretty comfortably as well. We'll be pretty safe at this point. Hack is trying to take center zone as well, but Hack is going to have to watch his back here because there was a player behind him. Mandy does get the kill, though.
Alliance got involved in this fight very early indeed, but they are still alive. As I say, that Yuki goes down. It's Alliance versus FaZe, but it's just one last player remaining. It's a 2 versus 1. It's easily cleaned up. The plushie is mine, and Alliance will take the game and show that they can still get it done, even with the new player coming in and a substitute playing for them. But it's the same old boys. Mandy once again rescuing this team when they needed him most.
A big win for Alliance as well. They close out World's Edge with that W. FaZe getting towards that end game as well. I'm pretty sure the Snipedown managed to rat into a 2nd place there as well, which is incredibly impressive from the rotate that they had to make. But, I mean, Alliance stepping up when it matters. And I'm kind of heartbroken that I lost to you. But do you know what? I'm a man of honor. I'll buy one.
To be fair, the odds were very firmly stacked against you when Alliance were the only team in the circle with 8 remaining.
True.
It was looking good for them until FC Destroy then took their building and were residing in their building. It was when FC Destroy decided to leave and take that northern side that it really opened up the game for Alliance. Their only real threat was the last remainders of FaZe. But what Alliance did well is they took the southern side, but they left one player to just challenge Snipedown and say, we're not going to allow you to just surprise us. We're going to keep tabs on you. As soon as they saw all that damage then happening on the north, Alliance flew. They made sure there was no reset that was going to happen for whoever won on the northern side. So the Northeption didn't get the chance to reset properly. Alliance got the shutdown, and then it was a matter of finding that one remaining rack to clean up the game.
I think Alliance did a great job as well in kind of the mid-game, I would say, of just controlling so much space around them. You saw nobody was really able to coexist. It was one team who tried to make the play to coexist with them, but they immediately wiped them. It was NRG, I believe, who tried to take their building. They knew the value of that building, but Alliance didn't let it happen. They got that first knock and then immediately decided it was time to push to clean them out. And from there, they controlled the space so well down that it was difficult to see Alliance losing it.
Group
so
stage
much
Alliance.
so that I was even happy to take a bet because I thought it would be fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to my plushie. I'll make sure it's not a gold one because I've got one of those and I want a different color one. I don't care what color it is. You can paint it if you'd like to. But I'm very impressed with how Alliance played that one. Also, I'll give props to Northeption because they were able to get into that end game. It looked like they were maybe going to struggle. They slowly were able to sneak around on that western side and they took quite a commanding position. And had not FC Destroy changed their position late on, Northeption could have maybe had a win.
Yeah, interesting as well that Alliance, a team we talked about who hadn't put too many points on the board, and up until that, of course, only 3 games in for them, but getting a win in that game number 3 and taking that spot away after landing over at Thermal was something pretty impressive for them. So congratulations to Alliance. Very excited to see them progress through the tournament. And of course, that's going to do it for World's Edge, Dan. It's Storm Point time now, just as things get comfortable up here.
Yeah, Storm Point going to be next, and there's going to be a few teams that will be very happy about that. I mean, throughout Split 2 playoffs and throughout online seasons in general, we've seen big differences in squads. A couple of teams that maybe a bit frustrated they didn't pick up more points. Dark Zero probably could have dominated a little bit more, but they were still solid, and they're still up there in the top 5.
And one thing that I love, Dan, is sitting down.
Right.
I know this might seem like a tenuous link, but it is. And one thing that we love, of course, is the chairs that our players get to sit on, right? And it's a wonderful thing. And the Herman Miller people, the wonderful people that provide these chairs, well, look at them, they're beautiful. The Herman Miller gaming embodied chairs are being used today at this event, Dan. Would you believe it?
I believe it.
Check out the new colorways on the Embodied Gaming online. The new colors have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery. Be sure to check out custom Herman Miller Gaming heirloom embodied chairs created for this year's ALGS Champs winning team. If you're wondering what that looks like, by the way, there's one out by the entrance, and it is a thing of beauty.
Wow, yeah, it certainly keeps your buttocks nice and joyful throughout any games that you may be playing, but I'm hoping you'll be playing a lot of Apex Legends when you were able to get one. If maybe we ever get one, Mark, we might have comfy ones too.
You never know. Anyway, that's going to do it all for World's Edge and from ourselves, from the Casters booth. We're going to throw it back to the desk now to let us know what we just saw.
All right, I don't know about you guys, but I was waiting for another desk jump out of Mandy after that. I mean, phenomenal bringing it back out of Alliance for that final game, Vicky.
Yeah, they went from, what, 19th, and they skyrocketed with like 9 KP at the very end of that game on top of the dub, and I believe now they're sitting in the top 5, top 6. Really highlights how volatile as well our overall standings are after 3 games alone. Very nice to see the difference in comparison to our last 2 groups that we saw play.
And also, Gina, we were talking about this while we were just watching that last game. Huge, huge performance out of Tom Young-Kung.
Yeah, a really good solid effort from those guys as well. Apex South really seem to be showing up so far this tournament, don't they? It's been a very good start from them, known for fragging out. And certainly we've seen them pick up a lot of kills as part of their way to the top of those leaderboards.
Now, for those first 3 games, Bullet, what moments really stood out for you?
Look, I mean, right there at that end game, I mean, the way Alliance played that map, that was beautiful. You know, they had hackers playing the pipe. They made sure no teams landed behind them. That was just really nice.
All right, well, you mentioned it, so let's talk about it. That final circle, we're going to take a look back at it, break it down a little bit for us here, Bullet. I know you started, but there's some intricacies we got to talk about.
For sure, for sure. No, so they just played they played their time. You know, they had the height. They just were sitting there. They were doing damage. They were putting pressure. Made sure nobody else, you know, decided to make an aggressive play against them. That was like really, really nice. And then you'll see like towards the end, they managed to wrap the catwall against the train team. And then they just cleaned everyone up. That was so nice.
Moments that jumped out for you, Vicky?
Well, they also had to traverse through that west side of the map. We know that Alliance landing all the way by Thermal and then traveling to the north side allowed them to get on top of this high ground as well. And then going from around the catwalk here, in addition to the smoke, when you're rocking the Digi, they're able to clean up the opposition that was on the other side of this catwall. Then with the black hole, they're controlling so much space without even the catwall that they were utilizing for themselves.
And it's not just, you've got to get around the catwall, right? That's really important because you've got to, like, you've got the gravity lift there, right? That's one way you can get over those catwalls. But if you can save that and just walk around it, it really does give you those extra options because it's a very important piece of utility going into those last fights.
Yeah, just really speaking to Alliance's ability to, in such a short time frame, adapt to having to use that sub, still coming out on top. 9 kills plus the win to close out match number 3, the first half of our series here today. But still some other impressive numbers up here. I mean, FC Destroy 7 kills. We've seen a really phenomenal performance out of, like Gino was saying, so many Apex spots here, Bullet.
Yeah, so I mean, the way FaZe managed to rat their way in, that was so beautiful. Like, you know, playing on the low ground, unable to get up. You know, Snipe managed to get up and he just played it so well with bank smoke.
There's always just like a single tear rolling down your eyes as you're still alive and you're watching your 2 teammates and you're like, I can't help you. I can't res you down there. The right play is to just stay alive and watch them die. Yeah.
Gotta get the points, man.
And you can see just how points top heavy that first page was. A little bit of a sponge going on for those teams there at the top as we take a look at the second page here, Vicky. For surprises for you at the bottom.
Well, we saw what happened at the beginning, all right? It's the elephant in the room. Well, not for me, because I was very sad while Gino was cheering in the talent room. What happened to Dojo after they won another contest between Kick and then Dark Zero saying, hold up real quick, this is some KP that we can clean up. So easy for our last game on World's Edge. So seeing Dojo all the way at 19, what could have been is the story that we can't see anymore from them.
And it is something that you sometimes see just on the 3rd game of a map, right? Because you do a game 1, game 2, they're expecting it the next time. You come in with one of those unexpected plays on game 3, and it's like, well, see you later, we're on store point now.
Either way, this is where the series stands. Like I said, Tom Yum Kung in first place, 1 point above NRG. Bullet, any other squad jumping out at you, or just how close the series is right now?
Honestly, Jailings. Jailings have been playing so well. Like, they've been doing so much damage. They've just been, like, going crazy. It's so nice to see. And the best part is, like, they're playing a bit of an off-meta comp, you know? They're playing Crypto. They're playing Watson. They're playing Valk to capitalize off Crypto scans. Like, you know, they're one of the only teams that are playing that comp, and look at how well they're doing. They're doing such a good job right now.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens now that we have switched maps, or will be switching maps, on over to Stormpoint, see what happens with our squads, where they're able to end up. But we're talking about Alliance a little bit, and nothing is confirmed yet, but if you have seen social media, there may or may not have been a tweet that has gone out. This is probably as good as time as any to talk about it, because I don't know if you guys saw, but Effect has his visa. That's what he has said on. It's not confirmed, but we might be seeing Effect here at Champs, Vicky.
That is so exciting. I mean, now you can see the tweet pulled up on your screen. Shout out to Effect, everybody. Here he comes to Birmingham. We got to see how this plays out too for Alliance. Also, you know, this is group stage. This is the perfect time. If you got your visa now, this is the perfect time to scoop in and take advantage of the rest of the week here.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought there was a little bit of an asterisk on this tournament without Effect here, because he was, in my eyes, the single best player in the last tournament, at the very least, as a fragger. He was just that phenomenal. Looking at those stats, he was so far ahead of the pack, even amongst you know, the elite controller players in this competition. So look, I honestly never doubted that Alliance would be able to get it into the finals, even without him. Obviously, we just saw, you know, winning games with Mandy, like, you know, doing it for MNK, let's go. But as long as Effect turns up by that final day, I think us, the crowd and Alliance, everybody here is going to be happy to see that.
I mean, and talk about a great situation to come into. Mandy putting in work, making sure the squad is where they need to be by the time Effect shows up. Bullet, I mean, that's got to feel great for a team. Obviously, you can speak to that experience as a pro.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so nice to see, you know, especially like with Mandy stepping in as a sub, you know, like that's tough. It's not easy to just jump in like that and, you know, perform well. So hats off to Mandy, you know, he stepped in last minute, and yeah, they're pulling it together.
It's crazy that he's a content creator. I mean, obviously he's been a pro in the past, right? But, you know, to be out of the, you know, the pro scene for a little bit and still be that good.
Yeah, I mean, he's come in with like, what, 1-2 weeks of scrims, and look at him go, like he's going crazy. So yeah, love to see it.
All right, well, we're talking about social media. That means we have to tell all of you to make sure that you're following along with all of our action at Play Apex Esports, because you don't want to miss a single second of what we've got going on here at the ALGS Championship. We have 5 days of competition. Make sure that is where you are. All right, now, we're talking, or you didn't, Dia did, okay? We talked about it before we got into the series. We saw a decent performance out of Team Singularity. Well, I actually got a chance to sit down with Elysium before this competition and talk to him about what it's been like to come back into the fray and how he feels about the squad. Today we have a man who spent 2 years playing with Team Singularity, a team that dominated their region. His career was put on pause as he stepped aside for personal reasons after Week 5 of the South American Split 2 Pro League. Well, now, Singularity are back. And he's back. Welcome back, Elysium. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, first I retired because I'm on university studying chemical engineering.
Chemical engineering is wildly impressive, so that's very cool. I did not know that.
So I didn't have so much time to practice with the boys, so we talked before I retired. And we talked with Dean first, if he want to join the team, to I step back at that time.
How hard was it for you to step away after you had initially worked so hard to make a name for yourself?
I always have the idea to finish my career. It was more difficult to them because playing with another guy after 2 years almost, it's very difficult to raise the level again.
And I love this push from Elysium, the best controller player in South America with the RE45! Oh my God, Elysium, you are a monster!
What was it like when you had to watch them not be able to make those Split 2 playoffs?
playing with Bean. He's another fragger, but he has another way to play. It's not something you can like build in 1 month, I think.
True. Obviously, Team Singularity were the only team who made it to finals during the Split 1 playoffs. You guys got 11th with that original roster. So how important a moment was it for you as a team making it there, and then what did it teach you about competing on a global stage?
I think the most important is that we can do it first. We can make finals, we can fight with other teams face-to-face.
Well, here we go, 101 with a Peacekeeper, and Elysium ain't missing with this thing. That'll be the knot they're looking for now. It's a simple job of cleaning up the 3v1.
Championship USA there. Like, we were playing so well in groups. We got 4th, I think, on groups, and then we get eliminated on losers. So it was pretty annoying for us because 2 days we were on the highest level, and then we fell off.
So what can we expect from Team Singularity, and what do your teammates bring to the squad?
Now we have Beskar as our coach. We changed him, and I think we are pretty confident because we train a lot. It's going pretty well, so we are gonna be here fighting for the trophy.
Do you think that you guys can go farther in this competition than you did last time?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we are pretty confident, and like we have the experience to be in the finals now, so we are gonna make it again.
Always fantastic to be able to chat with any of our players, but that was a really, really fun interview for me to do with Elysium. Obviously, we're only halfway through the series right now, so Team Singularity have an opportunity to do well in the next 3 maps. Stormpoint, a map that they typically get a little bit more points on, so we'll have to see how they fare in the next match, because it is ready to go right around the corner. Tiff and Dia, take this one away.
Thank you so much, Glitter, and it's always good to hear from Elysium, especially on the main stage. I was talking to Besk prior to the champs, like just a few days ago, and he was talking about the situation in South America and how dire it is right now for them to perform at champs at the highest level and fly out.
It really is, and what really strikes me about the story of Singularity with the return of Elysium is the story of self-sacrifice that the roster has gone through. Elysium stepping back earlier than he needed to make space for the roster to adjust to Bin, to make sure that they were ready to play at the top level as soon as possible. And now Besk stepping back into the coach role to allow Elysium to come back and help develop Bin as a player. In fact, Elysium didn't even return to the same role as he was playing before, where he was their fragger. He's now jumped into the position of being the team's support, and it is fantastic for them. I like seeing that at least the vibes are high as we prepare to get into this game, because as Glitter said, Stormpoint should, in theory, be a better map for them.
Hey, and that's right, we are moving on over to Stormpoint for the final half of the series, but match 1 winner, NRG, with that 32-point game. Such a massive performance by Guild. I was talking to Natty after that. She's like, bro, I am shaking. That was such a strong performance, and seeing it cut to her immediately after was the cutest thing. J-Lings Esports coming through on match number 2. You know, as soon as we walked up to the stage, Alex was like, did you see game 2? Did you see it? And I was like, of course, I mean, obviously, we saw it, of course. Everyone here did. Who did it? And then Alliance to come off that news, Effect potentially going to be here soon and getting a win. That's got to feel good, Dia.
It really does, and even before the competition, Mandy was talking about how he is going into this expecting that he's here temporarily. It's about making space for Effect, no matter when that happens, whether it be during championships or not. So now that we have the idea that it could be a little bit earlier than not, I'm sure that Mandy is just as happy, because you still get to play on the big stage. You still get to play with a squad that you've put a lot of time into becoming the best with. Alongside that, J-Lings, it was Bullet that talked about it on the desk, but super importantly, being able to take a more active role in the game this time around, even with a composition that is typically more passive, is a fascinating way for them to have adjusted off of Split 2 playoffs.
Well, their macro is absolutely incredible. Their zone calling is, like, it's just crazy to see. They're already making their way there, but when we move to Stormpoint, they're landing in High Point. And we talk about that POI as a whole. That is a very tough rotation if any of those zones start to pull south. But before we even start thinking about rotations, it's the contests that we have to worry about once again. Dojo not only contested on World's Edge, but they will be contested on Storm Point. And honestly, I was keeping an eye on player chat, and that kind of hurt me a little bit. I saw Zero throwing some shots. He was like, don't worry, Kick, we took out Dojo for you. And I was like, oh boy, here we go.
If there is one player who is always ready to talk a little bit of trash in the lobby, it is Zero. So as to be expected, and I don't think that that'll stop, especially now that they are dropping over at Mill. Dark Zero's been doing this forever, but given the recent changes to loot, Mill has in a way only gotten more powerful, which is a really interesting power imbalance to factor into their return to Storm Point.
That is kind of crazy. You're right, but that Pulverex versus North Eption contest that I have witnessed time and time again over there in Thunderwatch, it has been an absolute brawl out. I've seen Pulverex take the win a handful of times, North Eption a handful of times, but it's just crazy because the North Eption roster that we're witnessing today isn't even the same that we saw in Split 2 playoffs. They were forced to make a lot of last-minute changes. You've got Ling joining in, you've got Leica from Naked, and now it's almost like a completely different North Eption roster.
We're asking ourselves the question, if you slowly replace each piece of the ship, is it the same ship? And that's a question that's going to be answered stylistically. North Eption really had a distinct way of playing the game when we got to Split 2 playoffs, different than any other team, different than any other team from APAC North. So, as we jump into it, we'll get to see how that play style ends up cementing itself during the course of these games. But keeping my eye on the Legend Select now, Pioneers electing to go for the Newcastle. We also saw Seer picked up by FaZe, one of the only Seers to be played today in its entirety.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Sir Dell used to play a lot of Watts, and now coming in has been adapting to that Newcastle, and it's been really nice for them because they like to rotate super quick, anchor down in a building, and throwing down the Newcastle wall is essentially kind of what they're doing to lock and load. But this is it, guys. Match number 4, our first one on Storm Point for the second series. And okay, you know what? Happy birthday, Raggy. I saw the sides. I saw it on Apex Wikipedia. We know. I think you're what, like 21? Now you got a party.
Let's hope there's cause for celebration as we jump onto the map, because we did say that C versus D, a little bit higher variance than our first stage matchup of A versus B. Now getting into Storm Point, that is even more of a high variance map. There's the chance for anybody to come out on top, and every point matters when you start thinking about the eventual end of group stage, as strange as it may be to think of that now since we are so close to the beginning.
That is very true, and as we get locked and loaded in the dropship, you can see the trails as our teams are making their way to their POIs. Alliance, though, they're going to have one of the last stops on that dropship, and you know how long it could take to Lightning Rod, but let's check in with Kick, who have made their way over to Cascade Falls as opposed to landing on the Dojo.
Now this is going to come with Crafter, so whoever comes out of this engagement on top is going to benefit really nicely, being able to grab a few more resources before eventually relocating out of Cascade. Kick are playing it pretty slow right now. I'm a little bit concerned for them, of course, as they jump down onto the low ground. But this is the contest we were talking about earlier, Pulverex versus North Eption.
It's one for the ages, and Sasuke has taken to the roof trying to make this happen. He literally always lands on this side of Thunderwatch and will loot up on weapons, whereas Ling and Leica will typically land on the other side. But you can see that the engagement has made its way over here. They're sticking together, which is smart. You don't want anyone getting caught off guard.
This is such a we are better than you composition as well. When you pick not just Bloodhound, you don't need Bangalore apparently. We're going Horizon on top of it. It is simply a composition that is meant to frag and use your own tools against you, which is something that North Eption have done really well with the Horizon now, to get a little bit of verticality that's super important when fighting over this specific POI.
And it's so crazy to see them fighting over this area, but getting the high ground and forcing Pulverex into an unfavorable position. Even if Leica can connect a couple of those shots to force them to utilize any of the shield cells, you only get 2 off rip, and if you haven't found any, shooting me right now, trying to kind of hold down the push, using the piercing spikes to avoid that from happening, and F-Chan able to kind of hold with the PK, but only has 5 bullets, but this now is a 2v2 situation, and we're gonna connect here.
Oh my god. Peacekeeper shots, they get me excited, especially when you're hitting for 90. I'm hitting for 9s more often than not, but it looks like it's working on Volvorex's favor. Getting a quick thirst, a shield swap, and now perhaps the end of North Eption is just like up here, but Volvorex gets surgically taken down by that wingman. It is an instrument of precision.
You couldn't even get out with the, this could be the end of North Ebb when Leica just goes pop, pop, pop. I'm not even, you know, Vicky makes better weapon sounds than I
does.
do.
That's you know,
we'll leave it to her.
She's done her whole education in that.
That's
it's
true.
difficult.
She does have a minor in it.
Yeah, I'm taking summer courses right now to try and make that up, but you know what? Trying to make up a little bit of lost time. It seems like NRG are jumping into Cascade, taking out Onyx on their way in. We've still got a few squads left around here as Kick recently relocated out, but ever more so, we've got squads that are crowding into the center of the map as this zone is starting to drag everyone together.
We'll talk about why NRG has actually already rotated through Cascade Falls. They land in checkpoint, they had the ring console available, and as soon as they grabbed that information, they made their rotation straight out to it. The fact that Kick has made it out alive and hasn't run the gauntlet of into their path, pretty good for them so far.
Yeah, at this point, NRG would like to get a few more Evos under their belt, but it's about picking the best priority spot that you've got in Cascade. This, I want to say, high ground building that they've got at the moment is a little bit inflexible. However, it is very close to some of our end game finishes, so they're gambling a little bit because it's a difficult place to extricate yourself from in the mid to late game. However, by holding on, you're saying, well, if the zone does pull over here, we're likely to get at least top 3 without really having to put forth any effort.
Oh, but a big one, right? We've got Dark Zero. You have J-Lings that have made their way into that building, already starting to anchor down with the Watson fences. So keep an eye. They usually have really good, accurate calls, but Zero is just looking for a way to take this building, and fighting for the priority spots early on can prove to be such a fruitful thing. And I mean, honestly though, Zero just trying to find the cheekiest angle, but the Jenny's out, and so that one's not going to work there.
These windows just super difficult to play against, especially when you are trying to hold the inside of these small ski lifts. However, as you say, with a Gen, one of the few Watsons in the lobby, you are a whole lot safer. Zero's still struggling to find a way in. Finally gets a break on the fence, but there's still no opening damage. Catalyst Wall comes up to give Dark Zero the opportunity to push in a little bit further, but this is being masterfully controlled right now by J-Lings.
Zero's acting like the big bad wolf trying to infiltrate. You can see J-Lings is forced to relocate. Nag's going to fall. Zero finds noises as well, and J-Lings just gets annihilated. Textbook work. Jen even waves to the camera. What is this?
It's just a little bit too passive from J-Lings, if I'm honest. They're going back to how they felt in Split 2 playoffs, hesitant to get involved, and this time to their detriment. NRG still holding on the high ground, have actually taken ultimate height within Cascade, their weakness being the high ground even further above as people come out from Command Center.
Monsoon on Complexity over here. They made their rotation out of Cenote Cave. Relic, they're uncontested here in this group matchup, so they had a nice, carefree experience to really focus on just looting up and prioritizing that rotation. They've made their way into kind of the center of that next zone, but as teams look for good spots inside of Cascade, I'd imagine a lot of teams are focusing on poke damage, but NRG, they're actually going to elect to take the high ground.
Interesting. This is a eternal struggle, honestly. As you go further up onto the high ground, this is one of those things where somebody always has higher high ground than you. So NRG do expose themselves to a little bit more risk since they have a lot less cover to work with. But with a nice smoke on the high ground, they can buy themselves some temporary safety, even going on an aggressive push out towards Command Center.
We do have the Bang ult to work with should anything come through, but they were able to find another elimination onto Zane, which is good for them, right? They were sitting at 32 points, but those 32 points came only from map number 1. They had a 0 in maps 2 and 3, so starting to get back up there is what they needed to do on Storm Point, because most of your teams, they were talking about on the desk earlier, the point sponging that has happened so far in this series. Anything can happen as we move into the second half. You just have to get a good game under your belt.
And it all happens so quickly. Just beneath NRG, FaZe has quickly slotted themselves into Cascade, a place where more teams are deeming as a more flexible position to go into the late game. Zone is again going to be shifting around a little bit, but less squads have data as we approach the center of the zone, with a lot of our beacon scans being now in the red. It'll be teams that are rotating late, say like Iron Blood Gaming from the south, who've just hit up Barometer for a little bit of information, that will have a small advantage as they finally approach the end game area.
So that's really tough, right? We talk about teams that aren't getting that information throughout the mid game, and you're just kind of relying on what other teams are doing and following their macro. J-Lings can usually position themselves in the dead center and predict where that zone is pulling. And if Dark Zero realize, hey, that was J-Lings, we know which building they're holding, that will be Godspot eventually. And so far, it could appear that that would be the issue. But for the teams that have the information but are far outside the zone, trying to get in is going to be an incredible battle, especially trying to break into Cascades. You have all of the rocks, all of the water, the openness. It's going to be tough. But I mean, hey, if you're Nasty, just hop in a Trident.
Yeah, just hang out, see what you can find. I will say, not everybody's rotated into zone, so this is risky, especially with only white and blue armors, but they're taking it for the moment. It seems like Pioneers have got themselves a little bit more spare time. They're running to Team Singularity. We'll find out if they survive. However, as we look towards the next couple of zones, the big question does have to be about Dark Zero, about that power position that you mentioned, and the two teams above them, Dojo and Moist, that will both have to rotate right past Dark Zero, if not directly into their faces.
Oh, Dell on white, last alone as they lose out on Nasuke, and just like that, eliminated. 16 squads remaining, but Ironblood Gaming, you were talking about their rotation coming through the south side. They have made their way in, and they are going to keep on going. We're hitting the evac tower, smoking it out. You know what, Dia? Something that's really cool about the utilization of the evac towers, they're getting poked, prodded, that gives them the information, but teams that run Horizon have been using the grab lift to jump up higher onto that, but I mean,
make it a little bit less predictable, right? Just make sure that you're not just on one line the entire time. NRG have been anything but predictable this series, rotating negative out of the zone to go and find kills, push themselves further ahead, but Guild overextends and gets taken down.
He was trying so hard just to get to cover and have his teammates suppress that fire, but Sweet able to go ahead and get Guild back on their feet, and just like that, now we can turn the tides to the team that is looking to approach, has the Prowler in hand, throws the grab lift, looks up the heels, but Mandy's like, no, we're not gonna let this happen. We are riding on such a wave of confidence and excitement given the news and coming off that win.
Alliance know they have an advantage to push, even with Yuki down. And he's got some good long-range cover. Hemlock really putting in work as burst weapons tend to do at long range. An extra 52 keeps him all the safer, and now we got a res onto Yuki as Hackies does absorb a quick push. Doesn't have a Digi on his R99 and is in trouble, but he gets to retreat back to what is now a 3-man squad. Mandy falls, Guild and Nathan are on the push.
Look, if Guild and Nathan are on the push, they are ready, but Hackies tries to make something happen, and unfortunately it's going nowhere. And just like that, Alliance are down to NRG, but it's going to be North Eption coming for the cleanup.
The masters of edge play in Split 2 playoffs, and now we'll see what happens. And we may have hit a quick pause here with NRG recently having been taken out. There's no better time to evaluate where we're at in the game. With North Eption currently holding off to the western side, we've still got to think about the center around Cascade.
Yeah, that's definitely tough right there. We'll have to wait to see what just happened. But we think about the map and where it was. We had Dojo all the way out on that northwestern side. North Eption was trying to go out and hit that cleanup. And just before the grab lift, they were sending up, right? They were like, we're getting ready, and you'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, as we look forward, and Dojo looks forward to the rest of this series, to the rest of this game, the zone that we're seeing pulls us further towards Bunny Slopes, which is the area just below the ski lift. If none of you are familiar, if somebody in the audience is wondering, it says sort of as you exit Wall, right between Wall and Cascade. And in positions like those, the later we get, the more important it becomes to control the center of Bunny Slopes. Not just the buildings that Dark Zero are holding, but the trees that come a little bit further to the southwestern side than anything else. Tom Young-Kung are currently set up there. Enter Force 36 have the opportunity to take them out, as this would be an isolated 3v3. We've still got Kick approaching from the south side. Kick, another South American representative that we haven't really had the chance to talk about because they haven't made that much noise yet.
They definitely haven't, but now would be the way to do so. If you start getting involved in those early game contests, you kind of don't even get to play the game just yet. So electing to kind of jump on over to Cascade as opposed to challenging Dojo at the wall. But you know, with the zone favoring a wall rotation, maybe but regardless, the fact is they're still alive. And you mentioned Enterforce 36. Well, I haven't really seen them since Split 1 playoffs, so they had a little bit of a roster change. They're coming in, and honestly, a lot of their merch was some of the sickest merch I had ever seen at Split 1 playoffs, so I'm really happy to have them back here.
That's an important buff to any team. Having
is,
good merch. I said it on the desk. You look good, you analyze good, you look good, you play good. Got good merch. It changes everything. He knows. He knows what I'm talking about.
He's agreeing
Team
with you.
Singularity, they got some nice merch. I do really like the blue on them. You know, having a nice rich blue is...
I can agree. I got blue on. I got blue eyeliner. We're all blued out right now.
Elysium's dripped out as well. He's got like really nice chains and everything. He's got a really nice earring that you can't see because he's wearing the headphones, but I'm envious. I don't have my ears pierced, but I do really like the look of it, so it's in consideration.
It's pretty unique, but let's go ahead and think about where we were prior to this. And if I'm Dojo or Moist coming from the wall and I'm looking to hit a rotation where Dark Zero is on the bunny slopes in that building, what is my course of action? Because you know, after what happened on that World's Edge game where DZ kind of third party that contest so early on, if I'm the Dojo and I see them in there, I want their building.
I think it's a very likely possibility to see Dojo contest up against them. As we got the game unpaused, Northampton are right back in it. We're talking about Dojo's course of action on the opposite side, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They can either move over to Moist, as they appear to be doing, or opt towards Command Center, one of the few beacons left in the lobby, one of the few bits of information. Northampton very well might take that route, while Dojo have chosen violence today.
You know what? Sometimes you just gotta wake up and choose violence, so I'm very excited to see how that goes. We got Timmy, Enemy, and Designful. Designful taking a little bit of the high ground route to do some scouting, but no, it's because he's got the Senti. Charge it up, and that thing will go crazy. We just need an opening shot on to Moist. We were talking about them, some powerhouse team that had a couple bit of a roster swap, but the nades! Fuzzy going down to an Arc Star, and I didn't even realize that was done and dusted within 5 seconds. They chose violence indeed.
They didn't even need to shoot their guns. At that point, Designful didn't hit 2 Sentinel shots. Horizon ulted, naded, and that was it. That was a perfectly placed ultimate, and honestly, a pretty big misstep on the other side, falling victim to a Horizon ultimate that can easily be destroyed. It's very difficult to navigate in 3v3s, of course, but that mistake is going to cost you big.
That's a pretty good high ground. Now let's talk about this isolated 3v3 fight that we're briefly mentioning with Enterforce 36 and TYK. So exciting about this, they do have to be aware that there are other teams obviously still on that southern side that they probably have knowledge of, especially Team Singularity. So this isolated fight has to be quick.
Yeah, you ideally want to finish this fight once it truly starts. Once you've got at least somebody's shields broken in under 30 seconds. Because as you said, otherwise teams start to take note. You see one knock, the fight extends for a little while longer, and things get very risky. Now, Enterforce 36 don't actually technically have to move just yet, so it is to their advantage to stall out the fight for a little while longer and allow another team to come up and put pressure on Tam Yong Kung.
Oh, that would be quite interesting, but it seems that TYK is going to hit the rotation, maybe not go for this necessarily, but we'll tune back in to kind of the congestion down at Cascades. You have FaZe over there, Snipe Down Frexes and Phony on the left, Complexity, Blackhand, Ironblood Gaming. And the question is, where did Northampton decide to rotate, right? They're looking at taking a lot of space on that right-hand side as Timmy and co are looking to close the distance, but Dark Zero is directly in front of them still.
Unfortunately for Dojo, having just expended the Catalyst Wall, they don't have a lot of cover. This rock is the only bit that's still safe for them. Dark Zero should still have ordinances to layer in pressure on top of them, and that Horizon ult, I mean, we've seen Dojo do some good things with it. It looks like Dark Zero about to do it to them.
Jen Burton throwing down the Dark Veil. They already had the Black Hole, and they are swarming around the Dojo now. So let's see what happens. Zero's gonna get cracked, but there's so much damage going out onto the other side. A Thermite trying to stave off, but another enemy team is gonna throw some nades, and just like that, Dojo are eliminated.
And it's just the right application of pressure from Dark Zero. They don't overpush. They don't commit when they know TYK are on the other side. They just let this be a dance of two teams taking out one, collaborating for the good of them both. TYK benefit because they've cleared their backs, and Dark Zero have just done the same thing. Now getting to think about their rotation towards Cascade teams. Cascade teams that have played it safe, that have sat in zone and have farmed up placement points all the way up until 9 squads remaining. At this point, though, once the next couple of zones start to close, that's where things get really difficult for teams like Complexity, who now have to share space.
They have to share space, but they don't want to. They will have a favorable position in zone, but as a duo, things can be really challenging. There's no way Luda's going to be able to get rezzed back on the outskirts of this, so they're going to have to stave it off. Car SMG in hand, and we're going to pop the Bloodhound ult for the hands of Iron Blood.
It doesn't look like they have grenades. At this point, the right play for IBG would just be to nade the staircase, and finally they pull out an Arc Star. It was a risky move not to use that beforehand to get the res onto Ziki, but now at least it gives Ziki the time to heal back up and actually become a full member of the squad again. Blood ult is going to expire, Beast of the Hunt no longer providing the additional coverage and safety that it once did. And you gotta hope that it's back up by the time you eventually have to leave this building or face off with Complexity once again.
We're gonna have to hold off a few teams as teams look to rotate, but there's this massive migration that's happening on that northern side as Dark Zero do not get that favorable zone pull, so they have to rotate out of the safety of their building and cut straight to Cascade. So that'll be very tough because we know North Epson was holding that right side, so they have to fight forward.
As you say, it can only be North Epson that's contesting Dark Zero right now. Well, where Tomyeong-kun, we know who's contesting them. Enterforce 36 has been right alongside them the whole time. TYK gave up the rotational pressure that they had and now have to fight Enterforce 36 on even ground. With that nade, it's become rapidly uneven. They're being shot in the back by Dark Zero. TYK have nowhere to go.
Enterforce 36, they said you may have not seen us at Split 2 playoffs, but we came to play at Champs, and Singularity, knowing what is at stake, are finally making some moves around the rock. 17 points, but everyone's point sponge, so this could be the game where if they start out really strong here, throw themselves up that leaderboard.
Great play from Elysium, hitting a bat for a moment, making sure that he's pushing to support Ben. It keeps Team Singularity moving as one unit, keeps them from falling to a little bit more aggression from Dark Zero, and now they get them to make the push down to the low ground. It's a weak squad already, and Enterforce 36 get taken out in 7th.
DZ able to take out North Epson on their rotation as well. So now that we're down to the final 6 squads, it's going to come down to all the teams that are still on the outskirts of Cascade. FaZe, Iron Blood Gaming, Blackhand, Complexity, and the 2 on the north side. Singularity taking on DZ.
These two know they have to kill each other as well. There is no way that you are sharing a rotation in across open ground, but with a sliver of rock between you, you're leaving too much to chance. And Dark Zero fortunately have priority on this rotation, so for them, they're actually in a slightly better position. Team Singularity have to move through the low ground, through the open ground, and hope that they can hold out as other teams from Cascade will be causing a little bit of chaos. They may be able to third party as they did moments before.
Well, that's really tough for Complexity as they've anchored down in that building. Yes, they've made it to top 6, but it looks like they might be out of shield cells and batteries. So they're just barely trying to hang in there, but Blackhand, who's coexisting with them on the underneath, have not only fenced off that door, they are stuck in there. Complexity is going to have a tough time.
And let's not forget what's happening over here. IBG, they've got low ground, but right above them, it's FaZe that took this building away from NRG, and that is a fantastic spot to be in right now. Still a little bit complicated to extricate yourself from, but the only team that you truly have to worry about is Dark Zero. And if you can get a few good shots in, if you can push IBG to a position where they also have to deal with Dark Zero, FaZe have a genuinely good chance of winning this game.
They need to do exactly that. Meanwhile, Complexity as a duo with no heals is just trying to delay the inevitable, but FaZe, perfectly healthy, have plenty of utility amongst them. And it's so interesting to see. We knew the Nemesis was incredibly powerful, but how many people have been crafting that throughout our first day at Champs? A lot of Hemlocks, a lot of 30-30s, but even more Nemesis.
But burst weapon's just incredible because as soon as you hit one bullet, you're probably going to hit a few. And it's really nice because especially with the kick up, you manage to land a little bit more damage more often than not. You headshots here and there. FaZe, they don't want to gamble, however, are going to push up onto IBG. A nice disengage from Frex even keeps them safe. But only a few seconds left as the zone's starting to close. And And now it's do or die for FaZe. Are you going to wipe out IVG? Are you going to play the opposite side of the building? IVG, they don't come out on the better end of that trade. And now it's time for FaZe to move. Time for FaZe to face off against Dark Zero.
They have a Dark Veil, they have a Bangle, they are poised and ready to make this rotation out, but Dark Zero, you know they have been waiting for this to happen. The fact is, Cody last alive for Complexity in a top 5 situation. Not too bad though, because they need every point that they can get, only coming in with 5 for themselves, and with Monsoon down, at least you get a little bit more cover there with the knockdown, but Snipe goes flying, and Snipe is 1 HP, and Jen Burton making the move on to Frex.
Another pause as we are in the final zone. This one's going to decide it all, but we saw what just happened with FaZe jumping up into the air. Horizon gravity lift, it is a fickle mistress. Sometimes it saves you, and honestly, especially in ALGS lobbies, it can often be the cause of your doom.
Definitely could be the cause of your doom, but DZ and FaZe going at it. Blackhand looking to make a play onto that rotation down on that southern side. If they can just go kind of a little bit of southeastern and clean up whatever engagement is happening between FaZe and Dark Zero. Meanwhile, Team Singularity out on that western side, relatively scotch-free. They should be able to just kind of poke and prod, throw some damage down, and then move in when needed.
Now, while we have the time, we've got 5 squads left in this game. We've been focused on FaZe and Dark Zero. We know Complexity is ratting, and good job, by the way, as long as you can stay alive. Every position means so much more now. But the other teams that we've got in this lobby, Blackhand and Team Singularity. Now they're going to both be approaching from the south side, Blackhand a little bit closer to Cascade. Singularity is in the power position that we talked about earlier, holding a lot of open ground. They also are one of our teams, much like FaZe, that have the opportunity to win this game. And we've even seen squads like Oxygen do it before. Oxygen, who are renowned for excellent team fighting, for fantastic coordination. We already know what Elysium brings to this squad. Team Singularity, their whole deal is building synergy at the cost of sometimes even their own stage time. Them being able to win this fight would put a lot of trust in them from all of South America, and most importantly, would give them trust in each other with this return to the international stage.
And that's exactly what we need. We just watched the Elysium interview prior to this, and it's almost as if that content piece hits right when they start to fry out in game. And if TYK and E36 hadn't necessarily stalled that engagement, right? It was supposed to happen a little bit earlier. TYK rotates to the north, kind of ruins the dojo's rotation as well. But then that fight eventually happens, and Singularity is like, well, this is the third party that I was wanting to have happen. And now they end up in such a power position as a result of those rotations.
And let's not forget what this is about as well. We've talked about the stakes for the team. A lot of this, it comes down to Bin as well, who is being put in the position to frag out, the position that Elysium used to hold, the position that brought Singularity to fame. Being able to execute in situations like this, even if you manage to find yourself in top 3, as long as Bin is able to be the catalyst for why that happens, pun absolutely intended and enjoyed, he should be able to have a little bit more confidence after what has been a difficult split 2. And finally qualification here, and that is what the early days of championships is about. When you are playing in the group stage, it's your time to try things out, feel out other teams, and most importantly, get the good mojo going. We've already talked about Dojo very much needing to do that, and they're just not the only ones.
I think I saw a sign that said Dojo's got the mojo, so I want to see that get kicked into gear for the last 2 matches on Stormpoint, because it just seems as if, I'm not going to say teams have it out for them in these lobbies, but it just seems like they are getting such unfavorable rotations from other teams pushing straight into them or making interesting decisions that I wouldn't have anticipated them making. So that's all about that adaptability piece. So we're learning here, we're on our 2nd series, and the teams, as they learn from our team's rotations, they're like, all right, so next series, that's what I have to make it play, that's what I have to change, and we go from there. But looks like we may be kicking some things off in just a moment. So let's
Should
see.
be back into the game, so let's bring it up. This is, as we said, our final circle. Dark Zero still facing off against FaZe's Complexity have gone down, so have FaZe, leaving just Blackhand and Singularity in the way of Dark Zero.
All right, well, DZ, they took the power position from Jakelings early on. They knew they had to rotate, and they are fighting forward. Jen Burton going off, but trade is going to come out, and the black hole completely sucks them in, and Singularity clean it up.
Let's go Singularity, able to pick up the win. We talked about it on the analyst desk, and now, having come right into the first game of Storm Point, they very much live up to the expectations for themselves that they've set, that South America has set. The world requires to be met for the sake of the region. It's fantastic that we get them coming out on top, especially after we talked about how much this means for them as a team and individually.
We knew what the stakes were coming in. They told us, they were like, it is do or die for us in South America, and we want to show the world what we have at championships in year 3, and what better way to do it than in your second series of the day, and their first, making their debut here.
Besk especially, right? I mean,
yeah, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, Besk, for those of you who may not be aware, may not have kept up with it, is the player that stepped back into the coach role for this and did prep them up. You can see him sitting behind the team right there. He gave us the download on how they were feeling coming into the competition and how he was feeling and what it's meant to him. And so being able to prep up a team that ultimately takes a win was big for Start a Fight earlier in the day. Now Singularity get to have their time in the spotlight. But we had some really good plays outside of these folks, as Dark Zero did control that really well. I think they made the right play pushing down, and we ultimately saw how important it was that Dark Zero and Singularity deal with each other earlier, because the very fact that Dark Zero didn't take out Singularity before the rotation in ultimately handed Singularity the win.
It's crazy because they were so close to each other, and we'll get to run that final circle back and definitely look at that, but that's what I'm talking about. All these rotations, all the minuscule details are what make Apex Legends so fun. So now you can see it running back. Here's Elysium on your screen. Complexity eliminated as they found Cody. 4 eliminations thus far. This is going to be a good one for them.
And immediately here, as soon as you see the push from Dark Zero, Singularity's own wall decides the course of this game. What is otherwise a 50-50 rotation, maybe we engage, maybe we don't, gets them height, gets them priority position, and Elysium is able to go through the wall, managing to get a nice off angle and support the team in this way. That isn't typically the way that you'd see the game play out, but it speaks to the way that Elysium has been able to succeed in South America by understanding the game at such a critical level. It's a fantastic game for them, a 19-point finish. But let's not forget, Dark Zero, they had their own things going on. They picked up plenty of kills on the way in, and the champions aren't ready to be dethroned just yet.
12 eliminations, a 21-point game. I think they came into match number 4 sitting on 31, so they'll be north of 50. But Blackhand, who was able to live in Cascades for so long, able to take out 7 eliminations, as well as Ironblood Gaming sitting on 7, so 10 points and a 6th place placement. I mean, hey, that's not bad.
No, not at all. Complexity even picking up just the 4 placement points is going to be, I want to say, close to a success. Complexity do set their bar a little bit higher, but they're not the only ones that have a little bit more to reach for. We've got plenty of teams in the bottom 10 that do need to push that a little bit further. Gunbarioto-san, I think, for me, definitely a team that I'd like to see jump a little bit more forward. However, first day for them, absolutely forgivable. NRG very much surprised me, and pleasantly as well. They've had a good day so far, and this match, while it may not look impressive on paper because of the finish in 14th, along with 6 kills, makes it a very, honestly, solid game for them.
Yeah, it's really impressive, right? They start over there in checkpoint. They immediately grab ring console information, hit that rotation, cleaned up a few teams, and not before getting third-partied themselves, though. Sometimes Karma be like that. But as we look at the series results, Dark Zero have moved themselves up to 52 points. NRG sitting on 39 and TYK on 37. Singularity, though, with that win, move up to break into the top 5.
This is really big for them, and with 2 games left to go, you've got plenty of opportunity to jump up, even above 40 points. They could beat out our previous South American squad from earlier today. Putting these 2 up against each other, it's pretty clear how this game went down. Dark Zero's damage numbers specifically just so high, and it's due to the very active position they took on the map. Singularity in a very different situation, coming from Barometer that typically has a nice way to rotate into zone, but isn't a POI that's built for fragging as much as Mill is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely can see that. They came here, they were looking to fight, and they definitely did, immediately taking on Jay Lings right there, getting that building, and they essentially sat in there, were poking, prodding, trying to keep damage going out until they had to move, but this is what's going to be exciting. But guys, that was match number 4. We're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have match number 5.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back. It's the Year 3 ALGS Championships. It is day 1 in Birmingham, UK. I'm SpiderTip up here alongside Dia, and we have 2 more Storm Point matches to cast over for this series. And Dia, that one was, I feel like, everything that you wanted to have happen with Singularity on top.
I can't lie, I was pretty happy about it. I was cheering on the inside. My inner Brazilian was very happy to see them succeed. And given the fact that that was just the first game of Storm Point, the fact that we have 2 more, and that Singularity wasn't the only team to have something really cool going on. Even though they went out early, NRG are very much carving their own path in this series, and I really love the autonomy that they've taken in creating their own legacy throughout the group stage. They're not going to take this one lying down. They're going to play aggressive, and they're playing, honestly, very differently than you might see them in a finals lobby, and it's to speak to their experience on the international stage. Take advantage of group for what it's worth. It's a little bit uncoordinated. Teams don't know exactly what they're doing. Go out and punish them. Farm it up.
That is very true, exactly. And if they had just had maybe 10 more seconds prior to that third party, that fight would have looked completely different. But there you can see Sweet. He's probably planning out the next 2 games and maybe breakfast, dinner, and everything tomorrow because he's just one of those IGLs that likes to plan out 20 steps ahead and then go that route. So it's really cool to see NRG here. And we're not going to talk about the conversation we had on Monday when we sat down about NRG, some of your hot takes, Dia. So we'll just ignore them here, and maybe we'll come to fruition later, and we'll tell you guys at home what Dia was really thinking about NRG, because that sounded a little different.
Hot takes are hot takes, you know.
It was a hot take.
You know, I win when we get good Apex Legends.
I mean, that's true. That's a win for all of us, right?
Yeah. NRG can do whatever they want as long as I'm getting good Apex Legends. That's the only criteria, and that has absolutely been fulfilled today. We're about to jump into the second game of Storm Point, where we could see them run it back, very, very much so. Checkpoint is a fantastic place for them to be starting off. It gives a lot of flexibility, even more so than a lot of our other edge POIs, simply because of its slightly more central position while still having a lot of lootable areas, as well as smooth rotates out that nobody's really taking into Checkpoint.
I'm really excited though. On Stormpoint, we've had a nice variation of zones and even zones in Legends. So as we get into our Legends select, a lot of Bangalores, a lot of Horizons, and obviously the Catalyst has been so fruitful. We thought that Split 2 playoffs was the rise of Catalyst. No, it's been even more powerful here at Champs.
It's fascinating because right now, the meta as such, especially around teams that are at the edge, really favors the Bangalore Bloodhound composition that takes up 2 slots already. You got to decide what the third is going to be. Some teams have chosen to run with things like Horizon to give you even more aggressive capability, but Catalyst is so valuable because of the chance that you run across a beacon. First of all, just blowing her up so far and being able to get so much more value out of that pick. And then even if you don't, the flexibility that she allows. I mean, I was talking to, I think it was Graceful while we were in the green room, about the instant deploy of just a little bit of stall, being able to play with doors as FaZe did just before their exit from Cascade. Provides nearly infinite value to a team that wants to take a little bit of a risk.
Exactly, but not only even stalling, but the fact is you could go up into an engagement, reinforce their wall, deny them the ability to exit, and that is so fun to be able to see. But we know what also is fun? A little bit of Fusey as Pulverex makes their way down for that contest against North Eption. Now, mind you, Pulverex did lose the first one, and Onyx in a bit of a mix here with Kick as well. Raki, though, we need a birthday present. We need to just stay alive here and take down Kick. If you mind you, Kick did leave early on.
Come here, I want to see you. Happy birthday. Not going to get the shots through the floor, unfortunately, and Raki's got no verticality. The curse of, unfortunately, having lost your Horizon leaves him with very little autonomy now that Kick is on the roof. So Onyx are going to have to disengage, and there's no support legend for them. They, unlike Pioneers, have not chosen to run things like the Newcastle. They haven't chosen to run the Loba that we've seen earlier today, and it puts them in a spot where it is fight 1v3 or wrap for the rest of the game, and it's not a decision that I envy.
Yeah, that's going to be actually really tough. You know, Kick coming here from initially going towards the wall, but they're finding the success that they need. And Onyx did have some roster changes coming into Champs. Their prior player had already went over to Moist Esports and joined that roster, so it has left them maybe a little more vulnerable. So Kick felt confident in going here, but let's check in at Thunderwatch. Is that a little bit of Pulverex? Are they the last ones standing?
Oh yeah, and feeling quite good about it as well. That's 6 points that's been collected for them over the course of the past 2 games. So Pulverex come out on top, and that's with the less initially aggressive composition as well. They're running Catalyst and Fuse that really benefits from their positions in zone later in the game and not really paying any respect to the contest that North Eption are giving them. They're fighting it fantastically, but compositionally, they're just saying, well, we can beat you no matter what, and they're doing it.
What's really unique about them, right, is you think back to when you saw them on scrims or even in Split 2 playoffs, they ran a lot of Loba, especially on World's Edge and even Crypto. So moving on to such an aggressive comp here, it just is going to allow them to shine. But Fuse, when you're contesting, is everything that you need. But DZ working their way out of the mill, hitting the Trident for a nice little rotation as we have yet again what appears to be another central zone on Stormpoint.
And I can't help but look at this and go, wow, triple purples and a Trident. Mill is crazy. Mill feels so good. And it puts Dark Zero in this position where, as one of the teams that has fought and won Mill so many times, they can abuse that power and get it to the point where this Trident rotation that would be risky for any other team, that was risky for Pioneers last game, just puts them in the center of a map. And a map that, as you say, is closing almost directly on top of them. Moist have taken a slightly different approach, and they, to be honest, had a little bit less far to go, starting over by Command Center. They put themselves on this slope that should provide them a decent bit of security towards the end game. It's not a particularly coveted position, and that alone should keep them nice and topped up, because there's just not a whole lot of teams that are jumping on top of you.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough zone. They're fun to watch, but J-Lings, right, running into a little bit of early game interest. We saw them go out of the hands of Dark Zero in the last map, but now with JMW already done and dusted, Nags and Noises are going to have to throw it down. And Noises going back to that Crypto throughout scrims prepping up to this. They had tested out a couple of different legends on Stormpoint, such as Horizon. He had a brief stint on Wraith. That one didn't last very long, but he looked really strong on Horizon. So being able to show that they can flex and adapt throughout these group stages is powerful.
And if you are planning to play zone and perhaps be a little bit more calculated in your approach. I've talked to other IGLs about the power of crypto as well. At face value, being able to throw out a drone, having to jump into the drone, it may not seem like it would provide an incredible amount of power, but the reality is that in competitive play and in coordinated play, the quick snapshots that you can get of everything around you, you don't have to rely on your team comms, you don't have to rely on imperfect or miscommunicated information, you can literally just see everything that's going on. It provides IGLs a fantastic way to make sure that they are making the right calls and to trust in their team, to follow what they're saying, and not have to do the two-way communication path. It was Kashera who was really an advocate for this pick a little while ago, and unfortunately haven't seen too much of it today, but I do like that J-Lings are prioritizing it, though the position they held will be a little bit more difficult now they don't have a Watson. Tamyongkung on the other side, they've got a whole different set of problems. They're outside the zone, but that's really just about it. Their comp itself, I don't dislike.
It's pretty strong, but this is going to be a very tough rotation, seeing as how many teams have already made their way over. For those teams that land nearby, you mentioned Moist earlier, coming from Command Center, the short rotation for them, but so much action, and the Dojo just cannot have a break after this early game. Does get taken down, but immediately prioritizes the smoke and res, but not before Enerforce 36 decides this is an opportunity that we would like to expand on, and there's something to be said about the Havoc. You don't really see it in too many hands, and it goes crazy, but the double AR, Enerforce 36, pushing straight in, and the Dojo will be eliminated. IOI gonna clutch it up and hit for the quick res.
That was way too close for comfort, having lost 2 in the span of a second. Enemy really earning his paycheck for a moment. Ultimately, Enerforce 36 do pick up kills, and they're kills that they did not have to grab either. It was even a little bit risky to go on a push even after they got the knock, simply because of the possible presence of other teams, but they were decisive, they went for it, it got them an additional 3 points. Now, in a slightly worse off position, they do need to find their rotate back, but at least they've got the temporary benefit of a few points, and ultimately, as we look at the map, nobody's coming to them anyway.
Yeah, NRG and Kick would be the nearest teams, and they're electing to hold their position. Kick is actually sitting on a survey beacon, so they can use that to deny anyone from pushing that area. But you can see right there, J-Lings once again calling another zone, have already made it from High Point down there, and Nasky, Zerdel, and Zane as well.
How do they do it? How do J-Lings do it? I know, beacons aside, zone predictions are hard. And this was what they became known for at Split 2 playoffs, was just flawlessly being exactly in the center of zone. They're continuing to manufacture this result, although down a member, it is going to be a little bit less valuable for them. Pioneers on the opposite side of this ring are going to be moving up from this southeastern side of the map. It'll be a slow move for them, but over by Launchpad, you've got IBG, who could rotate up behind them. So it's going to be a slow play, as there's plenty of squads in the area, and this traffic jam as it is tends to provide a little bit of safety, even if it seems tense.
Yeah, Tamyongkung here revving up the Rampage, and we've seen a lot more Rampages today as well. It's also kind of like a wild card weapon pick, but it's so nice, especially when you need to break down Catalyst reinforced doors, the Black Hole being expended, and frags to double down as they make their push across to KCP, but electing to play that Newcastle on Zerdel. They're not going to have a Jenny.
Another quick pause gets thrown our way, and the Pioneers going to take a moment and really think about the way they want to handle this push. There are a lot of options for how they'll deal with it. A mobile shield, of course, providing them good disengage options if they need. They can post up inside this building with plenty of catalyst walls and spikes. But importantly, right now, Zane is separated from the squad. Did a decent amount of damage onto Tamyongkung as they came in, but since he's trapped on the outside of the building, there is a momentary weakness in KCP at the moment, and it could be taken down by a decisive push from Tamyongkung on the other side. Just want to see who plays this game of chicken better.
Well, it's really tough, right? Anytime I see a Horizon on a team, I immediately look at their inventory. Not only am I looking for bats, but I'm looking for how many grenades do they have? Do they have frags? Do they have thermites? Do they have arc stars to double down on the utilization of that black hole? And that's exactly what that Horizon had, and immediately starts throwing them inside the building. And with Zerdel on the Newcastle, as opposed to Watson, as historically had been played, they're not going to have that Jenny. And you think of what's a Newcastle's worst nightmare if you have a wall down?
What's Newcastle's worst nightmare if you
nade
have a wall
spam.
down? Nade spam, yeah.
It's a nade spam.
I was picking up a Jenny in my head, and I was like, this is just the perfect combination.
Yeah, imagine. It's almost like people used to play Newcastle Watson, but not today. Not when everyone is so aggressive. We got rid of Seer, we got rid of that legend composition, and now it is so aggressive. So you have to be able to answer back with that. But Dell, behind the wall, still alive, even has the tactical up as well, and Zane was able to grab a knock and a full.
Right back with the squad as well. This was the secret weapon of Pioneers. I asked Nasky, how are you planning to win? What's your whole deal going into championships? And his answer was Zane. That was the whole thing. He was, I'm just going to throw Zane at people, and if it works, it works. And right now, it's working.
Zane, go get him.
Yeah, they got a nice little corner of heaven there. Meanwhile, Alliance, perhaps not heavenly, but at least safe for the moment.
All right, Alliance, probably has a radio out there somewhere. I saw their setup. They've got radios in the merch booth, which are the coolest things ever. And as they push forward, Mandy, Yuki, and Hack is working together inside the building, trying to make sure that that team does not push onto them, kind of what was happening to KCP, the Dark Veil being expended, but Yuki still has his.
We've got two squads around Alliance. We've got Gumbar Otosan and Enterforce 36. Kick just went down a moment ago. NRG taking them out. And Alliance are playing aggressive now on the outside of the building, not giving up high ground, but definitely skirting the borders of safety as they battle for control of this building against two squads.
Darkstar's incoming, but Yuki using the stairway to hold off as Ironblood Gaming falls alongside FC Destroy and trying to peek through, but no Digi is going to be on that car, but the reinforcement of the door will stall just enough.
The confidence from Yuki, knowing that he's got coverage from his team, gives them so much more ability to stabilize and push these two other squads together. Enterforce 36 and Gumbar Otosan, they've got no choice but to deal with each other because they simply can't walk up and straight up deal with Alliance. And now we are going to have other squads joining the fray. It's just been simply too long. And Gumbar Otosan, I think, make the right call, disengaging a little bit because Team Singularity just rolled up. We could have two separate 3v3s going down, but Aimbot goes down. Enterforce 36 are taken out, and we're right back to the three-squad tango.
And this is exactly what they needed, rolling off the confidence of their prior match win, and some things to be said about throwing the grab lift inside a building to defer on that push. It forces them out the other side. They're expending the Bangalore ultimate, and now they're going to prioritize potentially rotating ahead of this and maybe cleaning it up after, but Geo has to keep moving, and Alliance has not left their building.
And Alliance have been fantastically coordinated so far. Very few gaps in the defense, and they've really managed to post up against two squads. However, the rotation is still going to be a problem, and their coordination, as much as it has saved their lives so far, is a lot more difficult out in the open, where Catalyst with the Dark Veil can do great things, but provides so much less in terms of actual solid cover that you can use in the form of these doors. So Alliance will be slow playing this, about a minute left as they need to rotate into the zone. A zone that, by the way, Dark Zero predicted really well. They still got so far ahead of the competition and managed to secure themselves a decent position. So looking towards the next couple of rings, they're going to be playing things out of the south, Black Hand having priority over the north or high ground of the upcoming zone.
Well, I love this rotation here from Gumbar Otosan. They were able to negative rotate out of the ring, just kind of navigating on the other side of the mountain and coming in from that high ground area. So now they'll be able to walk around and see potentially a free building. That doesn't happen too very often. And now going towards Stormcatcher, you have to think about the survivability and the ability here to play on multiple levels. We got Nags and Noises there on the right side, and then Pulverex, who won the contest against North Eption, have made their way down here from Thunderwatch. Not a bad rotation, right? Just a couple grabs.
Not at all. I gotta be honest with you, Jeff. It's been a pretty bloody game. We're only in Zone 3, and we've got 11 teams left. There's been such a culling around the outside of the zone that there are still plenty of spots available when you really think about how to play out the later stages of the game. Dark Zero, as we said, play towards the south, Black Hand towards the north, but Moist are taking up way more space than they really need to or should be allowed to by any team. Alliance now are starting to pressure DZ, and this could become more crowded. We could also just kill each other.
Well, I think this is smart, right? Alliance, they only had a couple options. They could have went north like Gombre. They could have went straight through the choke point where Team Singularity was, but rotating around and taking the south side led them right to your split 2 playoffs champs. And now we have an essential isolated 3v3. Both Dark Veils have been expended and everyone's really healthy, but Zero's got a Kraber.
Okay, well, we know this gun could turn a fight on a dime. Rising Gravity Lift is going to let Dark Zero escape the entirety of damage coming through from the Bangalore ultimate. However, Zero gets tagged by it. Tanks a little bit of zone damage as well, and is in a bit of a risky spot. Not a whole lot of cover until you get closer to the Grav Cannon. Not quite safe enough, not quite quick enough. We'll see if this gets sniffed out by Alliance, because Mandy is going on the scout.
Well, you call out the Kraber, they're the first that needs to go down, and Mandy, the super sub, going big, able to take out Dark Zero. Now retreating just a smidge to heal up, and they are isolated on the south side, but they have their work cut out for them, trying to make it north to that next ring. But lo and behold, scanned by a survey beacon, someone wants to come out to play.
Ooh, and they got another team looking at them as well. Team Singularity look down from above. In comes the nade plus Horizon ult, and Mandy has to jump over the wall, disengaging from the rest of the squad, leaving Hackies and Yuki alone without a gravity lift. However, Singularity draw a lot of attention to themselves, and Elysium goes down. They are up creek without a paddle, and we got an Arc Star in there.
We've got an Arc Star, and we've got to listen in. Let's jump on board with Alliance.
Yeah, let's go, let's go. Go Manade, go Manade, go Manade.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Swing in, swing in. Me, what the fuck? Where?
Here. There's an armor swap here if you need. Right here on me. I'm taking the knockdown down.
No, he's one. What?
Ah,
so much.
Fuck
me, dude.
Where are they? They're here on me, dude, and Alliance is going down. Team Singularity feeling the vibes. They just made one of the craziest rotations out of the choke, and they have elected to clear out the south side.
That is a really rough fight to lose for Alliance, and one that they know they should have been able to get away with. Having been shut down this time, they do still manage to secure top 10. It'll be a little bit of a consolation prize for them. The Pioneers now have the opportunity to jump on ahead, and Moist still run the high ground where they started the game, where they very well may finish it. They picked up a little bit of KP along the way, but they are waiting for the game to come to them.
Team Singularity may have taken out Alliance, but they got punished immediately by KCP, who has their full 3-stack back. And now here's the deal with Sir Del on the Newcastle. We were talking about, hey, what's the worst thing? It's the nade spam. What's the best thing? Making unplayable spots playable.
They've certainly done that. Pioneers have so much more safety than they would be allowed by any other legend. And even with the rocks on low ground, it's an absolutely fine spot. With so many squads still left in the lobby, Pioneers are even going to be able to get aggressive onto Gunbury Otosan. Well, Onic, they start a engagement of their own, taking down Easy Black. Remember, Black Hand is not getting back in the game. It's another kill point picked up for Onic, and a life well given.
That was kind of brutal, let me just tell you, man. Now Black Hand's a duo going into this end game. Gombre Otosan, they're going to fall. 6 squads remaining, but yeah, they lost it on an easy flash, but they've got a Kraber, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe we can connect a few with 7 bullets in the chamber. We look forward to that zone. Black Hand, if they can keep Pioneers from rotating on them, but Pioneers have found themselves, yes, they're playing a rock, but they're about to get sandwiched.
And this will require player K to really put down pressure with the Kraber. If Pioneers sense this weakness of a duo above them, they don't get put down by a nice bit of damage at the start of their push, they're just going to keep going. Right now, even Nasky, feeling safe, is going to be able to push out from the rest of the squad, claim so much space for them, and challenge Moist for the high ground.
Abasi looking for some angles there, but not necessarily overextending, throwing out the piercing spikes to put a mix into some things. But if you throw a piercing spikes and then smoke it out, that is so confusing if you're the team that has all those abilities coming at you, because you're just trying to make your way through the smokes and then you step on a spike. That has got to be fruential. But Moist Esports playing from a really solid position here on the south side of Stormcatcher, throwing up the Dark Veil. We've got to move, but KCP has left the rock. They're working their way up, as you see player K and strafing. If they hadn't have lost out on Easy Flash, this would have been so unique.
It would have been a fantastic position. Honestly, still can net them a nice few points. Pulverex, who have made their way down, will have to contend with FaZe, who have ultimate height at the moment. Don't have to drop down. And for FaZe, it's one more round of benefit. Phony does go low. Frex joins him, but this is a risky spot, and one that FaZe are not forced into by anything but their own hubris.
Oh.
It's a nice jump back up. Phony Head keeps the squad safe.
That was a clean move there. As long as Frex stays up here, can focus on healing. They have plenty of shield bats, but being able to eliminate J-Lings, get back to the high ground, avoid the engagements, because you see Pulverex is still inside. They have to push out. I mean, there's a little bit of dance going on, and Pioneers hitting the grav lift and making their move, trying to clean up.
Nice few bullets thrown in by Zayn, the secret weapon of the Pioneers. Player K has gone down, as we know. That leaves just one member left on this squad. Pioneers are going to play the outside, play both sides of the engagement, taking out Blackhand ultimately, and leaving just Moist right next door to them. They can eliminate this squad, they can secure a top 3 position, and it doesn't look like Moist can do a whole lot about it.
Pioneers now have broken into the top 10 with 25 points. 3 squads in their way for a match win, but you've got Moist Esports, Pulverex, and FaZe, and you don't have Moist anymore, top 3.
A nice elimination from Pioneers, and now they've got a really good spot. They're alone on this side of the ring, knowing that Pulverex and FaZe both have to come to them at the same time. It's a matter of holding this area, and with a Newcastle, you can get a more aggressive angle. Down drops FaZe. You're gonna have an insta-push on them for Pulverex. They've got to defend from both sides, and yet they've already lost Snipe down. FaZe are gonna be melted by this gravity cannon.
But it's going to be Pioneers pushing in. Pulverex hasn't even moved yet. Phony is down. FaZe is eliminated. Now it's Pioneers versus Pulverex, who have left and are making the push with a Dark Veil. That's right, from the contest. They've got Fuse in that Legend composition, and if you're breaking it out, the Knuckle Clusters, the Motherload, what does Nasky have to say about this?
It's just Nasky right now. Everyone else is trapped inside the Motherload. So he's got to hold it down as the fire burns. Does get a nice cheeky angle on this fence. No knock yet, but this damage that Nasky is putting in is saving Pioneers' game. They get Zayn on the other side. Pioneers go on the aggressive push. This should be their game, and in the midst of all the smoke, Pioneers have got the edge to make it happen, but Pulverex claw the game back.
Look, maybe Pulverex just needs more Fuse. Woo! We need more Fuse. Congratulations to Pulverex, your match 5 winners. So impressive, right? They win that original contest against North Eption and finally get to play the game, and they make their way from Thunderwatch to the Stormcatcher zone and go all the way.
Pulverex, that was such a back and forth fight. They ended up getting a Dark Veil. They didn't have to deal with FaZe. They had a nice Motherload, but Nasky made this end game so impossible to play out cleanly. So much so that Pulverex were at a disadvantage going into that last clean gunfight, and still managed to pull it out. That is mechanical skill at its best.
I know, watching Nasky jump up on the high ground of that fence and just look around that Dark Veil while he still had his as well and never even had to utilize it. So I was so impressed with that, just bouncing back and forth on the high ground. At one point, it looked like it would have favored KCP, but the smoke, the chaos, all of it. Pulverex right there, 12 placement points, 8 eliminations. That's a 20-point game for them.
I honestly, I can't even say that it was the smokes, and that is going to have something to do with it. As you talked about, though, the combination of smoke as well as spikes from Catalyst really make fights impossible in the late game. And Pulverex, even having to face off against a squad that had the first move, that had more damage, that had Digis, were still able to fight it out. They took so few fights this game. Pulverex were so passive. They were like the Gandhi of Apex Legends after the initial contest.
After the initial contest. Well, let's look at it from Pulverex's POV, that final circle, right? This is where FaZe had elected to actually push down onto KCP early. So that was kind of wild, giving Pulverex a little bit more time to assess that situation, where they wanted to approach. They see final 2 squads, and that Motherload is just ready and waiting to be unleashed. And here it goes. This is where things start to get mixy.
at this point, I just want to see how much damage Nasty is actually physically able to do. It's a quick retreat from him, because remember, he's buying time for the rest of the squad, and Pulverex never push past the Dark Veil. They don't want to take that risk, but with Shunni almost going down, they've got to split up and cover as much ground as possible. If so little left in the ring, and Zane's finally able to come back over and do his thing, ultimately trading, leaving Pulverex with, I mean, let's count, how much is this? This is 75 health left total, both on Flesh, no ditchies, just a rampage through the smoke and a bit of a prayer. Pioneers fall.
Sometimes it's all it takes. So as you look at the results of match number 5, 20 points for Pulverex, but 20 points for Pioneers. They were able to get 11 eliminations in FaZe, who had made such a strong play onto J-Lings, getting back onto high ground, but they only accumulated 3 eliminations, but Moist going out in 4th with 10 points.
I take back what I said. I think that Gandhi probably took out less than 8 people. They got a little bit bloody. Let's take a look at the bottom 10 from this match, because with Alliance and Singularity rounding out 9th and 10th, Dark Zero surprisingly land themselves in 11th.
Yeah, Singularity was in 9th as well with a good chunk of eliminations. So that's why you just see pretty much a few here, a few there, and that's kind of what had happened. But that initial contest there with Kick, able to pick up 2 eliminations prior to moving on, very strong. But these contests, that's why they got to get them out of the way. If you're contesting, do it in groups, because you want to get all of your drop spot POIs claimed prior to moving into the bracket stages, because you cannot afford to lose out.
I love that you touch on that, Tiff, because right now we're looking at the overall points. What we've got so far after 5 matches in this group, C and D, is turning out to be, as we started, pretty top heavy, but Singularity clutching up a 2nd place so far is a great place to be. But we've got a whole nother game going on, and it's what you've just talked about, the game of contests, and ultimately the game of winners and losers bracket, of ultimately finals, and being able to secure your drop spot. Contests may not look so hot right now, but we've talked about this on the desk. Today, you're aiming for top 10 more often than not. If you don't make it, you've still got time later. What you don't have time for is a contest in finals. If you're planning to get there, get rid of the team that's landing next to you.
No time for contests, with tons of talk on the caster desk, on the booth. But you know, we've also got here a ton of watch parties. I want to throw it over to Peeps, who is with Vicky, one of our watch partiers.
Tiff and Dia, thank you guys so much. We are here with the newest member of the ALGS Watch Party fam, Vicky. Vicky, oh, we got some fans in the house. How we feeling? How does it feel to, one, be the newest member of the ALGS Watch Party, right? But not only that, representing ALGS to the whole entire world of anybody that speaks Spanish.
This is like an awesome opportunity. I'm very grateful because I used to do watch parties for every ALGS. Like, I did them for 2 years from my setup in my home. And I think a lot of Hispanic members of the community really appreciated that, because a lot of them don't speak English or they didn't know a lot of the teams. So it's very exciting to be able to represent them and to have my stream as a way of them to understand and to watch their favorite teams.
I love that. Crowd loves that as well. They're loving you. They're loving you. So I gotta say this. I've known you for a while, I think maybe 3 years or something, and you've always been a grinder. But the last year and a half, you have absolutely blown up, right? Congrats on your success. But how does it feel to be one of the biggest streamers in the world?
That sounds like surreal to just imagine. I'm very grateful again because I love streaming. I started with my streams in 2020, so I just did it as a hobby. I never expected to get like big or anything. I just enjoyed playing with my friends and just interacting with the community in general. So I'm very happy because growing as a streamer is something that we all dream about. And knowing that you can create like this type of communities and come to this type of events with your favorite video game is always something I'm gonna be grateful for. And I mean, you have also blown up recently, so congratulations, and you deserve it as well.
Thank you, thank you. It's a blessing. We play video games for a living. but I think that's it. Congrats again. Keep killing it. And Dia and Tiff, take it away.
Thank you very much, Peebs. And it was nice to grab that interview. I was really excited to see Vicky joining us. I've tuned in for a few of her. She did like a Price is Right style stream for a little while and we'll play with viewers. Very entertaining, and a little bit of love I want to throw over to Pokies as well, who covers this in Brazilian Portuguese, which is fantastic. We get to reach all of South America with these two, and they're amazing. So thank you both for your work. I don't expect that they're watching, although they got their own things going on. As we do prepare to jump into match 6, however, we're all pretty excited for this group, for the amount that we've seen these teams develop over the course of a single series. But we've still got some squads that do look for the more dominant game. And I'm thinking specifically of Dojo here, who had a difficult last match. This is something that I spoke about on the analyst desk, but this day of all days is likely the single most important for Dojo. Outside of risking elimination, this is where they're fighting not for their tournament lives, Tiff, they're fighting for the vibes. And the vibes are so important to Dojo. They themselves will admit it.
Yeah, that is something that I know we had a long discussion about on Monday, so stay tuned for that, because Dia and I, we were just kind of going back and forth on the Dojo, and look at him, look, I mean, the vibes.
Okay, they got vibes,
they got vibes there. We see some Bronzy in the back as well. I just feel like it's gonna take one game for them to really pop off and get that momentum moving forward. Because you think back to that last chance qualifier when we saw this team take the victory, right? The emotions on Timmy's face. Dude, I almost teared up watching when he posted that he qualified, and throughout, like, that was so powerful, right? So I want to see another moment for that, especially with champs, right? A lot of our teams, we have all the regions that have the last chance qualifiers, and so for those teams coming in from that aspect, show out here, show us what you've got, and then, hey, who knows what's going to happen for year 4.
I mean, speaking of the last chance qualifiers, a member who was critical in their qualification, it isn't even on the stage right now, is in the audience. Timmy's father was present during their LCQ run and managed to actually keep the team pretty darn happy with how they were performing. Keep, as we said, the vibes high, and he's in the audience. I saw his sign earlier. He's got the "Are You Winning, Son?" So if you've been here the whole time, you've likely seen him already, but it's been fantastic to see, as we so often do in Apex Legends, parents coming out to support the incredible athletes we've got on stage.
I mean, that's huge, right? We think of esports in general, and if you have your family in the crowd hyping you up, that warms my heart. That has to feel good knowing. I know that throughout this journey of, starting casting on the team as well, I've met a lot of the family, and Jen Burton's family is honestly one of my favorites as well over on DZ. Always here. I know we got Zero's dad in the audience, probably right in front of DZ somewhere, and that's amazing as well. The support always coming out, and it was crazy because it split 2 playoffs. Papa Jen Burton came up to me and was like, here's the deal. DZ's gonna win. And I was like, they are? He goes, 100%. So if he sees me and says that again, I guess it's all over for everyone.
Yeah, it is scary to hear a 2-time champion prophecy. That's what I was talking about.
There's the son. Are you winning, son? I mean, Timmy's a memer, right? If you've ever been in Timmy's stream, I'm pretty sure he has 100+ like quick memes, and one of them being
it's really fantastic, and that's what's going to be really important. Now, we've talked about the Dojo a little bit. One of the teams that's flown under the radar a bit, but was really integral in the way last game played out, is Moist, and they had some big expectations coming into today that I'm looking forward to the development of. I didn't expect them to be a day 1 team, and this isn't pressure to become one. However, the pure amount of fragging potential that you've got on Moist and the passion that we've got on this broadcast for APAC South does have to come to fruition in the next little while, as we are going to run back a little bit of what we saw earlier in the day. Some of the teams that popped off, some of our highlights that took, say, even NRG to this position. It's a big tournament for NRG.
Well, it's a big tournament, it's a big game, so I want to see exactly what that looks like, right? They had that 20 elimination game to kind of kick things off, and it was so strong and fun to witness, but they have been a real powerhouse, and honestly, we haven't really spoken too much about them just yet on the Des. They haven't necessarily manifested in a team to watch, and it's not because we're forgetting about NRG by any means. It's just because I have already, like, I know they're going to make finals on Sunday. I know they're going to be there, but in what capacity, right? Sweet himself, we always talk about him being one of the greatest IGLs in the world, but he doesn't have that LAN championship that just really validates that experience, and I don't think he will say it himself until he has that.
I think it's fair to accept some humility as you prepare for, we said it at the start, but the biggest LAN so far of Apex Legends, and arguably the biggest LAN of Sweet's career, especially given the way the playoffs have gone, the way that I think many people are almost afraid to predict NRG in the same way as teams are now hesitant about jumping in for Alliance. Not because the team has, how do I say, not because the team has changed in some capacity, but simply because you want to hold your breath, you want to wait for them to take momentum on their own, and as a fan, as a commentator, you don't want to curse them before they start, and it's been very much the same story with NRG, and fortunately enough, with the, I would say, little amount of attention they've attracted, they've managed to already make big waves on the first day of championships.
Exactly, as we got a good comparison. We got Guild up on the board, 12 eliminations for that thus far, 9 assists. The survival time, very similar between Noises and such, but Noises is kind of playing on the crypto, playing a little bit more reserved character, trying to play the life for the team, but still doing fairly well. And honestly, to see Guild shine, it's really cool.
He's fantastic as a mechanical player. Guild is one of the original, or I would say, in the past 2 years, people that have cemented themselves as just controller players that are S tier. If you're gonna build a roster that needs somebody to do consistent damage, you're probably putting Guild on pretty high on your wish list. And so seeing, as you say, the performance in this LAN so far is really good, and it's in a different environment where NRG are playing a bit of a different style, something that changed even when they picked Guild up initially. They took a little bit of a shift, they changed their identity, and now they're considering doing that again, even if it is only temporary in the group stage, and that is yet to be seen.
Exactly, so we'll only see what time will tell. Will NRG rise even further to the top? Will they keep that momentum going forward? Because I would love to see another game that enacts as that point sponge for them. But for now, locked and loaded as we kind of prep up game number 6, the final match of this series. But a lot of teams have been finding their pathway, and it's kind of interesting to see KCP, right? They've been rotating heavily early, utilizing that Newcastle, even often having white shields going into the top 8 teams left. That's been kind of interesting for them.
And I really like that they're running Newcastle as well, because while you think about Newcastle's abilities and the castle wall being really important, one of the other things is that Newcastle deals really well with changes to loot because of his ability to open support crates that almost nobody else is running. There are going to be a couple POIs. I was talking to Start a Fight earlier about some of their loot path runs where it's very difficult to actually find good amounts of shields, batteries, cells, whatever it may be. And Newcastle largely solves that problem simply by being able to run over to blue bins and get your team a bit of extra sustain. Some teams like Start a Fight have chosen to opt for Watson instead to deal with that. But Newcastle is absolutely a viable choice and brings a lot of other things to the table, not just the castle wall, but the revive as well, mobile shield, and he's a big, chunky, fortified lad.
Yeah, he definitely is fortified, that's for sure, but it's quite interesting. We're going to cut to a quick break, but when we come back, match number 6. Welcome back to Year 3 Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We got match number 6 coming your way shortly. I'm SpiderTip, Dia and I are here to kind of joke around me, but not only that, more importantly, call the action.
Absolutely. And there will be action to call very soon, which I'm excited for. Game 6 right around the corner, and with a little bit more time and plenty of time for these teams to blossom during the course of this series, it's not the last time that you're going to see Group D. We do have A and D coming up after this, where we'll get the opportunity to see the teams from Group D try their shoes on a different stage, see if they can tangle a little bit better there. However, this is going to be the last time that we see Group C for today, so it's important to get your nice initial games in, because right now you gotta wait till tomorrow to do anything extra against Group B.
I love how we have DZ up on the screen. You're mentioning about trying your shoes on a different stage. I learned a lot of things in that green room. Not only is Genome a diehard fan, but for some reason, none of those boys wear shoes when gaming, and honestly, I don't either at home, but I'm just like, that's quite peculiar.
Do you wear shoes on airplanes?
Yeah. No, you do not break your feet out on airplanes. That is, no.
I have no comment to make.
Oh my gosh, get me out of this booth. I need to be saved right now. No one's wearing shoes.
Yeah.
Crowd, are you out there wearing shoes? Please tell me you guys are all wearing shoes out there.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I can't tell.
Yeah, they're wearing shoes.
That's a shoe. That's a shoe, thank goodness. All right, well, we're queuing up match number 6. I saw Asta out there with a golden Nessie. If you haven't got your golden Nessie already, I think I heard they were exclusive to Japan, but for some reason we've got them here in Birmingham, UK, and I did buy 3. I might go buy 3 more.
I like it. I mean, they're, from what I heard, ALGS exclusive, and that's just what I heard. Oh. I have been wrong.
More golden Nessies, a little bit of a hashtag Rid win. FaZe are supporters of Riddle. I'm a supporter of Riddle. And honestly, I saw a nice wig with a Riddle jersey too. And we were talking about our watch parties early on, and we've got some really great ones out there. If you haven't already, Nice Wig and Greek are also doing a watch party. Esports Rage, they have a full setup over there on the right-hand side for their Japanese broadcast. And they are some of my favorite casters. I'm a huge fan.
I'm gonna try and grab them some ramen later. And we know they love ramen, and that alone is worth the experience, especially for all the viewers at home. It's incredible the support that Apex Legends gets out of APAC North, like just period, and that's almost entirely due to them.
Ooh, one day I'll visit over there, but I haven't made it to Tokyo just yet, or that side of the world. I'm not too huge on traveling, but I would travel to go over there, and I want to now. But speaking of traveling, now while we get this match number 6 kind of underway, let's think back to the contest that we've witnessed, right? Kick originally supposed to go wall, decides to go Cascades, and it's actually proving very well for that South American team. But not only that, we're tied 1-1 on the Pulverex North Eption Thunder Watts contest. North Eption did take the win on match number 4, and they were able to provide a lot of damage to other teams, right? Specifically onto NRG, taking that third party and eliminating them. So I'm curious to see what North Eption brings, and it's been a different iteration of North Eption almost every single LAN. So for this one to really find kind of that stability and the adaptability throughout group stages, maybe this time for that winner's bracket, they could end up there and find themselves in finals.
What you've got to appreciate about North Eption is that, while the players may have changed, the style, the spirit of the game stays very similar. Their take on it, the legends that they run do change up, but North Eption is largely a team that wants to fight you. And I really appreciate that about any team in Apex Legends, a team that will just go for it. In fact, my prediction for this group was Black Hand for that very reason. And Black Hand are another team that very much could use their breakout. They actually had a pretty good start for their first game on Stormpoint in match number 4. They could finish Stormpoint strong with a little bit of luck this game.
And that's quite interesting, right? Because you think about all the changes that came into Apex Legends prior to Champs, all the ring changes. Typically, North Eption's playstyle had been to remain in zone, crafting up, playing that incredibly hard edge, and it is completely different now. They are still edge, but it's a little more zone-oriented, and now with all of these teams enacting the contests, we're locked into the dropship. We're ready to see what happens at Thunderwatch. We're ready to see what happens at Cascade Falls. And as our plane line decides to cut from north to south, teams that land Lightning Rod Alliance in particular are gonna have a ring console, a survey beacon, and crafting and priority to get there.
And I think what really scares me is the J-Lings also have a ring console, which means that they have even more information to work with. Their zone prediction can be even more perfect, but that is to see who they have to contest with, as Onyx currently fight their way out as they have been doing. Still relegated to the low ground a bit, but kick loose stall first.
Oh wow, so now we got a little bit of a 3v2 situation, and Raki on the G7 Scout, making it work. So let's see, with 21 bullets at a Dream and some high ground, not looking too bad here. Crusader running that original loadout of the Wingman PK. This should be all for Onyx.
Honestly, it's how you know you're a good player. Pick up a Wingman PK and go for it. Onyx take a nice wide swing, 3 versus 2. And mop up kick. It's actually even neat. They've collected them into a corner, and we've got a little bit of celebration, respect to their opponents that's been paid in the aftermath. It'll also mean that with this being the quickest 3v3 we've seen so far, Onyx may actually get to play a game similar to what they normally would and rotate at a timing that they've practiced.
Definitely true. Actually, we're not going to get to see a Pulverex North Option contest because Pulverex decided to go elsewhere. So look at that. They want to play priority there because they've already had a map win. They have plenty of points. No need to waste that. But check out where the zone's going, right? NRG, they've got a ring console. They've got crafting. They've got a survey beacon. And they've got priority to a zone. So seeing where NRG decides to move for this will go to show where everyone else will likely start pulling.
Northpad just utterly empty right now. It wouldn't be crazy for NRG to stick around and try and hold on to checkpoint, the ring as a result, or rather the ring console as a result. It's definitely a viable strategy. It may not be a super powerful end game position though, and I think they know that, having gotten the scan. So do you want to stick around, get a little bit more information, or do you want to gamble on the chance that you can find a game-winning spot? I'll tell you what Dark Zero want to do. They want to gamble. They have an idea of where the zone is going, and they are heading straight over to Northpad.
Hey, I mean, you talk about it, right? Coming from Mill, again, with 2 purples and a blue, and
Crazy.
after that loot distribution being changed up, I can barely find a blue shield anywhere. But the Mill ring console, it's got crafting, and you have those bins in the center that almost always have all of the good shields. So now they've got the quick rotation sitting on 53 points, and wait a second, oh, didn't I pick Dark Zero as my talent prediction, Dia? I think I did.
I think
I did. It's
Honestly,
almost like I knew something.
Pretty good pick. I'm waiting. Come on, Blackhand. I'm waiting for you. I fully believe, even with 1 game left. And we'll say they've got a nice spot. They did rotate in early, and having picked up Watson to solve the shield zone problem that they've been dealing with previously, do have a decent position for defense setup in the late stage of the game. They do have to make it there, however, and with white shields that can be a bit challenging. They've eaten some pokes so far. Moving over, they should be able to find a nice spot to play a little bit later. NRG need to get a little bit lucky in order to do so, but Sweet's going to be picked up, and they're going to be just fine.
So let's talk about this, right? Because we've already had 1 Northpad zone thus far, and that was in our earlier series this morning, right? So it's not necessarily the same. It's not encompassing all of the fingers north of Northpad, and that's where Fnatic and Dreamfire had positioned themselves, and where NRG currently is where Ascend was. TSM ends up doing really well that game, playing from Red Room. So look to the teams that are maybe trying to find themselves underneath here at Northpad, but teams that are still playing around Downed Beast. Gombare Otosan sitting on really nice shields working on that early game are working against Complexity right now.
One of the things that you have to recognize if you are picking this fight is that other teams are going to rotate on you. Moving up through Downed Beast is very popular, and it means that Gombare Otosan have to wipe this fight faster than not. Dogma goes low for a moment. The Complexity play off the low ground, taking him out and leaving basically this all up to Chunghee. Manages to do it. Complexity go down, Jusna stays up, and it's a quick reset on Dogma before anyone else arrives.
They're absolutely juiced. Now Gombare, they land down Beast. They're going to have all the loot on the underside, which is usually at least 1 gold item, and for that to be the gold knockdown, it preferentializes all of their Rez is there so they can get back on their feet. And you're right, because now you have to think about all the teams that are going to rotate on that side of the map, up through down Beast, pushing towards North Pad. It's going to be a little tough, but speaking of tough, MT for Moist, this is not it.
Not the ideal way to finish the series, that's for sure. Fussy and Waltzy aren't able to make it, and MT is going to be playing around the corners of Red Room to survive as long as possible. It's the only thing you can do with 18 squads left. It's even still very difficult to actually find yourself any points. Dark Zero, a very different story, however, as their early rotate down has left them playing in the open ground, something they actively elected to do, and likely so they could do exactly this, farm up some kills with the shield advantage they have.
I'm gonna say, okay, Gen Zero on the high ground, Zainu joining up, and they are just stacking this fight as TYK forced to throw up the Dark Veil, but I don't think the timing is going to be enough, and just as that begun, the fight has been cleaned up. Nathan cleaning up Moist Esports on the other side. We're down to 16 squads here, and Dark Zero are looking to potentially cement themselves at the top of this group series.
And I hate to say it, the shields barely even made a difference there.
Exactly.
Dark Zero took maybe 50 combined damage, and that's being generous. It was a decisive fight from them, and what really swung it was the use of cooldowns that they instantly threw in. They weren't waiting for a crack. They walked in with confidence, threw out a Horizon ult off a nice initial push, and just kept the pressure on. You didn't let the other team play the game. Gets Dark Zero a nice couple 3 kills, and there's definitely a reason why you and many of our talent predicted them. Dark Zero, they take no prisoners.
They take no prisoners, but you think back to the group stages and Split 2 playoffs. Actually, it was Alliance on their first showing, took that first win in their group series, but things were a little different, right? It's been a little bit of a slower start, and some of these zones haven't necessarily favored them too much just yet, but trying to break into North Pad, if you haven't already, can be incredibly challenging. You think about the Dojo, they've made it into that next zone coming from the wall, but Alliance coming all the way from Lightning Rod are just gonna have a little bit more time to loot due to that flight path, but they're going to loot along their way. Crafting was at the wall, they'll likely hit it there, and they are, but North Eption lie just in the midst.
It's interesting that North Eption have chosen to play these nut buildings because there's not a lot that they can gain from this outside of catching Alliance off guard, outside of finding a team that just isn't prepared to take the fight. And at the World Championship level, unlikely to happen. Most people are going to be ready for a fight. Most teams like Alliance should be scouting ahead. So North Eption's decision-making here is almost a skill check to other teams in the area, and perhaps a rotational play for a little bit later on, as that will be available to them, as they likely have managed to find an evac tower along the way. Their rotation in is going to be mirrored on the other side, however, by Enter Force 36, playing around the bunkers and spotting out a respawn ship behind them. Gives a lot of data as to where their surrounding competition is. I wonder what their goal is here. Do they want to pick a fight? Do they want to rotate in a little further? We're about to find out.
Dongba from Gombare making their way back in on down B, so they've landed there, they're still there. Likelihood of them hitting that rotation will be soon. As we can see, it's pulling ever so closely towards North Pad, but I don't know if it'll pull up to the POI itself. I think it's going to potentially end, but J-Lings all the way north are hedging their bets that it's going to pull all the way up there, and Alliance still trying to make their way into zone, but Dark Zero, taking the time to hydrate. It's important, guys. If you're out there in chat, make sure you guys are hydrated.
One of the important things about zones that pull over by North Pad as well is that playing bunkers, while it may seem rough because you're on the low ground, gives you a lot of flexibility that other squads don't have. Now, we're pretty sure that this is going hard at North Pad. Call it an educated guess, a very educated guess. We watch a lot of Apex Legends. But there's always an outside chance that this pulls more out into the open, in which case teams that lie in bunker will have an inherent advantage over the squads that will need to make an exodus from North Pad. So when we see squads like Enter Force 36 and Dark Zero sitting out there, it's for good reason. Now Alliance, we saw sitting out over by Wall, and we wondered whether they'd be caught off guard. Right now, it's a 50-50, but they definitely didn't expect this.
They didn't expect Laika going crazy with the R9 wingman able to take down Yuki and Hackis. Now Mandy last alive in a 1v2 situation, but not before KCP says, this is our moment. We've got to go in. We have to move in exponentially quick, and they are fully healed, looking to clean this up. Disruptor rounds on that alternator, and they just have to get close.
Pioneers are the hero that neither team asked for. North Eption and North Eption just don't need it to happen. Pioneers walk up on Alliance. They now take high ground, and it's likely to be the end of both squads. Nice mobile shield as well will keep Pioneers from taking any meaningful damage. Alliance go down first, and making it to top 15 is going to be a small victory for any squad still remaining.
Well, this is quite interesting, right? North Eption was able to get inside that IMC armory, which was exactly where they were playing from originally when Alliance had decided to push from the wall. Now, Pioneers, just as quickly as they came, as quickly as they have left, they've realized the opportunity is no longer going to be viable for them. Trying to break into this IMC armory would only be a death threat, and with FC Destroy playing this rock just in front of IMC and the fence in the building, it's not worth it anymore.
It's fascinating. Since we've got one of our only Gibraltars in the lobby, evac towers actually gained a whole lot more usefulness. You no longer need to have the perfect landing because you can Gibby bubble your way to relative safety. Interforce 36 were unable to do this as they unfortunately did not lock in our Giga Chad Gibby. However, they'll have some more options in their future games. For NRG, who don't need cover like that, they've actually managed to get themselves a building, and we did talk about this earlier on, whether they would take the gamble and move up to North Pad early, or whether they would stick around checkpoint. They have gambled, and it looks like, in the top left corner of their screen, they've rolled right.
They have ruled right. This was not, remember that early Harvester pull where Oxygen had assumed that it was going to pull towards the left side of Harvester by the beacon, and then immediately it pulled to the choke in the nastiest endgame I have ever seen. So that could have happened here, but unfortunately for them, it did not. So NRG sitting rather cleanly here, right? They came out strong in game number 1. Can they end it strong in game 6? Currently sitting on 5 eliminations and 13 squads remaining. If they double down and win this with a ton of high kills, they could actually unseat Dark Zero for the series.
It's appreciable that they're focusing on height as well, because Dojo's position that is on high ground in North Pad is arguably one of the most powerful. It more often than not will get you a top 3-4 finish, and while we have seen exceptions to that rule even today, people prioritize it for a reason. What it isn't for Dojo right now is an active position. They don't have a whole lot of ways to lay down cover. They aren't running Rampart, which, you know, is always something that you can improve on, but it's still going to be a fantastic spot for them later on, regardless of how much damage they're able to put out now.
Here we go, FaZe hitting the evacuation tower, looking for a place to play, but they've got FC Destroy just ahead of them. We knew Pioneers was behind them. North Eption had to leave the IMC armory, so it's a rather tough rotation. And we talked about it, they don't have the Gibby, they can't throw out a bubble to land, so they're gonna run into an absolute midst of punishment from teams. But jumping on over to Dark Zero and 58 points on the series. They're throwing out the Bangle. They're trying to get around this rock and eliminate that team and clear out their backside. And look at all the damage going out. They're doing just what they need.
That is absolutely worth the extra grenade. It's worth the wide swing. Dark Zero have done so much damage. Their priority is unquestionable, but Zero does take a bit of a chunk. And instead of pushing this with Jen Burton lagging so far behind, we're all going to take a chill pill. Dark Zero will retain their position. You don't want to make yourself any weaker by overextending. Their FaZe are actually in a position where they could go down. Phonyhead gets chunked pretty heavily and sniped down, ultimately commits to the high ground. What could very well have been a step too far by Onyx ends up being just the right amount. The Goldilocks of Apex Legends finds their way to a wonderful team win.
Very unfortunate. At that point, you're just sniped down in the trenches, looking up, and you see all 3 members of Onyx above you, and you're like, there is literally nothing I can do in this situation. But now Onyx are gonna get inundated with all of the forces. You have North Eption, you have FC Destroy, and North Eption just utilizing the Dark Veil to work around. They just need a good line of sight, and they find one, throw down a good chunk of damage, but no one is even putting their attention towards Like, and now able to back away, prioritize healing, and let the teammates do some work.
I'm amazed that Onyx even got away with that, and even now I may have spoken too soon. There's not a whole lot of cover available to them, but knocks aren't coming through just yet. Gummareocha-san even go down before this fight concludes, and North Eption aren't pushing. It is amazing that Onyx did not drop the entire squad in that moment. Now with North Eption on the push, however, they're still very much in danger.
Well, we knew Dark Zero was in the midst looking at a lot of these teams, and their rotation pattern kind of went a little bit different. And then Dark Zero decides, hey, we're not even going to engage on this. We're going to play zone and prioritize that. But Pioneers throwing down another evacuation tower. Now as a duo, they've lost out on Zane. They do have the banner, but they're not likely going to be able to make it to that respawn beacon before the zone closes.
If NRG can do it, Nasky's got to believe that he can do it. I think that's absolutely his attitude, is that if somebody else has already done it, there's no reason that I can't do it better. And honestly, so far, Nasky's done all right for himself, so I'm not gonna play games with that. However, Pioneers being just a duo does give them an inherent amount less pressure to the squads around them, and this castle wall certainly signifies that. It is not active. It is, if anything, more risky because they've announced that they cannot even fight for a good position. The team above them knows that. Dojo have to know that, having seen this as a duo, and any teams that rotate in underneath also have a chance of sniffing it out.
Well, they really don't have a lot of space to work with. The moment Dell moves just a little bit too far to his left, that gives Dojo such a nice angle on them to really deal a lot of damage, and it's going to destroy all of their health utility. But now the Dojo, knowing they need to move, take that angle to look straight down on the lower advantage here. With only 2 players up, Designbull wants a piece. Dimmy is going to fall to the hands of Nasky, but Enemy grabs the trade. We're just looking for the last and the hipfire going out, just like that. KCP falling.
A wonderfully played fight from Dojo as well. Perfect execution. And on the other side, Dark Zero maybe falling a bit early. Jen Burton still got the chance to clutch this up, but the R99 does not do him a miracle today. And Iron Blood Gaming getting a well-deserved win.
You know what this is going to do? This is going to open the door for NRG to make a play for the top spot of this series. FC Destroy is going to fall, so let's jump over here, check in with NRG on 51 points, a plethora of elimination, and they are surrounded by North Epshim, by Dojo, who are finally starting to pull some things together.
In a spot like this, it's all about picking your moment. Dojo almost overextend, but that Phoenix kit is going to save Enemy, give them a quick reset and a rooftop position where Enemy immediately finds a fantastic angle. The ultimate provides Dojo even better sight lines. Well, they haven't gotten to knock. It's 2 shield cracks and a team that is basically dead in front of them.
And that's going to be North Epshim. They were able to grab a knock onto Ling from the high ground, but they have to keep moving. That ring is coming in, and it's going to push them off the high ground straight into an EMP. Pulverex ahead of them. North Epshim will fall at the hands of NRG. Now, focusing on healing up, prioritizing the positioning. They're already sitting at 8 eliminations. They're looking for double digits.
NRG took a lot of damage off of this rotation through zone. They have no cover, and now they have no catalyst to block line of sight either. They have no choice but to push forward. Nathan gonna run in, grab a quick shield swap, see what kind of magic he can work, but he's being fried from behind, and Sweet's got to play cover, jumping up on top. He's got an incredible car, but he doesn't quite find the knock. With IBG coming into the third party, NRG will go down. We're into the top 2 squads. It's IBG versus a solo from Black Hand, and the fry from IBG is just a little too good. The 6th game goes to Iron Blood Gaming.
Quite impressive. Had they not taken out Dark Zero when they did, we would have had a completely different game as they fought their way forward. Congratulations, Iron Blood Gaming. Well done.
This is a really good ending from them as well, and mostly about endgame momentum. I think we saw a lot of teams, as we moved out of North Pad, mismanage the rotation, not be able to call the move fast enough. Dojo actually is an interesting example to talk about, not because they mismanaged it, but because perhaps they played it in a way where they had other options. So that's where I'm going to go with this. They chose to commit onto the low ground, as so many teams did, fighting over priority in a building that isn't going to be in zone. And that killed almost everyone. It almost killed IBG.
Yeah, that was really tough, right? Using that grab lift, going straight up to the high ground, but immediately having to fall off it when they could have just prioritized maybe going the other way. Things would have been different. And how was Blackhand able to survive as a solo? I don't know, maybe because there's no seer, and maybe they knew there was a solo down there, and they just were like, we don't need to push this just yet. We'll deal with it at the end.
Yeah, I am really enjoying the difference that we've seen from Split 2 playoffs. Not seeing as much seer in these lobbies have really appreciated the way that we're able to, or these teams have very quickly adapted to using the small amount of information that you get from Bloodhound scans to make split-second decisions. That's really fascinating to watch and even see how the teams react to, as we've seen squads pick up Gibraltar as an answer, being able to stall out some of that push.
It's been fascinating to see them adapt. It's been fascinating to watch, but now I'm curious to hear what our analyst desk has to say about that series. Take it over, guys.
Thank you very much. Fantastic casting closing out that series. I mean, you're talking about variety and meta. We're getting variety in the winners here, Mark.
Yeah, no repeat winners in that group whatsoever. It's very interesting to see, actually. You know, the disparity between some of the teams. The first 3 games that we casted on the desk, we were like, this is getting a little bit point spongy. Some of the big dogs coming through, you know, NRG, Alliance getting wins in those first 3 games. But then towards the end, you have Singularity, Pulverex, Ironblood Gaming coming through with wins. And I think it's just proof, right, here at the ALGS Championships that you can't take anything for granted. Anyone can win a game here, and you've got to be on your best to perform the best and get those points on the board.
Yeah, honestly, very impressive for everyone. Obviously, we've got Onset, Gaskin, and Graceful up on the desk. Graceful, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Are you excited to be here?
Super excited to be here. Always been, you know, always been playing LANs personally rather than casting them, and now I'm very happy to try different fields in esports in general.
Okay, well, were you paying attention in those final moments? Because speaking of this last match, let's take a look back at the final circle. Walk us through what you took away.
So the thing that caught me the most by surprise, honestly, is NRG's late rotate in the zone. They didn't notice it at all. Dojo didn't notice it at all until it was too late, to where they're just caught in a pinch between IBG and NRG. And IBG pretty much just cleans up the rest of the game from there for free. But yeah, NRG's flank out of nowhere caught everybody off guard. IBG just plays super solid as a team. Hold hands is what we call it, or deathballing, is where you're literally just hugging each other, running as a tank unit. Because if you split, somebody gets caught off guard, that's where you see a flaw and teams take advantage immediately.
I think what's crazy about that final circle is the difference it made. NRG finishing 3rd instead of 2nd. Had they got those extra points, NRG would have topped the groups there, and that would have made a big difference in terms of what's kind of going down, confidence as we look through. But Darkzero and NRG, only a point between them. I mean, that's what you want as NRG fans. We were asking the questions, are they going to be up there? And they've answered that today.
I think a lot of teams have either answered some of our questions or surprised us, depending on what region we're talking about in the moment, because we've had some standout performances across the board from so many of our squads. But now that this series is done, we can take an opportunity here to talk about those match results, see where some of these numbers ended up, because you mentioned it, we had NRG in a spot where they could have gotten a few more points on the board for themselves. And right now, obviously, in groups, we've got a little bit more leeway. Still tons of time for these teams to get some points on the board. But talk to me a little bit about how that could potentially change those standings.
I mean, it's interesting, right? When game number 1 finished, I was like, NRG looks so solid. Like, what was it, like a 32-point game I think they had out the blocks? And I was like, okay, if they have like a couple of solid games here, they're going to be topping it by miles. But then you've got to remember the quality of the lobby a lot of the times. It is no easy fight whatsoever. And it did change. Like Dan was saying, you know, you've got Darkzero up there. They had a great series as well. But I think those last 3 games really changed things up, right? As soon as we moved maps, we changed over to Storm Point. It seems like some teams and some players, whatever it might have been, just adapted much better, and it was a stronger map for them. And that's the fascinating things whenever we have these 6-game sets, right? It's always, okay, we're comfortable now on World's Edge, but now we got to change over to Storm Point. And even though I would say throughout time, things have got a little bit tighter, teams don't get as heavy point on one as in comparison to the other, you are starting to see still those teams on Storm Point who can perform.
Yeah, well, we'll look at those numbers. Dan, talk me through your thoughts on what we got out of this one.
Honestly, I think when we saw these two groups going up against each other, we knew there were heavy hitters. We knew there was going to be a couple of teams that were going to big up those points, that were going to maybe make all those other teams that were going to struggle a little bit in the mid-card, who want to be able to pick up, 4 or 5 every single time. The first 3 games that we casted, it was your usual suspects that were going to be up there, that were getting so many points. And if Darkzero is in a lobby like that, maybe they'll be looking at, could we have got more points? Because they had a great start and they started to fall off and then they pick it back up again. 59 isn't a huge total. We have seen a lot higher from certain teams in certain places, but in that final match 6 result, Ironblood Gaming putting 24 would have given them such a big confidence boost now going into the other sets.
Graceful, who else jumped out for you in the entire performance here for match number 6?
For match number 6, I think IBG, obviously, clearly the winner, Blackhand as well, playing well. I think Dojo, though, has been super consistent in general. The biggest thing across the entire series, though, I feel like teams are waking up. They're stepping up, they're waking up, they're finally getting those reps in. You have to remember, many of these teams, some have had roster changes. Seer got changed out recently, mid-scrims. they have been practicing a lot of new stuff. They can't just be heavy hitting immediately. They're using groups to warm up, get the tournament started, and it's just gonna go even harder each and every day.
All right, well, we also have the series results here talking about how close it was. DZ Energy separated by 1 point at the top of the leaderboard for groups C and D. But we also, like we said, had some other standout performances. We saw a really nice ending out of Pioneers and Pulverex, and that was a team that we were all hoping would get more aggressive here in the championship mark.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look how close this is. This is probably one of the closest groups point-wise that we've had in quite some time, especially in LAN. You know, 1 point separating the top two, then it's a 10-point drop, but everybody after that is within a couple of points of each other. And as fun as it always is to look at the top of the leaderboard who's playing well, it's also very important that we highlight who didn't have the greatest of lobbies.
Yes.
And I'm looking down at Alliance. There was a lot of talk, ironically, coming into this tournament. Are Alliance a group stage team? Well, apparently not, especially in the first group that we've seen here, but there is going to be a lot more games to come, and they had some pretty rough circles as well. Keep that in mind, especially on World's Edge. So they've got a lot to prove. They'll be ready to perform. Of course, Mandy's sitting in for them as well, so we have to kind of, you know, make sure that we're given the appropriate dues. But also, you just expect them to win games, right? Every single time we see them. So for Alliance, maybe not the performance they wanted, but I'm sure there's a lot left in the tank.
And then down at the bottom, you've got Kick there, and I'm just begging them to kind of change some POIs at the moment. It doesn't seem like they are going to retreat. And if you're contesting every single map, then you are going to be down at the bottom of the table. And it's just at what point do you drop that ego a little bit?
All right, well, now even just comparing the first two series across the board, Graceful, what is your overall takeaway from the day so far?
I think that a lot of teams in general have been slow starting, but every single team in the lobby can win, even the entire LAN. They just have to find their groove, and it's about to head up, I think, yeah.
All right, well, that is a wrap on our second series of the day. We still have tons more Apex Legends action in store for all of you. It's time for us to send it to a short break, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
He's ripped two of them apart, now it's a 2 versus 1!
Jonasons might get them all! Geld!
Oh,
It's
Timmy.
all up to
Oh,
Timmy! Timmy puts them to sleep.
I bet you a Nessie plushie that Alliance win this game. It's a 2 versus 1. It's easily cleaned up. The plushie is mine, and Alliance will take the game.
The black hole completely sucks them in singularity.
Yes!
Clean it up.
Pioneers have gotten the edge to make it happen, but Pulverex claw the game back. It's IVG versus a solo from Black Hand, and the pry from IVG is just a little too good. The 6th game goes to Iron Blood Gaming.
Okay, he went back. He went back.
Yeah.
I'm checking
keep
underneath.
coming that. Keep coming that.
I don't have it. I don't see them underneath. I'm waiting.
You have a digi?
I'm 4 or 5. Yes, I do.
Under. On scan under.
Get ready to peek now. I'm peeking now. Come.
1 second behind you.
84 cracked. Down.
Nice.
He's playing a knock. Careful on height. He's 1 shot. He's already 1 shot. He got out. Get back inside.
Just the 1 guy left. I'm 5-3 now.
Where did he go? 4 or 5. He went down the hill.
He went like
down
south
the hill.
somewhere, yeah.
Still the full team above us. Team Canada.
It just died. It was Dark Zero.
I can loot a body.
That's a Bangor above us.
Yeah, I see
you
that.
guys, you guys need any loot? You want to let me loot this?
I think we, yeah, maybe.
Look at me, it's really safe.
They queued off my door down here.
Yeah.
It's got a ton of heavy ammo.
Yeah, grab energy in the cells.
E6 died.
There's no energy.
Is that team gone on the east side, by the way? Have you looked?
I can go check.
I'm 16-3 health. Take this. Take this.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check.
Yeah, check.
I'm 16-3.
No,
You guys need cells?
Yeah, I need 4 cells. I need 4 cells.
Did you hear me? They're still there.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
I got 3 batch Jordan. You need one?
I have 2. Can't carry. Still the team above us on our height.
Jordan, take my 2x for your scout.
I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm sitting here watching the doors,
Okay.
bro.
Okay,
Here,
I'll
take it
stay
back.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Ping anything I can shoot at. I have a 3x charge.
One of them is sitting right above this door.
Take my armor hell.
Yep. They're getting sniped at.
Back
Listen,
on
the
north.
team on the high will eventually get shot at by other team.
Back on north. They might die today. They're gonna shot by everybody. Flying straight towards us north.
Yep.
They went back. They went back.
Okay. I almost killed the guy here. Hey, I can shoot Valkyries too, by the way.
Yeah. Dying to the north.
Evan, Jordan, or Evan, they can peek that door and just shoot you.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Well, I'm gonna call if they're on the door.
I wonder if the corner spot is open. Have we looked? Have we been able to see that?
I can't check it.
That's impossible to check from here, I think.
If there's a guy there, I see him. We just try to get as many points here. That's what we're looking for, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flying in on the back here. But really bad spot. They one just got down. They're nading that. They're bang ulting them
right
too.
above us.
They might push that. They might push this bang ult.
That's the team
Get
above
ready.
us, by the way.
Yeah. They put a gen down. They're getting shot at. He's getting downed. Back there.
We have zone. We have zone. We're in a decent spot. We can
the
still
zone's
win
pretty
this.
good for us.
Yeah.
Zone's really good for us.
Look, we gotta be careful. People are flying in.
Yes. Yeah. Look at these angles we have. These headies are really nice. We just play around here. This mid area.
One guy down or finished back there. They're still getting shot at.
Still a team cannon. Still a team across to the east, and still a team on height. Okay.
Okay. Evan, look at the doors while I'm looking at this.
Okay.
They missed that on me.
And
the team, we gotta be careful. This team on high. I don't know what they're gonna do. They might shoot the team above
They
us.
should still be safe up there. There's plenty of space for them up there. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so.
No, they can walk along that outside rock. And nobody will go
That's if they know that. They might not know that. They're putting a Moby here and sicking it.
What we science folk call a body.
Stop flying in! North!
Under?
On the low ground, low ground, low ground!
A wee body landed nearby.
I
Walk the high
scanned
team.
Scan in
You
3.
wanna
I
peek,
can scan
Evan?
low ground in 3. In 3
Yeah,
seconds.
we
In
can.
3
The
seconds.
team on height that might look, but yeah, I'm down.
Scanning. They moved. They dodged it.
90 on tier.
Go back, go back, go back,
The
go
high
back, go
tree
back.
knows. High
Go
tree
back, go back,
knows.
go back. There's a team right here shooting a like.
They're getting fried under.
There's a team cave and there's a team on ultimate height, by the way. Just so you know, over here.
We've got a bad
Okay.
guy. They're close.
Just double focus this, or maybe even trio focus this.
Let me know.
You're gonna have to jump. Actually, they're kind of safe there.
Numpty there.
They're actually safe there.
This could get interesting.
You want to peek again, maybe, Evan?
I scanned low ground.
The low ground team just smoked us, pal. They just queued me too. They just smoked and queued us.
Yeah, they're
They're sliding down. They're sliding down.
See out, see out, see out, see out.
I am.
I'm batting. One, drop the door. I have to bat here. I'm weak.
Just bat. Yeah, we're chilling. You can secure the low ground. Secure the low ground
I
if
don't
you
have it yet. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. They're fighting down low.
I know, I can't peek that. NRG died. That was NRG. We're in a serial, by the way. We are in a serial. We're in a serial. I know, we're in a serial though. I'm going now. I'm gonna go peek this now, I think.
I'm watching the back door, so.
With you, Al.
I can't see them. They're far right, all far right.
Going back.
I have 40 energy. They might push us, Evan. The team on the low ground.
Do we have ult cells?
I have one, yeah, here.
I have an ult cell as well, Jordan. Can you carry?
Popping it. I can pop it.
Just Just hold it for now. Hold it for now.
I'm dropping it, Jordan.
Hold it. Just hold it. I don't want to hold my
Wait,
grenade.
someone just horizon queued.
That direction, darlings.
So you can drop it. Drop it to me.
I'm 6'4".
Dropping.
Still a team on height. Still
Team
a
height
team
is still
mechanic.
safe. The team northwest on the high ground is still safe.
Spotted a bomb pot over there.
Okay, it's not that bad of a zone for us.
Yeah.
I'm 40 energy.
Enemy rather close.
They start bullying them. Like all of us.
Team on height,
Can you
either
CQ
one.
them, Jordan?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me look for them.
Is there a team back here? Also, can you scan that? Scan on my ping.
I got one on scan down low. There's still one closer to you. Scan that? Okay, let me look. I can't see it. Nothing on scan over there.
Hey, bang ulted us. Who's
Hi.
bang ulted us?
High cube me. I'm on high cube.
Might drop down.
Listen, there's a solo somewhere. I think the solo is actually here, by the way. There's a solo on my ping.
They're fighting height. They're fighting height. Horizon on height.
Be careful.
You want
Go
zero
drop
me
down.
I can zero me this.
Yes, look. Look underneath, look underneath. They're gonna look, look at me! Look at me!
One on me, inside, on my door!
I'm looking at you, Jordan.
Got him, I got him.
Nice.
Finish him.
I'm watching low ground push.
Are they trading on height?
On height, they're still on height.
I can't tell.
I'm scanning.
Someone just respawned over here.
They have been knocked,
Can we go, finally,
yes. I'm jumping on that. Cracked him, he's one.
There's a guy just dropped off on the north side. Solo seer, solo seer.
It's one guy, he ran down. Heal. Ping energy, please.
I need heavy ammo.
Body there.
There's someone right down here. It's a team down here.
Okay, I got energy.
It's a full team down there.
Listen, we have to prioritize other side. Be careful if people walk like queuing up.
The team on height. I don't know if the team on height jumped or not yet. There's a guy outside here. On my ping.
Yes, that's a solo, I think. I think that's a solo.
Yeah.
Should we get the kill?
No, we worry about position right now. We worry about position.
Okay.
We have to shoot these guys. Balcotting.
I made it.
We just have to worry about getting across, okay? Go now, come now. They might land on our spot.
Yeah, they did.
I'm hitting them. No, back one. I got a swap.
I had them up in Medi. I have the Medi.
Good. I'm holding.
We need the kill under us.
Look down the hill. They're wiping inside. We might start playing inside, maybe? You have Cyril?
I can pop an ulti cell and I'm gonna get ulti.
Pop an ulti cell. We can drop on the side.
No, shut up. Hold on.
I'm gonna pop ulti cell. I'm ulting now.
Yeah, ulti.
They're fighting to the left as well, I think.
We got a third party to this fight. We got a third party E somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, pop in a syringe.
We Valko now, I think. Valko now, play noob it. We win this game.
Go.
We oop this.
Where?
Ooh. They're fighting back here.
We lay behind these guys.
Yes.
They're looking for it. I have no nades.
I'm moving forward.
Red. I'm nading them.
See you're dead. One close now. One close in the smoke.
Knock one inside.
Knock well.
I'm going in.
I'm going in.
Hold the spot. Jordan, anchor.
I'm going back.
The down guy somewhere. There's another guy somewhere.
I don't know where he's at. Watch that sliding rock.
Hold it.
Holding it.
Hold this spot.
The team right here.
Scan around, Jordan. There's a solo somewhere.
I know. I had nothing on scan.
On
on scan.
me. I think. No, he's.
There's a full team right in front of you.
We hold this. We just hold this.
I don't know. Nothing on scan.
Nobody else on
See
scan.
to the left, maybe?
Nothing on scan.
Right here, Jordan. See him? 3, 2.
There's a lot of solos. We gotta just pinch these teams.
Evan, play back here. Play back there, please.
Zavalko, we cannot let them win on us.
Yeah, take space. Get ready. We gotta kill these guys.
We pinch everybody.
Can we shoot this Valko? Guys, do not let them land on me.
I'm here.
One guy.
They're landing back. I'm pushing this guy.
One guy.
Stay there, Jordan.
I'm close to you.
I
I cracked him almost. I ulted them. I ulted them. I'm on the back.
Bang is one. Bang is one. Bang is one.
We can look at this. See that Digis?
One's on top of us.
We look at this.
I 30+1.
We gotta kill them. We gotta kill them. Hold the bat. Look at this, guys. We gotta push forward.
40 on
Please.
Seer.
Go forward. Go forward. Go forward. Up on the bat. Seer on me. Seer on me. One.
Seer
Thirst
dead.
now. Thirst. Ready to swap.
On the left.
Chill. Top three.
Put this rock.
Top three.
I'm healing right now.
Top three.
We got
I'm
the
gonna
fight.
get to the rock. I'm gonna get to the rock now.
I have 17 heavy. I have 17
Last
heavy.
team. Last team.
Drop it heavy, Jordan. Evan. All right,
Here,
drop it heavy.
take this.
Okay.
At least a duo. You have any nades? Any nades for me?
No, pop it cell.
I'm scanning.
I'm gonna queue that. You ready? One swing left. I'm queuing left.
I think we play slow.
Yeah, we have zone.
The wall is on the left trade. Can't do anything.
I don't know. We hold this.
I'm batting.
Heal.
This is my last bat.
I'm dropping you to bats.
It's three. It's full three.
They might push off that. They're not pushing. Why are we all here?
There's nowhere else to play.
Okay. If they push up, I'm gonna queue up,
I do not have nades.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. I don't have any other.
2 on the rock. There's 2 on the rock and 1 on the left on the box.
Focus the guy on the left. You can focus left.
Yeah.
Focus left. Both of you.
He's going back. You're in back.
64 on him.
On me. You want somebody?
Zero to us.
Go, I got him. Kill him.
We have our Apex champions.
Yep.
Pull away.
We just
Do you get bottom? Do you get bottom?
That spot's
Bottom taken.
Yeah, one second. Okay. We can wrap and then play bridge left side.
Yeah. There maybe? I can't pay you.
There's no way we can go.
The zipline's free.
Bottom zipline?
We're gonna go rotate for this. We're gonna rotate for this.
Oh, that one? Okay.
We're gonna have to run along the wall.
Okay, ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, someone might be here.
Shannon?
No. I'm gonna kill us into the zipline, right?
I've been here.
Stand right here.
Yep.
Scan above.
Scanning in a second. Yeah, we're good.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Easy.
I'm up, how many souls? I have 5.
I have
8.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sell them.
We have like the best spot now.
Yep.
The left spot's up. Is anyone high ground?
No, I'm not sure. This is good.
Wait,
this is
craft.
good.
Do anyone have crafting?
Yeah, I do.
You can craft without
No, I
getting
don't,
shot.
I don't
remember.
actually. Fuck.
Jen, do you have crafting? You will.
Yeah, I have 20.
Yeah, you can craft without getting shot.
Okay,
Like
kick this side?
here.
Yeah, okay.
All sides are safe. All sides.
Nothing about.
I don't think there's anyone across.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Hide is hard stairs.
We just need to hold our.
Oh,
back
she's
here.
gonna try to kill us.
Yeah,
Alright?
there's crosses. I mean, they really can't with the team under. What's up to
I have
say
4-2.
I'm 1-5.
6 on. If I get a juicer, it's actually huge, but I don't want this juicer. I wish she's gonna be staring though. Are they looking?
I can't break that trap. I can't break that trap. I feel like
Are they
I'm
looking?
out.
Can I get this?
I'm checking.
I'm not
They're
gonna
looking,
get
they're looking. I can't break this trap, by the way. It's impossible. I gotta like swing out. Yeah.
that. The right pin is unlooted as well for later. No one's high ground. I don't think anyone's high ground at all, bro.
Yeah, I think we're fine. I think they're fine on high ground. Unless there's the team just sitting in that back area, but that'd be stupid. They should be playing out.
That was a nice little rotate, wasn't it? If Algs doesn't int us, we just control all of height and win the game. It's gonna be like
Plus.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Look.
Looking.
Oh, all the way though, yeah.
You kill him?
That's Seer.
It's Horizon.
They might run for bottom, maybe. I'm looking.
Hang on, think fire.
They might try Kyo up middle.
Yeah, they're like low. Be ready for Kyo.
The wall.
Fuck. Did I run middle?
I mean, they're low ground though.
Actually, monk us. I mean, if we play middle and left side, is it better?
Yeah, probably than this, right? But if OXG get this side, I mean, me and Jen could just try to hold this.
I can wall diagonally now, and then we can just cross. You want to do it?
Yeah, but I don't want them taking this if we can hold them there, right?
I think it's better.
Okay, I should use wall now.
There could be someone left zipline. We wouldn't know.
Okay. Oh,
she's looking. They're looking.
I think this is good if we can hold OXG. It's really hard when this intense, you know?
We'll see zone. Yeah, but left side doesn't get into. Like, this side does get into.
Well, they're shooting at a drone. Well, we just hold height. We just hold height this side. But we're gonna have to fight that left. That team's just gonna queue up.
They just zipped up. Cross side.
Yeah, we're gonna have to fight that team in height. Here's some dead thing.
It's just gonna be spam.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna have to kill this team in height. And OXG gonna drop and fight the team again.
Swinging!
You're fine. For sure. We're just at the wall to this.
You just have to wall to this.
You have to wall to the corner, yeah.
We have to do it from right here.
Yes,
we're gonna break Horizon, alright? Nobody run away. We're gonna get Horizon off in the corner, you know what I mean?
Yeah, do you have a heavy mag for my Prowler? Or...
Yeah.
What's that on?
Fine. Okay. Let them cross this through, alright?
Yep.
We should've gone.
He's in the middle, they're sitting in the middle.
We should've gone left, not gonna lie.
I could've walled, but it's alright.
The sides are pretty even, but I think it's gonna pull more left. I mean, it might be this one, I don't know. Is OG looking?
I don't know, I don't know what's going on.
I can't run out to this stack here.
Someone is
I'm gonna tank you. Yeah, they're still looking.
There. Right. Someone dead.
42.
Be careful.
They're gone.
Little. Fine.
I might get CQ, I might have to wall a bit earlier than usual.
Yeah.
CQ.
Well, I don't have much. No, you're fine. I don't even have much range.
Yeah, okay, you don't?
Maybe.
Look,
Just sit back
somebody
here.
stare at this.
Sit like right here. They won't kill you on scan.
Oh, she's looking.
Sure.
They should evac though. They should evac. Can you break this KQ, Jen, when they evac, so I can look the bin?
KQ?
Yeah, they're evacing.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably break it as soon as they get on it.
Break it.
Alright. Okay, get ready to wall.
After that. They might CQ me. Look. I'm gonna wall
Yeah,
soon.
you're gonna have to do it soon.
Alright, now?
Yeah, probably. Or soon.
Alright. Doing it now.
Still
Going. There. Got a lot of nades.
Look, kills.
There we
I
go.
know if we try get. I know if we try get sneaked on them.
You're right, you better get kills. You guys look left,
Looking left. You're going in.
Oh, roof. Look, roof.
I think we just chill for a second.
Good job.
Yeah, we're gonna clear the fight. We're gonna worry about this 3v3.
Yeah.
Wall jumping soon. 2
Oh,
seconds.
listen, I think if we nade them once, right, they're gonna... Then we can just int them.
Yeah, I have it in 14.
I think we go for this fight.
Okay, I'm nading it.
Is there someone low ground?
I'm burning up, blue.
It's on,
Can you CQ?
Go.
Can you CQ?
No, I have it in 3, Just
okay,
step up.
CQ that. No,
push
go
out.
Going in, one second. Just go. They're not there, fine. Fine.
Take it.
Getting?
Where'd they go?
Bottom left.
Down here. It might just be a solo Horizon, bro.
No, it's 2 at least.
Yeah.
I think it's a full team. I have to get my gun back.
Look at the
Somebody hold left.
I'm holding left.
I have to get my gun back.
I'm going right, Jen.
Yeah, I'm holding left.
Where's my repeater?
I don't know. Over here.
I got it.
Fighting bridge.
They're blue armor.
We played this corner, right? On my ping.
Yeah.
Cannon team is the problem.
Yeah, I'll wall that. When I get it.
It's team height too. Like
team dropping it?
Yeah, look at this zero. 90.
Where are you shooting?
Right on this smoke, in that smoke. They're right
They're fighting here.
Okay.
Have you seen it around? No one's in there?
Yeah. I'm gonna scan south. I scanned everything but that.
You're gonna have wall again,
that's
John?
good.
Yeah, I'm on 15.
So we're fine.
Yeah, we're just going for that corner. We fully played low ground. We won the game.
Look here too. We have to worry about the team, I think, there.
I have 2 nades left.
80. I'm gonna wall from B
Running
guys.
immediate right. Running.
Okay,
I'm right.
looking.
I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna jump down the wall.
They're running open. Up.
You boys ready?
Yeah.
Should I do it soon?
We don't have to go soon. Yeah, we're a little bit.
Well, we wait for
They should be in the open right.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Wall left.
I will left, come.
I'm one cell.
We need to hold for a second.
The rock's
One cell,
on.
one bout.
Here, take.
I fight top.
Okay.
Fight.
Looted this kid.
There's light. I need energy.
I need sniper. Left too. Chill, guys.
They're running left.
Chill here.
Where are they?
In front of me. In the crack one.
Okay, it's fine.
Thanks, spam them.
You can. There's like they're in the corner.
We're safe here, guys. I don't think they can like peek us from that left side.
I'm 3-1.
They're holding the rock. They're holding. Going down.
They're fighting forward.
Just getting.
I'll do it. Can't roof, shoot it to you.
Tech one, this is so weak.
We can shoot you.
Yeah, we can cut it and shoot.
They'll die.
I have zero ammo, no, zero energy.
90.
Fine. Do you want to take roof or?
No, we want to sit Logan the entire game.
Yeah.
Just hold the swing. Can we go fight for a little bit? No, it's too risky. We just gotta hold that corner.
Yeah,
They're out before us, alright? We can't let them go rock. They're going rock. That's not good.
I need that. Any heavy?
Well, you're gonna have wall, right?
Yeah, I can give you heavy.
Yeah,
do you have any altar cells for him?
I have 60%. I'll get it.
Okay. No,
that's the only team that needs to die. They're not really getting a pick though. They might though. We can't let them play in here, alright? In here.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
You can play here, by the way.
I'm after the wall right side.
People are going to get free kills.
You're just gonna wall left and we're gonna chill under, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't hide shoot us?
No, you can chill under.
Okay, I'm gonna wall off left.
They're playing high ground.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna wall off left.
No, do it early.
No.
As late as possible.
Fighting roof.
It's a very slow zone.
Above us! There's a team above us!
Chill.
I'm chilling, I'm tanking it.
I'm eating this? Yeah. Then you wall.
Nothing.
And I wall yet, 5% on wall.
Someone's wall Logan.
Right, 2 seconds on wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wall in a second.
Might be someone there.
I'm walling.
You can see the staircase, man.
Okay, we're good left too, we're good left.
I killed on.
Nice, chill.
Left
There's
wall,
might be someone here.
left wall's good, Zero.
Huh?
Left wall.
Okay, I'm batting down here. I'm batting down here.
I'm playing it.
Might be someone next to me. I'm picking the wall.
Back.
Wall's probably gotta go down.
Okay, on me.
Yeah, we're on you. Play
There's
back,
no
baby,
one
play back.
on me.
Okay.
Yeah,
People might be on us.
Chill here.
I'm in the corner.
He might be next to us. Wall jumping. Is wall jumping?
Yeah, jumping.
Running back. I'm gonna take
staying
it.
here. I don't see them.
Where are they?
They can see us.
Chill.
I'm jumping there, look.
Right, Ryan. Just stare at this.
I can't heal.
They're gonna drop.
Probably not.
Look at them. I have no heals.
We're good.
I'm going to
Chill
loot.
backside.
I'm chilling on the wall.
Chill.
I'm on the
Jumping
wall.
on you. No, I got jump cells.
I'm grabbing. I'm fine.
Just chill.
Chill, Josh.
Shoot that guy.
He died.
They're going. Look
Get
at
it.
him.
Nice. He's red. I'm getting it.
Chill, Zero. Chill.
This guy.
Chill a bit.
Dead.
Three squads.
Chill on this backside. Kill.
I'm taking the cube. I won.
Hit one.
I'm dead. Where's the wall? Behind you. No!
Right now, LG is going to be going up in stocks, playing off the bunker doors here. You see the piercing spikes put down in front of them. That's going to be TSM looking for the opportunity to contest LG. They already get the first stock right here. Oxygen now playing a lot more passive, putting themselves in a risky situation. They're not going to get involved here, but TSM versus LG will.
Nice defensive gravity lift there, I believe. That's blocking TSM out from going in, but he doesn't need it. Verhoff has got way too much damage on the Prowler.
Welcome, Big E, coming out here doing Big E things. Let's jump into a listening with TSM after Effect gets some offensive reps.
I'm safe right here. Maybe not. Can you connect to you though? Maybe, yes. Maybe later on. When they're,
I don't have
you
ball.
gotta
I don't
shoot
have ball
them.
for him.
You gotta cue me and you shoot at him. You have to shoot them. You can give me. Gold res. Who has gold res?
I'm shooting him.
I got it. We need to. Is there a guy inside, Evan? Is there not a guy?
I don't know. I don't know.
Inside. It's a solo. I'm gonna scan.
I need an optic cell for wall. Actually,
Nobody inside right now. Look at scan. I'm healing up.
Hey, blue bats if you need them.
We go inside and heal up. It might swing inside.
Yep. There's 3 bats here if you need.
I need nades.
I got gold knock.
I'm healing outside right now. We need to look for ultic cells inside so we can get wall back. Put Q's on this doorway over here, Evan.
Yeah. Someone's up. Close doorway. At the bat.
Are you good?
Yeah.
I'm only my side right now.
We have digis. Use the digis.
I'm with you.
I got Kraber from the rooftop.
Okay.
They have a Kraber on the rooftop on the right building.
I think we need to play for the kills on the rock out here.
We play so we can win this game. We can win this game here. Okay.
Yep. Okay. You want to walk out right side?
Yeah, we're gonna play on the front and shoot the team on the roof.
Okay.
They're right here. Can we shoot? Can we all peek this?
One sec.
Yeah.
The solo's on the roof. He's giving out.
Crack the catalyst.
Horizon has the Kraber.
74 on Seer. 74. Seer, crack Seer.
One dead.
Shit on 2.
Nice.
Group has no cover, I don't think. No, they do
Who has
cover.
the Kraber? Was that them?
That was them. Yes, that was them.
Okay.
The team's still inside. I think.
How do you
There's a
need?
team on the left rock
frags.
still. There's a team on the left
What
rock
happened?
still.
What happened?
I have 3 frags. You need?
Inside. Jumping down. Shoot front.
You're gonna cowboy straight across here, I think, Kraber. Okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the left and do it, I think. And then wall to the right.
Straight across here, I think. Okay?
Yep.
Look at scan.
There's a team right on our left, like really close to
We're
us.
playing the right side of our wall. Look at the kills.
They're diving them. Shoot the guy on the right. Rising cracked. I cracked 3.
Made that.
I'm popping
Give me
one.
the wall.
Horizon on the right.
Still on the right. Catwall.
Yep. All in.
We should look for the kills on the right.
We're in Bagel.
We're safe on me. Left side. Oh, he went down.
I'm peeking the left.
Here's a soul army.
I don't know where he's at.
Horizon one's up here. I killed Horizon
Last team.
I killed one already. It's 2v32.
Where?
On the right. He's down on the right.
They have caustic.
He's down on the right.
Q 10.
Our walls are good. We're gonna have no cover. Let me bet the 8 this maybe.
Should we ping right? Should we swing right?
Swing right. Left.
In the everybody.
Hook one.
Nice.
TSM take game number 1. They stand up, they pop off, the crowd goes wild.
Evac Tower's down. Here come Alliance now. This could be a fight for the ages because they're trying to approach on TSM. They're going to have to play under them for now. We've been talking about Verhulst. We've been talking about Effect. Well, this battle could be massive for the context of not just that little story, but where this tournament heads.
TSM are right above them, and they are grouping as well, as Alliance now are getting a little bit of grief from Dark Zero getting involved, but all the meanwhile, TSM can just look down from above here,
the black hole.
and they start to get involved.
The black hole comes down, but that just invites Dark Zero to come and have a piece of this. Alliance, all of a sudden, find themselves in a little bit of a shambles. TSM don't let this opportunity slip. They slide in, they get a couple of kills, exit out in the meantime. Verhulst has got to be careful, though. He's gone down.
Verhulst has gone down, but TSM are picking up kills. 5 points off match point, but FC Destroy are in the area as Dark Zero will finish off Riddle Order. 7 squads remain. TSM still alive, but FC Destroy were griefing them. But TSM, it looks like they have got back up to a full 3, and they've managed to get Verhulst back on his feet.
Dark Zero down on this low ground. Fire Beavers eliminated. Fire Beavers will not be partaking in this final fight that we're going to see. The solo was dismantled, taken apart, as TSM march forward once more. A little bit of loot to play with here for them as well. That's how the lay of the land is at the moment. Optic Gaming right in the middle of that truck. Next to them, sharing the carriage almost, is Pulverix. FaZe have wrapped to the north side of this zone. And then on the other side, you can see FC Destroy overlooking the position of TSM.
Pulverix and FC Destroy certainly in good spots right now, especially when you consider their compositions as well. FaZe, still a squad who can do some damage from this northern side. I like to play north in this zone because you can come from above, you can use the lips as a little bit of a head glitch and manage to just get some nice shots onto some teams and take that advantage. 6 squads though remaining means you have to be very careful with where you try and push here, because if you expose yourself from even the slightest angle, there could be several teams that will just destroy you as you move.
Tough thing here is the rotate for TSM and Dark Zero. How do they try and approach it? Dark Zero are going to have to go through Optic and FaZe. On the other side of things, TSM are going to have to be so aware of the position of FC Destroy. Yes, TSM have the high ground here, but they don't have the zone. That's going to be pulling towards Pulverix.
4 points required for TSM to get onto match point, and now they're making their move towards FC Destroy. Dark Veil goes down just to give them that extra cover, and even though FC Destroy are going to post up and take this fight, TSM look like they know they have to go in this direction. They can't afford to go north.
The kills might be enough here for TSM if they can get them, but there's the Newcastle wall. The castle wall's a problem, but so is Verhulst. He's going in, but can't quite get the knock. There's the mobile shield, and TSM eliminated Newcastle, showing how valuable he is to FC Destroy. Dark Zero now using the Dark Veil that was put down to try and shadow their way in.
Pulverix go down as well. Dark Zero now will push in and try and take this spot off of Pulverix, and Zainu starts to shred, but he's gone down as well.
Jen Burton now with Zero. Couple kills go down. It's FaZe who are feeling the pain right now. Jen trying to survive. Can he win this one? Jen Burton, can you get the armor swap? Or has that just opened the door for FC Destroy? They stop TSM in their tracks. They take them out of the game, and they take game number 2.
Dark Zero now find themselves 5 away from match point, and not only that, they now own the entirety of the western side of this circle. They can hold off, they can play patient, and they should get an easy route into the top 3.
I mean, it's a fantastic view to show how much control Dark Zero have right now. Everybody else has to walk through each other to get to zone, and then they have to go through Oxygen. Who's up on the high ground? Who's on their own? It's going to be Dark Zero. Pioneers fall in the meantime. We're down to 5.
It should be a Dark Zero or an Oxygen win with the positions that both of these teams currently hold. NRG are down to a 2, so this is going to be a struggle, but they want to just get as much placement points as possible. The other squads, of course, LG Chivas and Exet, that you can see on your screen, they've got to arrive from the northern side. It's going to be the most difficult situation for those two squads, because not only have they got to fight each other, but then they're going to get griefed by Oxygen and NRG, and then eventually Dark Zero.
Rolling Thunder coming down, you can see that on the right-hand side of your screen. LG trying to force their way forward. Exet just trapped inside of that bunker and trying to take this fight right now. Surprising. LG, zone starts to close very, very soon, though. LG know what they're going to do. Just hold. Make sure that Exet cannot escape. And don't take too much damage while you do it. However, they've had to expend now the exhibit from Seer. The Dark Veil goes down from Exet, they're trying to escape.
Yeah, all these ults are being used to escape, which means if they even get into the final circle, it's going to be so difficult for them to win. But at the moment, it's about surviving. It's about moving on and trying to avoid this fight as best as you can. But then when you force it, when you are able to isolate it, then you have to dive on it, because otherwise you're just going to get thirded too easily.
Digi's going to be important here for fun. Nocturnal sends in the smokes. LG are forced out their little hidey hole up into the thinner air above them. The Q is going to be good, and it gets them safe, and now they get that opening knock, but send in Sykes. He'll exchange things. LG eliminated. Another black hole comes in. But while all this fighting's going down, Dan, you've got to think Dark Zero. They're able to just hold on to their ultimates for this endgame.
Dark Zero just sit pretty. They wait, they're patient. Exet eliminated as Dark Zero now find themselves 1 point. No, Dark Zero have done it. They will be on match point, but what a big fight this is to try and win this game. As Oxygen Esports, they need these points.
It's a straight 3v3. Vayne is desperately trying to pop that Alt XL, but 99% turns to 100. He is going to be able to throw that Rolling Thunder down. Oxygen do have zone here. Dark Zero will have to move, but the damage from Dark Zero might be enough for them to have to make the move without too much risk here.
Also, if Dark Zero have been doing their math, they know they're on match point. They can play this one a little bit more fearless, but a win going into the next map would do wonders for their confidence. At the moment, it's ring around a rosies from these Dark Veils. Where are you going to go? Is it going to be left or right?
It's height versus zone at the moment. Dark Zero do not want to give up this height without giving out some damage before they do so. But as soon as these Dark Veils expire, that's going to be the signal maybe to push.
Here we go.
The black hole goes down. Zainu's going to swing. They're going to go left. They're going to look to tough them up. They're going to look to put them to bed. Zainu moves in. It's a 2v1.
It's a 2v1, and it should just be easy from here, but the knockdown shield makes things a lot more difficult.
Zainu goes up onto high. Vayne left on his own, trying to do what he can. It will be a mesmerizing play if he can pull this off, but Jen's had time now to pop that battery. Send in Zainu. Send in Jen Burton. Send the victory screen towards Dark Zero, and Jen's up on the desk. Match point achieved for Dark Zero alongside a champion banner.
Let's jump into a listening with Dark Zero to see how they rotate from this.
You're done.
60.
They're in, guys. They're right here, right here. Okay, chill. We have chill, alright. I can hold. Is this team being crossed? Cross it. 80 1-on-1.
I'm heavy.
They have blues.
Yeah. But
playing. I'm
right, right?
Yeah,
I'm good on me, though, guys. I'm good on me. You should probably play on me.
I'm 0 bats.
Above.
I'm 31. Hey, come to me.
Coming. I just used it on the guy above me.
They're dying. I'm picking.
You're all thing for you.
Kill, kills. In the rock.
Yeah.
Dead.
Nice. What's a nice. Another team.
Another team. I'm going back
Looting
in.
at me.
I'm looting.
Yeah, I'm looting. Go inside.
Nades.
Yep. There's a guy up here. Zero.
There's a baton crafter. Okay.
I need heals.
Here, I can drop you 8.
Right here. That's a whole team. 40 on 1.
No bats.
I'm up to
I think we have to evac.
I don't have
we need to
look at left. Look at left.
Okay, I'm gonna Fini.
On the car.
Yeah, looking. He's getting naded.
Besting.
Nice. Watch your team on height too, guys.
Oh, wait, yeah, we have to evac.
Yeah, back.
We don't have a choice.
The back is good. Yeah, we have to do it.
There's someone right above us though, I think.
There is someone above us.
Unless we queue up late. I'm not picking you up late. I got him.
I'm with you.
Chill.
Come back.
I'm going back.
Mine squad.
I need bats. Just don't be bad.
I'm dropping you one.
We need to go this side. You need to come this side. You need to come this side.
I got a few. Come.
Okay.
Dropping it.
I'm weak.
Pop that bat and come.
Yeah, I am. I'm batting.
They're shooting someone else. It's fine.
Yeah, we're running out with you.
Okay, I'm coming.
We can walk up here and look left. I'm pretty sure that team might be a duo.
I don't know if we evac.
I'm just gonna make it.
We have to run. I don't know if we evac. I'm gonna try taking it.
I'm hitting.
Take
done.
I am. I'm taking.
Just float.
Maybe here.
Is this team zone? Land here. Oh my ping.
Gliding.
I feel someone there, maybe.
It doesn't matter.
It's fine.
Chill in front of me. Chill.
I'm here. Someone's on us.
No, chill.
Okay.
Chill right here.
I'm making.
Shoot a little bit. I'm just Sky needed it.
Chill. We're good. They shouldn't push us. I'm playing piles.
We need to play
cannon.
too.
Full team cannon.
Okay, we need to play a little left. We need to hold.
I can wall up.
No, chill.
Okay,
Just chill. Team here too, guys. Team here too.
Team cannon might push us.
70 of them.
Big on me. One's on me.
I kept on. I'm gonna scan my back.
They're getting shot in their back.
All together. I'm breaking.
Straight down. Flooding. Run left.
They're trying to fight us.
70.
I walled.
Chill.
They're running back, guys.
Chill. Wait, okay on me.
They're running back.
Swing left.
Play right, guys. Play right. Zero, we have to play here.
They're close. I'm gonna come back. Chill.
I get two zones. Done it.
On you.
I'm down. You don't. You can maybe reset, maybe reset. Maybe a reset.
I'm gonna heal.
No, don't heal.
Res maybe.
Yeah, res. No.
Five! Push it. One guy. Nice try.
The dream is still alive. Dark Zero gets deleted out of the lobby as FaZe move in, and they are going to join them. 3 squads left. Alliance keeping themselves on the board. It's going to be Alliance, Oxygen Esports, and KCP who are alive on the other side.
No one else looking like they can make it to match point by the next game, but certainly a couple looking to push up further. Oxygen sitting on 40 at the moment, might be the closest out of that. Actually, Alliance is just behind them on 39. Dark Zero, it was a solid rotation, but too many teams. I don't know if they'd worked out if it was DZ or not. There was a lot of sending going on there.
It was intense there too because FaZe was holding that back, and the entire time Catwalk coming in for Oxygen. Vayne looking low before he could pop a medi. Oxygen now moving in. Let's see if he can pop the shield back. He's going to start it right now. The Arcs are getting hurdled currently in Aiden's direction. The gravity lift.
Alliance are in the best position to take care of this. They are just waiting for this to play out, but Pioneers have some high ground.
And the Arcstars nasty with these nades have been on another level. Currently, KCP holding the high ground means the gravity lift is what this squad's going to do to try to contest them. Alliance lose out on Yuki in effect. This is looking to be KCP's game.
From the high ground, apparently it's just too much of an advantage. Oxygen stayed alive this whole time. Wow, the rat play does work out to grab them some points, but KCP and Nasky take center stage here in Game 4.
Let him cook! He is hyped! We're doing it, boys! You can already hear it in the Nasky guy! the pop-off comes in. KCP. Game number 4 are your winners. Alliance, north of 100 Thieves, shrinking for 100 Thieves. They don't have the natural cover of the rocks unless they go to the right.
Oh, both of the teams might struggle to get out of this one. As you can see, Alliance try and stay ahead of the zone and ahead of the game. Whoever wins this should be able to make it to the train cars just to the northwest of them, but they've lost effect.
The circle doing so much damage, bringing tears to the eyes of Alliance. Nice for the wall hop here. Hockeys! Oh, so much damage, but in the distance. Gets taken out by the teams that have them in their sight. Polvrex still in circle position. FC Destroy on the other side. Moist Esports taking a chunk out of the squad that had to rotate out from Alliance.
Moist has been a little bit quiet today so far, Vicky, in stark contrast to what we saw out of them yesterday. They looked like the best team in the lobby. Indeed, they were, but they are currently 23 points away from being match point. Now, if we have a look at this zone, damn, if I couldn't have called that any better. That is pixels away from the weather station I was talking about. Of course, that very small circle there to the left of Optic Gaming is where it will be ending up. Now, Polvarex have been eliminated. You can see some of the remnants of their amped cover still on that map feed there, but Fnatic have a lot of space to themselves.
Even more beautiful. Fnatic with the Crypto, the Bangalore, the Valkyrie composition. Playing this from the fence line. Seeing if they can get the EMP for an engagement if a squad tries to contest them for this space, but I'm not expecting that to happen until this circle starts closing in. Thinking about Optic Gaming holding the edge. FC Destroy that have not left their positioning this entire game. Closest team right now to match point in this lobby is KCP with 44 points.
All right, it's about to go down here on the south side. Vicky FaZe, TSM, Exet, and Pioneers all coming out of the building at the same time. Moist are on the west of this and should be able to pick up some free points here. They are going to look on with glee as Arcstar's ult nades, everything come out from these 4 teams.
Oh, TSM reps getting double knock, taking out FaZe alongside Imperial Hal. The black hole gets called in. He's trying to dance around. He's forced to go into the circle, the gravity lift to take him up. He's taking so much damage off the health alone. Can't walk behind him, but you can't get out of the line of sight.
Anyone feel like a game 6? We're going again here. FC Destroy are the ones who come out of that alive. Moist also do very well.
Apex To everybody just joining us, welcome to Birmingham. We're excited to be here. We're excited to have you for what's going to be the greatest Apex tournament in the history of the game. My name is We the People. You can call me Peeps. For 5 straight days, we have 40 of the greatest teams in the world, 120 of the best players from around the world, all fighting for their share of $2 million. All right? So crowd, make some noise because we're live from Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK, and this is the Apex Legends Championship. Let's go!
Thank you so much, We the People. He's been doing great all day long. For those just joining us from North America, maybe waking up at a decent time, unlike my parents who woke up at an ungodly time to support their son across the way, I will say welcome to the championship. It is going to be one of the best 5 days. Storylines of plenty. Storylines coming into a collision course here. The TSM possibility of getting 2 out of 3 in a year. The back-to-back possibility of Dark Zero doing the unthinkable, a split 2 in a championship. Again, we will see if that unfolds, and we'll see a little bit more about some of those teams here in our final set of the day. But of course, let me join you here on the desk. My name is Rene, and I've got 2 lovely men who didn't have to travel. Well, one did, but one didn't that too far. Onset and Gaskin. Onset, how you feeling, man? We're at the championship. This is what we work all year for.
Yeah, 100%. I think you couldn't sum it up better, right? It's a great moment for us as commentators, analysts, but for the players, it's like you say, it's what a year's worth of work comes down to. It's $2 million. It's a huge amount of money. It's the prestige of knowing that you are the Apex Legends Global Series champions. I mean, it's the biggest one of the year. It's a special feeling. Everyone who's here has been loud already, and it's only day number 1. We've got 5 days to get through here, so Lord knows what it's going to be like by Sunday.
Yeah, and being in the building, it's a little different, Dan, but in terms of watching at home as well, when it comes to the best of the best Apex you could see, this is certainly it.
Yeah, this is the cream of the crop, right? This is the players who deserve it after year-long play, and now we get to see who can actually be the team, who can be the champions that just show up and be the best on that day. I am intrigued how you thought I was the only one who flew across the world. He was on the same plane as me from Texas. Are you forgetting this?
Yeah, sometimes I do not understand your schedules. You guys are in America more than I am, and somehow it doesn't make sense that you're back and forth as much as you are. But of course, for those who are joining us, not too much back and forth in terms of the way this tournament will run. If you've seen Split 1 or Split 2, it's essentially the same, although it is extended. So let's get into the format of how this is going to work. Today, we are starting one of 2 days of our group stage. We'll then transition later on into the week into our elimination bracket stage, and then we'll go, obviously, into our match point finals on September 10th. How we get this started, though, is we get every group going against each other. 10 teams per group. They will all battle it out to see who comes out on top in terms of points. That'll leave us a top 20 in terms of point totals and a bottom 20 that will be in the elimination round. That round will send 10 teams home and 10 teams to await elimination round 2, while the winners will send 10 teams to match point finals on Sunday and 10 teams to the elimination round 2. That's where we'll find our final teams who join us on Sunday for the most prestigious moment in Apex Legends history. And of course, you have to get past the threshold of 50 points and you must win or we go again. It all leads to an incredible story, an incredible moment, but more importantly, Mark, an incredible opportunity. No matter who you are, this prize pool of $2 million is going to change lives.
That is a huge amount of money to be winning. I mean, the pressure that comes on to hitting your shots when you know that the difference between first and second is nearly $300,000, right? It's a huge amount of money, and of course, over $500,000, $600,000 if you can lift that trophy. You ask the players what means more, the money or the trophy. Most to say the money, but I mean, the trophy, excuse me, some might say the money, but I think it's pretty close, to be honest with you.
Little Freudian slip there, most would say the money.
The treat comes out sometimes.
I certainly think, you know, they go hand in hand, right? If you're lifting the trophy, you're getting the money. But Dan, when it comes to participants in this tournament, it's been an entire year. It's run its course. We have now whittled down the best 40 teams competing here. And I want to take a look after we see this trophy at exactly who is joining us here in this tournament. Just give us a top-down view. Look at all the big names representing in Birmingham.
Well, I mean, you've got Dark Zero and you've got TSM, the 2 front runners in this tournament. The guys, the only 2 teams to lift trophies at LAN in the ALGS. So they are going to be the 2 big boys, the big hitters. Then you've got the outsiders. You've got the likes of Oxygen Esports who are coming up through the ranks. XSET, who have been able to dominate in certain tournaments. These are guys that could definitely turn up, maybe on the biggest stage, and surprise us, and surprise our only winner so far, NRG. They started today, very exciting for the fans of that team. So I think there are, you know, we've got 40 teams here, and I could genuinely say that I believe there are about 15 to 20 who could really believe themselves that they are champions. And then you've got the outsiders who, on a good day, probably could make it as well. I think that's what's amazing about ALGS and Apex in general, is they are the best teams in the world.
Well, let's take a look as you are joining us here in terms of what has happened over the last couple of sets. Mark, you've obviously been watching, you've had the privilege of casting as well. What's your takeaway from our first and second series of the day as we head to our third?
I think the thing that jumped out to me from the last series was 6 games, 6 different winners, right? And I think that really sums up how competitive these lobbies are going to be. A couple of highlight plays that stick out. That one at the start that we just saw of this highlights package. NRG as a duo winning the game. Gilderson and Sweet pulling off the 2v3 to win that game. A great confidence boost for them. But I mean, the competition has been fierce so far. I think the lobbies have been extremely high quality. Not many contests going down. Everybody wants to play the long game. And I think when you're seeing end zones with, or should I say zone 3, zone 4 with 16, 17, 18 teams at some points, it means we've got some extremely high quality Apex Legends to watch.
It's about as good as it can get. Apex South notably stepping up in these last few games, Dan, and they have proven that not only in Apex North, but also Apex South, they are threats to potentially raise this trophy. Can they cross the line, though?
Every region is showing what they're made of, and I think that's what makes it even more exciting, is perhaps one of the regions or some of the teams that have been slept on are suddenly now coming to life at the biggest tournament, and that's when you need to do it, and that's when you can make history and you can suddenly put your name in the biggest of history books alongside some of the greats.
Well, taking a look at the standings after 12 games played, you can see Dark Zero here with 59 points in terms of their performance. NRG 58, Blackhand as well. This is our previous series C and D. A and B also played earlier on, so in terms of overall totals, be aware that this may be combined with something else if these teams play again, and they will, certain of them, in just a little bit. So as it stands though, C and D will be taking at least a break. C and B will be playing more tomorrow. But look at this, overall, Dreamfire, this was the start of it, and Mark, what a performance. They went out to such a huge lead that even in Game 6, TSM were in the mix, LG were potentially in the mix, XSET were potentially in the mix, but none of them could catch the point total Dreamfire had hit, 78 after 6 games.
Yeah, they came out of the traps hot this morning. It really was notable how aggressive they were being, but also how well they navigated some of those end games. I think they came out of that first set with 2 wins on the board, which is always, you know, very, very impressive out of the 6 games. And it also, you saw the energy every single time that they won a game as well. That was very notable to me. It wasn't kind of like, hey, great, we won. It was like, let's go, the work has paid off. So I think that they're certainly a good team to keep an eye on as we work through the days.
Some of the most engaged fan bases that we've seen here in the Apex Legends scene as well. We talked to Roy, We the People, had a nice interview with him, and certainly expecting and would be extremely proud to head into the moment where they could raise that championship trophy on Sunday. But of course, they do have to get there. It would be a first for Dreamfire in that type of scenario. But fellas, as we transition and those watching at home into our final series of the day, it is A versus D. This has some notable big hitters as well. Some that have performed as we would have expected, Dan, maybe TSM, very, very strong performance. Some, not as much as we would have expected, maybe Oxygen, a team that placed 3rd in our previous split too, but haven't actually had that start that they would have expected. What are your thoughts here as we head into A and D in our final 6 games?
I think maybe TSM will have a point to prove in this one. Being topped by Dreamfire might be a little bit annoying for them because they could have seen that as a group of really picking up some big points, but they were still able to be consistent. I think that's what's important for TSM. As for Oxygen, I'm not particularly worried. They are a team who do seem to get better as the tournament goes on anyway. They're a great fighting team. If they can get involved in maybe a few engagements early on to build that confidence back up, I expect a resurgence from Oxygen Esports. The interesting one for me is how these two groups clash. This is one of my favorite things about this format is we get to see A versus B, then C versus D, and then we start to combine them. And that's when you have to start to wrestle for some of those POIs that you might have had for free in the other groups, but not in this one.
Mark, who stands out to you real quick?
I'm keeping my eyes on Moist Esports, actually. They've been a little bit quiet so far today, and they're a team who I think has been, I think I said this when we were casting earlier, one of the most consistent at LAN out of all of the teams that we've seen, always making it to that finals, always getting into those final circles, and I think that they had a little bit of a slow start this morning. Not quite sure what the reason was. Some of the zones seem fairly favorable to them, but we'll have to see how they bounce back. Sometimes the lobby just doesn't work out your way. They're going to have to look to right the ship here in this group.
Well, I like to say championships have to be taken. They cannot be given. One of the players on this team that we're going to talk about actually has taken a championship already. That's Vayne, one of the only players in this building to know what it's like to be at the very, very top. Oxygen Esports has come in with family support. Mama Reeds, I met her downstairs at the merchandise booth, but also fan support as maybe an underdog that could do it all. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Oxygen are bringing to the table.
One of the best teams in the world has one of the most unconventional beginnings. Our story starts with Aiden and Reeds, two Apex competitors competing in arenas tournaments under the name Arena Demons.
So me and all my controller boys, we started hopping on arenas.
And had a lot of fun, did like custom games where it was like, you know, just 6 pro players.
But eventually they set their sights on the ALGS. They needed a third to fit their play style, but also to overcome the experience gap they had at the time. And in steps former 2021 ALGS champion, Vayne.
Joining Aiden Reeds was very weird. It's definitely not like any team I've joined before. I don't think I was really worried much about their lack of experience, because I mean, I had experience, so you know, one way or another, we could work something out.
As a new team, they put the region on high alert in their first ever split, taking down G2, C9, and Sentinels on contest, while also reaching a draw with TSM and Lava Cypher. But they needed to work on their macro to truly challenge for a LAN spot.
During the first split, it was kind of, I mean, we're learning like little things, like we had a bit of macro, but it wasn't very good. Mainly it was just taking 3v3s, like just taking fights and winning them, because we're really good at fighting.
And we had all this great team fighting, but at the end of the split, we started to realize very quickly that, like, you know, this isn't going to work, and we need to like be smart about what we're doing.
Pretty much didn't know how to play the game. Even though we, you know, did decent in Pro League, that was just purely off of like fighting.
Heading into Split 2, they added Thornton Smash, Psycho, SWL, and Muffins to their staff, and then Vayne swapped into being the IGL. All of this resulted in the team qualifying for their first ever LAN and getting signed to Oxygen Esports.
It was really nice, especially because we stuck it out as a team, qualified as a team.
The whole prior year I had before we qualified for LAN was probably my worst year competing, really in any game. I was definitely like getting close to that edge of like, you know, should I keep doing this?
I was just excited to like prove to everyone how good we are.
Many began to predict that Oxygen would be the dark horse team to try and dethrone Dark Zero or TSM. During the group stages, they showed they were up to the challenge, finishing inside the top 5 to head to winners. They continued with success with another top 5 finish to put them through to the finals lobby with advancement points. But now was the toughest test they would truly face, match point. And things didn't start off easy, as Dark Zero and TSM raced out to match point eligibility in only 3 games. The pressure was on. Oxygen needed to pick up the pace in order to finish strong. But sometimes, pressure creates diamonds. Oxygen reached match point eligibility in game number 6. And in game 7, they had a chance to win, as Vayne as a solo came so close to clutching out the victory. Although they didn't win, in their first LAN as a team, they proved to be one of the best teams in the world.
Like going into it, I just like knew we were gonna get top 5 for some reason. Like it's just like in my head, like I know we're gonna get top 5. We're way too good not to.
Doing that well on your first LAN is pretty crazy, to be honest.
And now that they've proven themselves, their ambitions are set on the Year 3 ALGS Championship trophy.
I think this tournament could really be anyone's game. There's been a lot of huge changes to competitive right now, and there hasn't been a whole lot of time to prep. So I think really anybody could win this LAN. I think we're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I think we have a really good chance. In BR, anything can happen. I feel like any of the top 5, 6 teams could make it. Like, I think we have a really good shot, yeah.
I think we definitely could. It's anyone's game, but I think we definitely have a high chance.
Near 16th place, yeah, everyone, I agree. Oxygen Esports, they've got a great story. They've got a lot of poise and they've got a lot of confidence, and those are things you all need to win a championship. But only 19 points coming into this second series of the day. Obviously a far cry away from 78, which won it. So Mark, thoughts on just the revelations of watching how Oxygen feels about their own play and maybe the expectations going into these last 6?
Firstly, shout out to Jayhawk for the commentary on that piece, sounding absolutely great. I just wanted to kind of highlight the story, right? And I just feel like they're a team at this event that I can never count out. Like, they will be in a position they find themselves in now, but I expect them to be in a finals lobby. And I just think their trajectory has been consistently upwards ever since they came together as a team. They've stuck together, they've been through some highs, some lows, but it's been a constant learning process. And if the last event was anything to go by, you have to count them as maybe a team that could be lifting that trophy when it gets to Sunday. It's obviously a big ask for anybody, but you see there's this quiet confidence about them, right? They just seem to get better and better. The more they learn, the more they play, they seem to just find this like magic when it matters. And I mean, we talked about how close Vayne was to winning that game. I mean, what a turnaround that would have been if Vayne would have been, as a solo, able to clutch out those final moments on the Sunday at Split 2. If he can do it this time, maybe he'll have another chance, and maybe it'll look different.
I kind of almost hearken it to maybe the surprise when Dark Zero initially won, and I think people were stunned that they won again at championships after it feeling like, okay, that had to just maybe be a one-off here. No, they really are that good. Oxygen winning maybe in Split 2 might have been too good of a story for people to even accept at that point. Now though, Dan, is the community, is the Apex world ready to see Oxygen be the best team in the world?
Some of the community is. There's a lot of the community who aren't, because we know who they're behind. But yes, I would say Oxygen are one of maybe 3 teams that are outside of TSM and Dark Zero that are seen as genuine competitors by TSM and Dark Zero. I would say there are big 5 heavy hitters at the tournament. Oxygen 100% one of those. My worry is if you haven't won one yet, what happens when you do get to match point multiple times and then you see the likes of TSM and Dark Zero also reach it? Does the pressure then get to you a little bit too much? But at least they've been there once, they felt that feeling, and you'd like to think they could build from that here at the championships.
I almost think going into that moment, failing a little bit, and then having the month and a half that we've had to get to this point to rewatch, to understand how that didn't work out, things that maybe need to change for the next time. Even the mental game that has to adjust to say that maybe one of us was there, but 2 of us really should have been there if we were really on top of it. Mark, when you look at these intangibles that maybe Oxygen are bringing, or let's open it up now, not just to Oxygen, but we've talked APAC. APAC North were on the door last time. APAC South performing extremely well here in Dreamfire. How do you feel just the rest of the world is coming into championships and their willingness to almost steal this? It has just been TSM and Dark Zero. Can they steal this?
I think there's one thing that I always say when I'm talking to anyone about video games, and you cannot recreate the pressure and the feeling unless you're on that main stage in that situation. And sometimes you have to lose, sometimes you have to make the wrong play, sometimes you have to find yourself being disappointed and coming away thinking, I could have done that differently, to learn what it feels like and to be able to come back the next time and not make those same mistakes. And I think that's a testament sometimes to the teams who have been so consistent, who have won the trophies, right? They've been in those situations before. They've failed a couple of times, but also they've won. And then they know how it is in those situations and what you have to do in those situations to perform, hold your nerve, and play like you are playing at home. And it's impossible to recreate. It's as simple as that. You cannot recreate that pressure unless you are there in that moment. And I know that Jayhawk said that, you know, pressure make diamonds. Well, maybe this is Oxygen's turn.
Certainly shining so far in our Apex scene. We'll see if they continue to do so in 6, because we are about to get these games underway, ladies and gentlemen. However, I do want to start, or at least finish, with our talent predictions. As we've talked about it, we had to give our thoughts on who would take it. I'm going back to TSM in Group A. I think they are going to get it. They were 1 point away. Excuse me. They were 2 points off, 20 points away from Group 1, but they were 2nd place overall. But a lot of things, Dan, across the board, a lot of Moist Esports support, as well as Fnatic and Go Next. I want to talk to yours, but this Moist pick seems to be very popular amongst our crew.
I mean, unsurprising, Genome's gone there, but I mean, I guess Vicky and Glare, if they want to follow suit, that's absolutely fine. Support Genome's region. I will say one thing, we're not seeing any confirmation of results. How did people do last time with their predictions, Rain Day? That's what I want to know.
I got a tweet. I'm just saying, competitive APAC, he tweeted me, he said that me and Tiff and Vicky were in the lead, so, you know.
How? Have you got 2 out of 2?
I've got pretty close.
Incorrect.
Almost.
You've only got 1 out of 2. So have I. So you're not in the lead. You're lying to yourself. I've gone for Jay Lings, though, Rain Day. I saw everyone else was going for TSM again, and Oxygen and Moist, you know, the big hitters, and I thought I'll go for an outsider. A little bit of an off pick. Try and surprise you. Catch you off guard. How do you feel about it?
You have caught me off guard, especially since you lied about you being tied with me, considering that I don't think your team scored higher than TSM in the first stage.
It was just about predicting.
If it's a draw, then, you know, the tie would go to the runner, as we have been talking about sprinting races here. which Dan and I have done. We might do one, you know, for some extra content. Mark, you went Oxygen, though, and I don't think we knew this heading into this segment. You believe they're going to win right now.
I was influenced by the Oxygen propaganda that we just watched.
Did you change it just now?
We did this beforehand, obviously, but I just believe in Oxygen. I just love, like I mentioned previously, their trajectory as a team. And I really feel like if they get some good zones, especially on Storm Point, if they get some barometer zones, then they are so good at converting that other pros saying if it's a barometer zone and Oxygen in the lobby, they're probably going to win it. Yeah. So I just think that they've got that consistency factor. I want to see them maybe perform a little bit better on World's Edge, because Storm Point seems to be their bread and butter where they pick up their points. But I don't know, man. I've gone kind of with the favorites because I'm usually at the bottom of the predictions, and we all know that. So I've kind of like hedged my bets on some of the big boys this time around.
One thing I really love is that there are so many teams here. When you really talk about predictions, you can really only kind of laugh at it for a moment. I mean, we do take it seriously as much as we can, but you just have no idea. So many teams have shown up here and at the moment's notice can perform better than we've ever seen them. That's what championships are all about. It's your time to stake your claim, to make your presence felt throughout the world so that people know exactly what you mean. And hopefully you mean business. I want to let you guys know as well, we have a brand new award that we are going to be giving away on Sunday, and it is our Positive Play Award. That's right, the votes are in. They have already been tallied, and it supports, for the first time, Electronic Arts highlighting a player in the community of Apex Legends, the chosen game this year, who has been one of those outstanding members, who has really shown support, who has shown a positive presence within their ecosystem of the game, and obviously feels like they represent what it means to be a positive player. Those results will be announced on September 10th, Sunday, our championship day. All right, we're going to go quickly to a break. When we come back, we have more gameplay, our final 6 games of day number 1 here in Birmingham. The championships are underway, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham. We've got the best fans, and you know why? Because it's still midweek, and they're here from the beginning of the day, right when it opened, all the way to the end, with our final 6 games coming on your screen shortly. We are here in the booth up on top at the caster desk, and the analyst desk. And one of my favorite things about this is sometimes, yes, we do have to juggle a few things. They are coordinating and getting this game underway shortly, so we appreciate your patience and hanging with us. But for the meantime, we do have a little bit more of an opportunity to dive into a few of the stories while we patiently wait. And trust me, we will get you to those games as soon as possible. As you see the players as well, it's just something special, guys. Walking into this venue, seeing these familiar faces, I think there is just a little bit of magic when you finally put the screen name or the experience that you've had hours online into actually seeing some of these pros in real life, giving them a hug, talking about their experience, seeing their family.
Hey, full season of LANs, it's just felt different, hasn't it? It feels like we've seen these players perform on the main stage more than we have since the start of Apex Legends. It's been wonderful to put the names to faces, like we're saying, the ones that we've been casting over for so long now, and we are seeing that consistent competition. We are seeing the fan bases really get behind their teams as well, with the opportunity to come out and support their teams. And speaking of which, speaking of fan bases, speaking of people getting loud, well, there's a group in the crowd right now certainly getting behind their team.
MDY White, they never cease to amaze me. Shout out to the MDY White fans who are continually here in front, as well as Dreamfire, who are just phenomenal. It really does give you an opportunity to see how far you can take support, and I'm sure that's what people love about esports as well. I do want to kind of dive, though, as we have a chance, guys, into one of the bigger topics on what people are playing. Many of you who have watched Split 2 notice that if you've watched any of the games today, there's a familiar character who is not in almost any of our lineups, and that, of course, is Seer. It's been a year of this character dominating high-level play. Truly a year of Seer, as I'm calling it. And Mark, it has just faded away with this final patch. It seems it has finally done it, and the pros have said, not anymore, we are shifting up.
Yeah, I think one of my personal feelings, and this is, my opinion on Seer, I've never enjoyed it when people almost get too much information for free without having to take a risk to gain the information, right? And we have seen the adjustments to Seer, and I think that now it's not as viable. You don't get as much of that information as you would previously, so people are having to mix up their compositions a little bit. We also have some meta changes and other things with other characters that play into that, but I think the pick rate dropping from, I think it was near 100% at the Split 2 playoffs to, I think nobody picked it when we had FaZe. FaZe was about with one Seer. Yeah. And I mean, that fall off is quite something, but what it does mean is when we're getting down to those end circles, when we're getting down to Zone 3, Zone 4, the pressure on IGLs to make plays, to gather information, to kind of establish what the lay of the land is, you have to work so hard for it, and it really is putting you under the microscope. And that's why I think we're starting to see a little bit of a separation of teams being consistent at the top, because we've always talked about the best teams in the world will have the best leaders, the ones who can navigate them through traffic, who can kind of pick what fight is about to go down, and they can get involved with it to clear some space. And I think you're going to see that as we go through the days as well, as the pressure ramps up as well. Information is no longer free for these players. Information is no longer free for the IGLs. You have to work so hard for it, and I think it's going to give us some of the best Apex we've seen in some time.
It does tend to change things, and that's what we're seeing live right now. So as these days develop, you will probably see more and more meta adjustments continually. But one thing we want to talk about, too, is how these teams not only play during the day, but also how they set up where they'll be landing and dropping. It's one of the things that separates casual play and maybe you logging in at home in Apex to what we see these pros deal with, because they are all selected, they are all predetermined, they minimize that RNG, but sometimes, Dan, that still doesn't mean they have the ability to avoid somebody else trying to take their spot.
Who'd have thought? Kick contesting again, as they've been unfortunately dominated all day, and it's not going to get much better for you. You've got TSM down at Lava Siphon, which, if I'm Kick, I'm probably getting out of there. Maybe they can ruin TSM days a little bit by slowing their rotation, but I'm still, I'm stretching there, just trying to make something work. Yes, there's not much space elsewhere on the map, but if I'm Kick, I'm probably trying to find something. Optic against FC Destroy down towards Stacks. Yes, okay, you've got Big Maud there as well you can work with. They can probably split it a little bit, but I think there could be some early fights happening. And then when we get over to Storm Point, you've still got more contests happening as well. Onyx Esports going to go up against Kick, so their day doesn't get any better. MDY White against J-Lings here on World's Edge. Maybe they'll share it. You've got Monument, you've got Fragment, but again, they could start to get a little bit dicey if they want to try and maybe get aggressive and try and take the other one out so they can get double the loot.
I will say as well, just looking at Overlook, you see Sentinels versus Moist. That's been going down for some time. I think Sentinels have actually given that one up over time. So Moist should have that POI to themselves. But we also have seen, you know, people coming back for a little bit of revenge. We saw a certain Dark Zero getting, you know, a little bit tasty earlier when we saw the contest going down over at Lava Siphon and realizing there was some free KP available. So don't write anything off for now is all I'll say. You never know what could happen when we see those drops.
Yeah, I will say, guys, it's been funny, and I have to mention this anecdote. I was working out in the gym earlier, and Vanglorioso from Kick came up to me, and he ended up saying that, listen, if we can't contest TSM in terms of the game, at least I'll be buff enough to intimidate them to back off from our spot. We'll see if that ends up working out here. I'm not sure it will, but good luck to you as we head over to our casters. It's time to kick off our final series of the day. So Vicky, Kitty, Gino, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Man, talk about intimidation IRL. I mean, look, I respect it. I respect the grind. If you can't fight you in the game, I guess they could try to fight in real life, but you got to bring it first in the game here as we finally get started. TSM lose out on How off the rip, but this is Reps and Verls on the other side with Reps being on the fuse. No changes here. Kick maybe seeing some signs of life for the first time.
All right, well, they do get Staleezy down here.
Oh, but it's Verhols with the PK.
All right, I mean, it is, I don't know. Vanglorioso here has been working out in the gym. Has he been working on his PK shots?
Oh my.
They've done it.
Oh, don't worry. Reps coming in after following up from Verhols, who had the PK in his hands. Looking right behind them just in case. Lava Siphon is now officially clear, but that's what we're talking about. You know, you could do the reps at the gym, but you got to do the reps out here when it comes to streams and where it really matters on that stage. TSM starting off fantastic. 18 squads left here currently for our first game for our groups A and D. Once again, thank you everybody for your patience.
Look, I know we don't have these kind of stats in Overwatch just yet, Vicky, but I'd love to know, you know, whether what the percentage of contest wins are when you lose that first knock, right? Because we saw Hal go down first, they still come out on top, and you know, that just speaks volumes about how good Verhols and Reps are when they need to be.
Also really highlights just the way the Verhols and Reps communicate with one another, holding different angles like he did right there. Reps had this high ground. He was one, but Verhols had the PK. And when I saw that he had the PK in his hands, it's scary. FC Destroy already running away too from a fight.
There was, of course, another contest happening while we saw the action go down there at Lava Siphon. J-Lings, sorry, no. That was, sorry, I'm in the last playoffs already. It was, in fact, Sentinels who have been contesting Overlook with Moist. They took them on there. They'd actually been losing a lot in scrims, said that they were going to give it up, but I don't know, had a last minute change of heart. They've decided to go there again, but they have been punished for it. Moist come out on top here.
Already making the rotation right now, going from Overlook where they had the survey beacon and the ring console to now move towards Fragment. Moist seeing the next set of information on where that ring is going to be pulling. Pioneers obviously landing over by that Fragment side and actually had already made that rotation as quickly as they can. Go next to the south side of Fragment as we see more of these teams waste no time in rotating where they have already gotten that ring console information.
Can see the ring going north. You can see on the little mini-map there of NRG, they've got the information. It will be somewhere around the Fragment or Monument areas. So NRG are going to be in there probably, looks about the 5th team, I'd say, to get into the middle of the map and find their position.
Taking a nice little overlook here, NRG. Already going to be rotating around the respawn beacon to the west side. Close to Monument. There's 3 teams already in this area. It's gonna be Moist, Singularity, Black Hand are making an appearance on that slight high ground hilltop, exiting out of the choke point from close to the Sniper Tower, close to the tunnel as well, south of Skyhook. With Oxygen also already making their rotation away from Lava Fisher, but so far we're seeing so many teams already find this rotation. You can expect a lot of the fighting that break out in these different buildings of Fragment, but no overextension at the same time. Seeing so much Catalyst Moist Esports was the team that you and I were actually looking at going into this group stage currently with A and B right now, and they're looking fantastic with their Evo shields that they're already rocking.
Cassie not even popping the cells at this point. Is he going to try and greed that? Usually you'd only do that if you were just about to get an Evo upgrade and you save it and try and, use a bat instead of the cells in the meantime, but economy management like that, definitely something you've got to think about. These guys have got something a little more pressing on their mind, though, as we go down to the chokes here. This is FC Destroy looking at TSM.
Saw them trying to line up the fence line, too. With those Watson fences, TSM looking where they could be standing before making their rotation, too. Again, they were able to exit out of Lava Siphon with a plethora amount of information to work with. And talk about some loot here. He's got the gold extended heavy mag on that flat line. Has the mother load ready. But having to be careful in this choke point in case teams like Optic Gaming that land by Big Mod ends up taking their time with their rotate, which is usually what they do, playing closer to the edge. TSM looking to their backs before deciding where they want to rotate from the circle. Sometimes the circle could punish you if you rotate here too early, just in case it ends up pulling too far north. You're going to be exposed on the south side, but if it ends up pulling towards the south, you have that slight hilltop that you could work with on that slight high ground there by the train tracks.
MD White have 3 kills. I'm trying to work out how that's... I mean, obviously we didn't catch the other fight that happened. Does that mean it wasn't Moist that contested?
It was Jaylings and MDY White who had landed in Fragment. Moist landing in Overlook, and with Sentinels landing closer to Trials.
Okay.
And they split loot Trials and the west side of Skyhook with Aurora.
My sincere apologies, I've misled you all. Yes, it wasn't the Sentinels versus Moist contest like RKN was baiting me into expecting. It was indeed MD White.
You weren't 100% wrong. I mean, we had seen it in scrims earlier on, so it had been the adaptation from that previous, as they had been able to now rotate from that Trials side. Aurora engaging in their fight after they just had left Skyhook. Sentinels taking their time to rotate through Countdown, so they won't get involved just now, but it will be in the middle of their rotate if this fight takes way too long.
Yes, this is Blackhand that's situated inside the building there. So Blackhand starting at Landslide. You might remember them contesting for it in the finals of the Split 2 playoffs. It's had a bit of a buff since then, Vicky. I mean, that it has a much higher chance of getting a ring console now, so it is the kind of place that you can play a very fast rotate style from. That said, I don't know, do they want to be stuck up in this building? They can tell that they're not within the next zone, and it's not necessarily a great spot to stay in for too long if they are going for that turbo rotate style. As you can see here, it is going to be the one that's probably going to go down to the southwest of where that circle is at the moment, maybe down near the caravans. Obviously, most of the teams currently banking a bit higher up in Monument.
And this is a circle that I was thinking about too. So if you early rotate to a circle like this and you don't have a team composition like what FC Destroy has, they have the Watson, they have the Newcastle, they could secure an early spot here by the edge of the circle and try to contest and gatekeep teams like TSM, because it could work in their favor with the rocks hugging behind their back.
Oh yeah, this is such a great circle for gatekeeping. I mean, you saw Go Next in the tunnel to the west as well, watching all those all the other teams who might be coming in from Landslide. And not only that, you've got the gatekeep kills in front of you, and then an easy walk in to the circle afterwards. And no one, no one can evac on top of you, no one can Valk ult on top of you. You've got the tunnel there to yourself. So as long as you keep your eyes firmly planted on that and rebuff any teams to try and get in there, you will be fine.
But look at this noise right now that we're seeing from TSM. They get the crack. They want to try to capitalize on this, but again, this has just been a skirmish that has been happening for far too long. Optic Gaming that we just saw right now from their POV have started to rotate from that south side towards that choke point that could then sandwich TSM, and they've already used the cat wall now. As they try to engage, they take the opportunity. They saw two whites here, and now they got a crack.
Yeah, I mean, FC Destroy, they had that knock. The Arcstar got them down, but here we go. Skittle gets the knock and the finish onto Rep. TSM have taken a little too long, and they are going to run away, tail between their legs here to Fragment, while Optic come in and try and pick up the KP. The TSM started getting going there on FC Destroy.
Oh my gosh. And then meanwhile, in the feed, RKN gets Craybeard, so we're having a separate fight over by the Monument side here as Optic Gaming now capitalizing off of not only taking that one pick off of TSM, sending them running, but now also trying to engage with their backs cleared, by the way. Nobody had rotated right behind them just yet. This is a team that likes to take their time, play more so by the edge. They heard the fighting for a very long time, and they took advantage here.
Oh no, Penota also going down there, so 30-30 getting a good workout on the side of Optic Gaming, and now they've cleared this eastern side all for themselves.
Can't get ahead of themselves though. If you try to overextend in this situation, teams exiting out of the choke from the lava side north of Harvester could engage in this fight. That's another nice choke to hold in a circle like this, but once again, having to be careful because you could also get poked from afar from teams like Go Next, who had rotated very early in that tunnel side, exiting out of Landslide, where Sentinels have been taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, Arcane had a lot of experience playing from Landslide as the guard, right? This is, you know, probably feels a little bit familiar to him down there. But now he is about to go up against Go Next once he gets down to that side of it. Realizing Aurora, they're actually coexisting. Aurora just to the north of Realize's spot here. Does he get a good spot? You can see using the pings there to indicate that they do know where Aurora's sitting at the moment.
Oh, again!
There's the first Kraber shot.
You love it. He got a knock earlier in Arcan, but they couldn't capitalize. They still were able to res Arcan, and that's why they had rotated away from here. Now leaving this fight to just Realize and Aurora, but Sentinels looking to re-engage from right behind them. They have to be careful. Creeping up from inside the circle. They're about to approach Realize from right behind, and I don't think they've realized it just yet.
Okay, they really need to synchronize the meds here and just get into the circle. Koipel has been amazing for Sentinels so far today. Can he once again take the reins here and push in to get through Realize?
Oh, they know now. They know now. Catwalk going up. Nice little angle to at least hug the rock side here since they have to restabilize after coming in. Luckily, Zenial has a gold Evo, so that way he can pop just a syringe, still get involved in this fight. Oobly doing the same thing here. That would be beautiful coming in from Realize. And having the Digi threat on top of that, but they lose out on Sangjun too.
As the smokes go down, Digi-Threat early in the game is going to work out for Kananpu. He's still struggling to get sight onto this other team here as Sentinels work their way in, but Util on so many sides is making this hard for both teams. Realize will be the first to fall, but I think MDY White might make mincemeat of both of them.
Oh, you have also finishing off Chaku as an RG inside of that building, engaging in that fight that you mentioned, Gino. MDY White got engaged in that third party, cleaning up what is left of the fight that we currently just saw between Sentinels.
Yeah, I believe one of the Sentinels members is still out there, but there's a lot of action also going down here in Monument. Team stacked up. They know they have to start making their way south eventually. Gravity Lift will just block the door here. They've got the death boxes on the other side. They're kind of wedged in.
Oh, he threw the arc start on top of the grenade too that he had to avoid because it unfortunately bounced off his teammates back here. Ironblood Gaming, this team with the comeback opportunity, qualifying after this LCQ. Sweet in the feed, gonna be able to get that knock onto Elysium with the arc start. Just jumps into the thermite real quick, but it's to fully find out where that last straggler is trying to run from. Singularity get cleaned up by Nasky, and the charge rifle that we saw get reworked going into this season. The pings are coming in. Minya is in a lot of trouble though, gets pinged from both angles. Another team on the other side, that may be Onyx Esports from inside the building. MDY White, bit of trouble while they try to run away. That's Ironblood Gaming searching for some blood.
MDY White may have got a couple kills up the top there, but that's going to be the end of their run for this game. IBG holding them out. There's another team right on top of them here in this building. I think they've just maybe only realized it was the Sentinels rat. There goes Zenial, and now they worry about Onyx, who stand between them and the circle. Again, it's one of those very strange circles where no one actually wants to play within it until they absolutely have to. There's just almost no cover in the middle now, and so you see teams crowding the outside, just sort of, you know, waiting for someone to cut the ribbon, and they all rush in at the same time.
It's one of those circles that we mentioned before, depending on where it could pull, it could just be out in the open, where the only natural cover you really have is the low to high ground disparity. Those 30-30 shots ringing through the air as KCP, team that's going to be rotating from the north side of where the circle is, south of Monument. seeing how they want to approach this, playing off that slight low ground compared to the team that's above them on those train tracks. Trying to see how they're going to be able to go in with Disguise being in that position. Onyx right next to KCP. This is a sandwich opportunity for both Onyx and Disguise, depending on how KCP approaches this.
Yeah, I mean, Disguise do, like they are currently in the ring, so it might be a little bit better for them, but look, we'll see. Optic and Oxygen both playing just outside the circle right now, and yeah, it looks like they may have to worry about each other as this next circle closes in. This is the western tunnel we were talking about for quite some time. IBG have decided to rotate all the way around the edge here and try and take this angle in, and thus circumventing Onyx.
Like the pings that you currently see too from IPG, 9 squads left here in the lobby. But I'm confused here. You saw Go Next originally having this high ground earlier on, being on the outskirts of that tunnel side right behind where IBG is. They gave up that slight high ground, and now IBG has just taken that from them. Looks like Go Next were skirmishing from afar against Oxygen Esports, who also were on the corner of that circle that Optic Gaming had also moved into. So many of these teams now moving, as you can see TSM playing this as a duo. Verhost in so much trouble as Sanox, Lou take out TSM. They go out in 9th place now. More of the fights happening as Optic Gaming finally get pushed on by Oxygen. It's just a matter of time now before Go Next, right behind them, come in for the 3rd party.
Yeah, and Moist for the 4th, honestly. I think both sides are going to get crushed here, and it will just go down to Go Next versus Moist now as they combine to really just clamp down on the 2 teams in between them. With 6 squads left alive now, Go Next have actually given up that lower spot, which when you get these highway, train track sort of zones, Vicky, it really, I feel like you end up with a lot of teams on one side and then just one on the other. And if Go Next or IBG, where they are, stay there, I think they could be in the prime spot.
And neighboring right next to them is Moist Esports. Let's jump into a listening with Moist to see how they plan their next move.
We third dive, they fight there, okay? Yeah, I hear you, I hear you. Do you have smokes? Yes. Smoke? You might need a smoke here. I'm gonna vertinate them, It might be good, it might be bad, I can't tell. No tank,
do you have wall? Yes.
I think you got a wall to hit, wall off left side, we're gonna run it into here. Yeah, okay. I hear you, I agree. Oh, yes, early. It's not that bad, Wait for me to call in future.
Okay.
That's fine. Fix your horizon here. We can shoot. You want horizon ult them. I don't, for 3 seconds. Like on zone close. Can we crush down? I'm crushing now. They got bang ulted. They're still inside horizon on them, I think. I'm ulting them. No, it bounced off you. Look forward.
50, crack.
50. The 30 flash. Okay, chill.
We can play on me, really fucking safe on me.
Play fast. I'm dead. They're all on your heads. Play side. They have the whole zone, guys. They're jumping on you. Swing left. Fight them. Fight this.
Okay, cracked. Almost.
Play off. Just play your life. Nice. Before.
Not only just that, you also saw the mistake on the black hole. You heard the oh no going in through the comms. It happens to, it happens to sometimes. That's the experience, and it was an unfortunate mistake because they wanted to dive in that fight. Now IBG coming off of their win in game number 6 in Group C and D, trying to ride that momentum right now, but Zicky looks like they're in some trouble. The headlock shots are gonna do it in, but Niku coming in instead, gets the res, but can there be enough time before Disguise comes in?
Surely not. Disguise rolling up now, are not able to make use of that res, and now Nuku just has to try and hold out behind these knockdown shields. Can't do it at all. Let's get a doof in the crowd.
Oh, the cheers in the crowd, the applause. It was just a matter of time, Genome. It was just a matter of time before Disguise came in. With the patience, but we have to tell it as it is. That circle was incredibly chaotic for the teams that had to exit out of Monument. And Disguise did a very good job at making their rotation and being able to get there all the way from the south side of World's Edge.
Yeah, going up from launch side there is tough, right? Not only are you far away, but you're a couple of rough chokes away from there as well. But I think the way it kind of worked out is a lot of teams really clustered into Monument and Fragment. And so the teams that were sort of just holding the southern side of that zone, they actually didn't have too many other teams to compete with, to contest with until the later stages of the game. So as you said, it was really that shove out, the one we saw TSM go down, Moist and Go Next were some of the only teams who made it on that sort of eastern seaboard.
It's a good point too, because Disguise had taken their time as well, rotating in there and finishing off with 10 KP, 2,500 damage out there too, on top of the dub. That is huge, especially when it comes to that first game on World's Edge. They want to play to their strengths. This is definitely a team that when I look at them on World's Edge, I see more confidence compared to what we usually see on Stormpoint.
Especially as the first game of the series, right? We'll take a look at the final circle now, but it just gives you so much confidence going into the rest of it. You can kind of loosen up a bit, right? Like, we talk about needing, say, roughly 33 points in each series to get yourself going forward. And if they've done most of that in game one, you can really just loosen up a bit and have some fun with the rest of the series. Takes a lot of the pressure off for you. So here we're having a look at that final end game here for Disguise. They do get the reset. Luckily, they've got this nice little cliff there to play from, where they're really just separated from the rest of the teams.
Cleaned up the last member of Moist before having the opportunity to close in on the fight that was happening right in front of them, and it was just a cleanup. It was the timing too for them to get the remaining members here in this game. Let's also not ignore the fact that when they were previously playing in Group A and B, I believe they had finished in 14th, and something that came to mind as we currently see the match 1 results. IBG, the team that won Game 6 in the previous group that we just saw, their hands are warm. They are ready to go, and they took that Game 6 with 12 KP and rode on that momentum going into this first game for Group Stage A and D. So finishing off in that second place with 9 KP, also fantastic to make sure the gap isn't too far ahead in this first game.
Yeah, and just to touch on this for people who aren't familiar with the Apex South scene, I suppose, this is a very different Iron Blood Gaming roster than we saw earlier in the year. This isn't the roster that came first in Apex South in Split 1. They essentially picked up the Inside the Ring roster, which has been a very long-standing team in the region. Quite a few veterans on that team, so fantastic to see some of them get some LAN play.
Surprising on the other side here, NRG, the team that I believe had gotten second in that previous group that we also were able to watch, not going to be able to really come far, but we're able to get 6 KP. They're getting the kills, but the placement, unfortunately, does not reward them. Same could be said about MDY White. We saw how strong they started off that game from the very beginning, getting 3 KP by the time that the second ring was closing.
Still a bunch of, definitely some KP down the bottom there, and it feels like our better teams out of these groups in the group stage, Vicky, even if they're not bringing in the placement points, even if they're not having the greatest of games, they're usually still picking up a fight win or two and just ticking along with, the 6, the 9 points.
I love looking at the Disguise squad. I love being able to see the fans live in the crowd, giving their energy to the team that they want to win. Shout out to you guys out here. And with game number 1 in the books, we're going to be going to a break. On the other side, we got game number 2 on World's Edge. You don't want to miss it.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1 in the books, and it goes in favor to Disguise, finishing off game number 1 with not just the double, with 10 KP to their name. Overall, though, that top 3 overall match was incredibly close, with so many of our teams that ended up in a very chaotic circle on top of those train tracks, on top of the fact that a lot of teams were congregated in Monument, having to exit out from that slight low ground when there were teams waiting for them on that high ground on top of that hill.
Yeah, and you know, Disguise, they weren't in the top 20 after all of our teams had played their first group stage match. So 22 points, I believe it was there in that first game, is going to go a long way to making those guys feel a little more comfortable here at LAN. As we said, it's been a while for some of them, since Poland for some of them.
Welcome back to competitive Apex here in LAN. It's a different experience, but now you get to enjoy it, reap the benefits. This is also a team that I feel like individually the players benefit off of momentum. I mean, you could say that about basically any team, but specifically the mentality of it is incredibly important. And when you take a look at the time difference, the amount of hours that our Group A hasn't played versus what we are currently witnessing from our Group D, they just finished playing in the Groups C and D. And so they're pretty warmed up going into this lobby. Our Group A, not so much. They played about like 4 or 5 hours ago and now getting re-warmed up all over again. That includes Disguise. IBG, another team, struggling a little bit at the very beginning, taking that dub in that final game within their own respective group in that previous lobby that we had seen. And this is also 2 teams that I feel like IBG does a really good job on Storm Point. So having a very good game on World's Edge will also benefit this team. Disguised, on the other hand, this is a team that I feel like excels even more on World's Edge. So this is where you want to take that advantage, run through with it. We saw some early contests going down as well, some early 50-50s. Match number 2 is coming up shortly, and we are going right back to World's Edge.
So as you said, launch site down there that Disguise was starting at, that's quite some way away. Maybe they'll get a more southerly pull this time to help them out. But we will, of course, be keeping a keen eye on those contests once again. TSM coming back from being behind at the start of game 1, and it was J-Lings who went down to MDY White over at Epicenter. So look, I don't know, we could honestly go either way with the contest this time, and hopefully we will be catching the action of one of those 2. But yeah, look, TSM and Kick really struggling across the entire group stage so far, because they have decided, like, they're the ones who chose violence, right? Like, they have decided to contest someone on basically every map and every group that they're playing in. That's kind of tough.
At least for Kick. At least for Kick, it definitely brings a tear to my eye to see the experience. But that is their decision, and when you try to contest a team like TSM, you're going to be inevitably met with that contention, with that challenge. I mean, you've seen it on social media, the way that Imperial has posted, all right, Kick, go back. And I mean, that's the nicest way I could put it here.
Yeah, I mean, they have mirrored the compositions on Kick and TSM right now, both choosing Fuse, an incredibly good character in those contests. And yeah, I mean, you can see why, right? It's a legend that we actually saw a little bit before it was in the meta at all, just purely for contests, but now it's kind of creeping into both. And it's like, okay, well, we'll take it as a contest pick, but we're actually not that mad about it on World's Edge overall either.
And you also have to think about what Fuse brings to the table against so many catalysts that we have in our lobby. And not just that, you have to consider the armor changes too. Going from 150 to 200 to get that blue Evo shield, and with those knuckle clusters, best believe not only are you clearing some space, but you're dealing a good amount of pressure and damage too on top of it. Burrows has already landed on top of a blue Evo, and we are going right back to the fight that we had seen already in the beginning from our last game.
All right. So as we saw with some of our earlier contests, high ground isn't necessarily everything, but a PK off drop is pretty good, and Kick are gone already.
I blinked and I missed it. It was a speed run right there, too. Look at Hal's face. It's just like, all right, I guess we do this again. I mean, it was happening back in scrims. It was happening again. Trying to go for a wall bounce over there by the side. Noise is unfortunately paying for that. It's Feiju now with MDY White. This is the early contest that we had actually seen when they came out on top of that fight.
Yeah, look, I got it wrong again. I said Epicenter, it's actually in Monument. You know, we were looking at this map before and being like, oh, maybe, you know, maybe they can split it, go Fragment, Monument, but no, Monument, it must be. MD White will not let it go, and they get both for themselves with another win over Jailings.
And it's once again, too, it's that 50-50 that we see from both sides, and both of these teams that consistently won that drop has now won again.
But that's not all, Vicky. We've got something else going on. Optic and FC Destroy down at Big Maud. I don't think these two teams went at it last game. I think we got at least, I think it was just those two early contests. Maybe they managed to, you know, land stacks Big Maud, and maybe they don't want to do that this time. Maybe it's a drop ship difference. Who knows? Getting those catalyst door, like having those reinforced, is really important in these early fights.
Well, this is a decision made by FC Destroy specifically because they had landed stacks and then quickly rotated past Optic. Because of that, that allowed Optic to then move in behind TSM, not only engage in their fight, but then deal with FC Destroy in the long term. So they're taking things into their own hands here, and even with that attempt, you see the trade-off from both sides. Optic lose out on Skittle. On the other side, Hammer Drill goes down here. Playing off the side, though, means that they also have that Newcastle Watson comp that they could just bunker down in if they so decide to do it.
Oh, they can't give them time. Two of them are so low right now. It's a 2v3 with Optic versus FC Destroy now. But if they give them time to use their meds and get back up, Optic surely will go down. They're trying to get the res off on Skittle Cakes right now, and they do actually get him back up.
So many of these individual fights happening right now. Next choke point that we're currently seeing right here on Onyx Esports while tuning right back into Big Mod. Will the engagement happen? Hammer Drill may go down again. Literally one here. Skittle Cake was not able to get res. Hugging the door, trying to block it off. Sends out that smoke nade drop, having to drop around the side, take the zip line. Nice shoulder-to-shoulder situation here for Optic Gaming, but playing this cathartic.
This has been quite an elongated fight here, and this is usually the time where you'd be like, all right, tap the watch, time's up, boys. There's going to be a third party coming in, but luckily the ring is so far away, and the only team that would be anywhere near Disguised, they split landed in launch site and dome, and they've gone over to go craft by the looks of it in tree. So, you know, they're busy just like playing their little edge style here, and luckily for Optic and FC Destroy, they get left in the 3v3 TDM.
They could deal with this, and while the circle is closing, the winner of this fight will also be able to walk away with a survey beacon in Big Mod. So that's something to know, as well as the great loot. But Optic Gaming don't like how long this fight has been taking and has already gone ahead to start rotating to the north side towards Geyser. So unfortunately, counting their losses, as it doesn't look like they were able to res that third, so having to play this out as a duo, wondering if they were able to get the banner at the very least and maybe get the res over by Geyser.
Yeah, the beacon's there. I'm not sure if they did manage to grab that banner in the end, and I don't believe they're playing a support character either, so that won't help them, even though the crafter is up and running over at Geyser. Here we get a look at the circle now, and as you can see, it looks like there's probably I'm going to give it a 50-50 here between Landslide and Countdown, probably erring on the Countdown side.
Sometimes you also see this pull towards the north side of Landside in that open area where you would have to rotate towards the east side of Countdown. Already those teams having the high ground, though, will be able to take advantage of the squads that have gone for an early rotate and have decided to stay on the low ground.
Yeah, look at a team like KCP playing over towards Lava Fissure there. That's not a bad bet. They also can just pop quickly into the ring and grab the ring console over in Lava Fissure if they feel like that might be worth the meds and just the risk to help their next steps and formulate a plan from there.
All right, Zane. Bunny hopping his way all the way around.
And they say you can't do movement on console.
Having too much fun. KCP also had the bow check in the hands of Nasky. And Zane's also got the gold extended light mag. The only thing he's missing is those disruptor rounds to ring through the air, and that would be deadly.
All right, tell me, Vicky, if you get the alternator early game, are you sticking with it? Are you a believer? Are you like, oh yeah, I'm definitely picking up the disruptor rounds, or are you just like, no, let's play it safe. We take the R3 or the R9.
I'll take it until I start rotating. If I've already passed 2 POIs and I don't see a disruptor, if I find an R3 or 1,
two POIs, that's the rule.
Yeah, it's a 2 POI rule for me. Some people will just give it the one and done, but unfortunately, at least for me, I want to be able to get that faith because those are disruptor rounds. It makes you happy,
Juicy.
but unless you're on the other side, then it makes you cry. Literally brings tears to your eyes for how much it hurts. Oh, great. Knuckle Cluster still finding some impact to yeet that from across, still being able to find some takes, and they also have information. That's something else that the Knuckle Clusters do for you. It allows you to check the Evo shields from the opposition, from the squads that are rotating from landside, which is Onic Esports in this situation.
I mean, who needs Vantage, right? Like, yeah, as you say, like, you know, tickle them with Knuckle Cluster, you get that info
Just
anyway.
saying, give Echo a P2020. You just never know what Echo could do flying through, all right? But, you know, sometimes even if that sniper isn't enough to give you some of that check, at least you got those Knuckle Clusters do it for you on Fuse.
Yeah, because Vantage having 3 guns with the with the sniper rifle isn't enough. We need 4. Chuck one on Echo.
I like the idea. Ironblood Gaming with this Valk over to the side, just neighboring right alongside Aurora. This is a difficult situation unless they start wrapping around the mountain closer to Grandma's house, because if they do want to try to rotate towards the Volt side, Fnatic is there already. And then once they get through Fnatic, Aurora just get right behind them. And if they want to engage on Aurora, then they're just going to get third party by Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. But I gotta say, man, Aurora, it feels like they've got a rule as well. It's like, oh, we can't leave Skyhook until we've had a fight. Until we've taken a team fight, maybe taken out another team, we're going to stay in Skyhook. So, you know, the zone is not here, but Aurora are, and that's a statement we'll probably be saying a few times throughout this tournament.
What was it even to think about? Choosing violence. It's Aurora now. Be able to rotate on the other side. Take that gravity lift to try to take. Kai does 9 impulse. Gets a little bit of a haircut here. Also some information from the other side. That's IBG once again. Fnatic is still overlooking this fight. Not trying to overextend. The attempt was there from IBG. It's the respect. Sometimes you get the Bloodhound scan into the Bloodhound scan. Show that respect.
Fnatic creeping closer though. I don't know if the other teams do have that info on Fnatic being there, but if a knock comes out, you can bet they will get that sent.
And that's a good point too, because that's also a decision that Fnatic needs to make. They're probably going to be holding split positions. Two members looking to see what's going on over by Skyhook, which, by the way, KCP have made an appearance. So there's 3 squads that will be rotating from that south side of Skyhook into where the circle is going to be pulling. And if you could take a look at where it is with some of the teams that have that ring console information, it is pulling towards that north side of landside in that open area where Energy could have predicted maybe he could be pulling towards that truck.
That said, Vicky, we've got 3 squads very close to each other, but absolutely nowhere near the zone right now. So FC Destroy, they're on the tail end here of Optic Gaming. And to their right, actually now probably getting a little further away, is MD White, who are going to be probably going back through Monument where they started out.
I mean, with an evac, they'll be fine to get right through that rock, but do you want to risk taking that in a position like this? It's the same equivalent to the problem that a lot of teams still sticking to their Valkyrie in the last playoffs had. It's the risk of trying to land too late on top of a team. KCP, hearing the fight, getting involved themselves. This is one of the 3 teams that are still in Skyhook, trying to see what's happening over there by the squad that has that Bloodhound and has scanned them already.
I mean, almost 4 as well, right? Fnatic are leaving a man in the tunnel to watch that, but they're like watching with keen interest what's going on here. And IBG have said, well, we're probably taking a little bit too long now, so we might actually have to rotate all the way out of the circle to get out of here, while KCP and Aurora sit even longer in Skyhook.
Interesting. Probably have medkits to work with. I'm wondering if they haven't already scanned that survey beacon, if they're just opting to get information, or if they're opting to take a different approach, maybe with an evac. We're gonna have to see how that plays out for them. FC Destroy. Another team rotating from the circle, this time around, from the south side of World's Edge. This is the team that was contesting Optic Gaming before in Big Mod, and they have not let them breathe once, almost to get revenge after what happened in game number 1. But is this something that they want to take on this rotate? I mean, it's not a terrible rotate. If they have the meds for it, they could approach from staging if they know that it's just a solo from Optic Gaming.
Wow, Vicky with the call here. I've just had a look at where the ring's going next, and you have nailed it. North of Landslide, TSM, the team currently sitting in there, and they'll be looking at that. That means Countdown, where we've got the angle for here. There's going to be so many teams just funneling through And a situation where a lot of them are going to struggle to make it over the ramparts and into, you know, the free-flowing fields in front of Landslide and to the east of Countdown.
On the plus side, there is a lot of natural cover with the rocks, and again, it's that high to low ground that you could work with in between that area, exiting out of that Countdown side. But from circles like this, it sometimes also pulls over to the east as MDYY engaging in the fight, burning down what we had seen from the team IBG, who had to rotate all the way outside of circle.
Yeah, because they were going for the res there. They had the mobile respawn beacon down, but unfortunately, it's a beacon in more than one ways. You see that big pulsing green light, and you know another team is there. So MDYY are going to take the KP that comes along with that.
Absolutely served on the silver platter if they want to work with it, but something that maybe MDYY have to keep note of is a team that's right in front of them, Go Next. But if they engage here, this will be the noise that Fnatic needs to hear to know that they're about to fight. Currently, Disguise also in some trouble.
Look, round 3 closing 17 teams. You all know what that means. It's about to kick off.
Oh, this is going to be the bloodbath moment for game number 2. Disguise going for the res. In the plus side, having these gold evos, you love to see it because you could just restabilize just as quick here as Senox having to reset completely. See the piercing spikes on the floor, TSM on top of that high ground on that platform. They had a nice rotation to this platform on land side when they were hanging out on the south side outside the mountain from Countdown, seeing all these teams congregate together and avoiding a lot of that chaos.
Some amount of meds. I was just wondering as we saw a couple of team members on TSM quite low on health, how many they'd have. If you're up here without the Lober, it can be a little tricky, but Fnatic now finally in the tunnel getting into the action.
It was just a matter of time. Where else did they go but Fnatic? They dropped the ball and served themselves to MDY Whites. The crowd energy here to support them, and with the gold knockdown, you're gonna be able to get that res with some extra health. I mean, you got some time to go into that next circle, but there's so many teams, Genome, still alive. 16 squads still left. Yes, they have the extra loot, but they're gonna have to exit out of that tunnel where they'll be in that slight open area where other teams like Go Next, NRG can start taking pickings at them.
Yeah, the Hipfire G7, it's always a little bit of a gamble, I say. And Optic Gaming, trying to gamble that no one's going to notice dropped here in this position. I hope he's picked a skin that blends in with the grass or the pallets particularly well, because he's going to need some camouflage, I think, to stay alive here. Realize, looks like they're taking one of the caravans just near here. Meanwhile, TSM up here may not even have to use that much ammunition. They can just keep those knuckle clusters on repeat to charge up those Evo shields, and you can see Reps has almost got that third one up to purple.
That unfortunate rat from Optic Gaming ran for their life from FC Destroy, chasing right after them, going hunting as Sentinels hunting themselves. Disguise get eliminated at the very end. Maybe trying to go, the last member trying to go wrap around, but just too much damage coming in as Sentinels full gold Evo shields to rock with here. Love to see the weapon load at 2 that we're seeing from RKN. He's been rocking this very consistently in the games that we've seen him play in now, as KCP also with this rotate coming in from the skies. This is what I was wondering, that what they were gonna do if they wanted to rotate from so far away in that north side where all that fight was happening. Well, now they've been able to secure a spot here close to the rock and with the Newcastle ult.
Oh man, they better hope the Fuse teams don't see where they are, because sometimes it's a little bit of like, oh, do we want to waste ammo taking down this Newcastle wall? If you're a Fuse, you're just like, oh yeah, I'll do that. No worries, just use the ability.
Nasky Salt dropped, Optic Gaming eliminated. The creeping barrage knocks Bambino as Go Next had used up the catwalk earlier.
Oh!
What? How did he not see it? He was standing right there. And with the beamage on the alternator, doesn't even need a sight, doesn't even need an extended mag. Hip fires him, gets the knock. Now we see Moist getting involved here too. Onyx Esports engaging onto NRG. You can see the double catwalk coming up. Well, KCP look beyond. They're gonna have to move forward eventually, but they can engage from right behind Blackout and Sentinels.
Crusader finally getting his chance at LAN. Obviously taking the place of Fussy here on Onyx. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders and very big shoes to fill here. Onyx, though, have been looking good so far this land, and the man has been gifted with the red weapon here, the Prowler, and he's putting it to good use.
Doesn't have the Digitrain. Must have ran away when he picked that weapon up here, but nonetheless, still a beam of a weapon here as Crusader falls under a lot of pressure. So does Moist Esports. They get taken out by Onyx as Raki, being on the bang, sends out the smoke, is going to be able to try to go for the reset. TSM finding some picks of their own. Black Hand here in the fights, though, are still hugging this other side by Countdown.
Well, happy birthday to Raki. Hopefully the other teams are going to gift him a reset, and I think we might actually be getting that one, as Black Hand here on the northwest side are going to have to start giving up this position and moving in. We've got 6 squads left. TSM finally moving past and mopping up FC Destroy. That'll be one more going. And for once, they're not all jammed in together. They're actually going to come at this circle from very different angles, and we'll have to see what small amounts of cover they can find. It's all going to be this, just the little variations in the terrain, the rocks you were talking about beforehand.
And that's why they're playing so far on by the edge. We also saw so many catwalls going up in those previous fights that if you don't have a catwall by this point and the circle's closing in, as you can currently see right now, it could be incredibly risky to rotate early if you don't have the natural cover of the rock side. TSM, see the beam with the R9 coming in, sending out those arc stars. There goes those catwalls coming in as well. KCP benefiting off of that, trying to block out the view from TSM. They completely pinched Real Eyes on the other side, but don't want to give their backs to them as they move forward.
Oh man, TSM are taking so much space though. You can see angles on either side. They've got the red shield, so they feel like they can take that poke before they have to worry about too much. Black Hand, they'll come down and finish off Real Eyes. Do they catch off TSM 2 split though?
Man, Verholst and Howe just do this dance around so many of these teams, especially when it comes to these split positionings that they can hold. KCP with the Newcastle wall with the rock. Nasky gets the knock. TSM on that rock themselves, finding themselves to send out Mufasa. Verholst could hold that position right there, right next to the cat wall.
Okay, so TSM, they've switched up the game plan. Now they're holding hands, looking to roll over these other teams one by one, as a unit, as a team. Onyx go down, KCP and Black Hand now left. We've got the 3v3.
TSM versus Black Hand as your last 2 squads for game number 2, taking to the skies on the gravity lift. Howe takes on top of the rock, finds the beam again on the R9. Look at his ammo though. He's got only 4 bullets in the reserve here, drops down. Maybe he can try to access that box, but it looks like with just the 30-30, this is all he can work with. Reps incredibly low, gets knocked. How gets the trade? And TSM with the 30-30 and a dream are able to dance around the gravity lift, 5 meters to the skies, and are able to take game number 2.
I'm trying to work out if that's words of encouragement or an admonishment there from the IGL strafing flame. It was a good effort by the team, but TSM, how good did they look? I mean, they started off that final circle so well. As I said, when we came into Circle 5, Vicky, it was almost like you had the, quick maths, what is it? From the 360 divided by 5. Anyway, that amount, they were all coming into the angle, like this last circle from a different angle, but once they got in there, all of a sudden, TSM just spread out and constrict the space, taking it all for themselves, and then it's only at that last moment where they're at risk of getting picked that they group up again, and just the elasticity of the team to be flexible like that, I think is really one of their strengths, and showing that they can play that in 2 different ways there, whatever the situation requires.
The 2 games that they won in groups A and D, or rather A and B, was very similar to this. That's exactly how they were able to win game 4 on Stormpoint and game 3 on World's Edge, playing in these split positions that you make mention of. Taking a look at a replay from that final circle, Reps having the R9 and G7, this entire team was starving on light ammo. And Howe was beaming with the R9 from the time that we saw him rotating from Landslide. KCP get eliminated, but it's fine. That 30-30 was in good hands here. Even when the squad took to the height, with that gravity lift, he was able to not just ignore who's on the height, he had faith in Verholst right there.
Sorry, but
Gravity lift
you're
himself.
coming with me, gravity lift. Like, I love that play. Surely Hal running light on the light ammo there has to be on one of those Reddit bingo cards as well. But, oh, look, TSM have taken out, what is that, like their third game already for today? I think it's been a very impressive effort by them. Has to be one of, if not the highest, just game to win ratios so far. Looking very impressive.
That is their third dub for the day today. I like the consistency that we are seeing from TSM. Not so surprised. Once again, when I was taking a look at scrims for the first 3 weeks, I did see that this team was incredibly consistent. They're bringing that energy going into LAN as they should, and also being able to secure a good amount of KP aside from the dub after that second game.
Vibing out. Loving it here. I hope the crowd's loving it. I hope everyone at home is loving our first day of ALGS Championship LAN action here. It's been a wild ride, frankly. I'm loving it from the Apex South perspective, of course, as always, Vicky. We had a bit of a rough playoff split 2, honestly, but it feels like we've almost gone a little bit back, wound it back to split 1, where we had some impressive results, but look, if we're winding it back to split 1, then who knows, maybe these guys will be lifting the trophy again, because damn if they aren't looking good.
Oh, they absolutely are, and I was looking at Hellscam, and he looks absolutely locked in. The comms seem very fresh. Again, I really like the shoulder-to-shoulder play that we've been seeing between Verholst, Rebs, and Hal. If we see that Hal goes down, Verholst and Rebs take these two different off angles. I feel like that is their strength that we just keep highlighting, because it's that split decision making where if a team is pinched between 2 individual players, what position are you going to hold so that way you can find the advantage to have both of them in your line of sight? Because if one is to your back, what are you going to do in a situation like that? You would have to reposition, especially if you're on the low ground there. That's why we like the gravity lift being used second from Hal, because he was able to bring that player up with him. Get over here, basically, bring it to him. Like, we are taking...
Hit him with a scorpion.
You got to out here, and that's kind of very similar to what we had seen. And also, they were low on line ammo, so they had to work with what they already had. I think Rebs had double light. He had like the G7 and the R9. So in a case like that, you have to work with what you got. Even the melee.
With the melee.
Yeah, the melee right there at the apex of the gravity lift. But so far, yeah, that is TSM's third win. When we calculate the total of what they were able to achieve with the KP on top of that, they gotta look good and they gotta stay consistent. And on the other side, what I was surprised to see, Genome, our winners from game number 1, that consistency, unfortunately, not benefiting them. I believe they fell in 16th after that second game.
Okay, so getting a look at the points here, we're seeing the TSM take away 25 points here just from that game. 13 kills on top of it, and this starts to raise some interesting questions, because this is where we get into the really spicy part of the group stage, where TSM, obviously, they had 58 points going into this just off the one series, right? Chuck 25 on top of here, couple for the rest of the games they've played, and you're like, okay, TSM 100%, they're through to the winners final. Sorry, the winners part of the bracket stage. Now, at that point, you can start worrying about, like, hey, we don't like the fact that Kick are contesting us. We can start messing around with these guys, right? You need to start locking down your drop spots. Once you are through to the winners final, honestly, that becomes your next objective.
Or if they want to do what we had seen previous between Dark Zero and Dojo and grief other teams maybe out here too. Yeah, finding the opportunity for it. They're already comfortable, just why not in that case? But we have to let these games extend, see how this is going to go for TSM, because our top 3 squads right now, even going all the way down to IBG in that 4th place spot, are rather close. Yes, there's that gap between TSM and Disguise after just those 2 games alone, but we have noticed with these teams, I'm talking about IBG when it comes to Stormpoint, I mentioned it before, so these teams just do better when we make that transition into those final 3 games in the series where they do a better job on Stormpoint.
It definitely does differ from map to map, doesn't it? And, with 2 matches down, I mean, you can see the people who are on 0 points, right? J-Lings and Kick, that's because they're getting contested. So this is kind of what we're talking about with, the teams who are deciding to vie for those POIs. It's a big risk, and you can end up with that donut in hand.
Talking about J-Lings and Kick in that situation, the contest coming in and not benefiting them in those first 2 games. But when do you call it at that point? Do you just commit when you have only 1 game left on World's Edge? And if you find yourself more comfortable, then do you just decide to go somewhere else, or are you going to just take the L and just try to do better on Storm Point?
Well, I think we've seen a shift in that, right? I feel like in times gone by, you know, it was like 1 or 2 games, and then you're like, you know what, I guess we go Dome. Like, no one else wants to, that's kind of our lot now in life. But recently, teams have been a little more hard-headed about it, and it feels over the past year, more and more we're seeing teams go like, if we decide to contest, it's do or die. It is like, either we're going to get to finals or they're going to write our name on the gravestone here somewhere at Monument.
If you want to dig your own grave against the CEO himself out here trying to make a name for this champs, let's take a look at the stats that we just saw currently right now within this stage alone. Going to be able to get 6 kills, 6 assists thus far, but it's about the damage that he's been able to put down with the follow-ups between Furholes and Reps.
All right. Yeah, I think that was just from the last game, I'm assuming there. You can see 6 kills, almost 3k damage. If that was just from last game, that's nuts. I mean, you know, 2.7k damage in a lobby like this is pretty damn impressive. Actually, yeah, probably would expect that, because it was, what, 13 kills for the team, right? So that does kind of track. And if you have looked at you've really gone deep into the stats in past tournaments, Vicky, you will know that Imperial is very often all the way at the top.
Well, while he's locked in, I want to hear from Keeps, who's taking a visit to the WD Black booth. Take it away.
What up, everybody? I'm We The People, and I am here at the WD Black Lounge at ALGS Championship, all right? So they have one of the sickest setups you could possibly hang out in. If you create an account with them and buy a product, you get 10% off their entire product range, which is a heck of a lot of money you can save. But that's not all that they got, all right? So powered by Cyber Power PC here, you could actually 1v1 a pro or an influencer to win a WD Black product, or they also have some free coaching lessons that you could just come here, become a better player, become a better streamer, anything at all. But that's not it. So if you head over here, part of the ALGS passport that you do have to fill out is you have to spin this wheel, all right? And by spinning this wheel, you get to win some amazing prizes. And not only that, after you fill out your passport, you do win some more prizes as well. So we're gonna spin this wheel right now. Let's see what we get. Spin again. So guess what? We're gonna spin again, because I got a feeling like the Black Eyed Peas. It's spin again. 3rd time's the charm. You can't make it up. Not this time. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't, but you will never know if you don't make it down here, because WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. I'll see you here.
Some wise words from our former #1 Bred in Apex Legends. Thank you, peeps. We appreciate you.
You know what, next time, I think we need to get like some team stickers, and we put them on each of the little pieces of pie, and we spin it around, and it's like, you know, it comes up. Dreamfire, not this time. Sorry, guys.
It's like, oops, all right, spin again. Spin twice just to get nothing at the end. Sometimes your luck runs dry when you get to pull a Nessie out of a claw machine, all right? We got to see that earlier from We The People. But we also want to see what goes down into our next game. That's 2 games down thus far. We had Disguise take game #1 with double digits, as well as TSM take game #2 with 13 KP to their name. Let's see who takes game #3, our final game on World's Edge, before we transition to Storm Point for our final 3 games of the day.
So we were looking at TSM and Kick last time. Now I'm just going to keep my eyes on J-Lings and MDY White. So J-Lings going with Bang Cat Horizon, MDY White. I think they were the same, actually. So, you know, both going with what we would call the meta composition at the moment. And yeah, I mean, Horizon, like, I always keep my eye on that pick for contest because it's just so important. But then it does vary by POI, right? There's not a huge high ground, I feel like that you necessarily fight on as much. Maybe, you know, the middle tower in Monument, but you do have like fairly good access to that with zip lines and whatnot. So, look,
and
either way.
What does a cat bring to the table too? On top of that, if you're forced to play off that low ground too, piercing spikes covers some space.
Yeah.
At least it's option coverage, depending on how the transition of the fight goes.
Well, she's very good without her ult. I think that's what you would say about Catalyst, right? But we'll go back and see if TSM can mop this up as quickly as they did the second time.
Let's do it again. TSM versus Kick right now. And Hal's already picked up the PK. Ooh. 1-2, Scooby-Doo over to the other side. Is that gravity lift though? And he heard him coming in. Where is he hopping to?
Okay, now it's all up to Verhulst. How many of the others are still up from Kick? It's 2 and they're gonna drop. They get it on him. Oh, not this time.
Look at his smile. Look at his smirk. Kick said, don't worry. We got it once. It happened once.
All right, well, they can gloat on that for all they want. Now, as we go back and see that Jailings have also turned the tides and taken out MD White. MD White. So both contests actually end up going 2-1.
We talked about it. We said this was the last game in this 50-50 that we were gonna see on World's Edge, and they delivered. Genome, Kick, and Jailings. Having some breathing room now, exiting out of these POIs with some information on top of the fact that they both have ring consoles to have that knowledge on where that ring's gonna be pulling.
How do you feel about the disrespect, Vicky?
Listen, you're right there next to the booth. If you're gonna try to do that, shoot at my box, keep that energy when I have to walk and get some food later. Yeah. We have to see how that goes, maybe see how the social media is also going. We also see 2 evac towers that were called in by Blackhand and KCP. So teams are not wasting any time to rotate into that circle.
Yeah, so we've got the circle. It's one you're probably familiar with, over towards Overlook. So the question is, does it finish on top of Moist there? Is it a silo finish, or will it be down near where Go Next are to the north of those vault tunnels? And I'm just going to be fascinated to see how Moist play this one out, right? Because every time we seem to get a circle over here, they seem to play it safe and take, you know, silo height with the horizon, gravity lifts, play it back there. But then if the circle goes a bit lower, they do struggle to make that rotation sometimes. So, yeah, look, either way, you know, we will see how this happens. Last time we had this circle, you know, back in land, TSM actually walked out on top.
They did, especially if it pulled a little bit more so towards the Vince, but Go Next. Get beamed. Hammer Drill. Finding Slap. Bambino trying to create some space. Being on that fuse, tossing out that nade, but look at the gold R9 that he is rocking with some now extra loop to his feet from Slap. Gonna be able to walk away from that, but also pressuring out that team to now back away for now. Playing in that vault though and taking this fight and making it too long is gonna be incredibly dangerous for the teams that once again take their time to rotate into that next circle, such as Optic, like we've seen already before. Disguise with their rotate, they're approaching that choke point closer to Geyser. FC Destroy though, seeing where they're rotating and maybe saying, all right, well, we've already declared that this is going to be our space, setting up the Watson fences on the outside of the bunker doors. Is there a need right now to overextend with other teams that have already rotated in the open area of Overlook?
Oh, lots of teams getting into it at the chokes that surround Geyser. It is a very tough area to navigate when you need to get from one side to the other. The sort of when you do traverse from north to the south of this map, as these teams are trying to traverse the catwalls here. Senox just gets yeeted by that nade.
Oh, couldn't even use the Horizon black hole here too. Ooh. Shishes his way around the corner of the Veil. Is it going to be enough there too as Dupe comes out and tries to rotate around that? His Kick eliminated in 18th. NRG clean up on aisle 4 to try to find that last straggler as they chase him down.
Yeah, as one curtain falls, another is drawn, and NRG trying to be the beneficiaries of that, and they will be. Disguise go down. NRG, as you can see, have got 14 points so far coming into, or at least at this part of Game 3 here in our final series for the first day. And Geyser, look, they've got a ring console there if they need to pop that. So depending on whether Energy want to play that choke that they just went through, or maybe plan their next steps from Geyser, they have given themselves some options now.
Could be a little risky just in case, noting that Optic are making that rotate too into Geyser. Also, maybe not wanting to rotate through the Volt side too, with so many teams that have already clustered that side. Moist Esports, being their POI over by Overlook, aren't going to be moving from here, but instead are going to be able to pressure the likes of Fnatic and IBG. We're taking a look at KCP, who have found themselves the safety of this building, and Citadel, all right.
I'm trying to work, like, is this the, yeah, I was about to say, you've got so much of his screen right there taken up by the ultimate animation. You can see he was just trying to work out exactly where he could place it inside that building, you know, just for maximum coverage. Anyway, NRG, okay, so they have moved up from Geyser. They wanted an earlier spot in the ring, and they've decided to play in Ghost Town.
Do like this decision. We've seen the circle pool here too. On the outside of the fence line, sometimes of the northern buildings of Ghost Town. There's also a survey beacon, but I don't expect these teams to be able to get that safely, especially with so many other teams that are looking on top of that high ground here.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, we had a little bit of Gibraltar earlier. I don't think we've got one in this lobby. We'll have to go back and work out who that was. I think it was one of the APAC North teams, I think, that was playing Gibby, and really in these kind of very tight end circles, the dome protection is the only way to get a scan off in one of those.
But Energy, I like the position that they're holding right now. You saw Sweet at an off angle on that slight high ground right next to the building that Energy are also holding, and they call it. Look at where this circle is going to be pulling away from Overlook.
Yeah, this is what I've said. Like, Moist just keep holding this position, and the circle just will not go there. Does that mean that's a, you know, is that a current season thing? Because, you know, these teams, they say that there's trends every season, right? You're like, okay, we see a lot of this circle this season, and it feels like certainly the silo ending we are not seeing in tournaments very often so far in Overlook, but Moist continue to hold that position, and we've got to see if this time they've learned some mistakes maybe from the failed rotates the other times, and they can get in a little bit further.
You see, you have 4 months to be able to see where these circles pool. You know, you have 3 options depending on where that circle is here, and that's something that they've been able to adapt around as well. Yeah, they're on top of the silos, and Moist can now see where the teams that they were able to pressure out originally are now going to be rotating. The Crafter is busy, and Waltzy just with this position with the 30-30 and a 3-time scope.
Yeah, looks like he's waiting for, he was hoping to maybe hold back a shot until someone actually put something on the Crafter and then just try and beam them down, but look, getting a little bit impatient, saying, well, no, I want my purple shield, 138. Still needs a couple of shots on the Peter to get there.
But a little bit of damage right now. Meanwhile, teams that have already been in no name like KCP, NRG, not going to be able to move. Sitting very happy here, while Go Next that have also not moved from that Volt Tunnel and having to play this game completely as a duo after FC Destroy took advantage, moving in, getting that one player. So many teams are playing by the edge of the circle, but you could expect chaos from that north side teams. Aurora, Onyx, Ironblood Gaming, Moist, Fnatic. And once they all engage, you know it's easy pickings for the teams on the north side of No Name that could try poking from the window side.
Yeah, and out of the couple of teams you just mentioned there, certainly Onyx and IBG have been okay at making their way into the later circles. Aurora, who look like they're about to try and take a fight with Onyx, as I think both teams put down a Bangalore ult there. We'll have to wait for those to go off before I think we get the engagement happening, but Aurora certainly look like they want to take this fight.
That catwall, very interesting. I mean, as they drop down from the high ground now and Onyx Esports are transcending on these train tracks, there's a team right above them and they're getting pressured out. You could hear the 30-30s ringing through the air. Impulse beams them, and the follow-up too with Uchako are going to be able to clean up
2 down.
Those 2 members, yeah.
Raki and Crusader go by the wayside there, so it's all up to Shady now. I mean, the armor advantage was certainly going the way of Aurora, right? Triple purples there. Would have made that a hard fight for Onyx either way, but this time they've finally turned the tides. As you can see, sitting in 19th place in the lobby currently with 4 points.
Getting some extra loot here too. The gold extended light mag, you'll have to see it on the car. It'd be nice if you have that digi, but we can't have them all. Calling in the ultimate accelerant so that way he could have that creeping barrage even quicker. 16 squads still left, and that's because so many teams are inside their own respective buildings. Teams that have a building, NRG, KCP like we mentioned before, J-Lings, Blackhand, Oxygen, Sentinels. And other teams are still taking their time because they don't have information on where that next circle is going to be pulling. So like Moist, now they see where the circle is going to be pulling here once it closes.
Yeah, so, okay, so we can see that with the dotted circle. As you can see, Moist immediately went to the ring console, so that's why they opted to stay here in Overlook, because they want to see where this is going, and then that'll give them the information about where to make their next step to the next rotation. NRG, who are in the survey building in Ghost Town here, I think that could potentially be Godspot. Going a little bit further into this game and go next, who were kind of hoping we'd get a repeat of the ye olde circle from Split 2. I don't think they're going to be quite as happy.
I'm interested to see how Optic Gaming make their next move, because although they are playing by that choke and realizes to their left, the moment that either of those teams engage on one another, that position is a pretty good position to hold with the natural LOS opportunity that you have to get out of those LOS sites from NRG, from the likes of KCP through those buildings. So you could hold that hillside and still have high advantage depending on where that circle is going to shift, even if it shifts over to the west side of where that next circle is. Getting engaged in a fight already. NRG is the team that was inside of this building originally, and Optic Gaming smell blood. They want to share some of this building space with them, and instead of going and contesting them on the inside, they're just going to be hanging out on the bottom side, which is what we commonly see from the teams that share this building.
I mean, it's playable, but I'm doing playable in air quotes here. I don't know if it's just because I have like PTSD from the Caustic days of World's Edge, and when you play under here, and it's just like every single time you're getting grenaded into a corner and then Caustic altered to death, like almost just every single time, maybe even several teams on repeat as that happens. But it is playable, so we'll see how Optic survives underneath there. Certainly NRG will be a little bit happier inside the building. Here's that rotation now from Moist. It's a big balloon. Do they actually make it? They decide to play the respawn beacon and the bins. Interesting decision.
That's scary. I mean, where do they go at that point? They don't have information with a scan passive where they're flying over a bunch of teams. Instead, they just see all the bullets of the 30-30s ringing through like it's fireworks as they fly right past all of them.
I feel like at that position, you have to be actually quite disciplined with your smokes as a Bangalore. I think it's 15 seconds for the cooldown there between the smokes, and you really just have to use them. You can't almost smoke two things at once, right? You just have to use one at a time to make sure you've always got some cover to hide yourself in.
Oh, I saw blood splatter right there. Could be already a cracked player landing with just health. Kampu, unfortunately, couldn't get the follow-up with the G7 there, but is still holding this position. This is a nice position for Realize to hold, a position that I thought Optic Gaming may have wanted to hold themselves, but now they just gave that free real estate to Realize. They'll be able to move into that next circle, and Fnatic are gonna be able to find themselves in the lobby instead. 15 squads still left, and J-Lings have not moved from this building. As they should, they're playing on the edge of the circle, but they will have to get moving soon.
Yeah, tons of pressure, starting to put that on Team Singularity, who are about to get cleaned up by FC Destroy Elysium. I don't care how good you are. Oh, headbutts the grenade there, and that's, I don't know, I guess he was a little bit dizzy as he gets taken out with the R9.
Team Singularity out. 14 squads left while shifting their attention. FC Destroy. Let's not forget, they were hugging the vault doors of that armory, of that tunnel, and now are going to be able to rotate around past the north side of the train tracks, as well as finding IBG, who don't want to fully engage. They're inside of that train cart too, on that slight high ground, not fully in the circle, but the bloodbath that's going to come out from the teams that have to funnel outside of Fragment will be easy pickings for IBG with this position if FC Destroy doesn't pinch them from behind.
Yeah, currently IBG, both them and J-Lings are sort of split holding, you know, RV and building or train tracks, and a little bit below there with Ziki. Just trying to maximize their position to hurt the other teams moving in as this circle closes over the next 30 seconds.
Sweet wanted to poke around for a little bit, said nope, never mind, and he was literally one shot before he jumped right inside back into the building, and they were able to reinforce the doors with the catalyst. Bambino gets taken out by a 30-30 coming in from Ubli, and Optic Gaming now still playing off the slow ground. See that team from right behind them, but can't fully push because then they'll be in the line of sight of Energy.
Okay, Sentinels just having to run in here. Everything will be used. There's no point leaving anything in the tank, and Koifol has just a shred of health to play with here, but they can't make it through. Aurora and Onyx will make sure of that.
That was the bloodbath that we were going to see. They were forced to just be out in the open, and where do you go from here when IBG has the height and also has this free reign over where you're forced to rotate? Not just them, but also Aurora. We could see them lighting up the feed. Black Hand losing out on Strafing Flame. Back away for right now. Easy Flash Kid having to be careful right through that gravity lift here too, but unfortunately they lose out on Strafing Flame. See player, I was wondering if he wasn't trying to set up the fences. He does set up the fences on another fence line, but then now they're in the line of sight of another team. Optic also get a knock with a Thermite too on the other side. They're finally engaging onto NRG, so KCP on the other side find Black Hand in these two split fights.
KCP doing well there to take down all the teams surrounding this, but more will flood in. It looks like MT's decision to take the respawn beacon is paying off. All of a sudden, they lord down upon the teams below them. It's a great vantage point here for Moist Esports.
This is off of them using an evac tower to get into the position of those crates. Insane here, while they're able to keep oppressing this team from inside the truck. Zane gets taken out thanks to Walty right there too. He also did a little bit of tick damage from what looked like to be the Thermite. KCP out. 7 squads left here, while Moist still have that slight high ground. NRG are taking some pressure, and Optic Gaming get eliminated by NRG doing the comeback.
As soon as they take any aggro, Moist have got another team that they can go farm KP off, so they'll pull back, they won't waste too much time there, and they'll start harassing another team. So here we go, round 5 will close. IBG have to try and get above their Apex South compatriots here, but they're not going to make it. Moist pull back now, and they've got to worry about Aurora and NRG.
Oh, but while the fighting's happening over on the right side by No Name, realize, take advantage and clean up the team that's leaving Fragment. This is the team that was close to Optic Gaming on the south side of the circle. Now they have free reign of the entire west side of the circle on Moist by Aurora. The third party's gonna come in from Realize.
And it's been so clean here. Waltzy needs to get the armor swap. Will he get it off? Actually, he's going for the bat instead, but the gravity lift comes up. Have they reset in time? Do they have enough left in the tank? Moist, it's all up to Waltzy. A couple of bullets left. He pulls out the repeater, but it's not enough.
Such a smart, patient game from Realize. Landing in thermal, making the rotation to the south side. Gives a thumbs up real quick with the monster in hand. Especially after that game. Realize. Really realizing, I mean, very similar to what we had seen game 3 in their group at A and B stage, where they took, or rather they had gotten second place with 11 KP to their name. It was TSM that had taken that game, but it was so close until they finally got that dub right there. Just smiles, feeling themselves a little bit, get that little head nod here too on top of that. That's what we like to see from our APAC teams.
I mean, you've got to understand, these are some of the most veteran players in all of Play Apex Esports. I mean, those guys have been around since the very start. Karapu and Obli, they were there in Poland. They have, they've been almost all the way to the top, but still something eludes them. The trophy, Vicky, and a win like that will just give them that feeling that they're one step closer.
Hey, when they make the comeback after game number 1, they fell in 16th with no KP. Before that game alone, they were sitting in 14th. It was a huge deal there for them to make the comeback and get a huge last game on World's Edge before transitioning now into Stormpoint. I do believe that is a team that does excel a lot better on World's Edge, and I keep highlighting that because it makes a difference for the squads that do have the upper hand depending on their team compositions going into these different map swaps. That's it for World's Edge, and that's it to say from what these teams are able to provide on that map. Our final 3 games are going on to Stormpoint, but before we get there, I want to hear some thoughts over by Reindeer.
Well, that's exactly what we've got for you, Vicky Kitty and Genome. Thoughts and some handsome men right by me here, all dressed to the nines. Well, I guess, you know, what are we, the sevens? Maybe the nines will be on Sunday. We're going to keep elevating as we move forward throughout the championship. Rain Day, Dia, Zephyr, and Graceful now on the desk to walk you through games 1 versus 3 and set up games 4 versus 6, which will also come on Storm Point. But Graceful, obviously, we saw Realize take that win, a big win for them. They've been performing quite well today. I believe in their earlier group, they were around 5th place overall. Walk me through what you saw in that final circle, and also walk me through kind of what you're seeing here in terms of Realize's performance over the day.
So everybody's performance in general has been ramping up rapidly, I would say. Realize specifically has been, okay, let's just say APAC in general, Realize as well, have all been guns blazing in general, I would say.
Yeah.
This right here, though, underneath, the zone is pulling towards them on the underneath side bridge on the east side of Frag East or No Name Village. They're able to just clean up fight after fight, taking isolated fights, and just, they're so good at fighting together. As a team, when you're a death ball and you can trust your guy when you're saying, I'm swinging left, I'm swinging right, and somebody follows up, you feel unstoppable. And they're just showcasing that so perfectly.
Is that something that APAC maybe brings a little bit more to the table, unity in how they like to fight, how they move?
Yes, so the biggest thing that people haven't really realized yet since Seer came out of the meta a little bit, Apex is gods of mechanics. I would say all players, rollers, mouse and keyboards. Now that they get to showcase this, just raw fighting prowess, they've been all over it. Like they're going so hard on everyone.
Zephyr, clearly it's working. It worked here in this final circle. Still a very competitive overall group. Moist Esports, a team we had talked about earlier. Even Aurora having a couple of nice games. And I know you like EMEA, or at least
Still
who doesn't know you
the
like EMEA?
return for EMEA, all but a little bit here. Aurora, and of course, I'll give a little tail into Pioneers for some of our early matches today, but I'm always happy to see that, especially in what we talk about when we go into the more competitive kind of micro analysis of, say, those APAC teams. You start to target Aurora, the likes of them, very similarly having that kind of success as we make our way down towards our bottom 10 here. Not much to say. A fantastic representation, though, for Jailings, especially after they got that great wipe on MDY wipe early on.
You know, it's interesting, Dia, I know you like to talk about South America. We were just talking a little bit of your backstage Brazil stories, but in terms of that, Kick, not able to do too much with that win against TSM, though it does kind of give them a lot of confidence going forward. TSM still leading on the day after 3.
Yeah, they're obviously going to do really well. I think TSM, the biggest surprise for me has been how quickly they've jumped into the day. Normally I see them taking a little while to warm up during the playoffs. And actually, to touch on the South America point as well, having talked to both these teams, they feel like this is their most difficult group. Both Kick and Singularity have a little bit of a difficult time, with Kick being constantly contested, and Singularity having to change up their own drops in order to suit specifically A versus D.
Most importantly, too, just remember the story of South America, for those joining us, is that they did not make it into finals. Not a representative from South America has had a chance to even play in match point. So just doing that in championship, obviously it's a step forward, but ultimately they want to be competing for the top prize. What has changed, though, over the past couple of months in Apex is a lot, whether it's meta, whether it's characters, or whether it's just the ring. And Graceful, walk us through what has changed, because Season 18 brought some updates to the pace of the ring in a very significant way.
So I would say it's very different. We have to look at it from two perspectives. In both pubs and competitive, the average match time has gone down drastically, right? But in general, since most people in pro gameplay play Edge as well, that honestly hasn't changed too much. Ring 3 on average is when most teams rotate into the actual zone, or where they fight for an actual god spot or a spot. So the macro hasn't really changed too much, but the timings have changed. So you actually have to make up way faster plans now, and you know, crafting masks also costs more now for medkits in zone. They gotta be fast.
One of the things we kind of talked about is that, in fact, this ring change isn't necessarily that you can't do the same things, but you have different consequences for doing those same things. As in a word, you're now going to run into different teams, Zephyr. You're going to have to take different rotations. You may still be able to get those med kits, but it's going to result in obviously now having to face a new challenge.
Exactly, and we got to see that actually earlier today. I know they're not here right now, but Alliance, we pick on them especially, and they were held out by NRG in landslide, forced to rotate all the way through back in this zone. And previously, where you can take the opportunity to kind of get your resources in a better state before you then approach zone 3, You're not able to do that anymore, and as a result, we are seeing a lot of that punishment, not just there, but with so many of our teams today.
Great points, and obviously we're going to continue this roundtable as we head to the rest of the games in just a moment. But before we do, we have to get to one of my favorite segments of the day, and that's, of course, WD Black's What's in Your Pack. Each day we will highlight an item that maybe has a bit of an impact or maybe just has highlighted itself today, no matter what. Dia, the car SMG has been in full force, demonstrating why SMGs in general, but also this weapon, is a great pick.
Especially because of its versatility, the car is always going to be such a valued pick. The ability to pick up both heavy and light ammo makes it really good in the early stage and late stage of the game when things get a little bit antsy. As well as that, it's really not that far off from the R99. It is a slightly, I guess, less popular weapon, but it serves a very similar role. Graceful, am I hitting the right points?
You're definitely hitting the right point. The biggest thing is that SMGs in general have been powerful across the all seasons generally, right? But we're talking about the best players in the world. They can control an R9, a car, like we do ARs, generally speaking. They can shoot you from 0 to 100 meters and they'll just hit you for 100 and stuff like that. It's just so versatile, just the SMG in general. You play it mid-range, close range, and it just steamrolls.
And with the rise of, I think, more acceptance of controller being a standard meta in Apex, especially in these close engagements, where the way I always described it is that if you have a most important moment, it's usually going to be up close. Yeah. Those most important moments, far away, rarely happen, but the up close ones happen. That's where controller, that's where SMGs shine, and so that has kind of dictated where we have seen Apex Legends go. Obviously, we have 3 more games to come up. I want to leave it open to you guys as well. Any predictive thoughts? How are we feeling, TSM? You know, I thought that they would show up pretty well today. I think they have. I'm not sure if anyone is rebutting that. I know you've talked about 4 out of 6 zones earlier on went their way graceful. Are you now impressed with their play and not just the luck of the zones?
So this is the thing. We're getting to the stage of the day where veterans are stepping up. You see Pioneer stepping up, J-Links is stepping up. You know, all these veterans across all the rosters are finally getting into their groove. And I would say that generally speaking, they're warmed up. They're ready to hit the, hit everyone. I saw TSM with a good macro as well. They fight every 3v3 so clean. They're showing why they're so far ahead of most teams in many aspects. But all the veterans, they got their niche, some got the macro, some got the fighting. But in the end, it's all about adapting. And veterans, they're the best at that.
I want to piggyback off of what you said just at the start there. KCP, Pioneers, they also very much veterans. I think they can go a little bit further, and the big test to me is going to come in the next map once we get over to Stormpoint, because that's when they have Mill. I talked about Mill. It was fantastic for Dark Zero. They get it all to themselves. They're not contested, much like Dreamfire weren't earlier today, and that's where they have to make a big splash.
And alongside that, when we talk about veterans, you can't help but bring up Moist. We've gotten a lot of the shine out of the APAC region, but especially earlier today, it felt like Moist weren't quite hitting it. They've started off this series with a bang, and I'm watching to see if they, like many of their brethren, can continue with the same fervor that we have seen.
Interestingly enough, Oxygen Esports for me, they're a team that is notably underperforming. And I think it's only because we've kind of set the story up for them to be performing today. They came off a great split too. They've obviously got the skill. There's a previous champion winner there in Vayne, and I think that means that expectations are high. But sometimes, as we've seen this, high expectations don't always lead to a team feeling more confident when that is on their back. A team maybe like NRG that comes to mind does a little bit better when the expectations are a little lower on them. They almost surprise us and play well with that off their back. But 3 games to go. What does that mean for Oxygen? What does that mean for TSM? Maybe no longer contesting. And what does that mean for any of these APAC squads, especially Realize, to continue the momentum? We are going to throw it in and get ready for our next 3 games here, because we're switching over to Stormpoint. Oh, and we're switching casters as well. And I think one of them just had and made me a coffee. Of course, I'm talking about Onset and Gaskin looking good over there. How you doing, Bells?
Pretty good, man. You did change what I did to the coffee, though. That sounded weirder than it was meant to. He topped it up with cold water because he wanted it straight away. I thought I'd give him a nice hot coffee. He'd be good for that, but apparently it wasn't quite
Classic
right.
Americans always doing
something different.
right?
But I will say, Dan, we've got 3 games left, and I'm ready to give this some energy, my friend. Stormpoint is where we're heading, and we've got to find out exactly how this group is going to look at the end of play.
And we do have Stormpoint specialists. I mean, I always say it, there are going to be some teams who prefer it it. The worrying thing for this lobby, TSM historically have been better at Storm Point over the most recent lands, and they are currently leading going into match 4, so maybe that is going to be bad news for the rest of the teams. But Moist are not far behind, only a few points separating the top 3 teams. So who's going to step up as we go into Storm Point? Usually we can see a couple of early fights happening. We do have a contest happening. Again, it's going to be Kick. We know they constantly want to fight against someone else. Onyx versus Kick is going to happen.
It is indeed. Let's see what happens then. 3 more games to go today before day 1 is done and dusted, everybody. Birmingham, we've got a lot of Apex Legends, of course, ahead of us, but let's give these players a little bit of energy to send them home with a smile on their face today. Love to hear that. Storm Point is where we're heading. Dan, you ready?
I think I'm ready.
Let's do this.
We're absolutely ready, and these players, I hope they are ready. It's been a long day for some of them, but now is their chance to shine. Even if you were able to get 1 victory here, that could be the difference maker with your chances of getting into that winner's bracket. The dropship's loaded, and we are going to see the players now dropping on in to Storm Point.
Well, here we go then. Storm Point to end the day, and what a turnaround it's been for Moist. We saw them a little bit earlier today, playing a little bit of Apex Legends. Didn't look like the Moist we were used to, but a very, very strong performance in the first 3 games on World's Edge. We had a 3rd place, we had a 7th and a 2nd. Couldn't quite go over the line for the Champions banner, Dan, but they had a pretty good run.
They did have a good run indeed. Now, are we going to see the fight happening? Yes, Cascade Falls is where we'll see 2 teams taking on one another. Also, we might see a fight between Go Next and FC Destroy, but I think they should be splitting. Yes, they will. So Go Next and FC Destroy are not going to fight against each other. Instead, it will be Cascade Falls, where our first fight is, and Onyx already getting up close and personal with the Mastiff.
Well, there's a jump scare. Crusader trying to finish off this kill. Might have an opportunity to just pop a couple of cells, but Onyx looking to take that fight. Peacekeeper in the hands here of Raki, and we know that in a contest, if you can find a PK, then usually you can get huge, huge entry damage. Finding those weapon drops obviously so important when you are contesting, and you see at the moment that one team's a little bit more split than the other. Onyx looking to push in here, and there's a car on the floor, and there is that first knock, and it's going to go in the favor here of Onyx.
Yeah, that's 2 now for Onyx, and it is kicked down to just the 1 remaining player. Maybe it was going to be a change of fortunes for them after finally winning the contest against TSM in their 3rd match on World's Edge, but it looks like things are not much prettier on Storm Point, and unfortunately Kick's woeful day will continue. Very tough when you are being contested game after game, but unfortunately that's just how the cookie crumbles in Apex Legends, as Onyx just try and stamp a little bit of authority on Cascade Falls.
Well, Staller's going to be last player alive. You can see that, unfortunately, he's going to have to think about playing this one out solo, or maybe wrapping back for some banners in a little bit, but you can already see that the time on those banners is disappearing before our eyes. Now, let's look at where the zone is going to be going. We do have a little bit of beacon information to relay to you wonderful people at home and here in Birmingham as well. And Checkpoint fans, NRG fans, well, you're going to be smiling.
Yeah, I think this is really good news for NRG. Optic Gaming, Pioneers all should be able to move very quickly to some of the prime positions up towards Checkpoint and the surrounding areas. For Blackhand, they also want to try and make their way. They've got that beacon information, so they're going to have a really good idea of where they want to play here. And that's why they are going for the speediest approach with a Trident.
Yeah, they'll be playing the little tunnel at the moment on the cut through to where this zone probably will be ending a little bit later on. Pioneers securing their spot as well. They've made a very, very sharp rotation themselves, and they're going to be able to reinforce and play for that end game. And having this kind of composition, quick rotate, you're going to be feeling pretty good, Dan. You've got the Catalyst, you've of course got the Newcastle as well, all sorts of defenses to play around.
Yeah, TSM had a ring console to work with. Go Next had a survey beacon, and they're also making their journey up because they would have seen all the movement and they would have seen where all those players were going, so they'll have a rough idea as well. So there are going to be a good 10 to 12 teams in Checkpoint in a matter of moments. So that is a lot of early movers, which means there is going to be a long and kind of careful rotation for a lot of the teams who are playing the edge POIs. Probably not going to have many early fights. It's going to be when they get to that circle and try and force their way in that they're probably going to be griefed a bit.
Well, Blackhand maybe thinking about trying to make a play for one of these buildings. You could see that Strafe and Flame was thinking about putting that cat wall down so they could maybe scuttle across and not take a little bit of fire and deny some LOSs from some other teams who already got into their end-game positions. But for now, a little bit of a rotate coming in from them. FC Destroy, though. Here's a fight breaking out a little bit early. First kill does go down. Lovely stuff here from Hammer Drill.
Yeah, this is what you want when you see that Dark Veil, and if you can get around it and catch someone off guard, you can shred with that R99, and now it's a matter of trying to find the remaining players. But if you are going to drop down, you need a little bit of help, and they have to be careful there, FC Destroy. You don't want to give a free knock too easily. So I prefer this. Just wait, stay together, and maybe you can have a push together.
Scans coming in as well, so they know there's maybe more than one team who are having a little poke at this, but it does look like it's fairly isolated for now. Bambino and Slav going to be the last two players alive down on that low ground, so that's why they can't drop without that risk that you were talking about. Oxygen and Esports creeping up on this though, Dan, and having a little look themselves.
Yeah, and we spoke about Oxygen a lot prior to this series, and they weren't able to get going on World's Edge, only 9 points at the moment. But the good thing is no one has really accumulated a large amount of points across World's Edge. They're only 22 points off of first place at the moment, and that is definitely achievable on any map, but Stormpoint especially. If you can be one of those squads that picks up kill after kill, you might be able to find something. Now, Iron Blood Gaming going to be able to get the res. They were able to get a knock at the same time, but just a couple of teams who are rotating in got in a fight. It was Aurora who were on the receiving end of this one, and unfortunately they're going to lose 2 players.
Cleaning up the damage. Simple as that, 2 knocks coming in. DigiThreat going to be pinged as well, which is of course absolutely vital, especially with the amount of Bangalores that we see knocking about on this map. Stormpoint. So Iron Blood Gaming didn't get the full wipe, like you say, but have cleared the way here. It should be pretty comfortable. And by the looks of things, Dan, fully looted as well.
Yeah, fully looted, booted, and they will have the entirety of the Southwest. It will only really be when they start to get towards Checkpoint that they're going to come across any sort of trouble. So they should have a relatively relaxing journey for now. The same can be said for Team Singularity and Disguised, who are going to be rotating late. Realize are still at Lightning Rod, may I add, but they will have a survey beacon up there and a ring console. So they might be waiting that one out just to get even extra information for their very late rotation. MDY White are holding the northern side of the zone at the moment, but everyone else is in or around checkpoint areas. It is getting very congested over here.
TSM found their way into one of these buildings just south of checkpoint POI itself. And this is going to be one of those slow burner games here where the excitement, the anticipation is just going to build. Everybody is finding playable spots, I should say, not just for this zone, Dan, but for the next one as well.
And we've had some heavy zone shifts so far today. I mean, I even saw the players in the chat complaining about it a little bit, obviously joking around, saying, God damn, these polls that are ruining my day, but it's one of those things you have to accept. And sometimes when you play those outer edges, when you play the maybe not quite as priority of a position, you do get rewarded here or there, but when they do pull like this, we're probably going to see a very predictable zone over towards checkpoint.
Yeah, so Stormpoint certainly a little bit easier, in my opinion, to predict where we are going to be having an end game. Dan saying that because he's just seen a little bit of ring information that will relate to you as soon as someone on our screens hits a beacon to get that themselves. But not too unpredictable, I would say, for a lot of the teams here. Some of them playing for that high ground, looking to wrap down. If you're wondering where the zone is going to be going, we're going down a little bit more south than we were, but Disguise, got to be careful that they just don't get downed right now, because Lou has to pop a bat, Sinox has to pop a bat, because just above them is going to be Team Singularity.
Well, I said that Disguise and Singularity would have a comfortable, relaxing rotation, but I wasn't expecting them to kind of end up at Stormcatcher together. Whether they want to take this fight, either of them, that's going to be the question. They'll probably know it's an isolated one, so that always gives you something.
Hello.
As 3 players arrive, Horizon Lift gives you the access.
That is known as a full send, but look at the head glitch being played here.
Oh.
However, just as you thought there was going to be multiple knocks coming in from one side, the first does go the way of their opponents. Now Disguise down to 2. And on the other side, you can see Team Singularity also down to 2. Swapping over though, FC Destroyer finally making their move now, down on that low ground, looking to clear it out. 3 players do drop, and it looks like Go Next might be down to just 1.
Yeah, FC Destroy now should be able to find out that last remaining player. Disguised and Team Singularity still having a little bit of a scrap, but it looked like it took FC Destroy quite some time to build up the courage to drop down the hole, but eventually they will go, and we head back to Stormcatcher now. Disguised versus Singularity.
2v2 still. And Team Singularity trying to take that high ground back off. They got the beacon, and you wonder if they're going to try and stick the res. And also, you're going to be wondering if Disguise have also realized that might be a play coming in. The respawn has been called in, so they weren't challenged why they were doing it. So that 2v2 is about to turn into a 3v2 in 2 seconds' time.
Well, Lou, last remaining player, and will go down. And it is going to be a successful set of kills from Singularity to take out Disguise. And as I mentioned, a very isolated fight at the time. But there is a team nearby that might have a sniff at Singularity, but right now it's FC Destroy under a little bit of pressure. They made too much of a ruckus. Maybe that push took a little bit too long.
Minotaur just stunned here as well, and they're going to have to retreat down to that low ground. Going to try and stick this res here. The catwall will go down just to give him a little bit of protection from any team who does fall. Amadrill back to his feet, so not too much of a problem for them. As I say that though, all of a sudden the problem rears its ugly head once more. Shady now going in himself for Onyx Esports, but doesn't get that knock, but so much damage being done. The question is, can they finish this off here? Flesh damage coming in, surely this is going to be a clean wipe. Yes, it is. SC Destroy will fall, and it's Onyx Esports who take the victim.
I think that's going to be frustrating for FC Destroy after they probably took too long to try and push the remaining players. Also, these are the teams I was talking about. Singularity, they were isolated, but now realize it's going to be there waiting for them, and more than happy to play gatekeepers here to get up and get the kills on the final pieces that were left of Singularity. And I just think the zone damage is going to be too much for Team Singularity. They were never given that opportunity to really reset. They will back off, they will run away, but Realize definitely got the better of them.
Yeah, Realize probably thinking KP from our position, not the worst thing in the world. They do have to work their way into zone, and that zone is shifting away from both of those teams extremely quickly. Elsewhere, you can see a couple of fights breaking out here. Iron Blood trying to send it, but that's not the best Horizon ult that I've ever seen. However, catching someone off guard in the corner, that'll do the job.
Yeah, surprised to see a player just kind of hiding there in the corner, maybe unexpected of the push. But Iron Blood Gaming say thank you very much. We will lap that up, as at the moment they are playing with so much confidence, more than happy to push on to anything that they see. And the Armors are looking in a good position as well. So Iron Blood Gaming will be happy for now, but they'll eventually get the news as round 2 closes in 10 seconds. They're going to have to move even further west, but southwest, which is something that we were touching upon before we had all those engagements. We're not going quite up as far as north as checkpoint. Instead, it is going to be a little bit further southwest.
Speaking of checkpoint and taking a look at it now, NRG who drop over here, of course, trying to defend this height, trying to defend anyone walking up from them. But it's going to be an interesting rotate for NRG. You can see that the zone has shifted down to the south of where they find themselves. So if they do want to get into a position to be involved in this endgame, they're going to have to go through a few teams and fight their way forward.
A few? There's so many, because everyone
most of the
joined
lobby.
them.
Okay, most of the lobby.
Everyone joined them up towards checkpoint. We've still got 18 squads remaining. You said it was a slow burner because with a circle like this, everyone decided they wanted to move early, but there was a lot of teams that predicted checkpoint or at least around checkpoint. Those who were arriving a little bit later actually get the rub of the green here. Even Oxygen down on that southern tip, they're still in a good spot to try and rotate through. Sure, they might be held out by Sentinels. You've got to look at Sentinels, Blackhand, Optic Gaming. They're in some of the best spots right now.
Well, Oxygen Esports, I think their plan is going to be to try and force Sentinels and Blackhand to engage and be the third party who comes in and steals away one of those buildings. However, you can also see that Team Singularity have managed to get that res back on. However, when they get into the ring, they might be met with a little bit of a surprise because Iron Blood Gaming and Realize are hunting right now on the edge of zone. Elsewhere, MDY White trying to wrap behind Jailings, I believe this is, at the northern side of where this zone is at the moment, but trying to wrap through zone, it's such a risky play. However, if you catch someone off guard, it can be a rewarding one too.
Yeah, they pinged it, they saw him, and I think it's caught Jailings off guard, and Jailings have already lost 2, and MDY White will say thank you very much. We will take this choke, and they force Jailings out of position, and I think Jailings are going to be so disappointed and frustrated with that one. Maybe not expecting anyone to take that wrap through the zone.
Watch your back. Because MDY White, they're creeping around, and they're trying to edge their way towards zone now. Did have to use a lot of utility to get into this position. You saw the cat wall being put down as well. And look at Team Singularity, man. Look at them go. Just when you thought the game was over for them, just when you thought there was no chance, all 3 of them back on the map here. As Kick Esports, Stal, who was the last player alive, remember, on the contest.
I mean, this will be sad, really, won't it? After having a really tough day.
Don't give it away.
I'm not going to give it away. This is the benefit of not having a seer, by the way, is that you can get away with doing things like this. Kick need Stal to at least survive to top 15 to get a point on the board.
Oh.
And it looks like he's gone at least under the radar here.
Aurora eliminated in the meantime. We saw the rest of Jailings get eliminated, and ooh, Stal's gonna be safe, everyone. He's made his way in.
Should be okay. He just wants to see in that kill feed a couple more teams to be eliminated. He's doing the best he can for Kick in the position that they have been put in. Now Iron Blood Gaming still taking fights against opposition teams. Then maybe they think they are far better and far superior at that, because it doesn't look like Iron Blood Gaming fear anyone at the moment. Reps and Hal have just gone down, by the way. TSM are being griefed. Zane also getting involved, so this is not looking good for TSM.
TSM eliminated. You just saw those shots coming in from Yuka to finish things off. Fnatic been a little bit quiet in this lobby as well. They're down in 20th position after World's Edge, so they really have to pick it up here in these final 3 games. Onyx Esports are eliminated as well. So now all of a sudden we're down to 14, and by the time this zone closes down, and everybody who's watching right now, you can expect that to drop considerably.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams who are on that southern side need to move fast. So we saw Ironblood Gaming, who were looking confident, they were looking to get into fights, but that's for one reason, and one reason that they don't have the time to not take those fights. They have to get in the engagements, or they have to move quick, because the zone is going to force them around the mountain that they find themselves in. As for Fnatic, it's a small journey that they have to go from north to south here to get into this circle, but I think they're a little bit concerned of the teams who already find themselves in. NRG have got a player alive. Optic Gaming find themselves in the building just south of them as well. But this has been a tough shift for a lot of players to try and adapt to after predicting it to go a little bit more further north to Checkpoint.
Look at Stow, man. Look at him.
Having a great day.
God, it feels good to have Rats back. I'm going to say it.
I mean, it feels good for at least Kick to be able to get some points on the board here. And if he can rat to a top 10, and it is very much job done. Ironblood Gaming, they've moved up to first position in the overall leaderboards. But look at the L-Star ripping through shields.
Ironblood Gaming takes Singularity down. Kick Esports still alive, by the way, but maybe not for much longer. However, you never know in these situations. Maybe you pick yourself up a little armor upgrade on the way through. Maybe you see an opportunity to follow a friend up one of these balloons, but is the zone going to be the winner here? I think it might be Kick Esports. Good try.
Did get 10th place though, so an extra placement point, job done, respect to the man. Ironblood Gaming now are going to be very much roughed up as they arrive into the zone. It's realized doing the damage. 8 squads now remain.
Obviously, last player alive as well. They're eliminated, and it's Sentinels who are holding them out. So all of those teams who were down on the southern side of the zone now eliminated, could not force their way in. As we find ourselves with 7 squads remaining. Sentinels in a really, really solid spot, but the one team that you want to be right now is Blackhand. They're in the only building which is involved in this final zone.
Yeah, it will be a target building potentially for some teams to try and desperately drop on top of if they're able to get up into the sky, but with it being such a small circle now, if you even try and get an evac tower down, it likelihood is you will be focused. So sometimes it's about timing and making sure that you are the team that gets up first. Now, potentially a pause here, and we'll see what happens as the players just make sure that everything is correct and everything is dandy.
Make sure this final zone is played out the way that it should be, but it does give us an opportunity to give you a little bit of a lay of the land, how everything's looking, as we do have, as you can see, just in the background there on the main stage, the top down of the map. Actually, do you know what? I'm not going to give that information away, just in case someone takes the headset off, Dan. Just in case. Done this before.
Competitive integrity is everything. Great to have the game pause feature and make sure that all things are working for all the players. We've got 7 squads remaining.
I was going to say, one thing we can do is talk through who the squads are.
Yes, we can. So we've got Fnatic, Moist, Optic, Blackhand, MDY White, and Sentinels, and then a solo player of NRG. So there is definitely a lot to play for here, and maybe some big points to be picked up. You mentioned it yourself, Blackhand in a really good position right now, and could be the favourites to win this final circle.
Do like the position of Fnatic as well. I will say, we've talked about how they wrapped from the northern side of the zone. Well, you've got to think everyone who's in front of them has to either leave a building or will be contested on their way down that hill towards where that zone is going. So Fnatic might be in a position to clean up those pieces, but we'll have to see what happens on the restart. But some good points for some teams who needed them as well. We're talking about this top 7. We mentioned Fnatic were down in 20th position with a 14, a 17, and a 16th position in the first 3 games that we did see on World's Edge. So this is certainly going to be an improvement.
Do you know what I do find funny? It's not hilarious, but it's a little bit funny, is how sometimes things that start in World's Edge end up still happening on Stormpoint. We had MDY White and J-Links contesting each other a little bit on World's Edge, and then we saw MDY White take down J-Links by out-rotating and going in the red here on Stormpoint. But you can see, game is about to resume.
Lock it in!
Make sure you as players are ready to go, as we have now unpaused the game. We're back into the action.
Well, here we go then, straight into the action, and what a perfect time to join us if you just joined us at home, because this is going to be the final zone, starting to be an influence on how these teams start to move. You can see Moist Esports, who have had a very, very good performance with these A&D groups matching up. Well, they're looking to continue that. 3rd place overall at the moment. Haven't got that win yet. They'll kind of be the cherry on top of the delicious cake of Apex if they can take home a first.
Well, and as they've seen kind of TSM eliminated, they know there's points up for grabs here doing Moist Esports. Round 5 about to close. Now, NRG, as I mentioned, are a solo. Nathan, last remaining player, just trying to rat out and maybe get into that top 5 to secure those extra placements. But Moist and Fnatic, they're both going to have to move. So Dark Veils to give you that little bit of cover, whichever way you want to enter this zone. But for Fnatic, it's pretty as simple as north to south and take any sort of height you can over the other teams.
I think they wanted to try and fight against MDY and just clear out this western side of the zone. The only problem is their Dark Veil was met with another Dark Veil, so the time is not on their side. But look at Nathan, still alive for NRG. I mentioned how the lack of seer is a good thing, in my personal opinion. It allows those solo plays to be made. Well, maybe Nathan for NRG can do that, but unfortunately not this time around. NRG eliminated as Fnatic now under pressure.
Fnatic and MDY are going to be right next to each other. You need to hit shots with this car if you're Yuka and just try and maybe get that extra little bit of opening damage for the team, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. MDY White still holds strong.
Points for Fnatic though, much better from them. MDY White win that fight, and now will control one part of the zone. The only problem is, it's Mingyu who's left on his own in this situation. Will be able to drop down to the bottom of this waterfall and will be able to survive, but for how long? That's the question, because here comes Sentinels, free KP for them.
Wow, it's so interesting. Both Optic and Sentinels rushed out of their buildings to try and get involved in this fight. In all the meanwhile, Moist Esports landed on top of Blackhand. I said that building, the top of it on that roof was definitely playable, but Blackhand have just shut down Moist off screen and have made sure that they will not be able to get any further than top 4.
Well, Sentinels have to try and split the zone, and that's exactly what they've done. They've wrapped to the northern side, and now they can see with the kill feed that someone has gone down. Optic versus Blackhand is happening in the building, and surely you feel like all Sentinels have to do in this position down is wait for the damage to be done.
Try and wait it out, but maybe also recognizing now that there's going to be other teams. Blackhand are able to get that res. They're able to get back to a full 3 as well. A Skittle Cake will get eliminated. Drop's gone down too, and now it's going to be Sentinels Blackhand.
Sentinels moving in. Sentinels taking the height, and they will be in a position to just rain down fire to potentially win this game. Blackhand know they've lost their roof as well, so now for them to leave this building is extremely tough. They do have the ultimate available from Bangalore though. Can they force Sentinels off of the height with that ult?
And there's still one remaining player of Optic. Now there's no remaining player of Optic. 2 teams remain, Blackhand versus Sentinels, high ground versus low ground. It's a tale as old as time. Some people prefer having the high ground. Some people prefer being able to scuttle out. It really depends on your utility, as you mentioned. Dark Veil is available for Blackhand to use here, and plenty of smokes.
Evac Tower going to go down as well, just to buy a little bit of extra time and maybe even mobility. Sentinels control. There is that Bangalore ult I was talking about, but it's not going to cover enough ground, but maybe that Dark Veil is going to allow them to escape here, Blackhand. They might be able to just peek out of that door and get out, but look at Sentinels. They're in a perfect position up on that height, and they control the door as well. A great play from RKN on cap.
Not sure Blackhand moved quick enough there. They had a moment of opportunity where they could have dashed out, but they did not take it, and now they are still stuck in this building. Sure, Dark Veil's there, but there's absolute coverage from up above. This is not looking good for Blackhand as they now burst out.
Have to send it, have to leave. Strafing Flame is going to stay alive here, and somehow they've escaped for now. All of a sudden, though, the black hole comes in, and that is a problem. They are trapped, and Sentinels just have to clean up what they started to finish this game. Sentinels will be your champions here on Storm Point. And RKN, he's got the legs out to celebrate.
And there's been doubts of Sentinels. What can they do? Are they still good enough? Can they still roll and hang with the big dogs? Well, there is your proof. They get the victory on the board for our first time on Storm Point in this set. And it was so well played for them as well. They saw the Rolling Thunder come down. They just quickly back away, but then instantly, as soon as they see that Dark Veil, they know they have to get back above Blackhand. They didn't give Blackhand the chance to escape. Maybe Blackhand were a little bit too slow, but Sentinel certainly applied pressure.
I feel like that game was really kind of decided as well. Just after that, when you saw they tried to leave the building, but RKN on the Catalyst just took control of the door. He managed to reinforce it from Sentinel's side, which means when they had to leave, they had to boot it down. They were going to be vulnerable for just a few seconds. Free damage for Sentinels in that situation. Also, if you can get some piercing spikes down on the outside of that door, anyone leaving is going to be slow, they're going to be hurt, and they're going to be easy pickings for you.
Sentinels, who were on 11 points coming into this one, absolutely needed a big game to try and send themselves up these leaderboards and give themselves a chance of a big set so they can get into that winner's bracket, because that's what it's all about in the group stages. It's just big point games. It doesn't matter if you come first or second necessarily in these sets. It's just about making sure you have a good amount of points so that you keep up with those front runners. You want to be in the top 20 once the groups are done.
Well, here is that final circle for everybody to watch once again. The move from Sentinels, just remember, they were down on the waterfall as this final zone started to break and started to really pushed the teams together. They took only a few seconds to get back up to height, and it was the perfect time for them to do it. Sentinels, this is the the catwalk going down that you talked about, Dan. That was their moment to try and get out. They weren't able to do it though, and then this moment here, RKN controls the door, piercing spikes. Good luck getting out of that one.
Yeah, I have to ask the question of Blackhand. I mean, the Bangalore coming out, still batting. I just feel like it was a missed opportunity and a real missed window. I don't know what happened. Maybe there was a little bit amount of a damage or a nade hit that had them hesitate, but they did not take their moment when it was presented to them. And then as soon as they had to fight upward here against Sentinels on the high ground, it was almost an unwinnable fight with Sentinels making sure they hit their shots. Blackhand still did very well with the amount of damage they output, but was not enough to take down Sentinels. Something that did happen off screen was Moist tried to take Blackhand's position, and Blackhand had won that fight, and it was massive for Blackhand to give them a chance of getting into that top 2, and why they still were able to get 15 points in that game.
So Moist mentioned how they haven't got a win yet, but they do get another top 5 performance. 4th place for them, 6 points overall, just the 1 kill, but the placement points certainly seeing them through. Sentinels though, 20 points for them. Blackhand with a 15 just in behind them. But you're looking at that final fight, Dan, it almost felt unwinnable for Blackhand. Sentinels played their advantages perfectly.
And just to put that into perspective, Sentinels now tied with TSM on points, which is pretty insane when you look at how TSM had a really hot start over on World's Edge, but a couple of 0-point games can mean you definitely get caught up by the rest of the lobby. So Sentinels now one of the front runners with a victory like that, and it blows this group wide open. Ironblood Gaming though, they were solid throughout that game, and they will still hold on to first position, just 1 point ahead of Moist.
We'll say NRG probably a little bit disappointed with the amount of points they got out of that game, with the zone pretty much being gifted to them over at Checkpoint. They had an opportunity to really get into a priority position with the quickest rotate possible for them, but they'll look to bounce back in our next game. Only 2 games to go today, Dan. Kind of sad.
It's kind of flown by, hasn't it? And I'm sure that it's flown by for a lot of these players as well. You only get a certain amount of moments, certain amount of fights where you have to be the difference maker, and if you're one of the teams that goes out early, you're just left watching, asking the questions of what can we do wrong, how do we right our wrongs, and it has to happen in that next one. But what a game it was for Sentinels, 8 kills and getting 10 assists on the board as well.
Really good communication from them in those final moments as well to make sure that they got that win on the board. And I do feel like Sentinels are a confidence team, Dan. If they win a game, all of a sudden, you might see them start to roll through the lobby a little bit and pick up a few more decent placements as we march towards the end of our first day here in Birmingham. Blackhand on our screen, you can see their stats as well. 6 kills to go alongside that 2nd place, and the all-important win against Optic, you mentioned that previously, and Moist as well, who tried to take him down. They held that building for quite some time.
Yeah, just that final fight, the one time that they really needed to dig their heels in, they were unable to do so. And actually, maybe it was the opposite of digging their heels in. They needed to get on their toes, get out of that building, just weren't quite quick enough. But Sentinels would have been delighted with the fact they were able to keep them in there, keep them in their cage.
Hey, we all love Max Strafey. That's the easiest thing in the world to say. So, but what we're going to do now, just before we get into our next game, is go for a quick break. When we get back, though, match number 5, Storm Point, coming your way.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. I forgot where we were for a second there, Dan, but Birmingham is where we find ourselves at the Resorts World Arena, and Game 5 is just around the corner. We're heading back to Storm Point for our penultimate game of the day.
We are just trying to see who has the legs here in this set, who can actually pull something out and try and break away from the pack, because it is very hotly contested in the top 10 at the moment. This is a really close group. There is not really a clear set of front runners, which is kind of crazy. When we look at a lot of the other sets, we've seen a couple of teams maybe just show what they're made of and really dominate these sets, but it hasn't quite happened yet.
Big win for Sentinels in that last game, though, and like you say, it does seem like the points are being shared about a little bit at the moment. We'll have to see if Sentinels can change that narrative as we go into match number 5 now. Back-to-back for them would be huge for their momentum moving through the lobby, but also for me, eyes on NRG.
Eyes also going to be on Cascade Falls to see whether we get the same old contest or maybe Kick might change their mind. It seems like I'm a broken record at this point, and I should probably start to realize that Kick are not going to change their mind, and I'll get over it eventually. After a night's sleep, I promise everyone I won't mention it ever again.
To be fair, you are lacking sleep.
This is true.
This is true. So we'll have to see if that is going to continue, if Cascade is going to be the place to watch for us early on here to see, oh, yep, there's 6 players. That only means one thing.
It gets to the point where you start to root for Kick a little bit, doesn't it?
It does.
I feel bad for the teams that are going up against them, because you'd almost feel sorry for Kick. But Onyx were able to topple them previously, although one player was able to get away, and Kick still finished in 10th position and were able to get a couple of placements points. It was Stal who was the escapee, but Kick have the high ground. Now Kick have won one contest today against TSM that went down pretty well for them, but unfortunately find themselves in this set in 20th position, only 6 points.
Oh, look at this cheeky little angle though. Stal with the RE45, good damage coming in from him as well, but almost unpushable, this setup that you have indoors as well. You can see that it looks like they've solidified both of those doors, they've reinforced those. So Kick, if they want to push, they're going to have to push into 3. The evade's pretty good though.
Oh wow, the full send, all damage! 3 players, a couple of melees being swung, but I think the damage was already done by Kick, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 for now. Can't quite connect their Stal with that RE45, and the last player is scarpering away here. And look at all the people on their knees, Dan. It's looking ugly over at Cascade.
It really is, but unfortunately for Onyx, it looks like this contest is not going to go their way. So hats off to Kick. They stay resilient, they continue to take the fights, and they will take down Onyx in the second time of trying here on Storm Point. My biggest concern is whether any of the other teams around are going to try and third it. It looks like Kick should be okay to get a reset here. So Kick get a chance to play the game. That's always good. I'm always happy for them. But as for Onyx, it's going to be one remaining player just trying to rat out as Kick did previously. Now, to talk circles and where we're going to be heading,
if you enjoyed the previous game, well...
yeah, it's a pretty similar circle to the last one. This time, we're not going to see teams, though, go to checkpoint, because the circle is not going to be within checkpoint. Instead, it's going to be closer to the mill, but on that western side for sure.
Godrock going to be a very, very valuable position for a lot of these teams. If they can hold that down the height for the long game, then they will be in a position to really do some damage to this lobby. Oxygen Esports, by the way, already set up inside one of the buildings, which is just outside of the cannon. But Moist Esports, I'm going to take a little bit of time to smoke and make sure that they're safe here as they pick up a bit of loot on their journey.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest game in the world for Moist, but they still picked up about 5 points, which if you can consistently get 5 points in your off games and then just have that one big one, you're going to look in great stead to get into that winner's bracket. It's all about consistency and good averages when it does come to group stages. Speaking of consistency, TSM, 5th at the moment, 31 points. They've had back-to-back games now with 0 points, the last on World's Edge and the first on Storm Point. We'll have to see if their fortunes can change going into match number 5 here.
Somewhat of a TSM drought, 0 points from 2 games, something you don't hear very often from them. It was Jailings who they were chasing away just a few moments ago, as well as they make their rotation down towards Cascade Falls. A couple of teams still in the vicinity, though, that they have to be more than aware about. There is a ring console within Cascade they might be able to head for and get some extra info on where the zone's going to be going. And I mentioned NRG. They've made a really quick rotate here, Dan,